In the boundless grassland, a young woman lay upon the ground as if sunk into a deep slumber. A cold mechanical voice sounded by her ear. Suddenly she snapped her eyes open, wariness flooding her gaze as she scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. The same icy mechanical voice rang out again, "Survivor, hello. Welcome to the Wasteland trial ground." Wen Ning frowned, tilting her head back to look around, searching for the source of the sound. To her surprise, she could not locate the source of the mechanical voice at all. The Wasteland trial ground is a chaotic planet where seasons of catastrophe and seasons of mildness alternate in turn. You may also call it the Wasteland continent. Lucky ones from Blue Star, congratulations on being chosen to participate in this trial mission, hereafter referred to as the survival game. You will compete on the same stage as the other survivors from Blue Star, enduring round after round of calamity. Your goal is simply to live to the end. On your hand is a novice gift prepared by the system. Put it on, then summon with your thoughts, and you will discover things that interest you. Please note this is a trial game, but it is far more than just a game. Treat it seriously and good luck. Note 1. If you die in the game world, all traces of your existence as a survivor will be completely erased. Note 2. Players may walk alone like wolves or band together in groups. Everything is up to you. Note 3. The system provides one primitive shelter. Please upgrade it as soon as possible to withstand the coming disasters. Note 4. The novice protection period lasts only 1 week. Cherish your time. The system's calm, icy voice gradually faded, yet the ruthless tone left everyone feeling as though cast into hell. Wen Ning knit her brows tightly. Wasteland trial ground. Survive here. How had she come to this place? Why did she have no impression at all? Her final memory was of completing her last mission and boarding the helicopter home. With easy nonchalance, she had thrown a domineering line at the boss who had squeezed her for years. "I'm done pretending. I quit." Then, without the slightest hesitation, she had tossed her encrypted phone into the sea. After a day of running around, the sense of crisis in Wen Ning's heart finally diminished considerably. She crafted a bed from hardwood, laid down the remaining waterproof plastic sheet, and then spread the dry grass she had picked up in the afternoon. She had planned to lie flat at last, living as a carefree, comfortable rich woman. Yet before that beautiful dream could be realized, an explosion had ripped through everything, and she inexplicably awoke in this barren, uninhabited place. So was she dead? Even if any remains were left, they should have become fish food by now. The environment around her looked almost identical to Blue Star, only far more desolate. Could this be some elaborate prank from a reality show? At that thought, Wen Ning looked around again, trying to spot a hidden camera among the grasses and trees. But after a very long time, Wen Ning found no flaws at all. Instead, her stomach growled in protest. She gave up the search and lowered her gaze to examine herself. This was a vast prairie. After all this time, there was not another soul in sight. Beside her stood only a sparse patch of small trees, far too meager to conceal any cameras. Since they called it a game, she might as well follow the rules and focus on staying alive first. If there was a flaw, she would find it eventually. What unsettled her even more was that her black tight combat suit had become coarse linen, exactly like a starter outfit in a game. And then there was that so-called novice gift. Wen Ning recalled the mechanical prompt from moments before. She raised her palm and discovered she was clutching a wristwatch that radiated a strong sense of futuristic technology. She examined it and found nothing strange except that the dial was pitch black, devoid of any information. Following the game's instructions, she slipped it onto her wrist. Instantly, the watch vanished from sight, only to reappear whenever Wen Ning focused her mind on it. It could turn invisible. That was quite good and would not get in the way of work. Very game-like indeed. Ding. Survivor survival system successfully bound. Survivor Wen Ning identity file successfully created, information recorded. Congratulations, you are now the 11I527th player in the Wasteland Continent survival game. Wen Ning froze, not daring to move. Then, for no reason she could explain, an image surfaced in her mind and refused to dissipate. The interface was minimalist, with only a few buttons. They included chat channel, crafting station, backpack, trading market, and one icon labeled "to be continued." That "to be continued" felt almost cheeky. Wen Ning tried tapping it, but nothing happened. She turned her attention to the other buttons. They did indeed resemble the control icons from survival mobile games she had played before. Thinking of her pitifully few gaming experiences, Wen Ning furrowed her brow, hoping the functions here would not be as flashy and cluttered as those on her real phone. Ideally, there would be no pay-to-win elements. She only had her retirement savings and not a single spare coin to burn. Aside from those buttons, there was also a sun icon in the upper right corner of the interface, with a tiny number beneath it. 0 days survived. When Wen Ning focused her attention on the sun icon, a prompt appeared: Wasteland calendar novice period day 1. Mild season. Clear. 930. Novice tip: each day the sun rises at 0800 and sets at 2000. Novice benefit: the first disaster of the novice period will arrive in 7 days. Future disaster forecasts will be announced 3 days in advance. Novice disaster: extreme cold hint snowflakes, a journey into the frozen unknown. Novice tip: when disaster descends, a sturdy shelter will greatly increase your chances of survival. Novice tip: after the first disaster, the lengths of mild and disaster seasons will be random, and the system will no longer provide clearance hints. Extreme cold. Most likely it meant heavy snow. If only the novice period came with such prompts, then future catastrophes would have to be deduced on her own. Wen Ning exited the panel, pondering her next move. She had not forgotten what the system had said: this was a survival trial game that would eliminate people. No one knew how many would live to the end. The system had not revealed how many survivors there were in total, only that they would endure trial after trial. This snow disaster would likely be the first round of catastrophic testing. It might freeze a large number of people to death. She had to prepare thoroughly for the cold. Wen Ning swept her gaze around. Wild grass swayed in her vision, scattered stones lay everywhere, and lonely trees stood here and there. Everything looked undernourished. Beyond that, there was no visible surface water or food. Wait. That shabby little thatched hut swaying coquettishly in the wind, could that be her initial shelter? The corner of Wen Ning's mouth twitched. She had originally thought the system was at least somewhat considerate, providing an initial shelter to spare players the trouble of learning how to build a house. But this thatched hut, was it not straight out of Dufu's poetry? Calling it a thatched hut was flattering. Before her stood a dilapidated sharp-roofed shack, its thatch at the peak on the verge of being torn away. Only 2 or 3 straw ropes still clung desperately to a few thin beams. As Wen Ning watched, the entire roof was lifted into the sky by a gust of wind. Well then, a real-life version of my roof being blown 3 layers high. It all happened in an instant. When Wen Ning snapped back to herself, she lunged forward and grabbed one of the tottering pillars with lightning-fast reflexes. The house had no foundation at all. If these few sticks flew away, she would be left with absolutely nothing. No walls and no ceiling were manageable, but the frame must not be lost. Creak creak. At least leave me a skeleton of a house. Boom. Wen Ning stared stunned as the skeleton under her hands groaned. Before her eyes, the thatched hut crashed to the ground, shattered thatch whirling into the wind and soaring away, without a single stalk remaining. The remaining framework snapped into scattered sticks. She fell silent. Believe it or not, just moments ago she had still been a homeowner. Wen Ning frowned at the wooden door in her hand. Was this what they called a catastrophic opening? It seemed the thatched hut had simply lost the will to live and chosen to ascend. Finding bitter amusement in her plight, Wen Ning gathered the wood into a heap. Just as she reached out, the plank in her hand vanished with a swish. At the same time, in the backpack panel in her mind, a wooden door lay quietly in the first slot, with 9 empty slots remaining. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 wooden door. Decompose it. Yes. Decomposing wooden door obtained wooden plank 3. Wooden planks. She had expected to get raw wood, but instead received planks. Wen Ning opened the crafting panel. The view shifted. The crafting interface popped up, filled with an entire page of densely packed entries. Wooden plank wood 31. Wooden wall wooden plank 36. Wooden door wooden plank 34. Wooden floor wooden plank 34. Wooden ceiling wooden plank 34. The numbers in front were what Wen Ning currently possessed, those behind were the required amounts. Decomposing 1 wooden door meant a loss of 1 unit of raw wood. Below that were recipes for wooden chests, wooden tables and chairs, and various pieces of furniture. Wooden items alone took up 3 full pages. Wen Ning studied the wooden walls and floors, falling into thought. It seems heaven has not completely sealed off my path. The thatched hut is gone, but I can still build a wooden house. The only problem was that she had nothing resembling a proper tool. Wen Ning glanced at the coarse cloth on her body again. It really was exactly like a novice outfit in a game. Then she headed toward the incongruous little grove jutting out from the grassland. Limbering up her joints, she launched a fierce kick at a young sapling slightly taller than herself and as thick as her wrist. Crack. And then thankfully my physical fitness hasn't changed. Wen Ning rubbed her slightly numb calf to ease the pain, then picked up the broken piece of wood from the ground. Wood 1. The lower half remained unchanged, rooted quietly in the earth. Maybe I need an axe or a shovel to get the lower part, she guessed. On Blue Star, Wen Ning had been the only female bodyguard in an international top-tier security team, her combat prowess outstanding. As an orphan, she had always been taciturn and disciplined, never overstepping her bounds. 8 years in the profession and not a single bad review. Yet here in the wilds, these advantages could not immediately be put to use. At best, if she ran into a wild beast, she could struggle a bit longer. There was no food here and no water source. The far end of the grove was shrouded in a thin mist obscuring the boundary. Wen Ning flipped through the crafting list to see if she could create any tools. There was nothing useful among the wooden items, so she flipped to the next page. There it was. Stone axe, wood 11, stone 01. Wen Ning looked around. The stones of various sizes were scattered across the ground. She picked one up and silently commanded it into her backpack. Stone 1. Then she selected the stone axe recipe with her mind. Craft stone axe. Wen Ning chose yes. A countdown appeared on the crafting bar, and 2 seconds later the wood and stone in her backpack vanished, replaced by a stone axe in one of the slots. Success. It really was a game. Crafting was wonderfully convenient. The corners of Wen Ning's lips lifted, but before she could take out the stone axe, ding. Item crafting detected. Super fusion system initiating binding. The crisp notification sound had barely faded when something seemed to appear in Wen Ning's mind. Another system. She usually read web novels, and such an obvious cheat-like name gave her a rough guess. Frowning, Wen Ning moved her thoughts, and another interface opened up in her mind. On the translucent panel there were only 2 slots. After watching it for a while, she understood what this system was for. It seemed that if she placed her own items inside, they could be synthesized. Wen Ning thought of her 3 wooden planks, took them out, and used her mind to place 2 of them into the slots. A mechanical voice sounded, ding, ordinary wooden planks 2 detected. Synthesize immediately. Confirm synthesis, Wen Ning recited silently, faintly expectant, because the system had clearly labeled the planks as ordinary. Synthesizing, please wait. The synthesis took far less time than Wen Ning had imagined, about the same as crafting a stone axe, merely 2 seconds. The loading time was almost negligible. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained hardwood plank 1. Hardwood plank. Just the name sounded far better than an ordinary one. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. She immediately took out the remaining ordinary plank and the new hardwood plank from her backpack for comparison. Under the gentle light, the hardwood plank was only slightly darker in color, its grain visibly heavier and more substantial. Holding the 2 planks, Wen Ning could clearly feel that the hardwood was heavier than the ordinary one, its material far more solid. When she tapped it twice, it produced a deep, heavy thud. This is good stuff. Using planks like this to build a shelter should be enough to withstand a snow disaster. At that thought, the depression from watching her previous shelter fly away vanished completely. But then Wen Ning had another thought. Could the hardwood planks be synthesized again? As soon as the idea surfaced, a new mechanical voice rang out in her mind. Attention, host. The super synthesis system currently does not support secondary synthesis. Please continue to explore for more functions. Not available at the moment. That meant it might be possible in the future. That was not bad at all. At the very least, she could now mass-produce hardwood planks. Her shelter finally had hope. Energy surged through Wen Ning's entire body. She took out the freshly crafted stone axe and gripped it in her hand. As Wen Ning focused her gaze on it, a prompt window instantly appeared. Hint: this is an ordinary stone axe. With it you can collect wood more efficiently. Stone axe, ordinary, durability 1010. If I were to synthesize 2 stone axes together, what would happen? Wen Ning muttered to herself as she casually swung the axe, chopping down the tree she had previously kicked halfway through. Wood 2. This time, using a tool on a tree of the same size yielded 2 units of wood. Wen Ning glanced at the axe. Its durability had decreased slightly. With this one axe, she could at most fell 10 saplings about as thick as a wrist. Picking up another stone, Wen Ning crafted a second stone axe. She then placed both axes into the synthesis slots. Ding, ordinary stone axe 2 detected. Synthesize immediately. Synthesizing, please wait. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an excellent stone axe. An axe longer than her forearm appeared in Wen Ning's hand. In appearance, it did not differ much from an ordinary stone axe, but the solid weight in her palm left her very satisfied. So even damaged items can be synthesized. Wen Ning drew this conclusion, then looked again at the axe in her hand. Stone axe, excellent, durability 30-30. Hint: this is an excellent stone axe. With it your efforts will yield twice the result for half the work, efficiency increased by 50, output increased by 50. Looking forward to seeing you become an excellent lumberjack. The corners of Wen Ning's lips curled upward. This ability was downright heaven-defying. Not only was the durability greatly increased, but efficiency had essentially doubled. Rounded up, she could now obtain twice the wood in the same amount of time. She decided not to continue experimenting for now. Time was pressing. Nearly an hour had passed since she arrived in this wasteland world. She had to hurry and build a new shelter, and also find a way to secure food and water. Her instincts told her that being without a shelter at night would be extremely dangerous. Everywhere she looked there was nothing but weeds and stones and one bare spindly tree after another. There was not even a chance to chew on a few leaves. Now that she had a decent tool, Wen Ning felt bolder. She no longer intended to sit and wait for death where she stood, but instead decided to try venturing beyond the fog. If she encountered a wild beast, she could always craft a stone axe on the spot and smash it. Choosing a direction at random among east, west, south, north, and center, Wen Ning held her axe and began exploring slowly. Of course, she did not forget to gather wood along the way. To get rich, you chop trees first. This was a principle even a gaming novice, like Wen Ning, understood. Heading westward, she walked while observing the size of the forest, chopping trees non-stop as she went. Prompts sounded in her mind from time to time. Wood 2. Wood 2. Stone 1. After picking up stones for half the day, Wen Ning had only collected 20 units of stone, while her wood had already reached 98 units. The excellent stone axe truly lived up to its name. An ordinary axe needed 2 chops for a unit of wood, while the excellent one produced a unit with every swing. Wen Ning glanced at her backpack, which was far from overflowing, and nodded in satisfaction. At first, she had felt that a 10-slot system backpack was a bit too small, but now it seemed it merely limited the types of items, not the quantity. After she felled another tree, the forest ahead finally came to an end. Wen Ning turned back for a look. The mist behind her had already dispersed along the path she had walked. The full outline of the grove was almost completely revealed. Though called a small forest, the area was actually quite large, yet there were surprisingly few trees within it. The trees were bare, with only a few leaves clinging to their tops. On the ground there was nothing but weeds and scattered stones, the soil dry and cracked as if it had not seen rain for a long time. And the edge of the woods was not the river or ravine Wen Ning had hoped for, but a stretch of barren grassland, a few sparse clumps of grass, and the rest nothing but yellow earth. Her stomach began to growl after she had walked for roughly 3 hours, and the skin of her lips cracked with dryness. Wen Ning had known hunger since childhood. This level of emptiness she could still endure. She bent down and reached out to scrape away the soil. A moment later, Wen Ning broke into a smile. She had not found a stream, but there was still something in the earth. The soil here was far more moist than in the forest, which meant the water content beneath the surface was higher. As long as she could think of a method, she would be able to solve her water problem. Wen Ning looked around and felt this place was fairly suitable for building a shelter. It was close to the woods and bordered the grassland. If there were rabbits out there, she could try catching them for food. She raised her head to glance at the sun climbing toward the zenith. Wearing only a single thin layer, Wen Ning finally felt a trace of scorching heat. The wind had also died down considerably. She wiped the sweat beading along her cheeks. Under direct sunlight, water and salt would be lost from her body even faster. The soil she had just dug up began to dry within minutes, a faint haze of steam rising from its surface. Wen Ning knew she had to find a way to collect water immediately, not only because she was thirsty, but also because if she built a water-gathering device in the afternoon, the temperature might no longer be high enough for the moisture in the soil to evaporate out. Yet for drawing water, all she currently had were wood and stone. After walking so long through the little forest, she had not seen a single plastic bottle. Maybe I should check the chat channel and see how everyone else is doing. The options chat channel and trading market appeared. Wen Ning had originally intended to see whether others had resources, but when she noticed the trading market, she tapped directly into it. As soon as she opened it, a full page of sale listings popped up. Each entry was marked with a player avatar. On the first page, a blurred male avatar appeared 13 times in a row. His listing sat at the very top of the entire trading market. Wen Ning tapped his avatar and found that she could view his information. The man was called Zhang Aotian 1789. The numbers at the end were probably his ID. His keywords were stone axe and purified water. Wen Ning opened one of his trade posts. Ordinary stone axe in exchange for 100 milliliters purified water. A must-have stone axe for killing and looting. Don't miss out when you pass by. Ordinary stone axe in exchange for 100 milliliters purified water. A must-have stone axe for killing and looting. Don't miss out when you pass by. Ordinary stone axe in exchange for 100 milliliters purified water. A must-have stone axe for killing and looting. Don't miss out when you pass by. Wen Ning frowned. It was her own fault. She thought out of sheer curiosity. She had clicked into the exact same trade 5 times. What had she been expecting, really? Stone axes were clearly something she could craft herself. What was the point of listing them like this? Was he fishing like Jiang Taigong, waiting for some poor fool to bite the hook? He obviously had the option of simply robbing others, yet he still offered you a stone axe, an ordinary one at that. He was truly something else. It was enough to make her want to cry out of sheer frustration. Block. Mute. Wen Ning mastered these two functions instinctively. Expressionless, she continued scrolling down. Page after page showed nearly identical trade offers, wood for water, stone for food, and so on. Almost every trade revolved around food and water. After scrolling for quite a while, Wen Ning finally noticed a filter icon in the upper right corner. She hurriedly set it to hide trades repeated more than 3 times and to hide listings selling wood or stone. The screen immediately shrank to a little over 10 remaining trades, looking much cleaner. She tapped on a female avatar named Haoyan 3498. 20 milliliters of impure water drinkable in exchange for iron ore 1. Trading water for supplies. Only one offer like this across the entire network. Act now or miss out. There were many comments under this trade. What is iron ore? Yan Zi, sell the water to me. I'll offer 10 units of wood. Yan Zi, how am I supposed to survive without water? Wen Ning noted that this female player had posted 10 trade listings in a row, all demanding iron ore. She was the only person on the market who currently had drinkable water. Wen Ning had no iron ore, so there was no point in looking further. She filtered that seller out for now. Scrolling on, she saw the avatar of a player named Lin Han 1234, whose keyword was lizard meat. His avatar looked plump and fair-skinned. 200 grams of desert lizard meat in exchange for 200 milliliters purified water. Want to trade a fair price? I've tasted the meat myself, it's not bad. For larger quantities, contact me privately. A true big shot with food. Wen Ning silently swiped past. Then she came across a player called Zhang De 2222, whose avatar looked rather fierce and menacing. 1 cigarette in exchange for any 200 milliliters of drinking water or 200 g of food. Damn you, Bo 0098, just don't let me catch you. You dared use urine to scam me in a trade. If you've got the guts, don't ever show your face in the World Channel again. A true character, Wen Ning thought. After a few internal complaints, Wen Ning had a general understanding of everyone's situation. Most players were lacking water, but it hadn't reached a critical state of being out of food and water. Some were even trading scarce water resources for goods. A small number of people could still acquire rare materials such as iron or plastic, hemp rope, and glass. Wen Ning didn't know where these resources were obtained. Perhaps it was related to their geographical location. The wasteland was barren, and with a large number of survivors, rare resources would eventually be collected. After a day of searching for relatives, many players might have already formed groups. Wen Ning was alone, and the security company placed particular emphasis on confidentiality, so she only had a code name within. Basically, she had hardly seen any peers from the same security level, let alone those from different levels. Therefore, Wen Ning was destined to be unable to team up with others. From the trading information, it could be roughly inferred where the survivors were located. For instance, that Lin Han seemed to be in the desert. Moreover, there were players already capable of dealing with ferocious beasts. She had already come across 3 trade messages selling meat. The brave excel, but Wen Ning did not envy them. Fighting beasts while still wearing a burlap shirt was likely to result in injuries. And injuries often meant a high probability of death. Wen Ning searched the trading market for a long time and finally found someone selling plastic sheeting. The area she was in was a grassland with moist soil where she could use certain methods to filter out underground water. However, she needed plastic sheeting, plastic bottles, or even plastic bags. Wen Ning was somewhat tempted by this piece of plastic sheeting. This survivor was named Lin Li 8989. A 10 square meter plastic sheet for 300 milliliters of purified water or 300 g of meat. There was only this one piece of information behind the avatar and no notes, leaving it unattended. However, Wen Ning was quite tempted. 10 square meters would leave her with a surplus after constructing a device, and she could even make a few more. But she didn't have what he needed, and the only valuable item she had on her was the excellent stone axe she had synthesized. However, in the repeated trading messages, Wen Ning hadn't seen any stone axes of ordinary quality or above for sale. It seemed that this synthesis system really was unique to her. In that case, Wen Ning needed to be cautious. A common man is innocent, but a treasured item brings trouble. If the excellent stone axe were to be revealed in a transaction, she would likely become the target of many. She didn't even have a shelter, yet her defensive capability was 0. Wen Ning saved Lin Li's trading information and then exited the trading market, entering the World Channel. First observe then act. To this was Wen Ning's professional habit. In missions, she often played the role of a counter-striker. Once she entered, the screen was instantly filled with various messages. About every 3 seconds, hundreds of new messages would refresh. World Channel A23 District Zhangfeng 2478, looking for Zhang Bei. World Channel Chao County Zhangjiaton Group 5 No. 12 Zhang Bei. If you see this message, please private message me quickly. World Channel G01, District Limu 3978, looking for Wang Xiao. I have established a safe shelter with plenty of food and water. Xiao, I kicked your husband. He's just a waste. World Channel T45, District Wang Guangbin 1267, is the one upstairs a simp. World Channel Q23, District Yangwei 2347, I have assets worth billions. Who can give me a bottle of water? Once we get out, you'll be my only brother. World Channel E67, District Manglang 1685, War God Guild assemble. I am the President War God Lang. Reporting in with a vest. As messages scrolled by, most were requests for finding people. Wen Ning also noticed that someone had posted their coordinates in the World Channel asking loved ones to come and look for them. This behavior was clearly inadvisable. Looking down, the speaking box resembled a mobile chat box, but there was a line of semi-transparent small text inside. Newbie .1 message can be sent per day in the World Channel. Wen Ning saw that there was also a regional channel in the lower right corner and focused on entering it. Regional Channel C1643, please Great Elder give me some water. I'm in the desert. Regional Channel Wang Miao 8653, I'm in the swamp. This little broken house has sunk halfway down. Regional Channel swamps are great. Isn't there water in the swamp? Regional Channel Wang Miao 8653, nonsense. The system warns that you can't drink this water, a drink at your own risk. Regional Channel try it. Regional Channel Hao Chi 6738, trying will lead to death. Regional Channel Lin Dan 0098, I need to drink 8 cups of water a day, missing even 1 cup is unacceptable. Regional Channel Young Master, did you forget to bring your nanny while trying to survive? Regional Channel C1643, help. I have a wolf here. It's coming. The message abruptly ended, and just as Wen Ning saw this message, the avatar of that CU turned gray. Meanwhile, the number in the upper left corner changed to when Wen Ning just entered. It was 9,987, but now it had become 9,986. Not long after, it dropped again to 9,985. Regional Channel good luck upstairs. Regional Channel good luck upstairs. Regional Channel may there be no pain in heaven. Wen Ning immediately became alert, judging from everyone's reactions, such events were not uncommon. She had entered late, perhaps everyone had already passed the newbie stage of feeling lost. Just like the World Channel, non-anonymous messages displayed personal information in detail, while anonymous ones showed nothing. The Regional Channel had only been silent for 3 seconds before it became active again. Wen Ning lurked for a while and finally saw useful information. Regional Channel, there's actually a stone axe with attributes on the trading market. Regional Channel attributes. Does this game even have drop rates? Regional Channel, I saw it. It was just bought by a big shot using a blueprint. Regional Channel blueprint. Does this game even have blueprints? Regional Channel, don't freak out, it's not that hard to have attributes. I'm not saying this axe is great, just then an image of an ordinary stone axe appeared in the Regional Channel accompanied by some text. Stone axe, ordinary, durability 10-20, reparable. Note, while this is an ordinary stone axe, it has been favored by the god of fortune, increasing the yield by 10 when used to fell trees. Note, reparable, it can be restored using certain materials. Regional Channel, wow. That's great. Regional Channel double attributes, you really are something. Regional Channel big shot. How did you get this? Regional Channel, you mean this axe? I'm a carpenter, and while making the axe the system suddenly prompted me with inspiration, and then this axe. Regional Channel, what are you staring at? Hurry up and get it. Regional Channel, everyone don't try this, it's purely accidental. I chopped down a dozen trees and made nearly 50 axes without ever getting another one. Regional Channel lucky guy. Regional Channel lucky guy. In the early stages of the game, everyone was relatively peaceful, their rationalities still intact, and their bodies had not yet reached their limits. Many were genuinely approaching survival with a gaming mindset. Wen Ning's narrow eyes slightly narrowed. With that being said, it seemed she had stumbled upon a golden opportunity to get rich. After all, their stone axes could only randomly yield attributes, while her system could produce them in bulk. She had it figured out. Wen Ning immediately found the trading information she had just saved and focused on entering the private chat interface. Tip: a survivor is detected using the chat function. Would you like to use the anonymous feature? Anonymous. Of course I want to be anonymous. Wen Ning clicked yes immediately. Survivor status set to anonymous. Private chat channel, hello, may I ask if your plastic sheeting can be exchanged for other materials? While sending the message, Wen Ning noticed that her avatar, which was originally a blurry real photo, was now showing as a green broccoli with her area being S666. Now that she had chosen anonymity, no information was displayed in the channel and her avatar had turned into a green broccoli. When Ning raised an eyebrow, it was indeed very thorough anonymity. The other party responded promptly, but possibly due to Wen Ning's anonymity, their enthusiasm for trading wasn't high. Private chat channel Lin Li 8989, what materials? Lin Li raised an eyebrow. This piece of plastic sheeting had been opened from a box and had been up for sale on the trading market for a long time, but was basically ignored. Perhaps it was because the asking price was too high, but Lin Li had opened food and water from the box, so selling this item was purely by chance. Now that someone had come to private message him, he appeared to be aloof on the surface, but was actually excited inside. Wen Ning didn't waste words and directly sent out the excellent stone axe that had lost 10 points of durability. Private chat channel stone axe excellent. Expand. This item could be synthesized into a large batch in no time, but other players were not in the same position. In comparison, the plastic sheeting was more worthwhile as it could be used to collect water resources. At this stage, water and food accounted for the vast majority of the trading market, and there were far more buyers than sellers. But while everyone could only painstakingly chop trees, how could a handy tool not have a market? Wen Ning had some confidence in her small grassland. Even if she couldn't collect water, this piece of plastic sheeting could be used for warmth and to ward off mosquitoes, so it wouldn't be a loss in any case. And she could also use the tool to exchange for water. The other party responded even faster this time, almost instantly. Private chat channel Lin Li 8989, the stone axe you made. Do you have more? In a world where an ordinary stone axe could cause a stir, how much more so for the excellent stone axe that Wen Ning was offering? Lin Li's urgency made Wen Ning realize that this transaction was not going to slip away. She slowly replied at this moment. Private chat channel, I don't have any left to look at the durability. I've already used 10 points. In 3 hours I've chopped 130 units of wood, otherwise I wouldn't be putting it up for trade. With the plastic sheet in hand, Wen Ning immediately closed the private chat channel, thwarting Lin Li's intention to gather information from her. Time was of the essence, and Wen Ning was about to start making an underground distiller. Placing the plastic sheet beside her, Wen Ning searched for suitable tools at the manufacturing table. Ultimately, she crafted a stone blade, attempting to cut the plastic sheet, but due to its insufficient sharpness, it was somewhat difficult to tear through. After contemplating, Wen Ning crafted another stone blade, placing both into the synthesis system, resulting in a hard granite stone blade. Stone blade, excellent durability 30-30. This is a blade bestowed by heaven, sharp enough to rival an ordinary iron blade and an indispensable aid for self-defense. Seeing the significantly sharper stone blade, Wen Ning swung it a couple of times with satisfaction. With swift motions, she cut through the 10 square meters of plastic sheet, first creating a 4 square meter piece, and then dividing it into 4 equal sections. Thinking about the other materials needed for the underground distiller, Wen Ning pondered. Using high-quality tools for trade would attract too much attention, and their high value might not guarantee a suitable trade. Would you like to synthesize ordinary wooden boards too? Synthesize. Synthesizing, please wait. You have obtained hardwood board 1. You have obtained hardwood board 1. 9 hardwood boards were synthesized in succession. Adding the one tested earlier, Wen Ning opened the trading market and chose to sell. She listed the 10 hardwood boards for trade. Under her broccoli avatar, a folded trade information appeared: 10 hardwood boards, 10 pieces exchanged for a wide-mouth container of about 2 liters, preferably made of glass or plastic, with a straw no less than 50 centimeters in length. Hardwood boards are more than twice as sturdy as ordinary wooden boards and can be used to reinforce buildings. This information quickly rose to the top after a few seconds of immersion. Comment: the big shot actually has hardwood boards. They look similar to ordinary wooden boards. Are they really as miraculous as you say? Moreover, who said there were no hardwood boards? I once discovered one while manufacturing wooden boards. After reinforcing the shelter, the sturdiness increased by 2 points. Comment: 10 hardwood boards. And they can still be traded. Big shot, please support me. Comment: don't be shameless above. Big shot, you must have leftover scraps, ordinary wooden boards, while making wooden boards. Give them to me. Wen Ning had not exited the trading market, so she saw all the comments. Since her shelter had collapsed, she temporarily had no shelter, so she was unaware of the sturdiness value mentioned by the survivors. It seems that I am the only unfortunate one. Ding. Trade successful. You lost hardwood board 1 and gained glass vase 1. The first successful trade notification sounded 5 minutes after Wen Ning posted her trade information, and subsequent trades quickly sold out within a minute. "10 hardwood boards exchanged for 2 small plastic buckets, 1 plastic basin, 1 glass vase, 6 long straws, and 1 glass cup. The glass cup was small, but it was the last piece of hardwood board left, so Wen Ning exchanged for it. Not bad, these containers had considerable capacity. The sun was directly overhead and Wen Ning quickened her pace, first choosing a spot with moist soft soil slightly inward from the grassland without trees blocking the sunlight. The soil was soft and Wen Ning casually found a stick. The manufacturing table had no recipe for a stone shovel and the iron ones were directly locked. After half an hour of hard work, she dug 4 pits in a straight line, each about 80 centimeters in diameter and 50 centimeters deep. The softness of the soil indicated the richness of underground moisture. Wen Ning's confidence surged. She then dug several smaller pits in the center, placing the 4 containers. The reason for choosing to trade these small containers instead of directly synthesizing wooden barrels was that the wooden barrels provided by the system were 20 liters. Wen Ning's underground water collection device emphasized compactness, and a larger space would hinder evaporation. Moreover, she didn't have enough plastic sheets. She sealed the edges tightly with soil, then took out the plastic straws, tied them loosely with a knot, and placed the bottom end into the container. She then covered the large pit with the plastic sheet, burying the edges with soil to secure it. The knot of the straw was exposed at the edge, surrounded by soil to prevent insects from crawling in. Finally, she selected small stones and placed them above the container's opening, causing the center of the plastic sheet to sag, creating a curve for the water to flow. Thus a simple underground distiller was completed. When Ning replicated the process for 4 hours after finishing, she looked up at the sun overhead. The survival watch indicated it was already 1:30 p.m., and the moisture in the soil had evaporated significantly. After several hours of hard labor, Wen Ning was already parched. She licked her lips and anxiously compacted the surrounding soil. She only hoped that by evening the water collected here could replenish the moisture she had lost throughout the day. In the remaining time, Wen Ning dared not rest. Despite feeling very fatigued, she needed to finish building the shelter before sunset. She hadn't forgotten the system's warning about the snow disaster in a week. If the catastrophe was gradually approaching, the temperature difference between morning and evening could be significant. Two hours later, while synthesizing and chopping trees, Wen Ning finally synthesized a total of 198 hardwood boards, filling 2 backpack slots. Thanks to the excellent stone axe, the work was highly efficient. Had it been an ordinary stone axe, this workload would have taken an entire afternoon. There were still 50 pieces of wood and 34 ordinary boards left in her backpack. Seizing the momentum, Wen Ning opened the manufacturing table. She found recipes for pillars, beams, walls, door frames, doors, ceilings, and wooden floors made from hardwood boards. First, she focused on the wooden floor. If there were no partitions, it would be troublesome if insects appeared. Many mosquitoes in the mountains could be quite toxic. Wen Ning manufactured 1 hardwood floor and placed it down, quickly revealing a 1 square meter dark tea-colored foundation on the ground. A hardwood floor requires 4 hardwood boards. Wen Ning calculated her hardwood boards and decided to build a shelter of 12 square meters. The foundation and ceiling consumed 96 hardwood boards, while the walls and door used a total of 90 boards. Wen Ning looked at the appearance. It resembled a matchbox. Next to the door, she left an opening for the chimney, which was quite convenient. Then she simply made a roof, just the ceiling without a slope. Afterward, Wen Ning pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was empty and somewhat dim. She kept the door open to let in some light while she began to assess the interior of the shelter. The connections of the hardwood boards were seamless, and the smooth texture felt as if coated with wood varnish. The air carried a fragrant scent of wood. However, the lighting was too dim. Without windows, Wen Ning dared not leave any openings. Looking at the floor, it was clearly not practical to start a fire. As Wen Ning was deep in thought, the system notification sounded. It detected that the player was in a complete unowned building. Would you like to rebind the shelter? Rebind? Absolutely. The thatched hut that flew away would definitely not return. Wen Ning immediately chose to bind it, and after a brief wait. Binding successful. Shelter information is as follows: shelter, a human building with a considerable safety factor, simply crafted, suitable for beginners. Integrity 96, chimney opening. Sturdiness 60. Aesthetics 20. Facilities 0. Newbie tip: the shelter is a safe house in the wasteland, capable of withstanding natural disasters and beast attacks. Therefore, protect your shelter and find ways to build a sturdier one. Remember, do not leave your shelter easily when night falls. What dangers could there be at night? With a keen sense of crisis, Wen Ning immediately seized on the last sentence. One should not leave their shelter at night, and this information was only revealed to her after entering the shelter. Wen Ning was incredibly grateful at this moment that she chose to build a shelter, otherwise with nightfall she wouldn't know what dangers awaited her. Many others in the World Channel had their shelters collapse or be destroyed at the beginning, perhaps missing out on this crucial information. However, Wen Ning chose not to meddle. Everyone has their fate. Wen Ning stepped outside, gripping the stone blade in her hand. A sturdy wooden house appeared at the boundary of the small forest and sparse grassland, looking very secure. Feeling her rumbling stomach with the sun already slanting westward, Wen Ning decided to check how much water the distiller had collected. One can survive a week without food, but only 3 days without water. Wen Ning approached the distiller and cautiously lifted a corner. The bottom of the water bucket held clear water appearing to be a finger's depth. Discovering drinkable clean water, would you like to collect it? Can it be collected directly? Wen Ning immediately chose to collect it, and the system notification rang out. Lacking a suitable container, it is recommended to use a wooden barrel. The containers she traded for were all placed in the pit, so she had no containers available. Wen Ning hurriedly synthesized a wooden barrel as she had heard the system notification. This water was safe to drink. Just as Wen Ning was collecting the water, a whooshing sound pierced the air from behind her. Whoosh! A heavy sense of crisis loomed behind Wen Ning, yet in her extreme fatigue, she did not fully relax her vigilance. She rolled forward on the spot, skillfully avoiding the position of the distiller. The stone blade in her hand plunged backward with momentum. Poochie! The sound of sharpness piercing flesh echoed, followed by a whimper. Woo! Hoo-hoo! After rolling, Wen Ning turned around to face the creature lunging at her. The slanting sun cast down light on a gray wolf crouching on the ground, its eyes fixed on Wen Ning with a predatory glare. At her shoulder a wound was gushing blood. It seemed that Wen Ning's previous strike had struck its front leg. A wolf! The ruler of the grasslands. Wen Ning thought to herself that this was bad. The wolf's green glistening eyes were fixed on the water collection device behind Wen Ning. Wen Ning understood that this wolf had been attracted by the drinking water. She just did not know if a pack of wolves was nearby. Although there was only one wolf in front of her, she did not dare to let her guard down. In her line of work, many employers favored exploring uninhabited wilderness areas where she had encountered various beasts. Her master had once said better to provoke a fierce tiger than a pack of wolves. Regardless of whether a pack of wolves was nearby, she had only one choice now: to deal with this wolf as quickly as possible and then escape. It was possible that her shelter would no longer be safe. She did not believe that her shelter could withstand an attack from a pack of wolves. She wouldn't be so unlucky as to die on her first day of survival, would she? Thinking of this, Wen Ning gripped the stone blade tighter, leaving no room for hesitation. The gray wolf opposite her irritably dug at the ground with its front paws and let out a growl as it charged forward. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes, slightly ready to spring into action. The distance between the two was merely 20 meters. 3 seconds was enough for the gray wolf to close in. Wen Ning seized the moment and leaped into action. The stone blade in her hand swung out at a strange angle, precisely stabbing into the gray wolf's other shoulder. She used her agility to evade the wolf's gaping maw. Thud thud. Both Wen Ning and the wolf fell to the ground, but she did not immediately create distance. Suddenly a stone axe appeared in her right hand, which had been behind her. With incredible speed, she struck at the gray wolf that had just landed, catching it off guard as the axe hit its skull. Ow! A tragic howl erupted, but Wen Ning remained unfazed, swiftly withdrawing the stone blade from her left hand without a moment's pause, turning it to stab into the wolf's neck. Ow! The wolf's howl transformed into a painful whimper. Blood splattered, and Wen Ning appeared like a silent reaper. The slanting rays of the sun illuminated her resolute profile as she expressionlessly twisted the stone blade in her hand. The gray wolf gradually ceased its struggles. Only when the gray wolf was entirely dead did Wen Ning slump to the ground, panting heavily. Though she was not afraid, she had gone a whole day without a drop of water and her body had reached its limit. As her taut nerves suddenly relaxed, she noticed her hands and feet trembling slightly. Fortunately, this wolf was already injured, otherwise I would have had to endure a few hits to take it down. At the moment the gray wolf attacked, Wen Ning had keenly observed that it bore a previous injury. It was likely a lone wolf that had fallen behind. Congratulations! You have obtained wolf skin 1. Congratulations! You have obtained wolf meat 10 kilograms. Congratulations! You have obtained wooden treasure chest 1. Wen Ning quickly rolled all the glowing orbs into her backpack, not even noticing the wooden treasure chest. The loot from the kill appeared in the form of glowing orbs, unlike the harvesting. With a wave of her hand, her backpack was filled with 3 slots. With the crisis averted, she had only one thought in mind. I'm so thirsty. She quickly walked to the distiller, grabbing a wooden bucket to start collecting water. Congratulations! You have obtained clean drinking water 280 milliliters. Congratulations! You have obtained clean drinking water 300 milliliters. In one afternoon of evaporation, Wen Ning obtained a total of 1,300 milliliters of clean drinking water. Not bad, it's equivalent to 2 bottles of mineral water. Moreover, as long as the device was not destroyed, it could keep producing. A hint of a smile appeared on Wen Ning's face as she looked at the drinking water in the bucket, hugging it and taking out a straw to start drinking. The underground water had no peculiar smell, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass, refreshing to the senses. After gulping down half, Wen Ning sighed contentedly. This is why they say water is the source of life. She leisurely walked back. On the ground behind her, the blood left by the gray wolf had been cleaned up by the system, and Wen Ning was no longer worried about the wolves returning. A lone wolf had provided her with a dinner. Wen Ning dismissed the thought of trading water for food. Upon returning to her shelter, she finally unloaded her fatigue, sitting on the hard wooden floor while hugging the bucket before her. Only after the water in the bucket had diminished slightly did she remember that she still had loot to check. Wen Ning focused her attention on her backpack. Next to a large piece of bright red wolf meat was marked with a weight of 10 kilograms along with an intact wolf skin. Wen Ning discovered that all the holes she had made in the wolf skin were now gone. This was quite good. The wolf skin keeps warm, and the wolf meat fills her stomach. Wen Ning did not take either of these out as her backpack was clean and had no expiration date. Then Wen Ning noticed the next slot contained a treasure chest. There's even a treasure chest. As she took out the wooden treasure chest, a large box appeared on the floor. Wen Ning concentrated her thoughts and opened the wooden chest. Congratulations! You have obtained bread 1400G. Congratulations! You have obtained bottled mineral water 1. Congratulations! You have obtained wooden planks 3. She got water and food. Wen Ning was a bit surprised and did not feel disappointed at all. Despite already having clean drinking water and wolf meat, the wolf meat was raw and difficult to cook without a fire source. Besides, who would complain about having too much food? She took out the items in the box and instead of disappearing, the box showed a decomposition prompt. Would you like to decompose the wooden box? Having learned from the past that she needed 4 wooden planks to build a door, but only got 3 from decomposition, Wen Ning quickly cancelled the decomposition. This box could still be used for storage if placed in the corner. She had enough wood now and didn't need to rely on the wood from decomposing the box. Her body had become extremely fatigued, making her have no desire to roast meat. The bread was sweet, and paired with the sweet underground water, this meal could be considered luxurious. When Ning stored her supplies, then made a wooden cup, filled it with water, and took out the bread she had acquired, sitting down to enjoy her first meal of the day. Ordinary torch, an unremarkable torch that burns for 4 hours when lit. For hours with 12 hours at night, it was best to keep it burning all night. When Ning made another torch and combined the two. Ordinary torch, a torch treated with special craftsmanship that can burn for 8 hours and dispel a small part of the cold. Not bad, now I just need a fire starter. Wen Ning muttered to herself, opening the trading market. At this time the market had many more supplies and prices were gradually returning to normal. The prices of water and food were still high, indicating that on the first day there were not many brave people venturing outside. The regional channel was filled with numerous voices of freeloaders and internet beggars. Wen Ning browsed through and ultimately spent 100G on fresh wolf meat to exchange for a brand new lighter. Congratulations! You have obtained a windproof lighter 1. Seeing her so straightforward, the other party wanted to add more to the transaction, but Wen Ning ignored them and closed the private message. The survival watch displayed that the time was already 20:05. The darkness had fallen very quickly, completely different from the sunrise and sunset on Blue Star. Wen Ning did not plan to start a campfire. Although it was a bit chilly at night, it was not cold enough to be uncomfortable. Wen Ning lit the torch, secured the door, and added a few wooden sticks for extra assurance. This isolated her from the pitch-black environment outside, and a flicker of flame suddenly sprang up in the small empty room. The entire room brightened, warmth continuously emanating from the torch. She felt a strong sense of security. Smoke wafted out from the reserved 10-centimeter chimney without any pungent odor. With such a small hole, she was not afraid of any creatures crawling in. After swallowing the last bite of bread and water, Wen Ning leaned back against the wall, satisfied. On the first day in the Wasteland, she had a solid shelter. She temporarily had a source of drinking water, enough food to last at least 3 days, along with a warm torch and ample firewood. It was somewhat crude, but lying on it wrapped in burlap clothing, Wen Ning felt nothing but warmth. Leisurely, she opened the world channel. As night fell, the survivors who had toiled all day were mostly gathered for dinner. Of course, there were also those who, starving and trembling, huddled in the shelter. With the system's warning in place, there were hardly any survivors venturing out to court death. The regional channel was filled with those begging with open mouths. In Wen Ning's shelter, the flickering firelight illuminated her coarse linen clothes, which were of good quality. A day's labor had not torn them, and they remained intact even after battling the gray wolves. The clothing provided some basic warmth, making her feel quite comfortable. The grass mat behind her was moderately soft, although it couldn't compare to the plush bed in Wen Ning's grand estate. She didn't mind. Having lived a life of hardship since childhood, she was a target for isolation and bullying among the other children before being picked up by her master from the orphanage. Her master gave her a home and taught her the skills to survive, but sadly, he passed away peacefully just as she was about to graduate and set out on her own. Then she had to fend for herself, joining a security team and living a thrilling life on the edge. The sound of the wind whistled through the gaps in the chimney. Suddenly she was pulled from her memories. How long had it been since she thought of her master? Wen Ning fell silent for a moment, shaking her head vigorously, her confusion gradually replaced by determination. Her master once said, "If the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain." No matter where one is, one must blend into and adapt to the environment to survive longer. Perhaps she should check the channel for any intelligence updates. Regional channel, is this really a shelter? I swear if the wind gets any stronger it might just blow away. Regional channel, is everyone upstairs okay? Regional channel, the survival system says not to leave the shelter at night, so what is out there? Regional channel, help. So many eyes. And ghostly flames. Green and eerie. The moment the words were spoken, his avatar dimmed. Regional channel, looks like he's gone, brother, rest in peace. Regional channel, it's only the first day. This morning I saw there were 100,000 people in the region, and now there are only 9,833 left. So many have vanished in just one day. Regional channel, everyone stock up on food. Preserve any excess meat so when the snow disaster hits we will have food to survive the winter. Regional channel, don't we have backpacks? Regional channel, you sound like that underdeveloped expert from Blue Star whose typical saying is, if you can't afford a house, just buy 2 sets. Regional channel, can you guess why food prices are so high in the trading market? Regional channel, forget about food, is there any water? Regional channel, my dad is XX, give me water. I'll give you 20 million. Regional channel, hey young master, are you out here begging online? Does your dad know? Regional channel, isn't water easy to get? Today I stepped on a rat and got a wooden treasure chest which contained 3 bottles of 1-liter Wahixi mineral water. Regional channel, treasure chest. The drop rate is too low, it's a non-lucky situation. Regional channel, I'm in the desert, killed more than 10 lizards, yet didn't get a single treasure chest. Regional channel, the shelter is really useless, so cold. Tomorrow we must upgrade to wooden structures. I suggest everyone upgrade their shelters to wood within the first 3 days. I suspect the snow disaster will gradually get colder. Regional channel, are you pretending to be a great prophet? Regional channel, woe is me. Why can't my thatched hut be upgraded to wood? Is it because I'm not trying hard enough? Wen Ning silently watched the regional channel for a while before switching to the world channel. She only looked for a minute before exiting. The world channel was mostly filled with people searching for family due to speaking restrictions. On the contrary, the regional channel had much more information. After browsing, Wen Ning summarized some information. The regional identifiers used letters and numbers. It seemed everyone was a lone wolf on the same planet, but not on the same map. However, a few people who had shared coordinates in the world channel had gone silent, leaving their survival unknown. There were a total of 100,000 survivors in each region, scattered across different environments and terrains, including Gobi Desert, Wasteland, Forest, Swamp, Ocean, and so on. The common characteristic was a lack of water and food. The naturally occurring water sources in the terrain were for some reason marked by the system as undrinkable, and only a small portion met drinking standards after filtration. Some survivors disregarded the system's warnings and drank the water, resulting in diarrhea and death. Consequently, survivors became reluctant to drink, and those who attempted to sell this water on the trading platform were met with scorn. Killing monsters had a chance of dropping treasure chests, and it was also possible to find chests in the wild, although the probability was extremely low. Survivors continuously refreshed the news, and despite Wen Ning's quick mind, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. As Wen Ning contemplated, she suddenly reopened the regional channel, selected a recently grayed out avatar, added it to her private chat channel, and began to send messages rapidly. The other party had already perished in the wasteland and could not reply. The system's thoughtful reminder made Wen Ning curl her lips. That was exactly what she wanted. Otherwise, how could she take notes? Survival Day 1 World Rules. Shelter Rules. Trading Rules. Current supplies: wood 48, regular planks 27, hardwood planks 13, tools 3, stone axe, stone blade, windproof lighter, wooden box 1, wolf pelt 1, wolf meat 10 kilograms, trade 100 G1 shelter, including internal facilities. Tomorrow's tasks: 1. Continue gathering materials, stones 2. Food and water 3. Attempt to process wolf pelts 4. Build a campfire indoors. After organizing and recording everything, Wen Ning pinned the deceased player's name at the top before exiting the system. She glanced at the flickering firelight and then at the fresh wolf meat in her backpack, closing her eyes in peace. She planned to add some furniture to her home tomorrow, which felt empty and lacked warmth. Wen Ning slept soundly while the others in the Wasteland world were less fortunate. In Area A09, Linley, who had traded plastic sheets with Wen Ning, upgraded her shelter from a thatched hut to a small wooden house after receiving Wen Ning's excellent stone axe. Bald Chung worked furiously all afternoon chopping trees, safely surviving the first day with the food and water he had found that morning. Aside from those with skills and good fortune, many shelters were on the verge of collapse. Adding a few wooden planks did not significantly increase their sturdiness. Instead, it made the beams creak ominously. Moreover, as it was the first day for the survivors in this place, panic occupied most of their emotions, leaving them both hungry and exhausted psychologically and physically, enduring a double blow. Players, ignoring the growling of their empty stomachs, curled up and slept on the floor in the corners, their dry throats parched. They endured this challenging night, but many could not have imagined that this first night would be the best they would experience in the Wasteland continent. On this day, some lost their lives, some were injured, while others were fortunate enough to obtain survival supplies. As the game said, this world is filled with dangers and opportunities. One must act within their means, or they truly risk death. Despite the survival system's warnings against leaving their shelters at night, many still took the risk. Embracing the mindset of the timid starving to death and the bold overeating, they stepped out of the shelter, attempting to be the first to take the plunge. However, the terrifying presence in the night left them frozen in place. As soon as they stepped outside, soon their avatars on the world channel quietly grayed out. Thousands of survivors lost their lives silently that night, and no one knew what they faced. For no one could live to tell the tale. The moon sets as the sun rises. Wen Ning woke up the moment the sky began to brighten, sitting up from her wooden bed. With a creak, she thought, did I sleep so restlessly last night that even the wooden bed protested? Not caring about such trivialities, Wen Ning rubbed her numb shoulders and sore arms before opening the wooden door. Today is another sunny day, indicating that her water collection device is still operational. First, let's check the device. After reviewing last night's events, she found that many survivors had discovered methods to filter water, while few it was enough to prevent thirst. Wen Ning hurried to her distiller, taking out the wooden barrel she had made. Carefully lifting a corner, she found the glass jar inside was completely filled with water. After just one night. This was only from one distiller. Wen Ning grinned. This grassland truly is a treasure. She swiftly gathered the remaining distillers. Finally, Wen Ning collected a total of 5 liters of drinking water, equivalent to 13 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Based on an adult's need for 2 liters of water per day, Wen Ning had just gathered enough drinking water for 3. Moreover, this device continuously collects water 24 hours a day. The surface acts like a natural filtering mechanism, and with the lush vegetation here, it can be consumed directly. Wen Ning packed the wooden barrel containing half a barrel of drinking water into her backpack, humming a tune as she returned to the shelter. This morning's harvest made her decide to have grilled meat for breakfast. Waking up every day to find water makes me feel so good. Upon returning to the entrance, Wen Ning took out 5 stones from the 30 she had left over from yesterday. The advantage of the system is that no matter what kind of raw materials you collect, they will all transform into a uniform shape and size in the system's backpack. And when taken out, they will have the same specifications. Wen Ning picked up a stone that looked identical to the others and arranged them neatly in a circle near the shelter, leaving the center for the soil. Then, using weeds and wood, she ignited a fire in the center, creating a simple campfire. Wen Ning added a piece of wood. That's enough. She took another piece of wood, quickly chopped it into small pieces, and used a stone blade to sharpen the wooden sticks. Soon, she had prepared several skewers for grilling. Then she divided the wolf meat into 3 pieces of 100 g each, threading them onto the skewers. She placed them beside the campfire to cook. 5 minutes later, the aroma of meat began to waft through the air. The surface of the wolf meat started to sizzle with oil, looking utterly delectable. Wen Ning had eaten quite a bit of beast meat on Blue Star, but she had never tried wolf meat. She wondered if the wolf meat on this planet carried any viruses. Wen Ning skillfully flipped the meat and then sighed regretfully. If only I had a bit of salt cumin or barbecue seasoning. It would be perfect to have a drink to wash it down. Thinking about it made her mouth water. Wen Ning hurriedly shifted her gaze and opened the trading interface. There must be someone selling seasonings, right? Old Wolf Auction Info Soft Bread 10 Auction Countdown 48 minutes 56 seconds in auction. When Ning took a closer look, this was the first time in the trading market that someone had put drinking water up for trade. Moreover, it was in the form of an auction, not a simple sale. Bids had already been placed below. Bid iron block 1 waiting for transaction. Bid iron block 1 glass 1 waiting for transaction. Message: to put it simply, even though I have nothing now, I have a mine back home on Blue Star, you know. Message: I'm digging, wait for me. When Ning raised an eyebrow and browsed through some other trading information, drawing a conclusion. Water and food are still scarce items in the market, but after one night some people have already started intentionally collecting precious resources. Although food and water have high purchasing power, if everyone is moving towards a higher level, wooden tools become even more scarce. After all, tools represent efficiency. Everyone has two hands and efficiency determines productivity. She still had a cheat in her hands. There was no need for large sums of currency. When Ning browsed around, getting a rough idea of the market prices before exiting the trading interface. Just in time, her wolf meat was done grilling, and without caring about the heat, Wen Ning eagerly tore off a piece. Phew, so hot, so delicious. Chewing slowly, she found it hard to swallow after nearly chewing the meat to mush. After a full 24 hours, she had only eaten a piece of bread, and that was after a long day of toil. The fresh wolf meat was incredibly tender, and the preservation function of her backpack kept it just as delicious as when it had fallen from the wolf. Another sip of the freshly collected drinking water. The flavor was simply amazing. When Ning wolfed down the meat, quickly finishing a piece, almost swallowing her tongue along with it, her hands reaching earnestly for the next piece. While enjoying her delicious breakfast, Wen Ning synthesized an axe. Detected ordinary stone axe 2. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes. Congratulations. Obtained stone axe excellent 1. The synthesis system announced a total of 11 times. The last time. Congratulations. Obtained stone blade excellent 1. Ding. Host's luck has exploded. This synthesis will gain an additional attribute. When Ning paused with the piece of meat at her mouth, her luck exploded. Hastily picking up the stone blade, she focused on examining it. Stone blade excellent. The weapon's sharpness value is doubled. Stone blade excellent. This is a masterfully crafted stone blade. Possessing it, you can easily pierce the skulls of ordinary creatures. Hiss. That's terrifying. When Ning held the stone blade in her hand, feeling the texture as smooth as jade, it was indeed much better than the others. Given that iron weapons were still locked, this should be the pinnacle of weapons available now. When Ning sucked on her fingers and finished the last piece of meat before eagerly editing the auction information. Anonymous survivor auction information. Stone axe excellent 1. Details can be expanded. Auction countdown 9 minutes 59 seconds. When Ning listed an excellent stone axe she had synthesized, but initially it did not attract much attention. At that time, most people were only focused on food and water. But now it was different. The players had experienced the terror of the night and had an unprecedented desire to upgrade their wooden shelters. And when Ning was selling the same tools, due to the surge in demand, purchasing power was rapidly increasing. After all, who wouldn't want a stone axe that offered great efficiency and critical hits? Indeed, when Wen Ning checked her newly synthesized stone blade and axe, she discovered a critical hit axe among them. It seemed her synthesis system had many more magical aspects. The items produced by synthesis seemed to go unnoticed by the game system, and the descriptions of the items explained this change as a special craftsmanship. This greatly reassured Wen Ning. However, the synthesized items should ideally not appear on the trading market. Although there was an anonymous feature, it couldn't guarantee she could hide forever. Now that no one had found her, there might come a time when the system changed the rules and she wouldn't be able to escape. Wen Ning was always uneasy about the to be continued. On the game panel, her master taught her that when you are not strong enough, you must learn to hide yourself and not become an anomaly in your environment. So when Ning set a short duration for her auction, she believed that with so many people browsing the trading market, she would surely obtain good items. Sure enough, just 10 seconds after her trading information was listed, bids began to appear. Bid iron ore 5, waiting for transaction. Bid iron ore 1 glass 1, waiting for transaction. Message: wow, I'm amazed. What's the difference from the golden legend? Message: critical hit axe. Critical hit rate of 30. Moreover, it has the effect of doubling efficiency. Message: double output. Seller: look at me. Message, why isn't your name public? Big shot, I have plenty of good things here. Private message me, don't make me beg you. There were many messages and bids with others joining in the fun. Did I set the auction time a bit too long? Wen Ning thought about making a quick getaway with the money. But, unexpectedly amidst the massive influx of information, her auction information had jumped to the top due to the surge in views. Wen Ning looked at the highest bid for 5 iron ores, feeling indifferent. Iron ore was considered one of the more precious metal materials seen so far. However, Wen Ning had long heard in the regional channel that all iron products required blueprints to unlock. Moreover, iron ore was merely a raw material, a furnace was needed for smelting. And semi-finished iron ingots were not something survivors possessed, they could only be obtained from chests, making them even more precious. World Channel Zhangfeng from Area G56, the player who auctioned the stone axe. I have an excellent spear, let's trade in private. World Channel, young man, are you interested in online dating? I just need an axe, do whatever you want when we meet, private message me. World Channel, the one above is definitely a hairy-chested man. World Channel agreed +1. Wen Ning was not interested in browsing these channels, her private message channel was about to explode. Although it was anonymous, others could still private message her through her avatar. However, Wen Ning noticed a phenomenon. The player Linley, who had traded with her yesterday, had vanished from her dialog box. Moreover, her avatar had turned into a potato. This anonymity is quite thorough good. Wen Ning briefly glanced at her private messages, which were filled with haggling, begging, and threats. Very few were genuine bids. With the auction in place, Wen Ning was too lazy to waste her breath on these people. She directly blacklisted them with one-click setting, blocking conditions and muting them. The interface instantly became clean, empty, and spotless. Now it's peaceful. This auction was just the beginning. Wen Ning sat on a stone, continuing to edit the auction information. After sending out 5 stone axes and 5 stone blades, Wen Ning paused her actions. The stone blade, which had exceptional quality, was not sold as such. Equipment is rare and hard to come by. The remaining 5 stone axes were all of excellent quality, each carrying effective attributes. The first axe had an additional critical strike attribute, drawing significantly more attention than the others. After a whole day yesterday, the ordinary wood and stone collected by commoners amounted to roughly 1 backpack slot. Considering what had been used, the stockpile was likely quite low. With the efficient stone axe, Wen Ning had nearly cleared the small grove. When she checked this morning, the small grove had returned to its untouched state from yesterday. Wen Ning had many tasks to accomplish and did not intend to waste time on gathering materials. Trading tools synthesized through the crafting system was the best approach. The system was completely anonymous, with every auction listing displaying a random avatar for Wen Ning. Wen Ning aimed for quick profits. After all, a stone axe only required 2 units of wood and 2 units of stone, while a stone blade required only stone and no wood. She was not the only one with attributes. The short time frame should not attract excessive attention. While waiting for others to place bids, Wen Ning picked up some more stones and dug up some dirt to bring back to her shelter. She piled dirt under the reserved chimney in her shelter, smoothed it out, and then poured 100 milliliters of water on top. The moist earth was easy to shape. Wen Ning mixed the mud and smoothed it out to create a layer of insulation. The height was about 6 centimeters from her wooden floor. Then she neatly stacked stones on top, finally surrounding a fire pit with 9 stones that was larger than the one outside. Mission accomplished. Let's start a fire to quickly dry and shape the soil. Wen Ning brought the remaining embers from outside and instantly warming the room. The sun had not fully risen yet, and Wen Ning found the morning chillier than the night. Last night in the regional chat, others had mentioned the cold, so many would consider upgrading their houses today. After all, food was hard to find, but wood, stone, and weeds were abundant. Wen Ning added 2 more pieces of wood, and the fire pit indicated it still had 2.5 hours of burn time left. The smoke was escaping through the chimney opening, and there was no smoke gathering inside. Wen Ning warmed her damp hands by the fire. Although she had a bit of water resources now, she didn't want to waste it to wash her hands before mealtime. The mud on her hands dried and easily fell off with a pat. She was going to continue working soon, so she didn't mind getting dirty. If the auction went well, she could upgrade her shelter to a stone structure today, alleviating worries about snow disasters. Considering the time was about right, Wen Ning opened the trading market, where discussions about her tools were lively. Under the auction information for the stone blade, more comments surged in. Bid 10 iron ore, transaction pending. Comment, another big shot. An excellent quality weapon. Comment, my child is crying for it. There are wild rabbits in my prairie, but I spent the whole day catching none. Comment, big shot, sponsor the weapon to me. I'll take care of that wolf dog next door and treat you to meat. Comment, don't believe it. Definitely a meat bun hitting a dog. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile at these comments and clicked on the next one. Bid 1 thin blanket transaction. Comment: to be fair, the weapon from the anonymous big shot looks really good. Look at this durability, look at this attribute view. Comment: don't be so lazy upstairs, if you have time get to chopping wood. Even if I have to chop my hands off today, I'm determined to buy the big shot stone blade. Damn it, I've been unhappy with that wild boar next door for a long time. Today, it's either me killing it or it killing me. Comment: dude, you're awesome. I support you. Just wanted to ask if you're selling the pork later. Comment: count me in, no other meaning, just wanted to ask the price, so I can prepare in advance. Comment: add 10086, just to get a peek. Wen Ning watched for a while and found that the short auction time made these survivors pull out their best possessions. Unlike the auction next door, which lasted an hour where everyone calculated their bid values, here it was just a piece of wood added on. People stubbornly refused to bid too high. However, here with Wen Ning there were many bids, diverse and varied. The system ranked them from highest to lowest based on value. Wen Ning ignored the comments and focused on the bids. Although she primarily needed to collect basic materials, the players were too enthusiastic. Thus the bids far exceeded Wen Ning's expectations. Iron ore. I'll take it. Toilet paper. I'll take that too. Mattress. Thin blanket. I need these. Congratulations, you have received 30 wood, 20 stone, 10 iron ore. Congratulations, you have received 50 wood, 30 stone, 5 toilet papers. The clinking sound of transactions echoed, and Wen Ning's backpack was almost full in an instant. Once full, she could no longer trade, so she had to discard many items on the ground. Wood and stone were tossed outside. Iron ore was placed in a corner of the shelter. Mattresses and thin blankets were put on the bed. The remaining items were categorized and placed on the ground. In the end, calculating everything, the resources Wen Ning obtained were as follows. Wood 400, hardwood 50, stone 300, iron blocks 20, burlap 4, mattress 1, thin blanket 1, comforter 1, silk quilt 1, iron pot 1, small bread 2, plastic sheet 2, bok choy seeds 1, corn seeds 1, potato seeds 1. Most importantly, Wen Ning also received a blueprint. Blueprint: long spear, one-time use. Wen Ning unfolded the blueprint. After learning, the long spear can be crafted, the blueprint will be automatically destroyed after learning and cannot be resold. Do you want to learn the long spear blueprint? Wen Ning chose to learn. Instantly, the crafting interface opened in her mind, and then an icon for a long spear among the iron products lit up. Wen Ning focused and examined it. Long spear, normal, with 3453, iron ingot 10. So it requires iron ingots, no wonder it was listed for trade. Wen Ning felt a bit regretful because even after trading so many items, she still had no iron ingots. This meant that the blueprint could not be realized for the time being. But it was no problem. Trading 10 tools for so many resources was a sure profit for her. Aside from that bread, there was no other food in these resources, and water was completely absent. Wen Ning knew that water resources were still scarce. The water players found was barely enough for themselves, let alone to trade for items. But she was not worried. Sighing lightly, Wen Ning began to organize these resources. Plastic sheets and burlap were placed at the bottom of the box. A mattress was laid on the bed, and the remaining plastic sheet was placed underneath for waterproofing and pest control. Then she laid a thin quilt on top. It wasn't too cold yet, so the thin quilt was just right. The grass mat was replaced, cut into small pieces with a stone blade and wrapped in a layer of straw. Finally, it was wrapped in burlap, completing a simple pillow. The remaining silk quilt, comforter, and other items were all wrapped up in a whole plastic sheet, and she tried to store it in her backpack. Seeing a small bundle appear in her backpack made Wen Ning smile. She had successfully exploited a bug. Look, resources that would normally take a day to collect were completed in half an hour. With these resources, Wen Ning couldn't stand the emptiness of the entire house any longer. She opened the crafting interface. Let's make a wooden table. And chairs. 2 chairs, one for herself and the other empty. She was just having fun. Let's also make 2 wooden boxes. She didn't know where to find monsters now, and even if she killed one, it would depend on luck. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to make a couple more. The 3 boxes were neatly placed in the corner with a light yellow thin blanket on the bed and a clean mattress. Having completed these tasks, Wen Ning suddenly remembered that the auction for the first critical hit axe had not yet ended. She quickly clicked to check. Monster Encyclopedia low level 1, waiting for transaction. Wooden armor set common 1, waiting for transaction. Small planting field 1, waiting for transaction. Iron ingots 20, glass 20, waiting for transaction. Message: my wooden armor is fantastic. Message: I had no idea until I looked. Is everyone this well? Message: is this the disparity of the world? Some are still worrying about food and water, while others already possess things beyond my imagination. Wen Ning briefly browsed through the auction, noting that it had a messaging feature. Players could leave messages whether they were bidders or just spectators, similar to a forum chat. Aside from the aforementioned few supplies and some scattered ordinary tools of slightly better quality, Wen Ning did not see any more novel items or equipment. With 5 minutes of successful auction examples behind her, Wen Ning had high expectations for this axe with dual attributes. However, it seemed that everyone's bids focused more on quality than quantity. After weighing her options, Wen Ning chose to trade for the first monster encyclopedia. Let's see what makes this system's top-rated items so special. Congratulations, you have obtained the Monster Encyclopedia low level. Would you like to use it? Use. As soon as Wen Ning spoke, the encyclopedia in her backpack vanished, and on the game panel a new section was displayed to be continued. The section marked to be continued shifted back a notch, revealing a label for manual. Is this its function? Curiously, Wen Ning clicked on it. The gray manual unfurled in her mind, showing only simple outlines and names of all the exotic beasts. Below there were descriptions in gray. Wen Ning curiously flipped through 2 pages. Blue fire lizard, red fire lizard, mutated green turtle, sand pig. After a series of gray icons on the 3rd page, Wen Ning finally saw a colorful creature. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it the wolf she killed yesterday evening? Grassland gray wolf. Wen Ning clicked on its details page. Name: Grassland gray wolf. Type: ordinary creature. Danger level 30015. Drops: gray wolf meat, beast fangs, beast skin. Others: weakness fire. Tip: gray wolves often travel in packs. The old, weak, and sick will be driven out of the group to fend for themselves. If you encounter a wolf pack, it's best to run. If you encounter a lone wolf, that's just fine. That day the wolf she encountered was indeed the one that fell behind. No wonder it did not drop any beast fangs. It was probably quite old. Wen Ning looked at the danger index. The danger level of a wolf pack reached 300, while a solitary wolf only had a level of 15. Thank goodness. This monster encyclopedia was indeed worth it, as it detailed not only ordinary level monsters, but also highlighted their weaknesses, allowing Wen Ning to light up the corresponding monster icons upon encountering them. However, this was just a basic manual capable of identifying ordinary creatures and low-level mutated monsters. Yet, even the simple indication of weaknesses was enough to place it among the top, not to mention the drop information and other details. Nonetheless, Wen Ning fell into deep thought looking at this mutated monster. If the wolf she encountered that day, the wolf dog discussed in the World Channel, and the wild boars were all ordinary creatures, what kind of existence would mutated monsters be? Wen Ning looked at the 1st page of the manual, which displayed a red lizard and a blue lizard standing upright. The vague outlines gave Wen Ning a lot of room for imagination, and the non-real feeling of the game surged in her heart. How confident could she be in facing these monsters? Wen Ning was unsure, but one thing she was certain of was that she needed to arm herself quickly. However, before going out she still needed to prepare herself. She looked at her current belongings. She had already used up a batch of tools, and the price wouldn't be too high even if she acquired more. She barely had enough drinking water. Thus the only substantial item she could market was her wolf meat. Auctioning would be too time-consuming. Wen Ning directly searched in the trading market. Iron ingots. They say iron ingots only drop from chests, even with a low probability. As long as the base number is large, the quantity shouldn't be particularly low. Wen Ning filtered the results and was surprised to find 5 trading entries. 5 iron ingots. She wondered if they came from the same person. 3 wanted food and 2 wanted water. After some consideration, Wen Ning decided to purchase these 5 iron ingots. You have lost wolf meat 1200 g, obtained iron ingots 3. You have lost clean drinking water 600 milliliters, obtained iron ingots 2. 5 iron ingots can be used to craft 2 composite spears. I will use one and the other can be kept for trade. It's better in the evening. Wen Ning felt it necessary to give the survivors some time to gather resources. Thus she initially crafted only 2 spears and then chose to composite. Compositing, please wait. Congratulations, you have obtained a spear. Excellent. Spear excellent durability 50/50 spear excellent crafted from the artisan's extraordinary skill, capable of lifting great weights, unyielding in the face of adversity. Ironhead spear slices through all obstacles. Excellent. Wen Ning gave a thumbs up. The spear in her hand was taller than she was. Wen Ning's professional traits meant she did not shy away from any weapon. Stepping out, she performed a series of spear maneuvers against the misty grassland. Thrust, stab, flick, spin. Good spear. With her stone blade drawn from behind her waist, she felt adequately prepared for both melee and ranged combat. The only weakness was the coarse linen clothing she wore. Can wooden armor be made? Wen Ning checked the crafting bench, but regrettably found no wooden armor options, which explained why the wooden armor had garnered the second highest valuation. It likely also required a blueprint. Forget it, it's getting late, time to head out. The survival watch indicated that it was already 9 o'clock. She emptied her backpack, leaving only her stone axe and wolf meat. Wen Ning gripped the spear and stone blade as she stepped outside. One of her objectives from yesterday was to process the wolf skin, and the other was to find a source of food. Processing the wolf skin was for warmth, and now that Wen Ning already had warm supplies, she decided not to handle the wolf skin, for now placing it in a separate box. Wen Ning had considered trying her hand at farming for food, so she focused on collecting some seeds. However, the planting cycle was too long, and she wasn't even sure if the soil here could yield crops. Thus, she couldn't consider farming in the short term. The only remaining option was to go hunting. Being in the grassland, isn't it reasonable to expect some hares? The piece of wolf meat in her backpack would likely only last until the snow disaster arrives. If she didn't take advantage of the mild days to stock up on food, she would likely face hunger when the snow disaster struck. When Ning planned to explore the grassland, she had already traversed the woods pretty thoroughly yesterday, and indeed found no creatures. Stepping outside and heading west, Wen Ning used the coordinates provided by the system to orient herself, marking her path on the ground with her feet. This was a double assurance that she wouldn't get lost. The grassland was indeed much wetter than the woods. Wen Ning drank 500 milliliters of water before going out, intentionally not bringing any water with her to save space in her backpack. Walking on the grassland, there was no sight of cattle or sheep, as the saying goes, and the unexplored areas of the map were shrouded in a thin mist. As she walked, Wen Ning felt a wave of coolness. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, the sun came out and the mist in her line of sight dissipated in an instant. Wen Ning was finally able to see the entirety of the grassland. With blue skies and white clouds and a gentle breeze, it felt like a perfect vacation spot when well-fed and warm. However, it was not suitable for survival. After walking for so long, she had yet to see even a single rabbit hole. After about 2 hours of walking, Wen Ning spotted a small hill. She had already seen several of these small. There were animals. Heavy footsteps and panting. Having trained in martial arts under her mentor since childhood, Wen Ning was well acquainted with sounds. This noise could only come from large animals. Wen Ning cautiously lay low on the grassland, moving slowly along the blades until she reached the highest point and carefully peeked out. She quickly scanned the area and then pulled her head back. Discovered a grassland mutated cow monster. Encyclopedia updated. A cow. A herbivore. Wen Ning could hardly suppress her laughter. If she could catch this cow, she would not have to worry about food for at least 6 months. Listening carefully, she confirmed that the cow had not noticed her. Only then did Wen Ning feel at ease, quickly opening the monster encyclopedia. Name: grassland mutated cow. Type: ordinary creature. Danger level 40. Drops: beef steak, cow horns, tendons, beef skin. Others: weakness, fire, slow speed. Tip: grassland mutated cows have high defense and are actively aggressive, but they are heavy in movement. Trapping is recommended. Actively aggressive. Just what she needed. I wonder just how intelligent it is. And according to the monster compendium, this mutated ox weighed 600 kilograms, slightly smaller than an ordinary adult bovine from Blue Planet. Yet its bulging corded muscles warned Wen Ning that its strength far surpassed that of any bovine native to Blue Planet. And she swiftly devised a plan in her mind. Having emptied her backpack before departure, Wen Ning carried only 2 weapons: a stone axe and a slab of wolf meat, along with several scattered stones and pieces of timber she had gathered en route. Wen Ning retrieved the wolf meat from her pack, and using her stone blade, sliced off 3 portions of 200 grams each. She casually listed one portion on the trading platform. Trading 200 g mutated gray wolf meat, 1 for 50 ordinary torches. Noction duration 3 minutos. And she then searched the marketplace for wooden armor. Why hadn't she thought of it before leaving? And if someone had equipped her with wooden armor, they must possess its blueprint. And if a blueprint existed, then surely such armor was available for purchase. Wen Ning filtered the results, and indeed 7 listings appeared. And wooden armor was simple to craft, and this player's offering was reasonably priced, merely 180 grams of food and water. Watching the listings vanish one by one, Wen Ning hastily exchanged 2 portions of wolf meat for 2 sets of wooden armor. And lucky, I made it in time. With armor secured, she immediately opened the crafting station to seek a suitable tool. Endstone spade with 38, stone 26, and craft stone spade. Yes, and congratulations. Acquired 2 ordinary stone spades. And let's synthesize them, and congratulations. Acquired 1 superior stone spade. And excellent. This spade truly multiplies efficiency. Having completed these tasks, Wen Ning reopened the trading platform. By now the 3-minute auction for 200 g of wolf meat in exchange for torches had already spread across the entire marketplace. Everyone was chuckling. Who's the fool trading edible meat for mere wood? And Wen Ning quietly flushed with embarrassment. If not for her need to preserve precious inventory space, she wouldn't have resorted to such a trade. She watched as users complained while the number of torches steadily climbed, until at the final second the transaction succeeded. And congratulations! Acquired 66 ordinary torches. To assemble 66 torches within 3 minutes was no small feat. Surely it consumed vast quantities of timber. And indifferent to others' judgments, Wen Ning now withdrew the 2 identical sets of wooden armor. She selected synthesis. And synthesizing. Please wait. And good, thank goodness, even purchased items can be synthesized. Congratulations. Acquired Vinewood Armor Superior. And Vinewood Armor Durability 50/50. And note, this is a complete set, comprising helm, chestplate, bracers, and knee guards. Its unique craftsmanship grants enhanced resistance against impact, and most importantly, it is fire resistant. And so this marks my graduation from beginner gear. Gazing down at her coarse hemp tunic, Wen Ning donned the armor according to the instructions, and a wondrous transformation unfolded. Though initially loose-fitting, the armor conformed seamlessly to her form within the blink of an eye, as if custom-tailored to her very silhouette. The rigid wooden material softened into supple vinewood, molding flawlessly to every contour of her body. Even more astonishing, the armor subtly rose and fell in rhythm with her breath. It felt weightless, utterly natural, perfectly fitted. End player detected wearing Vine armor. Note: armor or weapon durability below 50 renders it ineligible for resale. And she had no intention of selling this armor, not when paired with her spear capable of lifting mountains. Her confidence surged anew. Next, Wen Ning drew out a windproof lighter from the sole pocket of her hemp tunic and began. Grunt, grind, and digging. And starting from the hilltop, she excavated over 30 pits, each 80 centimeters in diameter and over 1 meter deep. She spaced them half a meter apart. And this gentle slope formed the crux of her strategy: first provoke the mutated ox, then lure it over the crest, exploiting the terrain's blind spot to send it crashing into her traps. Empowered by the efficiency-boosting stone spade, Wen Ning finished digging 30 traps in just 10 minutes. And glancing toward the hilltop, she saw the mutated ox still leisurely grazing. So its intellect is rather low, and she lit all the torches and stowed them in her pack for later use. Endgame world torches possessed a special trait: once ignited, they extinguished automatically upon being placed back in the pack, and reignited instantly upon retrieval. Extremely convenient. And Wen Ning arranged 40 torches in a U-shaped perimeter around the trap zone, hoping to constrain the ox's movement. As an extra precaution, she traded 100 grams of wolf meat for 50 meters of hemp rope on the mark. She drove her 1.5 meter stone spade, reversed, into the ground like a colossal earth anchor. One end was secured to the rope, the other remained free. When the moment came, Wen Ning needed only to seize the loose end, transforming it instantly into a rudimentary tripwire trap. By the time Wen Ning finalized all preparations, the mutated ox below the hill remained blissfully unaware, still savoring blue skies, white clouds, and tender grass, utterly oblivious to its impending fate as prey. Wen Ning peered over the ridge and hefted her spear, its weight substantial enough to serve as a javelin. Yet, she held little confidence in her aim. Fortunately, the monster compendium noted its aggressive behavior, no risk of escape. And no hesitation, she acted without delay, hurling the spear without pause. She still had her stone blade at hand. And timing her move precisely, Wen Ning sprang upright from the summit, leaned sharply backward, and hurled the spear from beside her neck with every ounce of strength. Whoosh! And the spear screamed through the air, a piercing resonant shriek, as it rocketed toward the stunned ox, propelled by Wen Ning's formidable might. Her gaze locked onto its flight path until she witnessed the cold, gleaming spearhead pierce one of the ox's eyes. And hit. And moo. A shrill, agonized bellow tore through the heavens. And brilliant, and even Wen Ning couldn't resist clapping. Blinding, the ox had effectively halved its combat capability. But before she could revel in triumph, the ox, towering as a living mountain, charged up the slope straight toward her. And instantly the grass beneath her feet trembled violently. She staggered twice before regaining her balance. Her pupils contracted sharply, she dropped low and retreated behind the traps. And damn it! Who called this thing sluggish? Who claimed it was slow? And no time for complaints, the ox had already crested the hill. Wen Ning stood poised behind the traps and before the torches. Just as the ox's shadow fell over her head, she moved. And lightning fast. She darted sideways in a diagonal lunge, seized the spear embedded in the ox's eye, and yanked downward with all her might. The spear had pierced deep, searing pain, compelled the ox to follow Wen Ning's motion. Yet fury burned so fiercely it forced the beast to endure agony and retaliate. The ox's strength exceeded several tons. It effortlessly flung Wen Ning from the spear. and she darted into its blind spot, grabbed a horn mid-lunge, and narrowly evaded its attack. Still, the sheer impact sent her hurtling backward, and she executed a flawless backflip, landing safely unharmed and clear of the traps. The ox fared less well, blinded and barreling forward with unstoppable momentum. It stepped squarely into one of Wen Ning's meticulously dug traps. Each pit measured 1 meter deep. With one hoof plunging into emptiness, the ox's massive frame lurched violently forward, toppling headlong toward collapse. At the moment the cow fell forward, the shaft of the spear fortuitously plunged into another trap. The tremendous impact instantly drove the spearhead deeper. The mutated cow let out a loud moo. Blood flowed profusely from its injured eye, and red blood spurted continuously from the wound, quickly forming a dark red puddle beneath its feet, soaking the surrounding soil. Its front legs and the spear lodged in its eye got stuck in a deep pit. The weight of its front half forced the spearhead deeper. Meanwhile, its hind legs struggled desperately to support its weight and pull its front legs free. Beautiful. Even the tripping trap didn't work. The mutated cow began to thrash violently, teetering on the edge of madness. However, the spearhead was just a layer away from its skull, now pressing against it and drilling mercilessly. This agony drove the mutated cow further into a frenzy. Its forelegs kicked wildly, and the soil around it was instantly turned over, with the ground around the trap sinking deeply. If it breaks free, we're done for. Wen Ning seized the moment, directly tossing a dozen torches around the mutated cow, encircling it in layers. The effect of the monster manual revealed itself at this moment. Fire was a fatal weakness for the mutated cow, and its impact was very evident. The frenzied mutated bull became even more agitated under the scorching flames, darting left and right, terrified of being burned. Its uninjured eye gradually blurred under the heat of the flames. Surrounded on three sides, the mutated cow could only struggle for survival, completely oblivious to Wen Ning's attacks. Wen Ning searched for an opportunity to throw a torch while using a stone blade to stab at the mutated cow's weak. About 3 minutes later, Wen Ning caught a whiff of a burnt smell. Upon closer inspection, the edges of the mutated cow's massive belly were nearly cooked. The mutated cow seemed to sense this, gathering its last strength to suddenly throw its head back, attempting to yank the spear out of the pit. Wen Ning reacted swiftly, grabbing the stone shovel connected by a rope and striking fiercely at the mutated cow's head. With all her might, she forced the bull's upward trend back down. Wen Ning began to strike relentlessly at the injured head of the mutated cow. The advantage of the system torch was that as long as the countdown hadn't ended and oxygen wasn't cut off, it would maintain a stable flame without extinguishing. Of course, manually extinguishing it or throwing it into water didn't count. Dozens of torches were hurled at the mutated cow, and it began to thrash violently again. Wen Ning threw all the torches and concentrating them mainly around the mutated cow's belly and hind legs, as well as the bottom of its belly. Then she wielded the stone shovel with all her might. It continued until the stone shovel shattered, leaving only a wooden stick before she finally stopped. The nearly lifeless mutated cow under the scorching flames emitted the aroma of roasted meat, making Wen Ning salivate at the memory of the roasted wolf meat from the morning. I can't let this opportunity slip away. I must get some seasoning back, especially salsa. With so much meat, it would be a shame not to cure some jerky. As the mutated cow's struggles weakened, its intake of breath became less than its exhalation. Wen Ning worried her spear would be burned, so she pulled it back. Then the next moment, she shoved the broken handle of the stone shovel into the cow. The mutated cow, which was already on the verge of becoming a roasted whole cow, had lost its ability to resist. After Wen Ning retracted her spear, it too could not muster any resistance, caught between two pits, gasping for survival. Wen Ning reduced the number of torches, revealing the mutated cow within the flames. Its skin was nearly scorched to a lump of charcoal, dark and grim. The wounded areas were sizzling with oil, filling the air with a savory aroma. Wen Ning sighed at the mutated cow's tenacity while stepping forward and collecting the excess torches. As she approached, she took out her stone blade and stabbed it into the side of the mutated cow's neck. Let's be merciful. Moo. The mutated cow let out a hoarse final cry, unwillingly gasping its last breath. Congratulations on successfully killing the mutated cow. The system chimed with a notification. At the moment the mutated cow breathed its last, its dark body on the ground began to gradually disappear. Several glowing orbs emerged and automatically entered Wen Ning's backpack. Only the large pit dug out by Wen Ning remained on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained mutated cow meat, 10 kilograms, 50 steak, 10 congratulations, you have obtained cow horns 2. Beast skin 10 congratulations, you have obtained cow tendons 1 congratulations, you have obtained stone box 1 another box. Wen Ning couldn't help but cheer her smile, unable to hide her joy at the haul, and she hadn't expected to find a stone box. How did a box with such low drop rates in the world channel become 100 for me? Wen Ning almost couldn't wait to pull out the stone box and open it. However, her backpack was already stuffed full with no space left to put anything else. It was time to hurry home. Thankfully, there was a system backpack, otherwise carrying this 500 kilograms of beef would have been impossible for Wen Ning. On the way back, Wen Ning remained vigilant, but the vine armor she wore provided her with considerable peace of mind. However, the spear had lost 10 durability points due to the fire during the recent battle, causing her some distress. Holding the spear in one hand and the stone axe in the other with the stone blade tucked behind her waist, she was ready to counter swiftly if anyone approached. As she retraced her steps, Wen Ning carefully erased the markers she had left at the start. It took her 2 hours to go, but only an hour and a half to return. When the sun was rising to its zenith, Wen Ning saw her shelter. It seemed the coordinates were accurate. She wouldn't need to mark the path next time. A small shelter stood quietly at the boundary of the forest and the grassland, with remnants of the fire from the morning at the entrance. Not far away was her water collection device. Wen Ning licked her dry lips and hurried back to the shelter. After a battle and a long trek, her stomach was growling. Her lips were cracked and peeling. Upon returning to the shelter, she left the door wide open, letting the sunlight flood in and illuminate the room. Wen Ning grabbed her wooden bucket of stored water and gulped down a large mouthful, pushing the straw aside. Gulp. Ah, so refreshing. It felt like drinking a chilled soda on a scorching summer day, and Wen Ning felt completely revitalized. Her master had strongly disapproved of her eating junk food, fearing it would harm her health. Wen Ning often mocked him for being old-fashioned, while her master, leaning on his cane, would chase after her at a surprising pace. Thinking of the old man made Wen Ning a bit melancholic, and she shook her head to dispel those emotions. Sitting at the small table, she was not afraid of anyone barging in. The World Channel had already revealed that some had discovered her during the novice period. No one else would encounter others, as it seemed everyone was in different dimensions playing solo games. Two players happened to be in the same area, both on the same type of map, exchanged coordinates, but couldn't find each other at the other's coordinates. Moreover, those who had exposed their coordinates in the World Channel spoke up the next day, having not died. This is why Wen Ning was bold enough to leave all her supplies in the shelter. This haul was quite substantial. Just the beef alone amounted to a whopping 500 kilograms. Given that Wen Ning could eat 300 g in one meal, she had been particularly hungry in the morning. It would be enough for her to eat for over a year, although she couldn't eat only meat. If conditions allowed, Wen Ning still wanted to have rice. She had obtained 10 steaks, each weighing 10 pounds. There were also 10 pieces of beef skin. Wen Ning was curious, as this beef skin seemed different from the wolf skin she had obtained previously. They could not be stacked in the same slot of her backpack. It appeared that this beef skin might be used for crafting, so she decided to keep it for now. She also tossed the cow horns and tendons into the wooden box. After the game system processed them, these materials were free of any odor and clean. Finally, there was this stone treasure box. Wen Ning learned through the chat channel that treasure boxes came in various types: wooden boxes, stone boxes, iron boxes, and so on. She didn't know if there were higher tiers, since the highest so far was just the iron box. Experienced Blue Star gamers had summarized a set of treasure box tiers: wood, iron, silver, gold, diamond, rare, epic, and legendary. These still need to be verified. Right now, Wen Ning was more concerned about the stone treasure box in her hands. Open the stone treasure box. As Wen Ning's words fell, the stone box was opened. Immediately, a clattering sound echoed. Congratulations on obtaining 500 milliliters bottled mineral water 2. Congratulations on obtaining 1 kilogram large bread 3. Congratulations on obtaining workbench blueprint 1. Congratulations on obtaining unknown pet egg 1. A blueprint. Moreover, she was the first to obtain the stone box. She received double rewards from the treasure chest. Wen Ning quickly swallowed the drool at the corner of her mouth. This doubled treasure chest still contained food and water, but indeed the quantity was much greater than that of the wooden box. However, Wen Ning knew that the real treasures were the last two items. She saw the blueprint standing upright in the stone box, resembling a long spear. After clearing some space in her backpack, she barely managed to fit the items obtained from the stone treasure chest. With rewards doubled, the rewards inside are likely nearing the next level. Workbench blueprint functional building, one-time use, tradable before learning. Workbench blueprint learning it unlocks the ability to create workbenches, which are necessary for crafting complex tools. Details can be explored independently. System reminder: a blueprint can only produce one workbench. Once crafted, the workbench becomes a fixed facility in the shelter. Detected workbench blueprint. Would you like to learn it? This workbench has many restrictions, but such measures will only increase its value. After understanding it roughly, Wen Ning chose to learn. Congratulations on learning the workbench blueprint. Workbench crafting count 1, current count 1. The blueprint in her hand transformed into a wisp of light and entered Wen Ning's mind. She opened the crafting panel and saw the materials needed for the workbench in a prominent position. Workbench wood 100453, stone 100223, plastic 100, iron ingot 103, electronic component 50. Electronic components. When Ning looked at the materials, she had only 3 iron ingots left from trading. But she had never even heard of electronic components. Could it be that the workbench requires a power source? That seems a bit far-fetched. It definitely can't be realized in the short term. When Ning picked up another item. Unknown pet egg. This is a magical pet egg. Players can drip their blood on the eggshell to hatch an unknown pet and bind it for taming. System reminder pets are classified into combat pets, life pets, and other types. System reminder: the gender, personality, compatibility, and dietary habits of the pet are all unknown. The pet egg can be traded before hatching. Trade. Wen Ning pondered for a moment while holding the ostracized egg. Since this is an egg, can it be eaten? He was anxious. The chance was extremely low. In a game she played before, there was a lottery feature, and the system's hint of low probability couldn't be the golden legend from her previous game, right? At that time, Wen Ning was so invested that she had spent a fortune just to barely secure that reward. The official explanation was that the guarantee merely increased the probability, not a certainty. Being scammed and mocked for her luck, Wen Ning was very angry at that time. And now this golden legend had somehow made its way back to her. Wen Ning was instantly delighted and decided not to eat this egg, not for any other reason, but because she had never obtained a golden legend in all her time playing games. Let's keep it for collection. With her wealth, Wen Ning happily decided that the pet egg wouldn't spoil even if left outside, as it was a game item. Wen Ning did not plan to hatch this egg. The system had said it would hatch an unknown pet. If it turned out to be a ferocious eater, Wen Ning's meager savings might be emptied. Stay there, and when I achieve financial freedom, I'll take you to enjoy the good life. If you suffer with me now, I'll feel heartbroken. The egg seemed to quip. I suspect you are CPUing me. Wen Ning placed her supplies of the pet egg into the stone box, using some weeds to cushion it, and set the box in the corner. This stone box was twice the size of the wooden box, allowing Wen Ning to also fit in the blankets wrapped in plastic. After organizing her supplies, Wen Ning clapped her hands and turned to leave the house. As noon approached, she needed to collect the water from the water collection device. Congratulations on obtaining 800 milliliters of clean drinking water. In total, there were 3 liters of clean drinking water. Not bad at all. She could collect some more in the afternoon. With her wooden bucket now fuller, along with 3 bottles of mineral water, Wen Ning had a total of 11 liters of drinkable water at her disposal. The bucket was already half full, enough for Wen Ning to drink for 2 or 3 days. The distiller provided a stable supply, so temporarily she wouldn't have to worry about drinking water. Next, she needed to reinforce her shelter as much as possible, preferably upgrading it to stone material before the first disaster strikes. In the areas Wen Ning had traversed over the past 2 days, there were either forests or grasslands, and the scattered stones were simply insufficient. To obtain a large amount of stone, she needed to recruit a few miners. Pursuing the path of trading for profit. Remembering the fresh 1000 pounds of beef in her backpack, Wen Ning's mind began to race. If food is the universal currency in this world, then Wen Ning with her 1000 pounds of beef should be considered wealthy, right? What could she do to maximize the effect of her money? Naturally, she should spend it before the currency devalues. After a day yesterday, many types of meat had already appeared in the trading market. However, most of it was rat meat, snake meat, and lizard meat. Rabbit and lamb meat were relatively rare. Wen Ning even saw someone selling grasshoppers with a note saying they were crispy. After a day's observation, meat was currently the most abundant source of food. Of course, opening boxes could also yield food and water, according to the World Channel feedback. The drop rate for wooden boxes was incredibly low, so low it was ridiculous. Even if there were wooden boxes, the probability of obtaining both food and water simultaneously was extremely low. Thus, most people would likely have to resort to eating tree bark. Wen Ning's meat, whether it be beef or wolf meat, held absolute advantages in the market. Given that the 2 boxes she opened contained basic food and water, she was among the very lucky ones. However, only a few people reported opening wooden boxes in the area channel yesterday. Today, the numbers had increased. Furthermore, Wen Ning was the first to open a stone box. This indicated that the system had not exterminated all the survivors. As time progressed, resources would gradually become abundant. This meant that the purchasing power of water and food would continue to decrease. Especially for water, players positioned near water resources could obtain drinkable water recognized by the system as long as they mastered the water filtration technique. On the contrary, food not only required luck, but also a certain level of strength. After some thought, Wen Ning opened the trading market. The resources she could utilize were as follows: 11 L of clean drinking water, over 8 kilograms of wolf meat, 500 kilograms of beef, and 3 kilograms of large bread. Besides that, there were various tools synthesized by her synthesis system. She had already sold some synthesized stone axes, and for Wen Ning, having too many tools appear at once might draw unwanted attention. Moreover, her synthesis system was incredibly powerful. The items it produced were far superior to those available in the market, and their attributes were as if they were carved from the same mold. Let alone the survivors, each and every one of them was sharp. What if the game detected her cheating and kicked her out or executed her for humanitarian reasons? However, even without the synthesis system, the resources in Wen Ning's hands were sufficient to clear out everything listed in the trading channel. Wen Ning temporarily decided not to sell tools. Once the source of iron ingots stabilized, she could still make some profit with long spears. Then when the workbench was built, anything she could synthesize on it could also be sold. As long as the goods weren't singular under the system's anonymous function, it would be difficult for others to because in an anonymous state one cannot be focused on. Finding her would rely purely on fate. Wen Ning had not grown tired of wolf meat yet, so she focused, still adhering to the principle of anonymity. Anonymous survivors auction information: 100 g of beef, 100 portions for 100 stone blocks, price proportion. Anonymous survivors auction information: 100 g of beef, 100 portions for 20 iron ores, price proportion. After trading, Wen Ning spent 2 pieces of beef, default 10 kilograms per piece in the backpack. After the trading information was posted, the system would automatically deduct the items from her backpack and split them according to the requirements, so Wen Ning didn't need to worry. Wen Ning exchanged 100 g of beef for 20 units of iron blocks. Although there were some suspicions of being a scammer, someone on the World Channel had revealed they were at the mine. Stones and ores were everywhere. Moreover, Wen Ning had not set a single person purchase limit, so those survivors in the mine would be eager for a kind soul like Wen Ning. This made them enthusiastic about picking up stones. Additionally, one person could earn 100 g of beef by picking up 100 units of stone, making it a very good deal. In an environment filled with stone, survivors could gather enough for a backpack slot within a few minutes. As soon as Wen Ning's purchase information was sent out, she received a successful transaction notification. Message: oh my god, who is this? Offering 10 kilograms of... Message: oh my god, who is this? Offering 10 kilograms of beef right off the bat. Message: there's another one next door offering 10 kilograms of beef for iron, or I think it's the same big Message: quick. I just rushed out, there's a mine right next to the shelter, and I just got 600 g of beef thanks to the generous benefactor. Message: I'm holding only 90 units of stone. I hurried out to pick up 10 units and snatched the last portion. Are you all devils? Why are you so rich? As Wen Ning opened the survival system in her mind, a coordination message appeared at the bottom of the interface. Curious, she clicked in to find that it was a self-righteous person speaking. After the person spoke, several players below sent identical messages. It was evident that this was a group of survivors coordinating their efforts. However, since only one message could be sent in the World Channel each day, most people persisted in using it to search for relatives, so Wen Ning did not see any particularly interesting opinions. With her curiosity piqued, Wen Ning opened the regional channel. Regional channel: is there an anonymous big shot in our area? I have no stones nor iron, or can I get some beef? I'm starving. Regional channel: the comment above shocked my whole family. You can't just empty-handedly swim. Regional channel: no one said I couldn't pay. I have several houses in a first-tier city, and once we get out I will definitely treat you well. Regional channel: honestly, one house in reality is not as good as a piece of bread in the wasteland. Regional channel: let's disperse. What's the use of boasting? It's better to collect more supplies. Who knows, the big shot might post trading information again. Regional channel: are you that rich in meat? I don't believe it. Regional channel: use your brain that only thinks of freeloading and think about how beef is produced. Can meat come from opening boxes? Have you seen it? Do I need to explain the weight of a cow? Regional channel: wow, blind student, you've discovered something amazing. Regional channel: I'm chopping down trees now. Regional channel: I'm mining now. Regional channel: I'm picking up scrap. I'm picking up scrap. Wen Ning did not expect that just by listing 2 pieces of beef it would trigger a frenzy of supply gathering among the... She closed the survival system. Now she faced a mound of stones. Due to the overwhelming number of trading messages received, Wen Ning headed outdoors. The maximum limit for a single backpack slot is 99. Clearing all slots was still not enough to hold these stones. Wen Ning decided to extract them directly onto the grass. 100,000 units of stones and 600 units of iron ore piled together looked like a small mountain. Gurgle, after releasing the large stones and iron ore. Wen Ning felt her stomach protest. With a rough plan in mind, Wen Ning decided to eat first and collect some necessary supplies at the same time. After eating, she would start working in the afternoon. She wouldn't go to the nearby grove as she would get more wood later. Let's make a beef soup with the iron pot for lunch. Although a bit extravagant, she had plenty of resources, and no matter how tough it got, she couldn't starve herself. This was Wen Ning's creed as a foodie. After having wolf meat for breakfast, she decided to use beef for lunch. She took out a piece of beef and sliced off about 200 g. Then she crafted a brand new stone blade to serve as a kitchen knife and cut the beef into small pieces. She added 300 milliliters of drinking water and covered the pot. A simple and crude cooking method. Under high heat, bubbling sounds quickly emerged from the pot, and the aroma of beef wafted from the bubbling edges. Wen Ning leaned closer and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "So fragrant." The television was not lying to me. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Of course, there was also the enhancement of hunger. Who would have thought that while others struggled on the brink of starvation, Wen Ning was already enjoying the first hot meal in the Wasteland world. Extravagant, Wen Ning exchanged for a pack of salt from the trading market, lifted the lid and sprinkled some in. She then stirred it well with a spatula to ensure the salt dissolved thoroughly. A little more seasoning would be perfect. Wen Ning enjoyed cooking in her spare time. Looking at the beef soup in front of her, she resolved to bring back some seasoning next time. Feeling that it was about done, Wen Ning quickly served the beef into a glass cup and took out the big loaf of bread she obtained from opening boxes. She cut off a piece with a dagger and tossed it into the remaining soup. The loaf quickly absorbed the broth and softened rapidly. Using a spatula to stir rapidly, it soon turned into a mushy food. The big loaf could replenish carbohydrates and contained a small amount of sodium. Although it didn't look appetizing, Wen Ning took a bite and found it quite delicious. To save water, Wen Ning directly ate from the iron pot. She scooped a mouthful of steaming loaf mush into her mouth, mixed with the aroma of mutated beef, salty and fragrant just right. Delicious. Wen Ning couldn't care about the heat. She kept shoveling into her mouth. If it weren't too hot, she could have finished it all in one go. Stylish. Without utensils, the beef in the glass cup was nearly overflowing. Wen Ning used the stone blade to eat. The loaf mush along with beef chunks was steaming hot and looked impressive. 10 minutes later, the last piece of beef went down and Wen Ning satisfiedly burped. The iron pot was spotless, and even the residue on the walls was scraped into her mouth with the spatula. One might have thought she licked the pot clean. Just right, 90 full. Wen Ning placed the pot back in its position, covered it with a lid to prevent dust from settling later. She wiped the pot and spatula with a sanitary paper towel and 100 milliliters of water. There was no choice. Although she had 11 liters of water, if it rained tomorrow, her water collection device would be unusable. Moreover, according to the system's behavior, rainwater would likely be undrinkable. If conditions were harsh, she would endure, as she even solved her bathroom needs in the grove. After tidying up the iron pot, Wen Ning got up, placed her cooking utensils in a wooden box in the corner, covered it with plastic, and took a small stool outside. Glancing at the position of the sun, the survival watch indicated it was now 1:40 p.m. She found a corner where she could lean against the shelter for shade. Although she avoided direct sunlight, Wen Ning was still wearing her vine armor, and beneath it a linen shirt. Beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. After some thought, Wen Ning insisted on wearing the vine armor and did not take it off due to the heat. Her task for the afternoon was to transform all the stones into granite material. Then using these materials to upgrade and expand her shelter. With 500 blocks of granite, Wen Ning had enough to create many walls and other structures. A player can only bind to one shelter, but can expand on the existing shelter. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the area for expansion. Wen Ning planned to add 3 rooms, one for the kitchen, one for the manufacturing area, and another for storage. Moreover, if materials were left over, she intended to build a yard to increase the safety factor. In the yard, she could also plant crops, and if encountering beasts, it would provide an additional layer of protection. Wen Ning did not want to dismantle her existing small wooden house, so she decided to use it as a bedroom and wrap it with a layer of stone walls for added warmth. Thinking this, Wen Ning began her actions. Thanks to the rapid manufacturing of the synthesis and manufacturing systems, neither the synthesis nor manufacturing reading time exceeded 3 seconds. If Wen Ning had to manually build a stone house, it would probably take her 3 months to complete. Let's synthesize some stones first. Wen Ning sat in front of the pile of stones, reaching out, and 2 stones in front of her disappeared. Detected ordinary stones too. Would you like to synthesize? Yes. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a hard stone 1. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a hard stone 1. Ding. Detected that the host has reached 300 synthesis attempts. The super synthesis system is beginning. Upgrade. This system can still upgrade. Wen Ning, holding a hard stone in her hand, was taken aback, but soon accepted this fact, because the previous synthesis system had mentioned that secondary synthesis was not possible at present. So after this upgrade, will I be able to perform secondary synthesis? Wen Ning was a bit excited at if that were true, her life would improve another notch. Randomly upgrading direction. The upgrade direction is still random. Wen Ning stood still, quietly waiting. 10 seconds later. Ding, random success. This upgrade will increase the number of items synthesized at once. Wen Ning frowned slightly. It wasn't quite what she had in mind. Upgrading, please wait. Patiently waiting approximately 30 seconds later, another prompt echoed in Wen Ning's mind. Ding, upgrade complete. It's done. Wen Ning quickly opened the synthesis system. The synthesis interface had no changes, but the slots had increased to 4. 4 slots. Does that mean I can put in 4 stones at once? Wen Ning tried it, and sure enough, 4 stones appeared on the synthesis system interface. Wen Ning suddenly realized that although it wasn't a secondary synthesis function, the upgrade had directly doubled the efficiency. Although she didn't know what the other upgrade directions were, Wen Ning was not disappointed. Since it was her personal cheat, she would surely learn about the upgrade directions in the future. Now what mattered was that efficiency had improved, and she felt motivated to work. Synthesize. The system had just prompted her that she had synthesized 300 times and earned an upgrade. With so many materials here, if she could do another 300 times, who knows, she might upgrade again. With this thought, Wen Ning became energized, continuously tossing stones into the synthesis bar 4 at a time. Congratulations on obtaining hard stones 2. Congratulations on obtaining hard stones 2. The doubled efficiency was impressive. Swish. Wen Ning felt as if she were immersed in the joy of a crafting game. Ordinary stone blocks 4 at a time tumbled continuously into the crafting interface, accompanied by an unceasing cascade of crisp metallic chimes. With a flick of her hand, hardened stone blocks materialized on the opposite side, gradually piling up. Wen Ning indulged in the process with unwavering delight, her face radiant with quiet elation. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 hardened stone blocks. Ding. The system has detected that the host has performed 700 crafting operations. The Supreme Crafting System is now upgrading. Another upgrade. Wen Ning calculated quickly. Since the last upgrade, she had acquired a total of 1600 hardened stone blocks. According to the system's prompt, each crafting operation consumes 4 units of raw stone, but yields 2 hardened stone blocks, and yet counts as only a single craft. Then what if she added 2 more crafting slots? Wouldn't the actual number required for the next upgrade triple, accounting for all 3 slots? Spit, spit, spit. Jinx. Jinx. Please, don't let the randomization land on that path. Wen Ning focused intently on the system's upgrade progress. Randomizing upgrade direction. Ding. Randomization successful. This upgrade retains the base crafting quantity unchanged. However, each crafting attempt now carries a chance to trigger a crafting critical hit, enhancing the attributes of the resulting item. Upgrade complete. Nice. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Wen Ning. Without hesitation, she opened the crafting system interface. Though the crafting slots remained unchanged after this upgrade, a small plus sign now appeared in the top left corner. Wen Ning tapped it, revealing 3 elongated rectangular slots. The first slot displayed the newly acquired ability Crafting Critical Hit. Instantly, Wen Ning understood. The system could now hold up to 3 unique abilities, and 1 had just been randomly granted. The first slot displayed the newly acquired ability Crafting Critical Hit. Instantly, Wen Ning understood. The system could now hold up to 3 unique abilities, and 1 had just been. Wen Ning curled her lips wryly. She truly was extraordinary. With several thousand raw stones still remaining, even if another full upgrade proved impossible, surely a few more special abilities would emerge. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, as though those rare attributes were already beckoning to her. To Wen Ning, the towering mounds of stones scattered across the ground had transformed into latent assets, brimming with untapped potential. Craft. Keep crafting. Wen Ning bent, repeatedly gathering stones without pause. The moment each stone touched her hand, it instantly teleported onto the crafting platform. Upon completion, the resulting hardened stone blocks were temporarily stored in her inventory. Once her inventory filled, she dumped them all unceremoniously to one side. Thus behind her rose a growing pile of stone, slightly darker in hue though indistinguishable to the naked eye. After nearly 100 additional crafting cycles, and discarding 2 more piles of hardened stone blocks, Wen Ning finally heard a new distinct chime. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 hardened stone blocks. Ding. Crafting Critical Hit triggered. Hardened stone blocks gain the Warmth attribute. Warmth. What she had hoped for had manifested. Just hearing the name sent a jolt of excitement through her. The impending snowstorm 6 days hence had already seared itself into her consciousness. She had been willing to expend vast resources in trade solely to secure a sturdy warm shelter before the blizzard struck. And now her divine boon had delivered its first astonishing gift. Without delay, Wen Ning retrieved the freshly crafted block and concentrated deeply. Hardened warmth stone, a miraculous stone. When used in constructing shelter, it enhances thermal retention. Each block added raises the ambient temperature of the corresponding room by 1°C until reaching optimal human comfort levels. Note the warmth attribute automatically deactivates during hot weather, posing no threat to survival. Note once a specific material acquires one attribute via critical hit, no other attributes may be generated from further crafting of that same material. This attribute. Wen Ning covered her mouth lightly. Though raising temperature by a single degree per block might seem trivial, if she could craft 100 such stones, even a 100°C blizzard would pose no danger. Of course that was hyperbole. The survival system had explicitly labeled the event a beginner-tier calamity, given that over 90% of survivors had yet to fully replace their shelters with timber structures. A 5-day snowstorm reaching 100°C would claim the lives of the vast majority. Still, Wen Ning dared not lower her guard. This very survival system had abducted humanity from Blue Earth and deposited them into this desolate wasteland. It offered copious warnings, but stopped short of outright extinction. Yet it revealed nothing about Blue Earth's fate or why they had become survivors in the first place. The origin of the system itself remained utterly inscrutable. Even discussing it in the regional channel triggered automatic muting. Wen Ning shook her head, casting aside such tangled thoughts. She glanced once more at the warmth stone in her palm, then placed it carefully into a dedicated inventory slot before resuming her crafting. During the upgrade, the system had clarified critical hits enhance attributes, not items. Since the stone had already gained the warmth attribute, all subsequent critical hits would reinforce that same trait. No other attributes emerged. So single attribute meant only one type per material category. Fortunately, no chilling attribute had manifested, otherwise Wen Ning would have had no choice but to sing herself a lament. The ensuing hours passed in quiet monotony. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 hardened stone blocks. Ding. Crafting critical hit triggered. Until Wen Ning completed every last craft, ultimately amassing 128 warmth-infused hardened stone blocks. Exceeding expectations. Excellent. The sun has already begun its descent. She hadn't realized each craft took mere seconds, yet the 2 upgrade pauses coupled with sorting and stacking the output had consumed considerable time. Her survival watch read past 600 p.m. As Wen Ning rose, stretching her aching lower back, the setting sun bathed her cheek in golden light. If only the cataclysm day had never occurred, life during the mild season simple and pastoral felt profoundly fulfilling. Rise with the sun, rest with its fall, day after steady day. Yet sentiment gave way to necessity. She still hadn't collected today's water ration. Wen Ning approached the underground distiller and focused her will. Congratulations, you have obtained 780 milliliters of purified drinking water. Roughly the same as this morning, 3.5 liters. Thus her distiller yielded nearly 15 liters of clean water per full day-night cycle. Occasionally she also acquired bottled water from supply crates. All such bottles were meticulously stockpiled. Bottled water possessed a long shelf life, whereas her distiller's reliability remained uncertain. Should groundwater vanish or the distiller fail, one day's supply would dwindle drastically. Wen Ning fashioned a new bucket, filled it with her afternoon haul, and returned to her shelter. Dinner remained thick rye porridge and boiled beef soup. After eating, Wen Ning tossed the emptied iron ore 2,000 units from the marketplace outside her door. With the blueprint for a furnace, she could mass-produce iron ingots. Twilight deepened and torchlight flickered warmly within the shelter. The moment she entered, she instinctively noted the channel's current population 9379, down nearly 500 from the 933 she'd seen on the first. The moment she entered, she instinctively noted the channel's current population 9379, down nearly 500 from the 933 she'd seen on the first evening. Only the second day had passed, and yet survival conditions were tightening visibly. She must continue stockpiling food and water. Wen Ning gazed at the 2 water barrels tucked in the corner. A wave of reassurance washed over her, but it was far from enough. In the regional channel, food and water are eternal topics. It is only the second day, and the survivors have not yet succumbed to hunger or thirst. Tomorrow may be different. Regional channel, sigh another day without finding water. I ask all the experts, where do you all get your water from? Regional channel, you upstairs have such bad luck. Although I haven't found water in the wild, my luck has been decent. I found a wooden box yesterday, and another one today, yielding 2 bottles of Peasant's 3 punches. Regional channel, it seems that the boxes will definitely yield food or water saving enough for a day. Regional channel, the problem is that I haven't seen a single box in 2 days. Regional channel, indeed it's not comparable to the big shots in the trading market who have extra to trade. After a hard day's work chopping what I still can exchange for a sip of water from others. Regional channel Zhang Lu 5832, what are you being sarcastic about? Tagging everyone as long as you are not in the desert region you can dig for underground water. It's just a matter of depth. Try to choose moist soil and dig at least 5 meters down. System notification Zhang Lu 5832 has shared the methods for making a plant bag, distiller and evaporating distiller, and an underground distiller in this area. Click to view details. This news instantly ignited the entire regional channel. Regional channel applause for Zhang Shen. I just want to say Zhang Shen is amazing. Regional channel, this is what a big shot should do. Zhang Shen, I will go find a water source tomorrow. If it really works, you will be everyone's savior. Regional channel, you are my only brother. You are my god. Regional channel, it's true that the water in the environment cannot be drunk directly, but after simple filtration, it can meet the system's drinking standards. People in the regional channel expressed that this news was incredibly useful to them. The survivor named Zhang Lu also received a lot of attention. He spoke a bit more about installation techniques and how to recognize the presence of underground water. Until a player in the regional channel asked him to share some water, promising to return it tomorrow. Zhang Lu instantly disappeared. Wen Ning quietly watched the lively discussions in the regional channel. Zhang Lu, for some unknown reason, shared methods in the regional channel, but now he was morally bound by a crowd. Wen Ning was more curious about the methods he shared. She opened it and saw that it was indeed useful, including the water extraction device she was currently using. It seems that Zhang Lu is likely a master of outdoor survival. Thus more people should be able to drink water, and by the 3rd day there shouldn't be so many who perish from thirst. Wen Ning also glanced at the trading market. On the first day, water resources were still extremely scarce. However, there are now hundreds of listings for water being sold in the market, although the resources required for exchange are quite precious. Moreover, the quality of the water resources isn't very good. The system warns to drink with caution. Wen Ning wasn't short of water, she simply opened it to take a look before closing it. Returning to the regional channel, she spent some time reading the discussions, jotting down the information she found useful, and then closed the channel. The fire in the campfire had burned down, and Wen Ning held a torch for illumination as she walked to the bed. The light yellow bed sheets looked incredibly soft. Wen Ning glanced at the vine armor on her body, took off the protective gear, and realized that the coarse cloth underneath had long been soaked with sweat. Reluctant to part with her new bed sheets and thin blanket, Wen Ning opened the trading market again, exchanging a stone axe for a set of pajamas and a pack of wet wipes. She carefully wiped her face, then her hands, and finally, unable to bear throwing it away, wiped her feet as well. She changed into cotton pajamas, which she guessed were from the boxes, and they were a male version, unlike her gear, which couldn't automatically adjust its size. She lay down in the soft bedding, placing the stone blade under her pillow. Wen Ning comfortably squinted her eyes. Today had been a day of heavy labor and battling mutated cattle, leaving her utterly exhausted. Wen Ning quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, she lazily stretched and crawled out of bed. It was time to start the day's work. She planned to take a maximum of 3 days to set up her shelter and yard. The first thing she did after getting up was to go to the distiller to collect drinking water. Congratulations! You have obtained 6.9 liters of clean drinking water. Very good. The water extraction device is providing a steady output, and today is also a sunny day, so she can collect more in the afternoon. For breakfast, she roasted wolf meat. After finishing her breakfast, Wen Ning threw herself into a full day of work, starting with clearing obvious obstacles from the grassland around her original shelter. With a stone blade in her right hand and a stone axe in her left, Wen Ning quickly cleared a large area. It looked to be about 120 square meters. After tidying up, Wen Ning found a wooden stick and marked out the area for each room on the ground. She divided it into several rooms. First, the main entrance is located on the right side of the entire shelter, featuring an 8 square meter foyer that occupies one corner of the shelter, where she can place commonly used tools, serving as 2 functional spaces. To the right of the foyer is a 12 square meter dining area where Wen Ning plans to place a larger dining table. Beyond the table is a 10 square meter kitchen with the bathroom and shower area located on the left side. Although Wen Ning currently resolves hygiene issues in the small woods outside, she can't keep it open forever. Once the world's resources become abundant, she can build a proper toilet. This constitutes the entire design of the right side of the shelter. The bathroom and shower occupy an area of 6 square meters. To the left is a 12 square meter bedroom where Wen Ning removed a wall to expand the bedroom to 20 square meters. Directly opposite the bedroom is a corridor leading to a 14 square meter storage room with a 20 square meter living room to the right. Wen Ning doesn't need a living room, but it can serve as her workspace, being open, and opposite it are the storage room and warehouse, which is convenient. After arranging the areas, Wen Ning began to construct the walls according to the size. She first reinforced the bedroom and then expanded from the bedroom outward. Wen Ning opened the crafting interface and found the stone wall. Detected insulating stone in the backpack. Would you like to use it? Use 20 pieces first. Congratulations! You have obtained 4 stone walls. For stone walls each containing 5 insulating stones. Wen Ning placed the stone walls around the original wooden walls. System notification: would you like to upgrade the wooden walls to stonewood composite walls? Stonewood composite walls. After construction, the load-bearing capacity automatically converts to that of a stone wall, and the wooden walls will attach to the inner side of the stone wall, serving as protection, aesthetics, and insulation. Yes! Please select the walls to be upgraded. Note that after selecting the range, the system will automatically fill in any missing stone walls, so please ensure there are enough materials in your backpack. Wen Ning emptied her backpack, filling it entirely with hard stones and insulating stones. Selection completed. Please specify the number of insulating stones to add. Add 68 pieces. Thus the entire bedroom has been added with 88 insulating stones, which can raise the bedroom temperature by up to 88 degrees Celsius. She also plans to add 40 pieces to the walls of the workspace. Addition successful. The system will automatically arrange them evenly. Stonewood composite wall construction in progress. Please wait. After waiting about a minute, the wooden walls in front of Wen Ning changed. Visibly, the color of the wooden walls had lightened significantly, and they no longer appeared to be standing still, but rather seemed to be in an attached state. The reserved chimney position remains, but since this will serve as a dedicated bedroom, Wen Ning decided to cancel the chimney position. Next, she installed a window on the wall next to the campfire. The wooden structure might not be very sturdy. Wen Ning replaced all the beams and columns with stone. Currently, there is no way to make iron railings, so she temporarily used stone, and the hard granite material made the columns very sturdy and reliable in low-bearing capacity. Moreover, Wen Ning also replaced the window with a stone railing. Later, she could install glass windows. The window is for lighting, otherwise such a large house would be dim. Glass can also be forged into higher-grade materials, at least capable of withstanding disastrous cold winds and blizzards. That's right, although the disaster notification did not specify the severity of the snow disaster. Once the planning was completed, the remaining tasks became relatively simple. No need to integrate the original wooden walls. Directly create enough stone walls, ceilings, and floors. There was no need to lay a foundation. The system would automatically form one and even indicate where to add load-bearing pillars. It really feels like a game, the fun of building a house. Soon Wen Ning had placed all the walls of the shelter in their respective. Fortunately, the system did not limit the area or height of the shelter, which gave Wen Ning a great deal of creative freedom. However, her sandbox building style was completely different from others' survival strategies. A considerable portion of survivors still lived in primitive thatched huts, having merely replaced 1 or 2. Even in areas with sufficient tree resources, the timber obtained from chopping trees on the first day was insufficient to replace the entire shelter with wood. Because everyone had a small grove around their shelter, the purchasing power of timber was particularly low. Most of these people survived in extremely perilous areas. Apart from the small woods refreshed by the system, other resources were nearly impossible to find. Among these survivors, some stayed in the shelter waiting for death, while others chose to leave the shelter in search of luck in more distant places. In a corner of the world, Lin Li looked at his entirely wooden shelter and nodded in satisfaction. Then he glanced at the worn-out stone axe in his hand, which had completely lost its durability, and sighed in regret. This axe is really useful, but it can't be repaired. I wonder if that big guy still has any. I'll ask later. Lin Li focused on his shelter, smirking as he looked at the shelter's information. Shelter Diamond Fortress, self-named tip, a fully wooden shelter, slightly increasing your safety in the Wasteland world, but the craftsmanship is extremely simple, even an idiot can manage it. Lin Li, I suspect you're insulting me. However, looking at the matchbox without even a roof, Lin Li had to admit that the system was right. But it's not that he didn't want to build a roof, it was that there were no trees left around for him to chop. Fortunately, some trees would respawn tomorrow. Completeness 98, sturdiness 28, aesthetics 5, facilities 0. Ha ha ha, I finally have a wooden shelter. Lin Li laughed heartily. In contrast, Wen Ning, who was about to finish her stone shelter, was still busy. Lin Li wanted to exchange his stone axe, but couldn't find Wen Ning's whereabouts, feeling a bit lost. As for when Wen Ning would run into him again, that was up to luck. It wasn't until night fell that Wen Ning barely finished installing all the stone floors. Although synthesizing the floor was easy, installation could only be done piece by piece, which was quite time-consuming. If the placement was inappropriate, the system would automatically adjust according to the width and length. However, regardless of the width, a whole stone floor had to be consumed, even if only needed for a centimeter. This made Wen Ning exclaim it was a blood loss. Frugal Wen Ning almost wanted to chop it herself, but the granite material made her retreat. Heartbroken, she indulged in an extra piece of meat that night. Sigh, eating meat every day is getting sickening. System, can you hear yourself? Wen Ning complained, recalling that she still had some seeds in her box, thinking about trying to plant tomorrow. However, she seemed to have seen a planting field in the trading market. The Wasteland couldn't be farmed at a plant shed, need to buy a planting field, right? The Wasteland planet is created for system simulation trials and lacks planting conditions. The system clarified Wen Ning's doubts and she nodded. Since she had a suspicion, she wasn't too disappointed. Wen Ning had no choice but to try her luck in the trading market and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. A young man's avatar. It was Linley selling plastic sheets. Clicking on the avatar revealed the trading information. Small planting field for an excellent stone axe with a doubling effect. This trade seemed tailor-made for Wen Ning. However, before Wen Ning could click and she saw the comments below. Comment, are you crazy? Who's farming nowadays? Who even knows how to farm? Comment, it's insane. The Wasteland soil can't be farmed at all. Trading for a stone axe is too much of a loss. Comment up there, do you know there's a stone axe with a doubling effect? One is worth more than 10. I was fortunate enough to grab one last time, and 3 days and the durability has only decreased by half. It seems the survivors had polarized views on the value of this planting field. To prevent others from trading their stone axes, Wen Ning quickly crafted a stone axe and submitted it, instantly receiving the small planting field. When she took it out, a square planting field of 1 square meter appeared before her. Small planting field can be used to plant low-level crops. Special materials can enhance soil quality. Tip: plant melons to get melons, plant beans to get beans. If you plant a watermelon, you can't expect it to yield ginseng fruit. Low-level crops. What special materials are there? Wen Ning took out the small cabbage seeds she had purchased earlier and tossed them in one by one. After tossing in 10 seeds, the system prompted that the planting field had reached its maximum planting capacity. Only 10 seeds. That pack of seeds could plant several times. Wen Ning carefully stored the remaining seeds. Then she looked at the planting field. Small planting field, crop germination period 9 hours 59 minutes 55 seconds. Tip: ensuring ample sunlight and moisture will shorten the crop's maturity time and increase yield. Let's try watering it a bit. Wen Ning added 100 milliliters of drinking water. Sure enough, the panel of the planting field instantly shortened by 2 hours. This water is like a catalyst. Wen Ning poured in another 100 milliliters, but this time the panel showed no changes. Was this the limit? After wasting 100 milliliters of water, Wen Ning stopped, regretting that she hadn't held back. She temporarily placed the planting field in the storage area and lay down on her bed. Summarizing today's work. On the 3rd day of survival in the Wasteland, she completed most of the work on the stone shelter. Welcoming the impending first disaster, Wen Ning felt more confident. The number of people in the regional channel had decreased significantly, nearing 9,000. The saying that one could survive no more than 3 days without water was indeed true. The remaining people were capable of finding water resources, at least having replenished their water supply over the past 3 days. Wen Ning predicted that the death toll would drop significantly tomorrow. The survival of the fittest, those who had completely lost the courage and ability to survive, had mostly been eliminated today. Moreover, resources were becoming more abundant day by day. The person named Zhang Lu from last night was in the channel, accepting everyone's flattery, and the numerous compliments made him feel somewhat elated. He even said that if someone couldn't withstand the first disaster, they could seek his help. He seemed like a different person compared to when he had fled for water. Wen Ning watched a group of anonymous players whose names she dared not reveal praising him profusely. Slowly shaking her head, it was clear that Zhang Lu had become lost in fame and vanity. This group of survivors had their own set of procedures. He better pray that this game remains single-player forever, otherwise his position would soon be exposed. The outcome was easy to imagine. Nothing interesting. Wen Ning closed the regional channel. She turned to the trading channel to see if there were any opportunities for consumption before bed. Just as she opened it, an auction information popped up at the top. Linley's auction information, trial intelligence, private chat with price. Auction time 10 minutes 34 seconds. Seeing the name, Wen Ning naturally recalled that this was the person who sold her plastic sheets back then. Trial intelligence. Wen Ning felt a certain interest in the special information he had mentioned, so she clicked into his private chat channel. Her avatar had changed to a 4-leaf clover. Private chat channel, you quote your price for the information. Although Wen Ning had never studied negotiation, she understood one principle: the first person to reveal their cards often loses in negotiation. Maintain an aura of mystery. Linley only wanted to exchange 3 things: water, food, and tools. Last time she sold him a stone axe, and he had just bought another one at the auction. So this person should be a hardcore gamer pursuing highly efficient tools. Linley 8989, the information regarding the trial task can only be sold once, so are you sure you can afford it? Linley maintained a cold demeanor in front of the anonymous player. However, Wen Ning did not mind his attitude. After thinking for a moment, she sent over a stone axe. Linley 8989, big shot. You are that stone axe, big shot. This damn anonymity. When I was about to find you earlier, I discovered that all records of the anonymity had disappeared. Linley 8989, big shot, this information is definitely worth it. Ahaha, can you give me a bit more? Linley's change of attitude was within Wen Ning's expectations. She did not make a bid but instead sent a message back. Private chat channel, how much do you want? Linley 8989, haha, big shot, I want 10 stone axes with the attribute of doubling efficiency. Wen Ning shook her head, as starting with 10 axes was either a sign of high confidence in his drop rate or a test. Although 10 excellent stone axes were merely a matter of minutes for Wen Ning, she did not agree. Private chat channel, you should know from the market that the drop rate for tools with attributes is very low. I don't have 10. Linley twitched his lips. He didn't expect Wen Ning to be so straightforward as to directly say she didn't have them. Meanwhile, Wen Ning smirked. Wen's law of performance first rule: sincerity is always the ultimate weapon, regardless of whether Linley had any intention of testing her. Wen Ning's answer conveyed an attitude: I don't have as many things as you want. If you feel like not trading, then so be it. After all, I'm not interested in your information. Wen Ning deeply understood that in the Wasteland world, material goods have a price, but information is priceless. And more precious than information is secrets. 1 minute later, Wen Ning received Linley's reply. Linley 8989, then how much can you? Private chat channel, 4 axes. Can we still have a pleasant chat? Did you learn to bargain from market aunties? Linley was certain that Wen Ning definitely had more than 4 axes, but throughout the conversation, she never showed any interest in his information. This left Linley in a difficult position. How could such mysterious information he packaged fail to pique the interest of a big shot? Linley 8989, big shot, are you not interested in my information at all? The trial task. In the past few days, aside from the initial system mention of the trial task, almost no one has found relevant clues. Moreover, not just Wen Ning, everyone has no memory of the 4023 disaster year of Blue Star. Survivors treated this game as a survival game. However, indeed, no one has found any information regarding the trial task. Private chat channel, then tell me, what information do you have? Linley completely confirmed that the big shot was not very interested. He decided not to keep it a secret. He was confident in his information. Linley 8989, how about this, big shot? I want haggle. Let's settle on 4 stone axes, but can you add me as a friend? So that you can consider me in the future. Being anonymous, but adding as a friend, even if the message disappears, he could still find Wen Ning. Wen Ning thought for a moment and found it feasible. Although Linley had some testing thoughts, he was not particularly annoying. Moreover, he said consider. After she thought about it, she could still choose not to contact him. Ha. If Linley knew Wen Ning's thoughts, he might just walk away with a 6. The other party initiated a trade, trading items, excellent stone axe 4. Linley was anxiously reflecting on whether he had been a bit too presumptuous when Wen Ning directly sent a trade request. Linley quickly placed the parchment scroll from his backpack on the table. This is a means of trading information in the Wasteland world, and information recognized by the system will appear in the form of a magical parchment scroll. It will automatically be destroyed after reading. Trade successful. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of private information. System detected the accuracy of this information to be 100% and completeness to be 10%. Wen Ning looked at the yellowed parchment scroll that had appeared in her backpack and focused her mind to take it out, not even glancing at the message Linley had sent. Would you like to use the information? Once used, it cannot be resold. Yes. As the parchment scroll unfolded, a faint light flashed. A large section of text appeared before Wen Ning. A dense fog area refreshed near my shelter today. After walking in, I found some supplies, including that small planting field, but the fog was thick, looking extremely dangerous. I didn't dare to go deeper. I explored the outskirts for a while, and after 2 hours I was kicked out. By the way, the fog area hints that this is an old world ruin. Old world ruin. All the information drilled into Wen Ning's mind, and the parchment scroll in her hand spontaneously ignited. It vanished like magical fireworks, leaving not a trace of dust. This is information traded exclusively. Lin Li could no longer trade it to anyone else, and it could only remain locked in his mind. Thus Wen Ning felt that trading 4 axes for this was quite reasonable. Wen Ning patted her hands, which did not feel burnt, while reflecting on the information Lin Li provided. The old world ruin had refreshed near the shelter, and precious supplies like the small planting field could be searched for on the outskirts. However, the interior seemed very dangerous, shrouded in thick fog. And it seemed that each person only had one chance to explore. Also, the system's hint about the information's accuracy being 100% indicated that Lin Li had not lied. But the completeness was only 10%, indicating that Lin Li had explored too few areas and had not seen the full extent of the old world ruins. Wen Ning sent the summarized information to her death notebook. Old world ruins. Where does the old world refer to? Blue Star. Is Blue Star still around? Wen Ning recorded all her questions as well. When she withdrew, she saw the friend request Lin Li had sent. Click to accept. She was still in an anonymous state. She wouldn't disappear from Lin Li's friend list, but the chat history would vanish and her avatar would still be undefined. So if Lin Li had several anonymous friends, it would be difficult for him to find her. Because Wen Ning could also choose to block. Wen Ning thought for a moment and decided to leave it for now. She didn't know what good things Lin Li had in hand. If she encountered the old world ruins, she might even consult him. Currently everyone was in single-player mode. As long as she didn't disclose what good things she had, who could find her? Exiting the system, Wen Ning used a wet wipe to solve the issues of washing her face, hands, and feet. Finally, she changed into her pajamas, wrapped herself tightly in a small quilt, and fell into a deep slumber. She couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but the closer she got to the first disaster, the colder she felt at night. The next morning, Wen Ning, as usual, collected drinking water and had breakfast. For 4 days it had been sunny. She had already accumulated a wooden barrel of drinking water. If it remained sunny, the water collection device could provide her with another barrel of drinking water. By then, even during a 3-day snow disaster, she wouldn't worry about having no water to drink. Thinking this, Wen Ning felt lighthearted. On the 4th day of the Wasteland novice period, it was advisable to work hard and avoid being lazy. In the regional channel, only a few people died last night, likely from freezing. As the disaster approached, the weather gradually grew colder, let alone some survivors who were in cold places, nearly freezing to death on the first day. Wen Ning hurried to complete the shelter. She had already finished most of the shelter's framework yesterday, and today she intended to accomplish it all at once. Completing the main structure of the shelter, she aimed to also finish the courtyard's walls. After reconfirming the construction plan, Wen Ning rolled up her sleeves and began placing the hard stones. On the World Channel, the adjustment period of the first 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, only those with survival abilities remained. Everyone encouraged each other, rolling up their sleeves to work hard. On the surface, it looked peaceful. The supply of food and water had restored some dignity to the survivors. Basically, 80% of people had successfully built wooden shelters, and some areas had already been upgraded. Lin Li had 5 stone axes, making it effortless for him to chop wood without a care. The only drawback was that the visible wood nearby had already been depleted. The efficient stone axes allowed him to clear the refreshed small forest in just 2 hours, harvesting nearly 300 units of wood. Wearing leather armor, Lin Li took water and decided to explore the area north of the shelter, hoping to discover other forests. The snow disaster was about to arrive, and he needed to stockpile more wood. As Wen Ning said, he had obtained quite a lot from the old world ruins, but the most valuable were the small planting field he sold and the leather armor he wore. Combined, they were still worth less than Wen Ning's axes. The exploration of the ruins made him more alert to the dangers of the wasteland. Danger would eventually come. Besides, building a strong shelter, arming oneself was even more important. And in the world, many people like him had taken this step. Everyone understood the survival systems, and survivors have only one goal: to survive. Mission accomplished. In the evening, Wen Ning clapped her hands, gazing at the shelter before her. Covering an area of 120 square meters, a surrounding wall had been constructed 10 meters from each of the 4 walls. 2 entrances had been left at the front and back. The wall stood 2 meters high, making it difficult for an average person to leap over. Wen Ning glanced at the position of the small planting field and calculated that at this height it would receive 8 hours of sunlight each day. That was more than enough for photosynthesis. The bok choy seeds she planted last night had already sprouted tender shoots after just over 20 hours. Small planting field crop growth period 48 hours, 36 minutes 34 seconds. So it will be ready for harvest by 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. It seemed that crops in this wasteland world did not have growth cycles as lengthy as those on Blue Star. Moreover, they grew automatically. Wen Ning pulled her attention back and looked at her newly completed shelter. Shelter unnamed tip: this is a remarkably secure structure, and the builder's talent is truly astonishing. With it you will surely survive the disaster. Completeness 100, durability 200, aesthetic value 80, facilities 3. Wen Ning noted that last time when she built a wooden house the system had given it a name as a shelter. This time, however, it was called a refuge, and the mention of surviving a disaster caught Wen Ning's attention. Only with a certain level of durability can it be called a refuge, right? After all, the durability jumped directly from fully wooden to fully stone, increasing by 140. A refuge is a refuge. This signifies the system acknowledges Wen Ning's efforts. However, the current manufacturing interface only unlocked some simple tools and furniture, all made of wood and stone, with iron items being out of the question. Perhaps blueprints were required for those. Wen Ning picked and chose, feeling that these items did not match her luxurious refuge. This was a four-room house. Many people had struggled for decades on Blue Star to afford even a one-room apartment. Now it was already the fourth day in the Wasteland, and the preparation period was more than halfway through. The first disaster would arrive soon. Furniture was not essential, as she had a bed and 2 stools, which was enough for now, and she saved the wood for fire. As Wen Ning gnawed on her meat, she calculated the supplies she needed to store. There's still time. I can gather wood from the forest before dark. Tomorrow I must first clear the small forest at my doorstep, then go see the grassland. She would gather free wool first before considering purchases on the trading platform. After dinner, Wen Ning took 2 stone axes and swung them to chop down a tree, feeling like the coolest kid in this wilderness. The normal output of wood from the forest near the player's shelter was between 120 and 160 units. The most basic stone axe required continuous chopping for 8 hours. However, the stamina among survivors varied greatly, so the amount of wood collected daily rarely reached maximum output. Wen Ning did not need much wood, a daily chop would suffice. With the critical strike attribute, Wen Ning could collect up to 400 units of wood daily, with a minimum of 350. The shelter's inherent warmth attribute meant that collecting wood was mainly for the sake of free resources. Currently, the biggest problem was the water supply. Once the snow disaster struck, her underground distiller would surely be unable to continue collecting water. During the snow disaster, she could collect snow water or gather ice to melt for water. Thus, the current concern was the tools for collection. The manufacturing panel only offered wooden barrels or wooden basins with painfully low capacities. Wen Ning still decided to check the trading market. As she wandered through the market, Wen Ning noticed that more and more people were selling food and water resources. The purchasing power of water and food had decreased by about 10%. However, Wen Ning did not plan to sell her food first, because she had ample supplies, and second, during the snow disaster food prices would undoubtedly rise again, perhaps even soaring. Nevertheless, Wen Ning would still buy products with reasonable prices if she saw them. After browsing around, she had lost 2 kilograms of beef. She obtained 1 thick quilt, 1 20-liter large capacity plastic barrel, 1 Northeast Army coat, 5 warm wool socks, 2 fleece rain boots, and several seeds for rice, potatoes, tomatoes, and carrots. Basically, all were supplies related to warmth. She then listed 2 excellent stone axes and purchased 500 units of wood. There were only 2 main sources of wood: chopping trees and opening treasure chests. Survivors who had managed to survive until the 4th day had long since shifted from merely surviving to considering the upcoming disaster, the snow disaster. Regardless of whether it was for reinforcing the shelter or as burning material, wood was essential. Survivors could only collect a limited amount of wood each day. After reinforcing the shelter with these materials, what remained was the material for heating. If she wanted to acquire more wood, she could only purchase it from the trading market. Thus, over the past 2 days, the price of wood in the trading market had gradually increased. While Wen Ning's stone axes had sold for a higher price a few days ago, there had not necessarily been buyers willing to pay that price then. Now the price was not excessively high, especially considering the attributes. Wen Ning's listings would sell out within 30 seconds. The 500 units of wood were stacked in the bathroom alongside the wood Wen Ning had collected over the past few days. With food at home, she felt secure. Sitting by the fire, Wen Ning calculated her food and water supplies. She still had over 480 kilograms of beef left, very little steak and wolf meat consumed, half of the big loaf remaining, and about 35 liters of water in 1.5 barrels. There were also some unopened bottled water, small breads, and so on. Food would definitely last for a long time, especially since her bok choy would mature the day after tomorrow, providing her with vegetables. Having eaten bread and meat for 4 days, Wen Ning felt she was nearly constipated. It was time to replenish some dietary fibers. After the snow disaster passed, the plan to plant rice needed to be expedited. With the planting field shortening the maturity cycle of rice, Wen Ning was not worried about the harvest. Currently, aside from collecting supplies, she still had to address the workbench she had obtained earlier. It required electronic components and equipment to convert iron ore into ingots. There was no clear direction for these at the moment. The only avenues Wen Ning could think of were the trading market or opening treasure chests. It seemed that venturing out for exploration was necessary tomorrow. The next morning when Ning tidied up, she spent 2 hours clearing the nearby small forest, obtaining 380 units of wood, and returned to the refuge. When Ning emptied her backpack, donned a linen outfit with vine armor, armed herself with 2 weapons, placing the spear in her backpack and the stone blade at her waist. Taking along a bottle of water, 20 units of wood, and 10 units of stone, she set out. Choosing not to bring tools, Wen Ning decided to craft them by hand only if problems arose, as it wouldn't cost too much wood or stone. If her backpack became full, she would simply discard unnecessary items without hesitation. Stepping back into the grassland, Wen Ning heightened her vigilance. In the previous 2 battles, she had been incredibly fortunate, sustaining no damage while achieving victory. However, one could not rely on luck forever. Caution was key to survival. Thus, throughout the journey, Wen Ning remained alert, abandoning the idea of marking her position after the system set the coordinates. After advancing about a kilometer into the grassland, Wen Ning climbed over a small hill. The scene before her caught her off guard. What is this? A fog-covered area appeared on the desolate grassland. On the 5th day in the Wasteland. Wen Ning looked at the thick fog in disbelief and exclaimed, "Ruins of the old world. Whatever one thinks of comes to pass. Just last night, she received intelligence, and today she encountered it." Wen Ning had already put on her armor before leaving, fully prepared. Now that she had come across these ruins, how could she not venture inside to explore? With burning eyes, Wen Ning tightened her grip on the spear in her hand and slowly approached the edge of the fog. Exploring the ruins, even though Lin Li hadn't given any hints about whether there were monsters or mutated animals inside. However, Wen Ning still cautiously drew closer. Coming to a stop about 5 meters away from the thick fog, she paused. The interior of the fog was hazy and gray, obscured like a gathering storm cloud. A restless unease surged from her chest. Wen Ning keenly sensed that it was dangerous inside. But at the same time, a strange desire emanated from within the mist, compelling her to step inside. It felt as if something was calling her in the darkness. Wen Ning took a deep breath, lowered her gaze, and closed her eyes to breathe deeply. After reciting the calming incantation taught by her master twice, when she opened her eyes again, the desire in her eyes faded and clarity returned. At this moment, whether it was her illusion or not, the fog of the ruins seemed to have dissipated slightly, and Wen Ning looked up. Before her, a large door slowly materialized with faintly visible characters inscribed upon it. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Wen Ning's mind. Player has discovered a limited-time trial ruin. Greed. Hint: the duration of the limited-time trial ruin is 2 hours. Players who do not escape by then will be permanently trapped inside. Death during the trial will be considered as game over. Wen Ning immediately opened the friend channel. Private chat channel: what ruin did you encounter last time? Lin Li 8989, damn. Big shot, you found the ruins so quickly. But what kind of ruins? Lin Li 8989, my system just notified me that I encountered ruins. Lin Li 8989, don't worry, just go in boldly. There are quite a few things outside the ruins, and it's not very dangerous, but I don't know about inside. I feel it's quite eerie, although there's no danger. I'm a bit timid, so. Wen Ning quickly skimmed through the messages and decisively closed the channel. It seemed that Lin Li had indeed encountered an ordinary ruin. Good luck. Or bad luck. Regardless, this opportunity for exploration is hard to come by. With this in mind, Wen Ning firmly gripped her spear and stepped inside. Walking for dozens of meters, the surroundings remained shrouded in mist with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Detected survivor entering the ruins at chat channel closed, trading channel closed, map switched, exit of the ruins marked. Inside the ruins, the backpack limit has been expanded to infinite. The countdown is synchronized with the ruins countdown. The system prompt sounded, and the surrounding fog seemed to respond to the signal, suddenly receding like a tide. At this moment, Wen Ning felt as if she were in a primeval forest. The towering trees, each at least a century old, required 4 or 5 people to encircle. Clear sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, dappling the path below, completely devoid of the eerie feeling that had been present in the thick fog moments ago. The vast scenery before her felt incredibly real. A gentle breeze brushed against her shoulder-length hair, the floral scent invaded her nostrils, and the warmth of sunlight upon her arms felt so vivid. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the system's capabilities were terrifying, able to conceal such a vast scene within a small patch of fog. Entering the mist was like stepping into a new world. How did this game select so many survivors amidst the destruction of Blue Star and bring them here? And how did it manage to scatter everyone across different locations, almost as if custom designing a server for each individual? Wen Ning gazed at the scene before her. Being in the midst of this, if she couldn't break the predicament, then overthinking the motives would be pointless. This was also her master's teaching. Wen Ning stepped forward again, glancing at the system map. The exit was nearly 500 meters away. The countdown displayed in the upper right corner of the map indicated that this limited time exploration of the ruins had 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds remaining. The recent notification about the backpack limit changing to infinite meant that within the specified time, whatever materials she could grab, she could take with her. It was practically a zero-cost purchase. It is highly recommended to have more ruins like this. However, time was limited for her, and she was completely unaware of the unexpected situations that might arise within. Wen Ning decided to explore with the exit as the center within a radius of no more than 500 meters. Then she would head to the right. After just a few steps, Wen Ning discovered something. Half of a chest was concealed behind a large tree with silver edges that immediately suggested it was valuable. Wen Ning was slightly surprised. No wonder Linley said there were good things on the outskirts of the ruins as she stumbled upon a treasure chest. It looked to be of a decent level, at least higher than the stone treasure chest she had previously obtained. The silver chest appeared to be metallic. Could it be an iron chest? With this thought, Wen Ning became excited. Taking 2 steps at a time, she quickly approached the tree, then abruptly stopped in her tracks. The joy on her face vanished, replaced by solemnity. She hadn't forgotten the theme of the ruins as indicated by the system prompt before she entered. Greed. Where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. Wen Ning murmured, this conspicuous silver treasure chest appearing so boldly could have some hidden trick. She wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something sinister. However, it was evidently impossible for her to give up on the high-level chest right in front of her. Wen Ning reached behind her, ready to draw her dagger at any moment, and focused intently on everything around the silver chest. Even a single blade of grass swaying in the wind did not escape her keen eyes. From 10 meters away, it took her nearly 5 minutes to inch closer. However, it was evidently impossible for her to give up on the high-level chest right in front of her. Wen Ning reached behind her, ready to draw her dagger out. In dramas, treasures are often surrounded by traps or guardians. As soon as someone touches the treasure, the anomalies trigger in an instant. Detected silver treasure chest. Do you wish to pick it up? Astonishingly, it was silver. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Ning sprang into action, swiftly moving 10 meters away. Silver treasure chest. Woman, are you serious about stepping back so many paces? Congratulations, you have obtained silver treasure chest 1. Hint: treasures acquired within the ruins cannot be taken out. Please open it as soon as possible. After confirming that no traps had been triggered upon returning to a safe distance, Wen Ning finally relaxed her guard and examined the treasure chest she had obtained. In her backpack, the exquisitely crafted silver-edged chest lay in a compartment, its carvings suggesting it was quite valuable. Upon hearing that it could not be taken out, Wen Ning had no choice but to choose to open it. At worst, she could dismantle the chest after opening it. At least she might get some silver pieces right. Congratulations, you have obtained a basic plant encyclopedia, limited edition. Hint: this encyclopedia can only be used within this ruin and cannot be taken out. Items obtained through the plant encyclopedia can be taken out. A type of plant. My wool. Wen Ning wailed, for she watched helplessly as the newly opened silver treasure chest vanished in a puff of green smoke. The abacus beads scattered all over the ground, and Wen Ning heard the sound of her own heart shattering. Damn that system, not allowing her to reap a single bit of wool. Wen Ning's expression was as tragic as someone who had failed to snatch an empty bottle. With a bitter face, she opened the contents of the silver treasure chest. Wen Ning felt that, even if the treasure chest revealed a tremendous treasure, she would not feel happy. The next moment, a plant encyclopedia. I cried, I pretended. Oh my goodness. With the monster manual in hand, Wen Ning didn't even need to read the introduction to understand the extraordinary nature of the plant manual. Even if it was limited, it didn't matter. There were so many plants and wild fruits in this ruin. With this plant encyclopedia, she could avoid a lot of dangers. Wen Ning found the plant encyclopedia icon with a countdown timer on the system panel. She clicked on it, and then raised her eyes to the dense forest before her. In an instant, the lush green forest seemed to have been enhanced with special effects. The alternating reds and greens dazzled her. Wen Ning stared at the unreal green in front of her, lost in thought. She had just said that heavenly materials and earthly treasures were merely an exaggeration. Yet she never expected that this forest was truly filled with treasures. The sound of jingling echoed in her mind. Discovered Mimosa Plant Encyclopedia Updated. Discovered Wild Apple Tree Plant Encyclopedia Updated. Discovered Burdock Plant Encyclopedia Updated. Discovered Wild Chestnut Plant Encyclopedia Updated. Discovered Mallow Plant Encyclopedia Updated. In an instant the plant encyclopedia updated with no less than 100 new entries. Mute plant encyclopedia sounds. Muted. Finally there was silence around her, but Wen Ning's heart could not calm down. Like an adventurer who stumbled into a treasure palace, she was clueless about where to start among the abundant riches. Wen Ning hesitated on the spot for nearly a minute before suddenly waking up. Countdown. What are you waiting for? Hurry and collect. Wen Ning approached the nearest plant, about a meter tall, blooming with clusters of purple flowers that looked incredibly enchanting. Wen Ning looked at the plant encyclopedia in her mind, which automatically jumped to the relevant information. Mallow, a perennial erect herb 50 to 90 centimeters tall. Uses medicinal edible effects, clears heat and dampness, regulates qi, and relieves constipation. Detected mallow. Collect. Constipation. Collecting it. Wen Ning confirmed the collection and immediately reached out her hand, causing the mallow in front of her to vanish. The ground was left with flowers and inedible coarse roots. Her backpack now contained 1 mallow. After 5 minutes Wen Ning stopped as she looked at her backpack containing mallow 30. At the same time she realized the rules within the ruins. The efficiency of collecting items was much slower than outside and tools could not be used. Wen Ning looked regretfully at the remaining large patch of mallow, then passed it by and walked deeper into the forest. Time was limited, she couldn't let small losses lead to greater ones. It felt like stepping into a wild herbal garden, and Wen Ning nearly lost herself amid the dazzling array of herbs. What to do? She wanted to take them all back. Wen Ning wisely selected the herbs that would be most beneficial to her. Lily of the Valley. The whole plant is toxic. Well, if I use this to kill a mutated beast, will the meat be toxic? Forget it. Pass. The whole plant is toxic. Pass. Wen Ning chose not to collect any toxic plants. The plant encyclopedia only displayed useful information within the ruins. Who knew if she would lose this herb identification information after going outside? Although her memory was good, it was not to the extent of photographic memory. If she accidentally ate something poisonous and died, she could imagine how her master would scold her. Master, oh master, you a descendant of ancient martial arts, how can you be completely ignorant of pharmacology? At least teach me something. Then I wouldn't have to rely on this plant encyclopedia that could disappear at any moment. What a waste of time. Wen Ning muttered to herself as she walked closer to a tree that was taller than 2 people. Bright red fruits hung heavily from the branches. So excessively lush. Wen Ning smirked and eagerly picked one. Wild apple, a perennial tree 2 to 15 meters high, uses edible effects. None detected. Wild apple. Collect, collect, collect. Wen Ning bit down hard, the sweet fragrance rushing into her nostrils. The sweetness burst in her mouth. The fruit was crisp and juicy. Truly delicious. What was so delicious? While Wen Ning ate, her hands moved uncontrollably, frantically picking more and stuffing them into her backpack. She was multitasking effectively. Wen Ning had eaten salty meat for 4 days, and she hadn't tasted any other flavors. Now looking at this apple, she simply couldn't hold back. Survivors, please note the fruit trees cannot be taken away. Wen Ning was taken aback, her inner thoughts exposed. The system's voice sounded somewhat gritting. However, she acted as if nothing had happened and continued to pick with both hands. The apples were extremely dense, almost touching each other. As long as Wen Ning's hands were within 5 centimeters, the backpack could automatically collect them. There was no need to jump. Just in front of her there were at least 50 or 60 apples. After 10 minutes of continuous picking, her backpack already contained wild ripe apples 200. Alright, that's enough. Licking her lips, Wen Ning decisively gave up on this apple tree. She couldn't abandon an entire forest for 1 tree. She turned around to continue her exploration. On the ruins map, Wen Ning was still in the peripheral area. The map seemed to synchronize with the plant encyclopedia, showing green and red dots. Wen Ning had figured out that green dots represented completely non-toxic plants, even those with special effects. Red dots indicated toxic plants that were harmful to humans and even posed a danger. Just earlier, when Wen Ning passed by a plant, it suddenly sprayed a dark green liquid. Wen Ning swiftly dodged, avoiding its attack range. However, other plants near the point of spraying liquid rapidly wilted within 3 seconds, even rotting down to their roots. This heightened Wen Ning's sense of crisis, reminding her that there were still many unknown dangers within this ruin. But for some reason it didn't seem as terrifying and eerie as Linley had mentioned. Nonetheless, Wen Ning instinctively kept herself as cautious as possible, staying within a 300-meter range of the ruins exit. She glanced at the countdown. There was still over an hour and 30 minutes left. Tisk, she had wasted too much time picking apples just now. Wen Ning looked at the ruins map. The closer she got to the inside, the fewer red dots there were, and the green lights flourished. It was obvious that there were good things to be found. Her backpack already contained 3 types of herbs and 2 types of wild fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ning decided to venture further inside. Indeed, the resources in the periphery were plentiful, but their value was common with a large quantity and average quality. Thus Wen Ning chose a smaller path that appeared to have fewer red lights, pushing deeper into the ruins while carefully calculating her distance from the exit. The path grew narrower, and Wen Ning collected herbs along the way while remaining alert to the red plants. Finally, at the end of the path, her vision suddenly broadened. Following the stream, I forget the distance of the path. Suddenly, I encounter a peach blossom forest stretching for hundreds of steps along the banks. Within it, there are no mixed trees, fragrant grass flourishes, and fallen petals scatter beautifully. Wen Ning was astonished by the scene before her, doubting whether she had truly stumbled into the peach blossom springs from the book. Before her lay a garden with a square medicinal field at its center planted with 5 or 6 kinds of medicinal herbs. The growth was promising, and one could tell just by looking that it was worth a fortune. On the other side was a vegetable patch. The densely planted vegetables seemed to have been sown without any planning, all competing fiercely for space, leaving no land wasted. It was all completely filled. With a glance, Wen Ning could see no less than 10 common vegetables, including potatoes and carrots, that she wished to plant. The 2 plots together occupied about half the size of a basketball court. The perimeter was not idle either, with various fruit trees surrounding the medicinal and vegetable fields. Each tree was laden with ripe fruit. It seemed as though the seasons did not exist here at all, with all the plants in their prime harvest period. Heavens! What a divine treasure land this is! This is just the outskirts of this forest's ruins. Wen Ning, like a starving wanderer who hadn't eaten for over a decade, eagerly dashed into the vegetable patch. She yanked up one tomato after another, roots and all, stuffing them into her backpack. She pulled up handfuls of bok choy. One broccoli was as large as her head. Cabbage, white radish, carrot, tomato. Chili, eggplant, pumpkin, corn. Cucumber, lemon, potato, She took every vegetable she could see. Then she turned to the medicinal field. Although there were no red dots here, Wen Ning still identified them before deciding to collect. Mainly because medicinal herbs are different from vegetables. If she went out and didn't recognize them, she wouldn't. Tion Zikao, an annual erect herb. Main treatment for bruises and swelling fractures. Can be used externally and internally. San Baitsao, a perennial erect herb. Main detoxification and anti-inflammatory. Can be decocted for use. Song Lan, a biennial herb. Main treatment for high fever. Can be decocted for use. Mo Hanlian, an annual herb. Main treatment for external injuries to stop bleeding. Can be decocted for use. Zisu, an annual erect herb. Main treatment for wind cold colds. Edible. Indeed, the effects are incomparable to the herbs outside. Wen Ning expressionlessly harvested these herbs, firmly committing their appearances and effects to memory. Very good, it covered almost all common ailments, and the methods were not complicated, making it quite suitable for a beginner like Wen Ning. Immersed in her task, Wen Ning did not notice the forest behind her. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting shadows on the path, and the speed of movement had strangely accelerated. After about 10 minutes of sweeping through the medicinal field for 5 remarkably effective herbs, Wen Ning shifted her gaze to the surrounding tall trees and fruit trees. Just before she entered, she checked the time. There was still about an hour left on the countdown. She spent 10 minutes collecting vegetables and 10 minutes collecting herbs. She planned to spend another 10 minutes collecting fruits, and regardless of what happened, she had to head back. The treasures in the forest were no longer coveted. With these resources, her life would undergo a qualitative change. Looking around, the scent of fruit was strong. The sweet and fragrant aroma wafted everywhere. There were also gigantic watermelons on the ground. Wen Ning quickly picked up 10. Then she turned to the trees. Apricots the size of fists collected. Velvety red peaches collected. In fact, Wen Ning preferred crunchy peaches, but that didn't matter now. She would take whatever she could get. Bright red lychees collected. Mangoes bigger than her bag collected. Guava collected. Pomegranates mindlessly collected. Time was still enough. Without even looking, there were still half an hour left. Collect one more type and then stop. One more type. Wen Ning's eyes gradually revealed stubbornness tinged with madness, her hands never pausing. She constantly reassured herself that there was still time. She even resisted the urge to check the time. Like a gambler in a casino, she thought she would stop after winning one more round. Stop. Stop. Huff, huff, huff. What is wrong with me? Wen Ning suddenly halted, still clutching a piece of fruit in her hand. Greed. Oh no. Coming back to her senses, Wen Ning quickly opened the map, and the fruit in her hand was tossed away like a hot potato. Countdown to the closure of the ruins: 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Boom. It was like a huge bell ringing in Wen Ning's ears, leaving her head buzzing and dazed. Action was faster than thought. Wen Ning turned and dashed out of this strange place. The flow of time here is twice that of the outside. I thought it would only take 30 minutes, but a whole hour would pass. That was a close call. The moment Wen Ning turned to run out, a tremendous sense of loss surged within her. All the fruits and herbs she had just harvested filled up again. There were even many new ones. The herbs enticed Wen Ning to identify them, and in the fruit grove her favorite crunchy peaches appeared. There are still so many things left to collect, I can't give up. The ruins might only appear this once, there may never be another opportunity. I'm only 400 meters from the exit. If I go all out I can reach it in less than a minute. With so many resources here, even if I stay forever, what of it? I could live better. No. Thoughts of persuading herself surged in Wen Ning's mind. Her footsteps did not stop as she silently chanted a calming mantra, racing towards the exit. The short distance of 400 meters felt as if it had been stretched out. Moreover, it seemed the ruins had realized they could no longer exploit Wen Ning's greed. The surrounding plants suddenly sprang to life. The original path vanished, replaced by aggressive plants that attacked. Can't play fair. Then I'll fight back. The ruins abandoned attempts to influence Wen Ning's mind, and she regained her sanity with the calming mantra. She jumped and dodged, evading the widespread attacks of the plants. In her eyes, the original path had not disappeared, it was merely obscured by some plants. Waving her spear, she cut down most of the plants that attacked from a distance. Avoiding toxins, flying needles and thorns, Wen Ning advanced safely, utilizing the terrain and her unique agility. Moreover, to be safe, Wen Ning kept the map activated. Despite numerous plants blocking her path, she finally saw the exit marker 3 minutes before the countdown ended. Her heart leapt with joy, and Wen Ning quickened her pace. The spear's tip touched the ground, and she leaped, soaring horizontally over the final obstacle. Her toes landed perfectly, stabilizing her form as Wen Ning retracted her spear. Are you sure you want to exit the ruins? Confirm. The vines rushing toward her stopped short and then reluctantly retreated. A white light illuminated before Wen Ning, and in the final moment she saw all the plants in the ruins wither away in an instant. The mist that had previously dissipated surged back, enveloping the ruins heavily. The barren grassland reappeared before her, and Wen Ning let out a huge sigh of relief. She had never felt this place so familiar before. The dense fog behind her vanished, as if the ruins had never existed. Congratulations on successfully exploring the ruins. The supplies you obtained have been stored in a temporary backpack. Please clear it out as soon as possible, as the temporary backpack will disappear in a week. Wen Ning wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt a hint of regret in the system's tone. However, as she opened her temporary backpack, a full list of supplies popped up, and she immediately broke into a wide smile. Look at these juicy big fruits, look at these tempting vegetables, and then look at these herbs. Extracting apples into her backpack, 200 apples occupied 2 slots. Wen Ning took out the extra 2, munching on them as she walked back. Wen Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that although the plant encyclopedia had disappeared, the information on the plants she had brought with her remained. As long as she concentrated, she could still display the information. How wonderful! But it was also too perilous. If it weren't for the calmness incantation, at a critical moment, she might have lost herself inside. In the past, when her master asked her to practice the calmness incantation, Wen Ning had complied, but never thought deeply about its profoundness. She only felt that the incantation allowed her to calm down in the monotonous practice of martial arts. Having been in the industry for 8 years, Wen Ning had few friends, nor did she need them, as the spiritual wealth her master provided was rich enough. However, whenever she found herself engulfed in anxiety and negative emotions, the calmness incantation always helped her regain her composure. Over time, whenever she sensed her emotions fluctuating too much, she would unconsciously recite the incantation. Today, in the Gree-themed ruins, Wen Ning experienced the overwhelming desire of a gambler. That overwhelming thrill nearly caused her to succumb entirely. Indeed, one should not underestimate this trial ruin. Thankfully, her diligent practice saved her life once again. As Wen Ning walked back, she reviewed her encounters in the ruins. She opened her death note. The appearance of the silver treasure chest was not a coincidence. In other words, without that plant encyclopedia, most survivors would only recognize a small portion of the fruits inside and would not easily be drawn to the inner area. Wen Ning recalled the distance she had ventured inside, which hardly counted as the inner area. Just the outer fringes had such terrifying allure, she couldn't imagine how it would have been if she had been a bit greedier and ventured deeper. The thought was chilling. And then there was the distribution of supplies in the ruins. They deliberately placed ordinary supplies at the outermost layer, so if survivors did not venture deeper they would only scavenge a bit of wild vegetables and fruits. They wouldn't even catch a glimpse of vegetables. Moreover, some of these supplies were disguised in green, but they would have side effects on the human body. Then there were the red plants strategically placed at several key points. When players tried to dodge attacks they would be directed towards the supply points. One link leads to another, leaving no room for escape. The most sinister part was that when you were immersed in the joy of gathering supplies it silently led you to a place where the flow of time was different. One link leads to another, leaving no room for escape. The most sinister part was that when you were immersed in the joy of gathering supplies, however, the attack power of these plants is not high. This was also the reason why Wen Ning managed to escape. Although many plants attempted to block Wen Ning's retreat on the way back, their dragging or interfering effects were quite. This also aligned with the theme of the ruins, which primarily manipulated greed to control minds. You have new messages, please check. The system notification interrupted Wen Ning's thoughts just as she returned to the shelter. Closing the gate of the yard, Wen Ning walked towards her water collection device and casually opened the private chat channel. Linley 8989, Big Shot, are you back? Private chat channel, yes. Linley 8989, great. I sent you a message this morning, but it didn't go through, so I guessed you had entered the ruins. This morning. Wen Ning remembered that she had entered the ruins at 10 a.m. And it was already 4 p.m. Was the flow of time inside the ruins different from the outside? Big Shot, I stayed in the ruins for 2 hours last time, and it was also 4 p.m. when I came out. Linley 8989, this indicates that the time mechanism of the trial ruins is different. Big Shot, could this be a game instance? Wen Ning finished collecting water resources and watered her small planting field. She did not immediately reply to Linley's message, but went inside, lit a bonfire, and casually picked up a peach to nibble on. Only then did she slowly reply to Linley's message. Private chat channel, indeed there are places inside the ruins where the flow of time is different. Wen Ning shared this information with Linley, considering it a return for his concern. It wasn't exactly intelligence, but a kind reminder. However, she did not mention whether this was an instance, as the survival system did not have such terminology. Wen Ning did not acknowledge any information that had not been verified by the system. If Linley was smart enough, he should understand Wen Ning's hint and be cautious. Indeed, it seemed that he grasped her meaning, as it took a full minute for him to reply. Linley 8989, thank you Big Shot, I understand. Wen Ning closed the private chat channel. Linley had never inquired about how much supplies she had gathered, which raised her impression of him by 2 points. But it was only 2 points. At this stage the new player protection was in place and the game was in lone wolf mode, but it was inevitable that they would form groups later. Wen Ning had often acted in groups before, so she naturally knew the benefits of teamwork. Therefore, she did not reject Linley's approach, but whether he qualified to be a companion remained to be seen. After all, understanding a person solely through text across a screen was quite limited. Finishing the peach, Wen Ning gazed intently at the peach pit in her hand. Logically, fully ripe fruits should also have mature seeds. Peach seed, pay attention, this is a mature seed. Planting it may yield a fruit tree. As expected, it's a seed. Wen Ning placed the seed into the warehouse away from the fire source. Feeling the temperature of the warehouse, she thought that this location could not store her fruits and vegetables. However, the temporary warehouse was only available for a week. Wen Ning had to find a way to store them. While temperatures would drop during disasters, they lasted for 3 days. This was far from enough for storing vegetables. Surveying the entire shelter, Wen Ning fixed her gaze on the floor, lost in thought. The site for building the cellar was quite harsh. After exploring the shelter, Wen Ning found only the area beneath the warehouse to be somewhat suitable. The shelter was nestled against the forest on the left with the grassland on the right. The grassland was quite damp while the forest on the left was rather dry. The geographical location of the cellar demanded dryness, with a low groundwater level, good soil moisture retention, and a tightly packed structure that would not easily collapse. Wen Ning planned to create a cellar that allowed for free movement, with a spiral staircase leading down, ensuring that the shelter above would not collapse due to the existence of the cellar. Moreover, if needed in the future, it could be further expanded into a network of cellars. There was even another plan that could be put on the agenda. Wen Ning was deep in thought. It was the evening of the 5th day of the Wasteland era, and in 3 days the first disaster would arrive. She still needed to spend time gathering supplies, but she also had to make good use of the resources at hand. If she couldn't retrieve and store these supplies after 7 days, they would ultimately go to waste. It would be better to exchange them for more storable items. In an instant, Wen Ning made her decision. For the next 3 days she would build the cellar while exchanging resources, striving to maximize her benefits. Without hesitation, Wen Ning chose a location close to the corner covering half of the designated cellar area and began to dismantle a section of the floor. Then she took out the stone shovel she had used to kill the mutated cow and began to dig with effort. After about half an hour, Wen Ning felt a severe soreness all over her body. What was going on? Was she unable to endure after chopping trees for 2 hours in the morning and exploring a ruin? When did she become so sensitive? Could it be because of the ruins? Had this situation occurred before? Just as Wen Ning was puzzled, a message notification sounded in her private channel. She only had one friend now, and she could guess who it was with her toes. Linley 8989, Big Boss, quickly check the World Channel. World Channel E264 District Su 7809, high price. To purchase information about the Old World Ruin System certification required private chat with price, sincere inquiries. World Channel W355, District Li Tian 8623, I have a batch of ruin supplies for sale. Those interested can private chat. When Ning's expression turned serious, it seemed that the ruins were no longer a secret. She dusted off her hands and rubbed her wrist. She sat down by the campfire, seriously examining the various messages in the World Channel. After browsing for a while, most of the messages were about purchasing ruin information. Nothing particularly special could be discerned. Wen Ning decisively switched to the regional channel. Regional channel, oh my, I can hardly breathe. I entered the so-called ruin on the first day, picked up a few bottles of water, and came out. Then the World Channel wouldn't let me speak, and the regional channel wouldn't either. Any mention would be muted. Regional channel, the one above, is a bit foolish. You can certify it as information and sell it. Although you can only sell it once. Regional channel, so early. I just entered today and explored the outskirts. I picked up quite a bit, but when I was about to go deeper, a wild wolf suddenly appeared, and I hurriedly ran out. Regional channel, I entered a castle resplendent and filled with gold. Once I return to Blue Star, I'll post it, ha. Regional channel, it seems that everyone has entered different places. Let me tell a scary story. Just now, nearly 1000 people were suddenly dropped from the regional channel. Wen Ning noticed this message and quickly glanced at the upper left corner. 7,698. It really was 1000. Regional channel, when did everyone enter the ruins and when did they come out? Regional channel, I went in at 8 a.m. and came out at 4 p.m. Regional channel, I went in at noon and came out at 4 p.m. It seemed that regardless of how long players stayed in the ruins, the exit time was always 4 p.m. Moreover, it could now be basically confirmed that all players had entered the ruins at least once within the 3 days. What was unclear was whether the missing 1000 people vanished all at once today, or if it was the total sum across 3 days. These players were very likely dead. Wen Ning did not forget the moment she emerged the crazily withering plants. They seemed to be unwilling. Unwilling for what? Unwilling to have her transformed into the nourishment of the forest ruins. Since that was the case, players should have a large stockpile of resources. Almost everyone was now discussing the details of the ruins. Wen Ning distractedly looked on while also opening the trading channel. Indeed, there were many more food and water items as well as tools and weapons. There were also some odd items. Wen Ning searched for iron ingots. Instantly, 3 listings popped up. One with a tomato icon, iron ingot 2, for private chat remark, don't bother, the other 2 are also mine. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment before clicking into this person's profile. Private chat channel, hello, how much for the iron ingots? Private chat channel, how many do you want? The other party replied quickly, not giving a price, but asking how many Wen Ning wanted. After pondering for a moment, she decided to be straightforward. Private chat channel, I want all 6 on the shelf. I can take more if available. Private chat channel, for 6 ingots, I want 10 L of water, enough food for a week, and some medicine. Wen Ning, how presumptuous of you. Private chat channel, goodbye. Private chat channel, hey. Wait, we can negotiate. How much can you offer? Wen Ning did not reply immediately. Instead, she considered the other party's message for a moment. After a long time, she replied with 4 words. Private chat channel, you are injured. After sending this message, Wen Ning went silent. Although this player had made an outrageous request for a lot of food and water, the medicine was the last item mentioned. The other party's intention was certainly to draw Wen Ning's attention to food and water. But medicine, could it be overlooked in the Wasteland? Thus Wen Ning boldly speculated that, even if she guessed wrong, it didn't matter, the ruins had been exposed, and the surviving players had all gained a windfall. There were certainly plenty of resources. At this moment, it was a psychological game. The longer it dragged on, the more torturous it became. If Wen Ning's speculation was correct, the other party would soon compromise. The other party did not refute immediately, and Wen Ning curled the corners of her lips. She had guessed correctly. Wen Ning was indeed right. At this moment, in a cave-reformed shelter, Chung Dingkuan was struggling against the wall of the shelter. Cold sweat was pouring from his forehead, and on his leg was a horrific burn covered in dreadful blisters. Beside him was an overturned smelting table, and at his feet lay an incompletely formed iron ingot. Even closer was a massive furnace standing tall. The blueprint for this furnace was something he had just opened from the ruins today, and Chung Dingkuan was overjoyed, as he was already in a mining area. In recent days he had been mining day and night to exchange for food and water. Because within a 10-kilometer radius of his shelter there were only a few wooden materials and thatch besides the ores. Initially, the purchasing power of stones and ores was decent, allowing Chung Dingkuan to exchange for some food and water. Chung Dingkuan was clever. He directly dismantled the shelter and moved into a semi-exposed cave. After adding a door, the survival system surprisingly recognized this new shelter of his. He was also fortunate. A few days ago, he had managed to earn water and food through hard labor without starving. He successfully smelted the iron ingots. Chung Dingkuan knew that he wasn't the only one to obtain this. He needed to strive for the fastest time and the greatest profit. Unfortunately, one careless moment led to the glowing hot ingot falling directly onto his thigh. After a scream, the desire to survive overcame the pain. Chung Dingkuan gritted his teeth and put up a trading post. Many people inquired, but as soon as he mentioned medicine, everyone said he was dreaming. At this moment, Chung Dingkuan was staring blankly at the message sent by Wen Ning. The other party was certain he was injured, but did not haggle or scorn him for being delusional. This could only mean that the other party really had such resources available. Moreover, the other party had the fact of being injured was exposed, and Chung Dingkuan was nearly in despair, stunned and unsure how to react. In the Wasteland apocalypse there was nothing. But what is the most important? Water, food. Besides that, it is medical care. Chung Dingkuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Given his current condition, he needed more than one type of medicine. Burns, bleeding control, wound healing, and inflammation relief. He might also experience a high fever at night. In peaceful times, such extensive burns would require skin grafting. The more he thought about it, the more despairing he became, and deep down Chung Dingkuan had almost sentenced himself to death. How ridiculous. He thought that with this furnace, he could get ahead and acquire a large amount of resources. Little did he know he would meet the king of hell instead. But he had not yet found his wife and children. How could he resign himself to this fate? Chung Dingkuan's expression was resolute as he sent out a message again. Private channel, yes, I am severely injured now. The blueprint for the iron ingot furnace was something I brought out from the ruins. It is a one-time blueprint. Private channel, if you can save my life and I manage to survive, I will contract your mine in return. I will process your materials for free. Private channel, to be honest, in a radius of 10 miles here it is all mines. Now that I have lost my mobility, I need a lot of food. Wen Ning waited for a long time before receiving Chung Dingkuan's reply. It was not far from what she had guessed. The other party was seriously injured. Wen Ning caught the key words. The blueprint comes from the ruins and it is a one-time use. That is just like her workbench. This kind of luck-based item made Wen Ning hesitant to guarantee she could obtain it. Moreover, during the waiting period for a reply, there were no blueprints for the furnace available in the trading market. Not even iron ingots. Wen Ning speculated that the blueprints for the furnace were quite rare, and furthermore the materials needed to construct the furnace were also very scarce. This also explained why the World Channel was buying several types of minerals she had never seen before at high prices. And he mentioned contracting his future mine. Wen Ning inevitably felt a bit tempted. It could be a test of the medicinal effects of the items she brought out from the ruins. With this in mind, Wen Ning initiated a trade. The other party initiated a trade trading item Mo Han Lian. Chung Dingkuan 7777, thank you. How do I use this medicine? Chung Dingkuan looked at the trade initiated by the other party overjoyed and quickly took down all his iron ingots and placed them on Wen Ning's trading platform. Wen Ning's eyes flashed slightly. The information about the medicine was only visible to herself. Private channel, for internal and external use, it stops bleeding. I haven't tried it. Chung Dingkuan didn't mind it. It was normal not to have used it. Who would waste such precious materials without being injured? When Ning looked at the iron ingots, she received a bit surprised. Did he really give her all 6? The other party removed the anonymity and sent a friend request. He didn't even ask Wen Ning for any extra resources. Chung Dingkuan 7777, it really works. My bleeding stopped immediately. Your medicine is incredibly effective. Thank you. Chung Dingkuan spoke excitedly, truly amazed. He chewed the 2 small herbs, spat them out, and then placed the juice on the burned areas. After a minute the pain noticeably decreased and Chung Dingkun's pale complexion improved significantly. Moreover, he found that his bleeding had stopped. Chung Dingkun, overjoyed, excitedly messaged Wen Ning, overwhelmed by a sense of survival after disaster. As long as he could live, even a few more days would be good. The other party did not reply. Wen Ning thought for a moment, and then initiated another trading link. But this time she did not require any resources from the other party. The other party initiated a trade trading item: 5 kilograms of beef, 1 L of clean drinking water, 1 standby herb. Note: payment in iron ingots. Standby herb is for inflammation relief. Chung Dingkun was a bit stunned then. As a grown man, he couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. He didn't expect the other party to genuinely trade with him on equal terms. Even when his desperate situation was exposed, the other party still valued his worth. He knew he was not the only one who could obtain the furnace, nor was he the only one in the mining area. Moreover, the medicinal materials in the other party's hands were likely the only ones in this wasteland. Chung Dingkun wiped away his tears and placed all the ores he had stored in his backpack onto the trading link. Then he solemnly clicked confirm. Chang Dingkun 7777, I cannot thank you enough. Please accept the ores. These are all I have to offer. I will remember what I said before, and if you obtain the furnace blueprint, I can provide you with materials. For free. Wen Ning still did not reply. She simply exchanged what she deemed worth for what she wanted. As for Chung Dingkun's eager expressions of gratitude, she just glanced at them. Human hearts are the most unpredictable things, as she would wait and see later. She only valued the other party's potential when there was not a single iron ingot on the market. He could obtain the furnace blueprint, and he could also craft it, then smelt iron ingots. He was already ahead of many others. It was just that his luck was not particularly good. As for the ores Chung Dingkun sent, Wen Ning received them without any burden. After all, they were 2 medicinal materials. Moreover, these materials looked incredibly effective. After adding Chung Dingkun as a friend, Wen Ning tossed the iron ingots and minerals into a box in the corner of the warehouse. Chung Dingkun was a good person, he truly provided ores. There were 34 units of iron ore alone, plus several types Wen Ning had never seen before. The workbench still needed 7 iron ingots, and after refreshing the trading platform for a long time, she still hadn't seen a second seller. Wen Ning then shifted to the trading channel to search for electronic components. Due to the ruins of the old world, many resources she hadn't seen in the past few days had appeared in the market. There were quite a few electronic components. Dozens of records popped up at once. Some were ridiculously priced while others were very cheap. With the sudden increase in resources without blueprints, there was fundamentally no value comparison. Currently, there were very few people who possessed blueprints. Thus, no one could establish the right perspective on values. As Wen Ning scrolled down, she found that most people did not understand the usefulness of electronic components. This led to unpredictable pricing. Wen Ning seized the opportunity and selected a transaction message among the numerous trade offers, spending 2 apples to obtain 5 electronic components. Now the workbench was only 1 unit of iron ingot short, and after searching for a long time, she hadn't seen any. It might be that everyone was busy preparing for the impending snow disaster, or they simply lacked blueprints. Wen Ning felt a bit regretful, but was not anxious. Chung Dingkun would be able to smelt a unit for her at any time once he had rested. But it wasn't her fault that she couldn't buy iron ingots, right? If this path doesn't work, then she'll take another. For example, she had so many supplies in hand with hundreds of cucumbers alone. How could she preserve them? Wen Ning changed her clothes and lay down in bed. The warm stones kept the entire bedroom at a comfortable temperature of 22 C, and Wen Ning could adjust it with her mind, increasing or decreasing the warmth. The upper limit could increase to 88 C, while the lower limit meant that all warm stones would stop working. The World Channel was still discussing and trading news about the ruins. The trading channel gradually saw more supplies. Almost everyone had obtained some resources more or less from this exploration of the ruins. But at the same time, a large number of survivors had perished in the ruins. Wen Ning focused intently, occasionally jotting down important information, until drowsiness overtook her. Wen Ning mumbled as she fell asleep. Themes of the ruins currently appearing include greed, suffering, joy, sadness, anger. On the 6th day of the beginner's phase in the wasteland, during a mild season under clear skies at 8:00 a.m., Wen Ning stepped outside early. The rising sun hung in the sky, its rays lacking warmth, casting a cool light that felt somewhat chilly against Wen Ning's skin. I might as well wear long sleeves tomorrow, Wen Ning thought as she had breakfast, simultaneously acquiring a batch of clothing, including cotton wool and some rumored Siberian fur. After all, even during a blizzard, one still needs to go out and work. Wen Ning rubbed her arms to warm them up and walked into the small forest, spending 2 hours chopping down nearby timber. She had only just returned to the shelter. With only 2 days left, going out seemed pointless, so Wen Ning devoted herself entirely to her cellar project. She crafted 2 shovels and 2 stone spades in one go, toiling diligently in the warehouse for 2.5 days until noon of the day before the disaster struck. Each day, apart from going out to collect wood, she dug tunnels in her cellar. During her meal and rest breaks, she browsed the chat channels and trading market. The chat channels had been quieter lately. A relic seemed to have provided most players with essential survival supplies, causing the online beggars to gradually disappear. Those who had doubted the system, believing this trial to be a mere dream, had finally come to their senses. As the first trial disaster approached, almost everyone realized the severity of the situation. The trading channel saw unprecedented activity, with many bizarre supplies emerging, most of which were salvaged from the relic. Players chatted, theorizing that the relic was a backdoor provided by the system, fearing that all survivors might perish. Thus they inferred that the difficulty of the first trial wouldn't be too great. However, the number of survivors buying wood and stone in the trading market was on the rise daily. The prices for heating supplies surged dramatically. Even wood, which respawned regularly next to everyone's shelter, saw a similar trend. Some survivors claimed that extreme cold was nothing to fear. As long as their campfire remained lit, they wouldn't freeze to death. Moreover, the system had indicated a correlation with the snow. There's an old saying, it's not cold when it snows, but when it melts. Thus the disaster's intensity should not be severe. Consequently, everyone opted to stockpile as much wood as possible, as harvesting wood was considerably easier than other tasks. Wen Ning also spent 2 hours each morning collecting wood from the nearby small forest, then returned to the spiral earth steps led downward about 1 floor high. Once she reached a suitable depth, Wen Ning began to dig horizontally from that point. Eventually, she excavated a space of approximately 5 square meters, smaller than the warehouse above. If the entire space was hollowed out, the warehouse would inevitably collapse. With limited abilities and time, Wen Ning mused as she inspected her surroundings with a torch. The bottom was somewhat damp, and due to the lack of airflow, the torch flickered. The damp chill was significantly lower than the temperature outside the shelter, making it ideal for storing fresh vegetables and prolonging their shelf life. In the faint firelight, Wen Ning carried out the last bit of soil. Fortunately, my backpack can carry a lot of dirt, otherwise moving soil alone would be exhausting. Emerging from the warehouse, Wen Ning was covered in dirt, even her hair was inevitably stained. Wen Ning felt a bit disgruntled with herself. It had genuinely been a week since her last wash. Each day she made do with wet wipes, occasionally indulging with 2 or 3. Since Wen Ning consistently wiped her hair with wet wipes and wrapped it with a cloth, tying it in a low ponytail, her hair wasn't particularly oily. However, after spending the last few days underground, she was too tired to groom herself meticulously. Looking at the water she had collected over the past few days, Wen Ning decided to indulge a little. I'll wash my hair. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. I can make do with wet wipes for a bath, but my hair can't wait any longer. So at noon, Wen Ning boiled a pot of water, then took a wooden basin, filled it with water to carry in her backpack, grabbed a packet of disposable shampoo from trading, and stepped out of the shelter. The wooden comb was made using her crafting table. As she removed the dirt-covered headscarf, Wen Ning let her hair down. Her hair was always slightly longer than shoulder length. Without bangs, she could tuck all her hair into a hood or helmet if necessary, ensuring her vision and movement remained unhindered. Usually she kept it in a neat bun. Wen Ning placed the basin on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and bent down to dip her hair into the warm water. The gentle warmth enveloped her scalp, a feeling she had long missed. The hot water soaked from the roots to the tips, and Wen Ning dared not move too much. If water splashed out, it would be a significant loss. Holding this position, she quickly tore open the disposable shampoo. The fragrance of gardenia wafted through the air, so comforting. Wen Ning poured it all onto her scalp, quickly massaging it in. She was nearly unable to create lather, and tears welled up in her eyes. But this was the situation. It wasn't that she couldn't buy shampoo for a second wash, rather Wen Ning couldn't bear to waste the water resources she had painstakingly collected. The survival system spoke of a snow disaster, but it never claimed that the melted snow would be clean. Wen Ning once undertook a mission to protect a biologist. The fire burned for several days, producing billowing black smoke. Everyone believed the evidence had vanished without a trace. However, the day after Wen Ning and the others arrived, a heavy rain fell. Following protocol, the researchers collected rainwater samples only to find a significant presence of plague viruses. Because of this, the team quickly published their findings. This prevented the area from falling into a new round of plague. Therefore, unless it was confirmed that the snowmelt was clean, Wen Ning would not easily consume her stored water resources. With just enough water to wash her hair, Wen Ning also washed her headscarf and the clothes she had worn for several days. After wringing them out, she hung them back inside. She hung them by the campfire to dry. If I can't go out in a few days, I'll build a fireplace here. While the campfire was convenient, the ash created a gray haze throughout the room. As Wen Ning dried her hair, she gazed at the setting sun, savoring the last moments of tranquility that belonged to the mild season. She then walked into the kitchen, contemplating what to cook for dinner. As the disaster season approaches, I need to eat well, who knows what tomorrow morning will bring. Finally, Wen Ning decided to make a stewed tomato beef brisket with potatoes. The main ingredients were beef and steak. Wen Ning took out a wooden cutting board, and the steak felt as soft as tofu in front of the fine iron dagger. She cut the beef brisket into large pieces and set them aside with the steak. Then she took out 2 potatoes and cut them into large chunks as well. Using chopsticks, she pierced the tomato and roasted it over the campfire, easily removing the skin. The discarded skin wasn't wasted. Wen Ning ate it without complaint. With the simple seasonings prepared, she began to cook. The beef and brisket were placed in plain water to stew first. Wen Ning squatted beside, carefully skimming off the froth, then scooped it out, leaving the broth. Without rock sugar, she skipped caramelizing it. She directly added the tomato pieces to extract the juice, crushing the tomatoes with a spatula, then adding soy sauce, oyster sauce, and dark soy sauce, stir-frying until well mixed before pouring in half the clear broth. She placed the steak and brisket back and bringing it to a boil before lowering the heat and adding the potato chunks. After adding salt, she stewed it for about 10 more minutes, seasoning with a pinch of pepper before serving. Wen Ning knew how to cook, but after starting work, she rarely had time to be in the kitchen. Even in the wasteland, she had been busy collecting supplies for days, making do with whatever she could each day. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning felt her mouth water. Delicious. Wen Ning knew how to cook, but after starting work, she rarely had time to be in the kitchen. Even in the wasteland, she had been busy collecting supplies for days, making do with whatever she could each day. Today, she unexpectedly spent 2 hours making this dish. Although it lacked the finishing touch of soul-stirring scallions, Wen Ning was still very satisfied. Eagerly, she picked a piece of brisket and put it in her mouth, tender yet chewy. This truly was the most fulfilling meal in the wasteland. Even if she couldn't pass the first trial task, at least she wouldn't starve to death. Paired with the broth, the flavor of the large loaf of bread was elevated to a whole new level. In the trading channel, anonymous players auction information: 300 milliliters of beef broth simmered for an hour in the trading channel. Anonymous players auction information: 300 milliliters of beef broth simmered for an hour in exchange for supplies. Bid directly under this message, limited to 1 hour. In the regional channel, someone is auctioning a rich broth, the kind that has been simmering for an hour. Many people in the world are aware of this, and Wen Ning also saw the discussions of survivors in the regional channel. At a time when humanity is in peril, not sharing is one thing, but to insult others in this manner is simply outrageous. Regional channel: honestly, I haven't had a warm meal in a week. Is there anyone with instant noodles? This broth would surely be excellent for them. Wen Ning quietly tidied up the leftover bowls and chopsticks while observing the bids on the trading platform. Envy, disparagement, and please filled the air. A screen separated everyone, amplifying their true thoughts deep within, fermenting a desperate search for an outlet. Wen Ning silently watched all of this, remaining silent. The blue star had perished on the system's trial planet. Civilization and technology were reset to 0. Human society had regressed to a barter system. To her, a bowl of soup was a means of survival, while to others it was a display of wealth. But Wen Ning's intention was simply to trade for some supplies. She couldn't finish the soup. By tomorrow it might not taste good, and moreover, broth with seasoning wouldn't quench her thirst. Besides, after a week of struggling to survive, there were always some who still wanted to replenish their nutrition, wasn't there? The bids under the auction link said it all. Wen Ning felt no sympathy for these people. Who knew each other? An hour passed quickly and the sky had completely darkened. In the end, Wen Ning chose to finalize the highest bid. It was a set of ski clothes paired with temperature-regulating thermal underwear, complete with a helmet, gloves, and goggles. This transaction truly touched Wen Ning's heart. The other party was likely a big shot, perhaps someone who couldn't cook. After all, the images captured by the system were quite enticing. The temperature at night dropped noticeably, and Wen Ning put on the thermal outfit followed by a thick winter coat. In the house equipped with warmth stones, she didn't feel the cold. Yet whether it was psychological, Wen Ning felt an endless chill creeping in. Wen Ning stared intently at the glass window, calculating when disaster would strike. If counting from midnight, there were still about 3.5 hours. While Wen Ning felt no cold, the other survivors were different. They distinctly sensed the chill, the hairs on their bodies standing on end. Even with all doors and windows shut tight, this cold could not be kept at bay. They huddled around the campfire, adding wood to prolong its warmth. Everyone curled up together to minimize heat loss. Some even set up bedding right next to the fire, unwilling to leave the warmth it provided. Regional channel: oh my. Why is it suddenly so cold? Who said that with a campfire we wouldn't freeze to death? This firepower is clearly insufficient. Survivors discovered that facing the campfire their backs felt chilly, while turning away left their chests freezing unbearably. How could it suddenly be this cold? Is there a blanket, any blanket at all? Players who underestimated the severity of the snow disaster found themselves overwhelmed and began to shout for help in the channel. Regional channel: it's snowing. It's snowing. It has already started to snow. Wen Ning kept her eyes fixed on the glass window, illuminated by the firelight. She keenly saw a flurry of tiny snowflakes landing on the window, quickly melting in the warmth of the room. At the same time, a system notification chimed in. System announcement to all players: the first trial has entered a countdown of 3 hours. This disaster trial theme: extreme cold, snowflakes falling one by one. Duration: 3 days. System notification: after this disaster, the beginner phase will officially end and new functions of the system will be opened. Please stay tuned. It has begun. The trial countdown. When Ning left the campfire and approached the window, the yard was bare with only a few large plastic barrels and basins she had set out. She had moved her planting field into the warehouse and dismantled the water collection device. The containers and wooden barrels were placed together, and in addition to the containers obtained through trade, Wen Ning also crafted 99 20-liter wooden barrels neatly arranged in the yard. The bok choy had already been harvested, and Wen Ning had brought back many vegetables from the ruins, too much to eat all at once. The planting field was temporarily idle. Outside the courtyard, the sky appeared dark and murky, indistinct, but brighter than a usual night. Large clusters of snowflakes fell continuously. Gradually, the snowflakes merged into clumps, and within just a few minutes the yard was covered with a layer of snow several inches thick. There was little snow accumulation on Wen Ning's roof, thanks to the heat of the campfire and the warm stones embedded in the walls. The snowflakes melted before they could even get close. Water droplets dripped from the eaves. They looked quite clean, and Wen Ning saw no impurities. However, Wen Ning remembered the system's warning that it was best not to leave the shelter at night, so she simply watched the snow without any immediate desire to collect it. Whether it was drinkable would be known tomorrow. There was no rush. Survivors in the channel were far less patient. Many of them could only drink a little water each day to sustain themselves. Now, seeing the snow outside, instead of feeling cold, they excitedly burst out of the shelter to embrace nature. Wen Ning sat back by the campfire, planning to stay up late until the trial disaster struck. It wasn't that she worried her shelter was not sturdy enough, but rather she wanted to see if the system would give any notifications when the disaster arrived. Feeling a bit bored while waiting, Wen Ning took out a guava, wiped it with a tissue, and took a bite. The pink flesh appeared even more vibrant in the firelight, juicy, with a burst of sweetness in her mouth. Wen Ning comfortably squinted her eyes and opened the regional channel. First, she checked the number of people in the regional channel. 7,219. Wen Ning was taken aback. How did the number suddenly drop by 200? This figure had no fixed meaning and continued to decrease. Wen Ning frowned, looking at the chat records in the channel. Just a moment ago. Regional channel: brothers charge. This is nature sending us water. Regional channel: don't go outside. Don't go outside. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Regional channel: don't go outside. I was curious and opened the door to catch some snowflakes. At first it was just a bit cool, but after 5 seconds my hand went numb. Regional channel: I was so scared I quickly pulled back. The system notified me of level 3. Regional channel: does anyone have frostbite medicine? The system warns that if not treated promptly I will have to amputate. Regional channel: oh no. Those 2 brothers up ahead. Regional channel: did you not see their avatars have turned gray? Everyone don't go outside. Regional channel: I'm not going outside, but what should I do? The roof of my shelter is about to collapse. Is there a kind person who can spare me some wood? Regional channel: I will trade large quantities of supplies for warm clothing. Cotton clothes and thermal wear are the priority. Regional channel: sob sob sob. Is there any kind person who can give me a piece of clothing? This is the reason for the drastic drop in numbers. Wen Ning furrowed her brows, quickly browsing through, filtering out the meaningless laments. Disaster has struck. Wen Ning anxiously waited for a few minutes, but there was no notification from the survival system. Instead, a rumbling sound came from outside the shelter. Just as Wen Ning peeked out, a massive snowball crashed against the window with a thud. Following that, the sound of crashing came from all directions, constantly battering her shelter. Fortunately, her window was made of reinforced synthetic glass able to withstand the attack of the snowballs. Listening to the commotion outside, Wen Ning took out a thick blanket. It sounds like a blizzard. Regional channel, is everyone asleep? The snow is coming down heavily. I never expected to see snowflakes the size of fists in my lifetime. Regional channel, no way, here the snowflakes are only about the size of my thumb, a bit windy, though it's making noise. Regional channel, what? I just had a giant snowball crash down. Regional channel, Zheng Lu 5832. The severity of this snow disaster varies, depending on the sturdiness of everyone's shelters. Regional channel, old Zheng, you really know your stuff. I took a look around, and it really is like that. Regional channel, what? Customized trial tasks. So our shelter shouldn't collapse, right? Regional channel, I suggest that when you sleep, alternate your eyes. Don't fall asleep deeply. If the house collapses, you won't even know. Regional channel, forget it. All the pillars in my house are stone. I'm going to sleep. It turns out the trial tasks are personalized. Mine must be the most intense, right? As if in response, another large snowball hit the glass window. All night Wen Ning couldn't sleep soundly. Every time there was a noise, she would awaken. As dawn broke, the noise outside diminished, signaling the blizzard had likely stopped. Wen Ning climbed up and looked out the window, only to find she couldn't see anything. The window was completely covered by the white snow, blocking her view entirely. Estimating, she couldn't tell, it was entirely obstructed. Wen Ning put on her temperature-regulating thermal clothing, then a wool sweater, followed by a fitted rattan armor, a large waterproof ski suit, and finally a military green padded coat. She wore 3 layers of gloves and socks. A face mask covered her, leaving only her eyes exposed. Jokingly, last night someone exposed themselves for just a few seconds and ended up with a grade 3 frostbite. Wen Ning dared not joke with her life. Fully armed, she walked to the door and attempted to open the shelter. The howling winds from last night had ceased, but large snowflakes were still falling from the sky. As soon as she opened the door, the snow piled outside rushed in. Wen Ning quickly stepped back to avoid the onslaught. This snow is so thick. She stood in shock as the cold air rushed in, and the breath she exhaled through the mask instantly froze, with the snow piled up to at least 2 to 3 meters high. To think about going outside was a mere fantasy. Wen Ning stood at the entrance for 5 minutes, realizing she hadn't lost consciousness, and then sighed in relief, sizing up the 2 to 3 meter high snow wall in front of her. Wen Ning attempted to collect the snow with her backpack. Hint: collecting snow with the backpack will automatically convert it into water resources. How much is that? Wen Ning tried collecting it, and with a thought, about 1 cubic meter of snow in front of her instantly disappeared. At the same time, the backpack emitted a notification. Obtained 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable one. The exchange rate wasn't high, but it wasn't bad. That's about a bottle of mineral water. However, water has no fixed shape. Inside the backpack there was only a small layer of it. When she collected a second batch, the water just merged with the previous one. The snow in the yard was enough for Wen Ning to gather a significant amount of water resources. She smiled. The mask could only cover half her face, but even in that short time she felt very cold. Each breath felt painful in her chest. Moreover, the white expanse of snow made her head feel heavy and her eyes dizzy. Quickly putting on her ski goggles, Wen Ning continued to gather snow. Obtained 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable one. Obtained 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable one. Obtained 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable one. Hiss. So cold. This temperature must be at least minus 70 or 80 degrees. This is too targeted. Wen Ning's eyelashes had tiny ice crystals forming. Her nose felt painfully cold, and the physiological mucus hadn't even begun to flow before it froze. Her chest felt as if it were being filled with liquid nitrogen. To ensure the snow water was clean, Wen Ning decided to forego the layer of snow closest to the ground. Thus, after collecting about 50 centimeters of snow remained on the ground, just reaching Wen Ning's knees. Wen Ning only wore thermal pants and waterproof ski pants. After some thought, she put on a pair of long rain boots before daring to step in. Moving through the snow was incredibly inconvenient. Wen Ning gritted her teeth and persevered. She needed to clear the snow in the yard to at least see what the outside looked like. From the shelter door to the yard's gate, a short distance of 10 meters, took Wen Ning 10 minutes. Her backpack was already filled with 1 compartment of snow water. Suddenly, she swung open the yard's gate. Wen Ning gazed at the distant grassland. All she could see was white, no other color. The mountains, grasslands, and forests were obscured, and the distant horizon was indistinct, with the sky hanging low, almost within reach. Hiss. Wen Ning felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up from her toes. The warmth in her calves seemed to be rapidly drained away. The sensation in her toes was gradually fading. Feeling the heat from her body quickly dissipating, Wen Ning's heart raced with alarm. Without caring about the scene outside, Wen Ning desperately pulled her leg out of the snow and turned to move back to her shelter with great difficulty. That was careless. Just last night someone had grade 3 frostbite. Wen Ning's face was serious. She had just been calculating the backpack, so she hadn't collected the dirty parts on the ground, and now she cleared a path all at once. Bursting back into the shelter, Wen Ning used her last bit of strength to close the door. Exhausted, she leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Without time to rest, Wen Ning pushed herself to stand. She began to take off her clothes one by one. The non-waterproof military coat was already half-soaked. Luckily, the shelter used heating stones, and Wen Ning felt her lost heat slowly recovering. She peeled off the excess wet outer layers and grabbed a blanket, wrapping herself like a dumpling next to the fire. Huff. Huff. Fortunately, or else. This temperature, dressed like this to go out is impossible. If I stay any longer, my toes might freeze off. Wen Ning did not want to wear Cinderella's glass slipper. Shaking her head, she dismissed the idea of going out today. She rubbed her hands together and took out a portion of perilla to boil in the pot. Perilla was also a herb brought from the ruins, effective for treating cold and high fevers. It took a while, but Wen Ning finally recovered from the rapid heat loss. Tisk, the dirty water I just collected has contaminated the clean water. When Wen Ning walked back, she had collected a compartment and a half of clean water, but now half a compartment was polluted. Wen Ning crafted a wooden barrel, pouring the dirty water into it and leaving only the clean water. One compartment of her backpack contained 49.5 liters of clean snow water, just enough for 2 barrels. Fortunately, Wen Ning had a strong physique and remained vigilant, as she was only outside in the snow for a short time and she was fully armed. Looking at the scene outside after the recent danger, Wen Ning decided to give up the idea of exploring. First, she needed to collect the water from the snow in the yard. She could only go out for 5 minutes before needing to return to warm up. Under such conditions, ordinary people couldn't survive outside for long. In the icy wilderness, a person's senses could easily freeze, severely limiting vision and hearing. The worst-case scenario was that over the next 3 days, she would have to stay in the shelter, while also figuring out a way to collect more snow water. After catching her breath, Wen Ning served herself a bowl of perilla soup, drinking it while checking the chat channel. The number of survivors in the regional channel had dropped by several hundred. It seemed many people had impulsively gone outside this morning. The regional channel was filled with cries for help. Regional channel, damn. I was just collecting snow water and my fingers froze off. Now that I'm warming up, blood is pouring out. Help. Regional channel, is this going to lead to our total annihilation? Is the heavens trying to destroy my clan? Regional channel, don't say that. One of my friends was just chatting and the next second their avatar went gray. Regional channel, mom, I want to go home. Regional channel, please, we need frostbite medicine. Anything will do. It'll pay a high price. The situation is truly grim. Those who froze to death simply vanished, their experiences unheard. But frostbite is different. When Ning looked at the channel, those who chose to go out this morning suffered from minor frostbite on their fingers and toes, while others became ice sculptures. This morning's situation, although not as rapid in frostbite as last night, didn't last much longer. As soon as one stepped outside, it could easily lead to death. This snow disaster is indeed at the level of a natural calamity. When Ning was sipping on purple perilla tea while peeking at the screen, gathering information about the conditions of various survivors who had ventured out today. When Wen Ning opened the message from Chung Dingkuan, she couldn't help but smile. It was as if someone had sent her a pillow just as she was feeling drowsy. Chung Dingkuan, thanks to your medicine, I'm already fine, and it doesn't affect my normal activities. With the low temperatures from the snow disaster, I actually haven't had any inflammation. Private chat channel, I need some more iron ingots. What supplies do you need? Chung Dingkuan, my furnace has a synthesis efficiency of 3 units of iron blocks to 1 unit of iron ingots. Just directly give me the iron ore. Chung Dingkuan had mentioned earlier that he would help Wen Ning synthesize iron ingots for free after he got injured, and now he only planned to collect raw materials. Wen Ning nodded, noting that he didn't ask her for survival supplies anymore, nor did he request any medicine. With a sense of propriety, Wen Ning opened the private trading channel. You initiated the trade. Private chat channel, this time I won't be so polite. Next time just give me a discount as normal. Chung Dingkuan grinned as he accepted the 12 units of iron blocks that Wen Ning had traded. He understood that she was willing to be his trading partner. In the future, any demands he had would be prioritized with her. Just like this time, there were already people posting iron ingots on the trading platform, and, while she could afford a higher price, she still chose him, which was a form of affirmation. With iron ingots in hand, the first thing to do was to craft a workbench. Wen Ning quickly opened the manufacturing panel. Workbench wood 1006789, stone 100689, plastic 1034, iron ingots 1010, electronic components 55. Would you like to manufacture the workbench? Yes. As her firm voice echoed, within 2 seconds of the progress bar loading, a table shaped like dark iron appeared in Wen Ning's backpack. Wen Ning looked around and placed the workbench under the window, not far from the campfire. After selecting the position, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a low-key, but seemingly incredibly sturdy table. On top of it were spaces for placing blueprints, as well as a measuring tape, scissors, and a hammer, among other small tools. Wen Ning tried to take them off, but they seemed to be merely decorative. However, at the very moment the workbench was placed down, a system prompt sounded in Wen Ning's mind. Detected that there is a workbench in the player's shelter. The manufacturing interface will automatically begin upgrading. Please wait. The manufacturing interface has been upgraded. When a player is within the shelter, they will be able to manufacture items unlocked by the workbench. More items have been unlocked. Wen Ning was somewhat surprised and hurriedly opened the manufacturing interface in her mind. This time she discovered something different. The wooden and stone interfaces had many new small tools that improved quality of life. Take the simple axe and hoe, for example. After upgrading, Wen Ning's manufacturing interface unlocked iron farming tools and various implements. The weapons section also unlocked basic knives, guns, swords, and axes. Additionally, the system indicated that having a workbench would also unlock more blueprints. This meant that certain specific blueprints could only be crafted into finished products using the workbench. It's a pity this workbench is a one-time blueprint. I can only make one. Otherwise, if Wen Ning could make two and then combine them, it should yield unexpected results. However, having a workbench already monopolized most items, and she was quite satisfied. Scrolling down further, Wen Ning frowned. Energy core. A whole page of colorful shard-like items made her feel a bit dazed. Clicking on the topmost snowflake-shaped crystal, Wen Ning carefully read the description. Ice energy core shard ice 50. Hint: the ice energy core can provide ice energy and maintain a temperature of 0 degrees in a room not exceeding 20 square meters. Can be stacked for use. Duration 180 days. A magical refrigerator. Wen Ning immediately thought of her cellar. If her cellar could obtain this energy core, wouldn't it be able to store perishable supplies? Then she continued to scroll down. The electric core provides electrical energy, and the fire core provides thermal energy. It's quite easy to understand. All cores require the corresponding shards 5 to synthesize. Synthesis also requires a workbench. The cores not only have direct usage methods, but can also be paired with different devices. Moreover, the energy consumption time of each core varies depending on its use. For example, 180 days is already considered quite long. Having made this discovery, Wen Ning eagerly wanted to know how to obtain energy core shards, but after flipping through all the content behind the workbench, she found nothing. It seemed this part of the content would require her to explore on her own. Perhaps they dropped from treasure chests? Wen Ning speculated for a while but had no clues. She could only record the information for future research. In the brief 10 minutes she spent outside in the yard this morning, Wen Ning collected a bag of snowmelt water. Wen Ning browsed through and found a red wine barrel for brewing that could be used to store water. This wooden barrel has a capacity of 200 L, and she could synthesize it herself as the materials weren't expensive. Wen Ning decided to make a few more, which could be placed in the yard or the cellar. Even if she couldn't go out these days, she still wanted to find a way to store more water. Wen Ning found the wine barrel in the manufacturing interface and clicked to manufacture it. Red wine barrel wood 206689, plastic 124. Hint: comes with a stand and water outlet. If replaced with hardwood, its lifespan can be extended. Wen Ning replaced the wood with hardwood and manufactured 24 barrels in one go. Then she opened the synthesis system. Then the dirty water collected just now can be dealt with right. Suddenly a bucket of muddy water on the ground looked quite pleasing. Wen Ning placed a wine barrel with a filtering device in the kitchen, and then poured all the water resources she had stored in front of her into it. After waiting for a while, she turned on the faucet and filled a cup with water. Very good. Whether it was snowmelt or her own underground water, everything was filtered out as pure water. Wen Ning looked at the wine barrel occupying a corner of the kitchen. It didn't seem very large, yet it could hold half a ton of water. Truly, it lived up to that saying, you can hold a lot. Now not only was drinking water resolved, but more importantly, she could finally take a shower. Wen Ning released another filtering wine barrel and poured the dirty water into it. After her toes recovered, she put on a thermal outfit and a ski suit, wrapping her feet in felt. With the wolf skin she had previously skinned, Wen Ning couldn't make clothing, so she wrapped it around herself and tied it up with decomposed hemp rope. Wrapped up like a bear, Wen Ning stepped out again. This time her target was not outside the yard, but the accumulated snow within it. Having a filtering wine barrel, Wen Ning simply didn't distinguish between clean and dirty, collecting everything. With a capacity of 1000 L, she needed to empty her backpack twice to collect it all. All the accumulated snow was packed into one backpack compartment. Exposing the ground in the yard greatly facilitated her movement. This way her feet wouldn't sink into the snow, allowing her to stay outside longer. For instance, this time, she managed to stay in the yard for 20 minutes before feeling her feet gradually losing sensation. The path cleared of snow was easy to walk on, and Wen Ning turned back to the shelter. After pouring the water resources into the wooden wine barrel once she warmed up, Wen Ning repeated her process of going out. Back and forth several times, she finally cleared the snow in the yard before sunset. Wen Ning propped up a torch and went to the cellar, placing all the extra water barrels there. One wall was neatly lined with her 500 L wine barrels. She even placed one in her bathroom. This meant that Wen Ning's water resource reserve in the shelter could reach. I hope the weather will be better tomorrow, Wen Ning thought before sleeping. This afternoon she had actually noticed that the temperature from the snow disaster seemed to be gradually. I hope the weather will be better tomorrow, Wen Ning thought before sleeping. This afternoon she had actually noticed that the temperature from the snow disaster seemed to be gradually rising. This was evidenced by the increasing time she could withstand outside her shelter. The World Channel and Regional Channel were also discussing the day's encounters. Today, over 100 people were lost in Wen Ning's area. However, many were injured, especially from Regional Channel. Damn it, my toes are frozen purple, and I've only collected less than 100 L of snow melt. Regional Channel upstairs, what's frozen purple? My little finger froze off completely, and I'm too scared to warm up by the fire. If the temperature rises, it'll bleed and won't stop. Regional Channel, everyone is so brave. I've decided not to go out for the next 3 days. I stocked up on food and water, but I didn't stock any winter clothes or blankets, so I can only sleep by the bonfire at night. Regional Channel, haha, if you don't collect more water resources during the snow disaster, what will you do when the disaster sees? Regional Channel, isn't the upstairs person stupid? Regional Channel, there will always be a melting process after the snow disaster, isn't it safer to collect then? Regional Channel, by the time the snow melts there will be water everywhere, is there still a lack of water? Regional Channel, exactly, this is just stupid. Who would go to their death during this time? Regional Channel, you can think of it, but do you think the game can think of it? Anyway, those who are foolish will know. Regional Channel, there's no need to argue over this. Haven't you all noticed that the temperature has warmed up significantly this afternoon? Regional Channel, really? Then I'll see if I can collect some water tomorrow. The messages were scrolling quickly, but Wen Ning still noticed the message about forming a team. Forming a team. Wen Ning carefully considered the safety factor of this method. Although she had good relationships with colleagues before coming here, she seldom worked alone. However, here Wen Ning had no desire to form a team. In this week, she had turned her shelter into such a habitable state. If someone came here without any good or evil intentions, Wen Ning could guarantee that 100 they would have their eyes on her supplies. The Regional Channel had already started spamming self-introductions. Self-proclaimed outdoor survival experts and former special forces were being sought after by survivors. Wen Ning didn't want to stand out, she just wanted to develop her shelter properly. This kind of life felt more like a pastoral retirement to her. If the gentle season continued, there would be enough survival resources. It would be the retirement life Wen Ning dreamed of. She didn't want to form a team, she just wanted to remain low-key and survive. However, this world would never sympathize with the weak would only be torn to pieces under the claws of the strong and the greedy. Therefore, if she wanted to live quietly, Wen Ning had to turn her shelter into an impenetrable fortress. She wanted others to dare to admire it from afar, but not to offend. In this other world, the line between good and evil, life and death, was a mere thought away. Extreme survival would gradually lead humans to set aside their humanity and become beastly. Thinking this way, Wen Ning suddenly felt that her stone shelter was precarious. Considering an unfinished facility in the cellar, she decided to wait until tomorrow to assess the situation. If she still couldn't go out tomorrow, then she would complete the cellar work. However, Wen Ning's idea was dispelled, because as soon as Wen Ning got up the next day, she felt that the temperature had warmed significantly. While having breakfast, Wen Ning glanced at the chat channel and found that many people had gone out. Regional Channel, I can really go out today. The accumulated snow at the door has decreased a lot. Yesterday it was above my roof, and today it's only up to my thigh. Goodness, a collective monster hunt. Wen Ning did not think these ferocious beasts were merely a coincidence. Surprised for a moment, she quickly stuffed the last piece of meat into her mouth. A certain hypothesis arose in her heart, and Wen Ning deftly tied up her hair. Fully armed, she grabbed her spear and dagger and stepped out. The overcast sky still drizzled snow, and the snowfall seemed to be increasing. There was no wind, and the prairie outside the shelter was eerily quiet. Wen Ning stepped carefully through the snow and eventually decided to stow away all the snow blocking her path into her backpack. Her pace was not slower. Without the hindrance of snow, she moved with ease, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Wearing snow goggles, the vast white snowfield did not confuse Wen Ning. It is known that many survivors rashly venturing out have succumbed to frostbite and lost their way due to snow blindness, panicking without the chance to calm down and check their coordinates, ultimately becoming ice sculptures. While keeping an eye on her physical condition, Wen Ning searched for the ferocious beasts, following the intel from the chat channel that the monsters would respawn near the shelter. After walking 500 meters, Wen Ning discovered the traces of the beasts. Crouching down cautiously, she observed a group of ferocious beasts about 300 meters away from her. They shouldn't be called ferocious beasts, as this group of animals looked quite different from those on Blue Star. Moreover, the types of animals in front of Wen Ning were not singular. Their activity range was limited to a particular area, occasionally dispersing, but always constrained within a certain scope. Their activity range was limited to a particular area, occasionally dispersing, but always constrained within a certain scope. Although Wen Ning had not played many games, she understood that this resembled a fixed respawn point for monsters in a game. What she didn't know was how strong their combat abilities were. Wen Ning opened her monster encyclopedia only to find that there was no response to these creatures within it. Could it be that these monsters had surpassed the range documented in the Beginner Monster Handbook? Wen Ning deemed it highly likely. Now she had two choices: either sneak away unnoticed or confront them. She wouldn't lose anything by sneaking away, but neither would she gain anything. The other option was to fight. Contemplating her hypothesis, Wen Ning pondered for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to engage. Come on to Wen Ning, each of them was a source of supplies. After counting carefully, she found that there were a total of 8 mutated beasts ahead, among which 3 resembled lizards, so she decided to call them lizard beasts. There were also 2 mutated wolves and 1 mutated deer beast. Additionally, there were 2 that looked like sheep. Observing carefully, Wen Ning wondered if her actions would provoke an attack from all the mutated beasts. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning took a detour heading toward the closest mutated wolf. She crouched down and crawled forward bit by bit. Collecting the snow in front of her, she moved quietly onward. It was hunting time. This tested not only Wen Ning's abilities, but also her patience. Fortunately, the temperature had genuinely warmed up today, otherwise, with Wen Ning's slow movements, she would likely freeze to death in the snow before even encountering the mutated beasts. The distance between the two parties gradually closed until they were within Wen Ning's effective range. At the right moment, she hurled her dagger at a mutated wolf. Thud. Fast, precise, and fierce. The dagger plunged directly into the right eye of a mutated wolf, and Wen Ning's figure followed closely behind, thrusting her spear with pinpoint accuracy into the wolf's neck. Whoa. The first mutated wolf fell to the ground dead, while the surrounding mutated beasts did not immediately swarm Wen Ning, but instead scattered in all directions. Except for another mutated wolf, which bared its fangs and lunged at Wen Ning with its bright red eyes. Wen Ning swiftly drew her dagger and spear, sidestepping the lunging wolf, seizing the opportunity to thrust her dagger fiercely into its side. The mutated wolf yelped as it fell, the dagger nearly severing half its body, rendering it incapable of movement upon hitting the ground. Wen Ning stepped forward and finished it off. As she turned around, the previously fleeing mutated beasts finally returned to attack. Having dealt with the 2 most threatening mutated wolves, Wen Ning moved her figure. She adeptly dodged attacks among the group of mutated beasts. In no time, she claimed the life of 1 mutated beast. With her spear in hand, it was either unused or would return stained with blood. The battlefield displayed a one-sided situation, with Wen Ning embodying a reaper of mutated beasts. After the mutated beasts fell, their corpses vanished immediately. Only a light orb representing supplies remained at the scene, occasionally accompanied by an ice treasure chest. After 10 minutes, Wen Ning skillfully dodged the final charge from a mutated sheep, thrusting her spear out and retracting it bloodied. Are all these monsters' attacks formatted? For instance, the lizard beasts charge in and only swing their 2 claws at Wen Ning twice before returning to a sprint, changing positions and extending their claws for another 2 swipes. The sheep and deer are even simpler, charging and then aiming, colliding. Their accuracy is poor, and Wen Ning easily dodged. This is truly like a game. Realizing this, Wen Ning sighed and walked over to the spoils of battle, collecting the supplies from the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained treasure chest ice 3. Congratulations, you have obtained deer meat 1 kilogram. Congratulations, you have obtained wolf meat 2 1 kilogram. Congratulations, you have obtained sheep meat 1 kilogram. Congratulations, you have obtained lamb ribs 1. Congratulations, you have obtained beast tendons 4. Congratulations, you have obtained beast hides 3. Wen Ning quickly glanced at her haul and was astonished to find 3 treasure chests. The drop rate is quite good. Murmuring to herself, Wen Ning had no intention of returning to the shelter. Her body temperature was normal, the recent battle had even made her feel slightly warm. Since she understood the characteristics of the mutated beasts, Wen Ning decided to look around a bit more. What if there were more mutated beasts? For others, a group of mutated beasts might be very dangerous, but for Wen Ning at this moment, the behaviorally formatted mutated beasts were akin to delivering supplies to her. Treasure chests would not occupy too many slots in her backpack if she didn't open them. Wen Ning checked her backpack for space. Packing away her dagger and spear, she continued forward. Sure enough, after walking less than 500 meters, Wen Ning discovered another group of mutated beasts. This time, all she encountered were mutated sheep numbering about 10. Wen Ning spent some time dispatching them, receiving 2 charges from the mutated sheep along the way, causing her chest to ache slightly. This made her especially vigilant for her subsequent actions. Wen Ning did not provoke any unfamiliar groups of mutated beasts. She specifically targeted mutated sheep, deer, and lizards. One reason was that she had already grasped their attack patterns, and the other reason was that the meat from these types of mutated beasts did not take up too much space in her backpack. As the sun gradually reached noon, Wen Ning returned to the shelter with her backpack full of supplies. Wen Ning returned to the shelter and closed the door, beginning to tally the morning's harvest. It was indeed a bountiful haul. Wen Ning had quite the fruitful outing with the following inventory: deer meat 5 each weighing 1 kilogram, wolf meat 2, lamb meat 8, lizard meat 2, lamb chops 4, beast tendons 8, beast skins 9. The drop rate wasn't particularly high, as Wen Ning later killed a herd of deer, a flock of sheep, and a group of lizards. Moreover, due to the increase in beast populations, the amount of meat dropped from each individual beast had significantly decreased. Wen Ning managed to avoid the wolf packs he encountered. Wen Ning also discovered that the aggro range of these mutated beasts was no more than 500 meters, making it easy to escape. He placed the meat in a wooden crate and stored it in the cellar. The beast skins and tendons, which wouldn't spoil, were directly tossed into the warehouse. He then poured the collected snowmelt into a wine barrel. As his supplies grew, Wen Ning contemplated when he should build some shelves to categorize and store everything. Clearing enough space in his backpack, Wen Ning's gaze fell upon the last treasure chest. Treasure chest ice 16. Would you like to open treasure chest ice? Open. Congratulations, you have obtained ice fragment 10. Congratulations, you have obtained nutritional black soil 2. Congratulations, you have obtained wooden comb 1. Congratulations, you have obtained magpie's nest coffee 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Kang Sure braised lamb noodles 1. Congratulations, you have obtained backpack expansion voucher 2. Congratulations, you have obtained chive seeds 1. Congratulations, you have obtained hot spring mineral water 1. Treasure chest automatically decomposed. Congratulations, you have obtained ice brick 32. With 16 treasure chests, the items obtained were quite varied, but the quantities were rather unimpressive. However, Wen Ning noticed that out of the 16 treasure chests, 10 ice fragments were obtained, which was enough to synthesize 2 ice-type energy cores. The drop rate was quite good. As for the other items, both the mineral water and instant noodles came in entire boxes. Wen Ning stored them in the warehouse. Now he no longer had to worry about his water supply. Wen Ning placed some daily necessities in the bedroom. He then looked at the nutritional soil. Nutritional black soil can increase the fertility of planting fields and slightly enhance crop quality. He could plant again after the snow disaster. Currently, Wen Ning was worried that he wouldn't be able to finish the vegetables he brought out from the ruins. Backpack expansion voucher temporarily unusable. Not usable. Wen Ning originally thought this expansion voucher would increase the slots in his backpack, but the prompt indicated it couldn't be used. Did he have to wait for a system update to use it? If it couldn't be used, he would have to set it aside for now. The treasure chest opened without leaving anything behind, but it did provide 32 ice bricks. Wen Ning took one out. It was about half a square meter thick, and he was unsure of its utility. However, Wen Ning discovered that as long as it wasn't unsealed, it wouldn't melt even when placed on a campfire. This was quite nice, thus he didn't have to worry about it melting and could keep it in his backpack. Lastly, there were the ice-type fragments. Synthesizing fragments had to be done at a workbench, not even on his person. Wen Ning opened the workbench interface and found the ice-type energy core. Ice-type energy core ice fragment 510, he clicked to synthesize. Congratulations, you have obtained ice-type energy core 2. With a thought, a snowflake-shaped translucent energy core appeared in Wen Ning's hand. It felt icy to the touch, and after holding it for a while, the continuous chill made Wen Ning a bit uncomfortable. He stored the blue ice-type energy cores. 2 pieces are enough to cover the entire cellar. With this, the temperature of the cellar was secured, only the issue of lighting remained. Wen Ning wondered what the next disaster would be, and if she could bring some light-type fragments back for herself. However, this thought was quickly dismissed after the beginner phase disasters would refresh randomly. Even if she could bring back fragments, it likely wouldn't be that easy. The first disaster had already been quite challenging during the beginner phase. Wen Ning didn't waste any time and headed to the cellar. The ventilation issue hadn't been resolved yet, the torch only burned for a short while before extinguishing. Fortunately, with the system's help, Wen Ning could directly control the ice-type energy cores in his mind. Confirm placement of Energy Core 2 in the cellar. Note: once placed, the energy cores will automatically activate a countdown, which is irreversible. When the countdown ends, the energy cores will automatically disappear. Placement successful. Cellar temperature lowered to 0 degrees, countdown 180 days. Hiss, the temperature dropped so suddenly. The previously damp floor and walls instantly froze, and the entire cellar resembled a cold storage, as Wen Ning had imagined. The ground was frozen, with the soil appearing slab-like. Originally, the temperature outside was low, but the cellar wasn't that cold. Now, with the energy cores added, the temperature dropped immediately. With this, even fresh vegetables wouldn't rot when placed inside. Wen Ning turned and walked out of the cellar. She decided to see if there was a way to solve the ventilation problem at night, and then tackle the shelves. By placing some wooden boxes, she could categorize and store her items. As for the afternoon, Wen Ning certainly intended to continue going out to hunt monsters. The snow disaster had passed for a day and a half, and on the first day people were frozen and couldn't go out. On the second day, they began farming monsters. Wen Ning had a gut feeling that tomorrow, the third day, there would be unexpected changes. The game might be hiding some big surprise for them. Now, time was a resource that Wen Ning was unwilling to waste. Thus at noon, Wen Ning cooked a pack of instant noodles, simply resolved her lunch, and headed out, continuing to hunt monsters and collect treasure chests. Compared to Wen Ning's harvesting method, others in the regional channel were having a much harder time. Regional channel: what to do? I just went out and encountered a group of monsters that chased me all the way here. They're now attacking my shelter. The integrity of my shelter has already dropped to 40. Regional channel: woo, these monsters are poisonous. I got bitten and my arm is starting to rot. Regional channel: wow. Thank you, bro. I just nearly got bitten and thought it was no big deal. Regional channel: these monsters are easy to deal with, just like in the game, and they look even cuter than in the game. Regional channel: indeed, these monsters have a fixed behavior pattern and the aggro distance is only 50 meters. Bro, I suggest that if you can't fight, just run away, lure the monsters away, and then come back. Otherwise, if your shelter collapses, you won't survive. Regional channel: everyone. I just killed a few monsters and got 2 treasure chests. Does anyone know what this fragment is for? Regional channel: offering a high price for fragments, sincerely buying, private message with price. Regional channel: how high a price? I fought all day and only killed 10 monsters, dropping 3. Regional channel: awesome, bro. Can you spare me a fragment? I'll use a lowly voice. Regional channel: you. Regional channel: you. After a brief panic, most survivors picked up their weapons to resist. Those with stronger abilities took the initiative to attack and fought against the monsters spawned by the snow disaster, just like Wen Ning. Of course, some survivors still huddled in their shelters, too afraid to go out. Some because they lacked warm clothing, others because they had no weapons. Some naively hoped the weather would warm after the snow disaster before venturing out. Others simply gave up and clung to life. In the face of disaster, no one could claim privilege. It was all about choices. The number of people in the channel kept decreasing. The disaster did not show mercy simply because of humanity's insignificance. Wen Ning fought until dusk before returning to the shelter just in time. As soon as she entered the house, before she could even take off her soaked clothes, the private message channel started flashing. Linley 8989, are you there, big shot? The other party initiated a trade. Are we trading right away? What's going on with Linley? Wen Ning glanced at the assorted supplies Linley provided, including even a stone axe. This doesn't seem like a trade, it feels more like entrusting one's life. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he rejected Linley's supplies. No free lunch in this world, there's no such thing as gain without effort. Just as Wen Ning clicked to refuse, a private message from Linley came through. Linley 8989, boss, please accept my items. I've been bitten by a mutated beast and I won't survive anyway. Mutated beast. Wen Ning recalled what he had seen in the channel earlier. Being bitten by a mutated beast would cause body parts to rot, leading to fever, and the toxins would enter the heart through the blood, resulting in death. Thus, in the afternoon, Wen Ning didn't fight as freely as he did in the morning. The harvest wasn't as bountiful as it was in the morning. Was Linley bitten? Wen Ning knitted his brows. Linley was the first person he had met in the Wasteland, and he was the one who proactively traded information about the ruins to him. Otherwise, due to his social anxiety, he would have had to wait until the third day to learn about this clue regarding the ruins. Ruins. Oh right, it seems I brought back a detoxifying herb from the ruins. Wen Ning flipped through his records. Sambai grass. Sambai grass, perennial upright herb, can grow up to 1 meter. Uses medicinal. Effects: clears heat and promotes urination, can detoxify. Usage: can be brewed or take a suitable amount of fresh product, crush it, and apply externally, or extract juice to drink. However, I wonder if this medicine can detoxify the mutated beast's poison. Private chat channel: I have medicine here, it's expensive. Do you want it? Linley stared at the word medicine in the private chat channel, his eyes wide open, so much so that he overlooked the part about it being expensive. Feeling disheartened while waiting for death, he hadn't even had time to get excited when a message arrived from Wen Ning. Private chat channel: however, I haven't used this medicine, so I don't know if it works. Linley swallowed hard and hurriedly replied. Linley 8989, yes. Yes. Boss, what supplies do you need? I can give you anything I have. Linley's injured hand trembled unconsciously, but he was joking. How much can be considered expensive? Linley truly hadn't expected Wen Ning to have medicine. He had barely managed to escape back to the shelter after being bitten, dealing with the remaining mutated beast. Then he started refreshing the trading market for a full 2 hours without seeing a single entry about medicine. Eventually, Linley was filled with despair as he looked at the shelter he had built, chuckling to himself in self-mockery. As death approached, his only regret was that he still had 3 stone axes from Wen Ning that hadn't been used. What a loss. Now Wen Ning's words undoubtedly gave him hope. It felt as though he had grasped the last straw of survival. Without hesitation, Wen Ning took out a portion of medicinal herbs. Private chat channel: how many fragments or unopened treasure chests do you have? Linley 8989, I have 3 fragments and 5 unopened treasure chests. Private chat channel: good, just these. The other party initiated the trade. Linley unhesitatingly placed all the supplies Wen Ning mentioned on the table and received a portion of medicinal herbs. Not seeing the information about the medicinal herbs, Wen Ning sent over the usage instructions. Linley had no doubts and immediately followed Wen Ning's instructions. Wen Ning had no reason to deceive him. If it were for his supplies, he could have just clicked confirm when Linley initiated the trade. Why go through all that trouble and even take out precious herbs to save him? While Linley crushed the medicinal herbs given by Wen Ning with tears in his eyes, his excitement was hard to settle down. Meanwhile, Wen Ning was casually munching on roasted meat while waiting for feedback from Linley the guinea pig. The meat in his mouth no longer tasted good. Private chat channel: no need, just take care of your injuries and don't go out easily tomorrow. Linley 8989, okay. Wen Ning wiped his mouth and closed the private chat. Linley 8989, boss, you saved my life. Tomorrow I'll go out to hunt treasure chests and I will bring everything back for you. Wen Ning got the result he wanted and smiled slightly. Private chat channel: no need, just take care of your injuries and don't go out easily tomorrow. Linley 8989, okay. Wen Ning wiped his mouth and closed the private chat channel. Since this medicine is really effective, I brought back 100 portions this time. I must make good. Wen Ning organized the harvest from the afternoon. Various types of meat, beast tendons and beast skins go without saying. He had personally defeated 14 ice-type treasure chests plus the 5 from Linley, totaling 19. He opened them all in one go. Congratulations on obtaining P-size 12. Congratulations on obtaining Waha mineral water 2. Congratulations on obtaining turkey noodles 1. Congratulations on obtaining lighter 1. Congratulations on obtaining flip-top trash can 1. Congratulations on obtaining facial cleanser 1. Congratulations on obtaining disposable plastic gloves 1. Congratulations on obtaining tofu cat litter 1. Congratulations on obtaining tomato seeds 1. Congratulations on obtaining men's hiking shoes 1. Congratulations on obtaining men's boxer shorts 1. Congratulations on obtaining scented wet wipes 1. Treasure chest automatically decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining ice bricks 38. What in the world is this? A backpack expansion coupon is acceptable, but what do men's hiking shoes and boxer shorts mean? And tofu cat litter. Wen Ning's eyes twitched violently. These treasure chests are becoming more and more ridiculous. Adding the 3 fragments he traded from Linley, he now had a total of 15. He could synthesize 3 cores now. Let's leave them for now, he can synthesize them when needed. Wen Ning hadn't forgotten that the workstation only allowed synthesis and not decomposition, indicating that fragments could only be synthesized into cores in one direction. First, he stored 2 boxes of mineral water and 1 box of turkey noodles in the warehouse. The trash can go in the bathroom. It also has toilet paper. Although Wen Ning didn't use the bathroom, he built a wooden frame to hold the wash basin. It's more convenient for washing up. After simply categorizing and placing the items, Wen Ning, having washed up, entered the kitchen. He had just eaten a piece of meat to fill his stomach, but he was still not satisfied. Now that Wen Ning had achieved freedom in water resources, he no longer used water as cautiously as before. He took out the instant noodles he had opened earlier, discarded the seasoning packet, and added some meat and his favorite vegetables, making a light vegetable noodle bowl. He decided not to try the turkey noodles for now. He didn't know what the situation would be like tomorrow, and it would be troublesome if he got an upset stomach. After eating the noodles, Wen Ning also took out an apricot to munch on. He casually took out 5 portions of medicinal herbs, found a basin, and mixed them together to crush them. Then he took out the disposable plastic gloves he had just opened. Disposable plastic gloves essential for beer barbecues and crawfish, you can't do without them. 100 at a time, guaranteed to satisfy your appetite. This description is quite apt. Wen Ning opened the packaging, pulled out a pair, put them on, and plunged his hand into the basin to grab a handful of crushed sambai grass. He tied it up behind his hand. After several repetitions, the last bit of medicinal juice was successfully portioned and sealed by Wen Ning. 5 portions of medicinal herbs were successfully divided into 15. Wen Ning was then satisfied to put the medicinal herbs on the shelves. At this time, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Wen Ning chose a perfect timing in the trading channel. Anonymous sellers auction information. Self-made detoxifying potion system verified as genuine for fragments ice or unopened treasure chests ice. Message: highest bidder wins, personally tested and effective. World channel. Wow. 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 World channel, what happened? World channel, medicine. Check it out. Few there are medicines in the trade channel. As soon as this was said, almost everyone rushed to the trade channel. Wen Ning's private messages instantly exploded. Various food and water bids. Wen Ning smirked at these private messages, knowing that monsters drop various meats and that treasure chests can yield food and water. The prices of food and water have never been this cheap. And since everyone can afford so much food and water, the number of chests opened must be considerable. Naturally, the fragments in hand are plentiful. Not many people in the private message channel are making serious bids, more are trying to inquire about how Wen Ning obtained the medicine. Threatening, enticing, begging. Wen Ning ignored them all, directly blocking every single one. These people reluctantly moved to the trade channel, honestly bidding and competing. Regional channel report. Report. This person must be problematic. If they aren't cheating, I'll cut off my head. Regional channel, please great one, show some mercy. I got frostbite on my first day at level 3, and the next day I was bitten by a mutated beast. I'm really about to die. If you give me this medicine, saving my life is worth more than building a 7th level pagoda. Regional channel, mommy, it hurts, medicine. Regional channel, this anonymous benefactor has put up 15 antidotes. I see that everyone below has gone crazy trying to grab them. But has anyone actually used them? They can't be fake, right? Regional channel, did you see the identification notice above? The system guarantees authenticity. Regional channel, I was just bitten a little bit. I directly cut off this piece of rotten meat. I shouldn't need this medicine, just here to watch the fun. Regional channel, the person above is really a wolf. There's still a day left. I opened a total of 5 treasure chests today and got only 2 fragments. I really can't understand what these fragments are for. Regional channel teacher, I can answer this question. A few days ago in the secret realm, I got a workbench blueprint, and today I snatched the materials to make it. Regional channel, these fragments are to be synthesized at the workbench. 5 pieces can be synthesized into an energy core, and the uses of the energy core, haha. Regional channel, I really hate people who talk halfway like. Regional channel, high prices for fragment treasure chests. Various supplies in exchange for fragment treasure chests. Interested parties, please private message. Regional channel, I have a treasure chest. I want an antidote. Do you have one? Regional channel, high prices for fragment treasure chests. Various supplies excluding antidotes in exchange for fragment treasure chests. Interested parties, please private message. Wen Ning found the regional channel amusing. Tonight will mark the peak of trading since the Wasteland started. By her own efforts, she has raised the price of fragments to a level that commoners cannot afford. He gathered a few survivors into a group using his eloquent speech and good luck. Usually they communicate through private messages. To show their unity, everyone in this group added each other as friends. Usually any information shared is open and honest. But in the Wasteland, everyone has ulterior motives and surface unity cannot be maintained for long. This small group of 6 quickly split into several smaller groups. They have quite the resemblance to Blue Star University students with 4 people and 8 groups. Sun Ling noticed the information about Wen Ning acquiring fragments in the trading market. His intuition told him that fragments were very important. He immediately instructed the people in his small team to collect fragments in the world and regional channels. However, one of the team members was injured and was waiting for medicine to save their life. Naturally, they hoped everyone could offer their fragments to bid for the medicine and save themselves. Sun Ling disagreed, believing that this would cause them to lose their advantage in the Wasteland. As a result, the group split into two parts. Sun Ling decisively took action and rolled away the supplies everyone had stored with him. He blacklisted everyone. The remaining people could only feel unfortunate, waiting for death or cursing. Wen Ning was naturally unaware of this bloody turmoil. Even if she knew, she would just smile it off. While others clamored for the medicine, she had only consumed 1% of her supply. After observing various channels for a while, Wen Ning saw that the time was almost right and directly went to the trade channel to accept the highest bid. Congratulations on obtaining Fragment Ice 12, Treasure Chest Ice 4. Congratulations on obtaining Fragment Ice 7, Treasure Chest Ice 6. Congratulations on obtaining Fragment Ice 10, Treasure Chest Ice 5. Calculating, Wen Ning ultimately obtained Fragment Ice 120, Treasure Chest Ice 66. Wen Ning was already quite satisfied with this result. Firstly, her medicine was in limited quantity, and the effectiveness description was not accurate. Many people were cautious about their own medicine. Moreover, those needing medicine were all severely injured survivors. Being severely injured while still using so many fragments and treasure chests is inherently paradoxical. As time grew late, Wen Ning looked at the fragments and treasure chests in her backpack. She decided to open the treasure chests after all. She went directly to the warehouse and first placed all the fragments into a dedicated wooden box. Each individual fragment was only the size of half a palm, and the wooden box was filled to about half. Clearing all the backpack space, Wen Ning felt a bit excited about what she might open. Do you want to open Treasure Chest Ice 66? Open. Congratulations on obtaining Fragment Ice 28. Congratulations on obtaining Backpack Expansion Voucher 4. Congratulations on obtaining Arctic Women's Pure Cotton Sports Underwear 1. Congratulations on obtaining Glass Ruby Moisturizing Cream 2. Congratulations on obtaining Heart Connection Tissue 3. Congratulations on obtaining Women's Wool Sweater 4. Congratulations on obtaining Egg Noodles 2. Congratulations on obtaining Frozen Pork and Cabbage Dumplings 2. Congratulations on obtaining Strawberry Bear Co-branded Backpack 1. Congratulations on obtaining Fine Iron Dagger Blueprint 1. Congratulations on obtaining Military Shovel Design Blueprint 1. Congratulations on obtaining Shelter Blink Blueprint 3. The treasure chest automatically disassembles. Congratulations on obtaining Ice Bricks 132. The clattering sound continued for a long while, and a chaotic pile of supplies appeared on the floor in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning's expression shifted from initial anticipation to a blank face, then to speechlessness, and finally to surprise. Wen Ning picked up 3 identical pieces of parchment from the ground. Shelter Blink Blueprint. This is a modifier for the shelter. With it, you can theoretically renovate your shelter. It can be a facility or an entire shelter. Tip: the Shelter Blink Blueprint can only be used once at a time and cannot be reused. After completing the design, using the blueprint monetization system will automatically calculate the materials needed for renovation and provide a reference for players. The system's great power. Wen Ning exclaimed. With this design drawing, she could completely solve the lighting issue of the cellar on the blueprint. She could also open several hidden underground passages for escaping or hiding items. The third day of the Wasteland disaster season. Less than 24 hours remain until the end of the first catastrophe. Wen Ning woke up naturally as usual. If only there were a time system. I'm always so fuzzy about the time when I wake up. While complaining, Wen Ning skillfully prepared breakfast. Dumplings. Although it is customary to eat dumplings only during the winter solstice, the heavy snowfall outside makes it quite fitting. She took out a bag of frozen dumplings and boiled them until they were steaming hot. Wen Ning, unafraid of the heat, quickly devoured 10 dumplings. Filled with satisfaction from the pork and cabbage filling, she felt content. After finishing her meal, Wen Ning approached the window to observe the heavy snow today. As soon as she lifted her gaze, she noticed something was off. The snow was not as pure white as in the previous days. It seemed to have a layer of black substance on the surface. Wen Ning instantly became alert. The plague snow from her past life left a profound impression on her, and almost immediately she opened the chat channel. Regional channel: there's a big problem with today's snow. I didn't pay attention and ate a couple of bites, and now my throat hurts terribly. Regional channel: I drank a sip of collected snow water without noticing the warning, and now I can hardly. Regional channel: I just went out for a minute, didn't eat snow or drink water, and when I came back my hands started itching and my face is almost scratched to pieces. Regional channel: oh my god, the first day is going to freeze people to death. There were mutated beasts yesterday, and today we can't even drink water. Is this the extinction of humanity? Wen Ning's eyes flickered as she glanced at the number of people in the regional channel when she saw this message. 6,628. Nearly half of the originally 10,000-strong survivors had vanished. It's still just the beginner phase. Wen Ning quickly calculated in her mind. The total population of Blue Star is over 7 billion. Excluding the elderly and children who the system said would not participate, there are roughly 3 billion left. Now nearly 40 have died. So there are less than 2 billion survivors left on Blue Star. Moreover, where have the elderly and children gone? Wen Ning had come to the pessimistic conclusion that these people had been stripped of their gaming qualifications due to their lack of gaming ability and no longer existed. At this rate, more than half of the entire population of Blue Star is already dead. Regional channel, haha. This is an experiment conducted by aliens on us. We all have to die. Wen Ning's expression darkened as the snow continued to fall outside. The pure white world was shrouded in an unknown black substance. From a distance, it looked like a thick fog enveloping all survivors in despair, inescapable and The disasters of the beginner phase had already escalated to such a terrifying level once this phase was over. Everyone's hearts were covered in despair, and those with lower psychological endurance had already resorted to self-harm. The World Channel and Regional Channel were abuzz with all sorts of discussions. When Ning calmly exited the chat channel, wise individuals would choose to distance themselves from a gloomy environment. Stay calm and unaffected. However, a hint of agitation crept into Wen Ning's heart. She knew this was a significant issue. In the time leading up to the impending event, emotions were the easiest to fluctuate. It was like the calm before dawn, where everything seemed serene, yet a storm was brewing beneath the surface. When Ning took out the shelter design blueprint she had created last night from the storage, forcing herself to focus. Just as she was about to open it, a notification chimed in her mind. System announcement: all players, please note mutated beasts will arrive at the shelter in 10 hours and will attack your shelters for 4 hours. The number and attack strength of the mutated beasts will match based on the survivor shelter ratings. System announcement: the end of this wave of mutated beasts will signify the end of the first disaster. The game will undergo its first update at that time. The system announcement repeated 3 times before finally stopping. The channel immediately erupted. Regional channel: dammy. Important things should be said 3 times. I can't stand this broken game. Regional channel: at this point I'm coming clean. I'm a spy sent by the Pickled Cabbage Nation to China. Let me go back. We from the Pickled Cabbage Nation definitely did not get involved in this game. Regional channel: instead of complaining, it's better to think about how to survive this disaster. Regional channel: this is humanity's apocalypse. Everyone enjoy the last 10 hours to the fullest. Regional channel: I timidly ask, if my shelter is shoddy, will there be no mutated beast attacks? Regional channel: but even if there are no mutated beast attacks, you will freeze to death at night. Regional channel: so this question has no answer. Physics no longer exists. Wen Ning didn't pay much attention to the channel discussions. Instead, she pondered over her blank shelter. Her current shelter rating was already quite high, and there was sure to be a fierce battle tonight. Rather than thinking of clever tricks, it would be better to directly find a way to turn her shelter into an impregnable fortress. Her shelter had a yard which didn't contain much else. The walls were 2 to 3 meters high. Based on the movement patterns of the mutated beasts she encountered yesterday, they still lacked the ability to jump. However, Wen Ning felt that things wouldn't be that simple. These mutated beasts could not enter, but could still attack. The walls of the stone walls could be easily clawed through. Thus the success rate of dealing with these mutated beasts at the walls was not high. And then there was the heavy snow. She wondered if the heavy snow would stop tonight. Even if it did, the snow accumulation on the ground would not disappear. This black substance seemed non-lethal at present, but if it caused illness, it would undoubtedly affect Wen Ning's combat ability. Therefore, the best solution was to build a canopy to cover the entire shelter. This was not a small project, and Wen Ning attempted to draw it on her blank shelter blueprint. As Wen Ning immersed herself in her thoughts through writing and drawing, the flickering flames of the bonfire brought a rare warmth to the shelter. Outside, a storm of wind and snow mixed with black substances ruthlessly engulfed the trees and the grasslands. The sky was oppressive. Swirling dark clouds hung lower and lower in silence. After making the final stroke, Wen Ning picked up the blank blueprint of the shelter. Wen Ning left only one opening for the mutated beasts to pass through and created several dead ends. Many places were designed with hinged doors that could only be entered but not exited. The passage narrowed further and ultimately allowing only one mutated beast to pass at a time. Wen Ning's inspiration came from a game she played before her transmigration called Defend the Carrot. The other party initiated a trade. Thanks, prepare well for the beast tide. Let me know if you need any supplies. Chengdingkuan 7777, don't worry, my shelter's rating is very low, mainly relying on this mine. I should be able to cope with it. Wen Ning simply mentioned that if the other party didn't need help, she wouldn't interfere. This person. With a slight sigh, Wen Ning understood Cheng Dingkun's thoughts. I can only wait until after the beast tide to give some supplies. With less than 6 hours until the beast tide strikes, the snow outside was gradually increasing. Wen Ning began to construct the rain canopy. Only after the canopy was completed would she dare to go outside to build the courtyard wall, as the black substance had descended too much. An ordinary canopy required 1,000 units of wood, but for safety Wen Ning directly replaced all of it with hardwood planks. Wen Ning opened the synthesis system again. Would you like to synthesize wood for? Congratulations, you have obtained hardwood too. Congratulations, you have obtained hardwood too. Ding. Trigger synthesis critical hit. Congratulations, you have obtained the sturdy attribute. Tip: the sturdy attribute, as the name suggests, means that facilities built with this wood will increase the shelter's sturdiness. After 2 hours of synthesis, Wen Ning finally harvested 1,000 units of hardwood. Among them, 234 pieces of hardwood had the sturdy attribute. After nearly an hour of synthesis, Wen Ning immediately began construction. Fortunately, since it was a game, construction was much easier. If only I could build directly in the system, it would be even easier. However, Wen Ning knew that this was just wishful thinking, as this was still a survival game. After spending another hour, the canopy was completed. The large canopy enveloped the entire shelter, including the yard, completely isolating it from the wind and snow outside. The columns, made of fine iron ingots, were incredibly sturdy, as thick as Wen Ning's calves. They were placed at crucial corners along the path of the mutated beasts and would not interfere with the construction of the courtyard wall. The only downside was that the lighting was somewhat dim. However, Wen Ning still had many unused torches in her warehouse, which she could light and set up later. She also took the opportunity to clear the accumulated snow in the yard. After storing the cleared snow in her backpack, she threw it out of the shelter. It was only when she returned inside that Wen Ning realized the severity of the snow. She noticed the once smooth rubber surface of her rain boots was now riddled with numerous corrosive holes. Although it hadn't penetrated to the inside, it was quite alarming. If her skin had been corroded. Wen Ning's expression grew serious. This snow was dangerous. Throwing away the entire pair of rain boots was something only Wen Ning could afford to do so extravagantly. Many survivors didn't even have a single pair of rain boots and could only wrap themselves in plastic sheets. After changing into new shoes, Wen Ning returned to the bonfire and began to synthesize the remaining iron ingots into fine iron ingots. Congratulations, you have obtained fine iron ingots 50. The recently constructed canopy had already consumed 10 units of fine iron ingots, leaving Wen Ning with only 50 units available. It just so happened that constructing a fine iron wall required only 2 units. Wen Ning had more than enough fine iron ingots in hand. However, this time she didn't trigger a single critical hit during synthesis. Wen Ning had sensed this earlier. High-level materials were harder to yield critical hits, so she didn't feel anything unusual. System announcement: there are 5 hours until the beast tide arrives. The brief announcement echoed 3 times, and Wen Ning's movements became even swifter. Although she had a blueprint to guide her, it was her first time constructing such a maze-like courtyard wall. Talking about strategies on paper was simple, but the actual operation was quite different. Especially since the courtyard wall designed by Wen Ning served both as a blockade and a means to mislead the mutated beasts. The direction of the hinged doors, the turning points, and the only exit among others required Wen Ning to explore them one by one. After a full 3 hours, she finally placed the last wall piece. The construction of the shelter design blueprint was complete, and the blueprint would automatically disappear. Wen Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead, took off her gloves, and her palms were completely soaked. Building a house isn't easy. System announcement: there are 2 hours until the beast tide arrives. System announcement: there are 2 hours until the beast tide arrives. The system's third announcement heightened the urgency, echoing in everyone's hearts. Wen Ning rolled her eyes at the beast tide hadn't even arrived yet. The timid ones could be scared to death by this system announcement. Wen Ning focused on the shelter, and its information popped up. Shelter: a solid fortress equipped with a powerful defense system, but to be honest, there are too many blind spots. It is recommended to install surveillance. Completeness 100. Sturdiness 530. Aesthetic degree 80. Facilities 20. The sturdiness value jumped from 280 to 530. Although there was no overall score, it was evident that this shelter was undoubtedly a powerful one among shelters. Wen Ning nodded in satisfaction. With the sturdiness value nearly doubling the scale of the beast tide she would face tonight was unimaginable. However, the rewards would also be doubled. As the sky darkened, Wen Ning took out the leftover torches from the last hunt of mutated cattle from the warehouse. While installing and lighting them, she carefully checked her courtyard wall. Every route had been tested by Wen Ning, and she mentally rehearsed the direction of each hinged door. Confirming that everything was correct, another hour had passed. Wen Ning took out some bread to nibble on. Now that the walls and canopy had been built, she had secured weapons with a spear and a fine iron dagger, ensuring her close combat capabilities. Her defense consisted only of a set of vine armor, which had a damage level of 20. Wen Ning pondered as she still needed a defensive shield. If only she could get a ranged weapon as well, like a bow or a crossbow. Wen Ning could use either. She opened the trade channel. This was undoubtedly the best time for various resource exchanges among skilled individuals. Although Wen Ning practiced martial arts from a young age, she was not strong enough to match a heavyweight champion. Even when donning armor, she remained just an ordinary mortal. These mutated beasts, each devoid of pain and the instinct to retreat, advanced with the relentless determination of a programmed machine intent on destroying all living beings or shelters in their path. Thus, if Wen Ning wished to withstand the onslaught of these mutated beasts, the challenge would be immense. The preparations for the canopy and courtyard walls took longer than expected, leaving Wen Ning little time to arm herself. Wen Ning could only try her luck in the trading system now. She hoped to find suitable weapons and armor. If nothing good was available, she could still rely on the synthesis system to upgrade what she bought. Entering the trading channel, Wen Ning selected ranged weapons in the filtering options. Most of the listings were filtered out, leaving only a dozen or so. One trading information from a person with a potato chip avatar included the word crossbow. Wen Ning clicked on it. Single-handed crossbow, common for shards, ice 10, message operable with one hand, comes with 10 matching bolts. Wen Ning opened the image and frowned. The crossbow and bolts looked poorly crafted, surely they weren't handmade. While being able to craft bolts was impressive, it did not meet Wen Ning's expectations. Scrolling further down, Wen Ning discovered that most of the weapons for sale appeared crude and obviously useless. Bows and handmade arrows looked like they were hastily made from bamboo, lacking any real power. Were they just trying to deceive unsuspecting buyers? Just as Wen Ning felt a bit disheartened, the next trading information flashed on the market, catching her eye. Cross-compound bow, fine for energy core, ice 2, message, its power is utterly monstrous. Produced from ancient ruins, don't ask why I'm selling it, I still have one. Plus, if you add one more energy core, I'll throw in the blueprints for the bolts. Message, a fine weapon. I can't afford it. Just huffing and puffing. Message, brother, I private messaged you. I don't have an energy core, but am willing to offer more shards. Comment, I have an energy core, but only one. If you give me 5 shards, I can help you synthesize. I have a workbench. Wen Ning's heart raced. The crossbow was known as the king of modern cold weapons. In close combat, being hit was almost a guaranteed death. Even if it didn't kill, it could instantly incapacitate the enemy. The key point was that it would produce no noise or sparks, allowing for stealthy attacks without revealing her position. Moreover, modern military-grade crossbows were equipped with corresponding scopes. With infrared targeting, even at night visibility was crystal clear. Given its fine quality, Wen Ning was determined to acquire this weapon. Seeing many bidders below, Wen Ning decided not to haggle. Any hesitation could lead to losing it to someone else. Seizing the moment, she immediately synthesized 3 energy cores and submitted the trade. In a flash of white light, 2 items appeared in her backpack. With a thought, Wen Ning found herself holding a crossbow weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Cross-compound bow, fine, a powerful crossbow capable of installing cores. Install cores. Wen Ning suddenly realized. She felt incredibly lucky. She speculated that the owner of this crossbow indeed had 2 of them, just as he claimed. However, he certainly didn't have a workbench. Thus she was anxious that the fine crossbow couldn't unleash its full potential. Energy cores were a valuable commodity within the entire channel. Others may not have them, but Wen Ning had a whole box. This stroke of luck was what allowed her to seize the opportunity. Without delay, she immediately installed an energy core. In an instant, a thin layer of frost enveloped the crossbow, emanating a chilling aura. It felt cool in her hand, but it was bearable. The information of the crossbow also changed. Cross-compound bow, fine, a powerful crossbow now installed with an ice-type energy core tip. After installing the core, critical hit probability increases by 30. And critical hit damage can create an ice zone around the target, delaying action for 3 seconds. Ice-type energy core usage duration 180 days. Wow. Is this what a fine quality weapon is like? The difference compared to excellent level weapons was like a chasm. Just the ability to install cores set fine weapons leagues ahead of excellent ones. Suddenly the spear didn't seem appealing anymore, did it? Wen Ning was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. She pulled out the blueprints for the bolts from her backpack and began studying them. Bolts iron ingot 10. Would 301478 more iron ingots were required. It was evident that reaching Chengdingkuan was too late. Wen Ning waved her hand and cleared out the trading market. Congratulations, acquired iron ingot. 21 unit of iron ingot could produce 30 bolts. Wen Ning gathered enough materials for 600 bolts and crafted them all in one go. Her backpack was filled to the brim with bolts. A sense of security surged within her. Now she still needed armor. The armor in the trading market was of varying quality, mostly wooden or bamboo, with no iron options available at all. Wen Ning had no choice but to purchase 4 sets of ordinary hardwood armor and synthesized 2 sets of rattan armor herself. She retrieved some beast skins from the warehouse. Wen Ning was unconcerned about the materials and directly cut the beast skins according to her needs. The protection was applied to key areas such as her hands, wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, and ankles. The beast skin was soft yet durable, making it excellent for protection. The only downside was that Wen Ning wasn't very skilled at sewing clothes. She bound everything securely with stronger beast tendons and layered a waterproof ski suit over it. Wearing a helmet and face mask, she was fully armed, leaving only her eyes exposed. Her backpack was filled with torches, bolts, and some purified water. Then, taking her weapon, she climbed up to the roof of the shelter. The roof of Wen Ning's shelter was also made of stone sloped for design. It had been added because she thought the matchbox look was unsightly. Now it served as Wen Ning's battleground. The high awning meant that, even if she jumped here, she wouldn't hit her head. Wen Ning found a good foothold. Her position was directly above the entrance, also the last opening on the wall route of her yard. By the time the mutated beasts reached here, they had already been separated, allowing Wen Ning to reap them. After the mutated beasts died, they would turn into glowing orbs of material floating in the air. The light orbs could stack without blocking paths. As long as Wen Ning didn't collect these light orbs, they would persist. Moreover, her position was facing the perimeter of the yard, allowing her to see the direction from which the mutated beasts surged. Some plum blossom-shaped footholds were made above the iron walls, making it easier for Wen Ning to navigate. This way she could move across the entire yard, balancing attacks from various areas. She moved nimbly. To ensure she wouldn't fall, Wen Ning installed ropes on the canopy. Falling would only be to a height she could reach with a full jump. In case the mutated beasts could also climb ropes, she would simply cut the rope. By the time Wen Ning had set everything up, it was nearing 8 in the evening. The snow outside had silently stopped. Fully armed, Wen Ning's dark, penetrating gaze fixed intently on the endless black night. Unconsciously, her breathing slowed. She felt as if she had merged with the tranquil night, transforming into the most patient of hunters. System announcement: countdown to beast wave arrival 10 minutes. System announcement: countdown to beast wave arrival 5 minutes. System announcement: countdown to beast wave arrival 59 seconds. Gentle season for 7 days, disaster season for 3 days. The novice period was over and the beast wave was upon them. This was the climax of the first trial mission. Wen Ning's breath was nearly inaudible and the pitch-black night hid everything from view. In a fleeting moment, a chill ran down her spine and Wen Ning's expression tightened. In the dark of night, every subtle sound was crystal clear to Wen Ning. The sense of oppression drew closer, yet nothing was visible before him, forcing Wen Ning to suppress the panic rising within. The master had said that unknown enemies were not as terrifying as one imagined. What was truly frightening was the fear within oneself. Thus Wen Ning patiently waited until at a certain moment a pair of red eyes glowed in the darkness. Those eyes fixated directly on Wen Ning's face. His breath hitched. A chill surged up his spine, rushing straight to the crown of his head. In quick succession, 1 pair, then 2 pairs. Countless mutated beasts appeared within Wen Ning's line of sight, their blood-red pupils exuding a mesmerizing allure. Their fur remained the same white as the day before, but their bodies seemed to be coated with a layer of black viscous substance. It looked as if they had been splashed with black paint, appearing thick and repulsive. It was evident that this gooey substance should not be touched. Leading the pack were a group of mutated wolves, their red eyes glimmering with a strange light, followed by bears, lions, and leopards, all fierce beasts. These mutated beasts, usually solitary, now swarmed together. Their paws stepped over the snow in front of Wen Ning, restlessly waiting to launch an attack. Within his field of vision, Wen Ning could no longer count how many mutated beasts there were. As the sky darkened completely with the aid of a torch, he barely glimpsed the multitude of mutated beasts behind them. In a faint glow, the mutated beasts appeared one by one out of thin air. As time passed, the number of mutated beasts surrounding the shelter increased. Low growls gradually reached his ears, their heavy breathing revealing the mutated beasts' impatience. Yet for some reason these mutated beasts dug at the ground restlessly, but did not charge forward. Could it be that the torches in the shelter deterred these mutated beasts? Wen Ning dared not let down his guard, and just then a system announcement sounded. System announcement: based on your shelter's rating, this beast tide consists of 3 waves with an attack duration of 4 hours. If the shelter's sturdiness drops to 0 or all mutated beasts are cleared, the beast tide will end early. This mutated beast tide will count towards rankings, and survival supplies will be distributed after the system update. The first wave of the beast tide is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. This mutated beast tide will count towards rankings, and survival supplies will be distributed after the system update. The first wave of the beast tide is... In an instant, all the mutated beasts became agitated, rushing towards Wen Ning's shelter in a frantic charge. Dozens of mutated beasts, their massive bodies, charged straight at the walls of Wen Ning's shelter. Wen Ning sprang into action. Although these mutated beasts were terrifying, their jumping ability was indeed somewhat lacking. They crashed against the walls of a shelter several times, but failed to scale the top. They could only pace anxiously below. Wen Ning moved to the outer layer, pulling out a crossbow. With both hands gripping the bow, he didn't even need to use a scope, loading, aiming, and pulling the trigger. Thwomp. The sound of the bolt slicing through the air was faint, shooting directly into the mass of mutated beasts. Whoa. A wretched cry rang out, the piercing howl of a wolf, and Wen Ning felt a sense of calm wash over him. The wolf closest to Wen Ning was impaled by the bolt through its mouth, the arrow piercing through its skull, and then exiting through the back of its neck, directly impaling a sheep behind it. In an instant, cries of agony erupted. That mutated wolf dropped dead on the spot, its body sent flying by the tremendous impact, taking down a large number of mutated beasts. This is the tremendous power of the crossbow. Wen Ning, with a serious expression, swiftly pulled out another bolt. The unwilling mutated wolf didn't even touch the hem of Wen Ning's clothes before it transformed into 2 light orbs. With no time to consider the spoils, another mutated wolf had already climbed over the wall, stepping on a mutated sheep beneath it. With a spear in hand, he thrust it, directly killing the mutated wolf that had climbed over. The bolt he had pulled out was loaded in 2 seconds. The crossbow was truly the king of cold weapons for solo combat, being extremely convenient to load. Wen Ning almost completed the operation with one hand. He didn't even consider aiming at this close distance. Shooting directly into the densest part of the beast tide would suffice. Wen Ning exerted force, swinging the crossbow, and then leveled it with inertia. He timed his shot perfectly and pulled the trigger. In the next moment, screams erupted from all around. 1 arrow, 3 screams. This is the true power of the close-range crossbow. Every inch shorter, every inch stronger. Its penetrating power is inversely proportional to its range. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim, as simply shooting into the midst of the beast horde would guarantee a hit. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's spear did not cease its assault. With swift strikes, he withdrew the spear, slick with viscous blood. In the darkness, the injured mutated beasts outnumbered the dead. The whimpers never ceased. There were even faint sounds of fear emerging. Wen Ning furrowed his brows, observing the mutated beasts before him that hesitated to advance, suspicion rising in his heart. These mutated beasts, have they developed thoughts? This could spell trouble. Looking at the frightened mutated deer and mutated sheep, a deep sense of vigilance surged within Wen Ning. These mutated beasts, though numerous, if they still lacked thoughts like yesterday and only had a singular attack power, Wen Ning could still use traps to delay and evade. Killing them would not be difficult. But now the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Animals have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm they will fear. But animals also possess the wisdom of cooperative hunting, working together. Seeing that all the creatures before him were herbivores made it clear the wolves that had just suffered losses under Wen Ning had retreated to the second line, pushing the mutated sheep and other animals forward to exhaust Wen Ning's stamina and ammunition. From the back, they adjusted their formation through the howls of the wolves, watching with keen eyes, waiting for the opportune moment. I can't let this drag on. With a slight shiver of his spirit, Wen Ning raised his crossbow, this time targeting not the sheep before him. Instead, he aimed beyond the sheep at the pack of wolves observing from the rear. There appeared to be around 7 or 8 wolves, along with a leopard and a few lions. The bear had already perished under Wen Ning's strikes with several spears. These candidates were waiting for the right moment to pounce and tear Wen Ning to shreds. Wen Ning's shot was swift and fierce. Several wolves huddled together could not dodge in time and were pinned to the spot by the crossbow bolt. Whoa. Triggering a critical hit. Wen Ning's face lit up with joy as he immediately looked up. A mutated wolf dropped dead on the spot, and all mutated beasts within 5 meters suffered critical damage. As it was sent flying, frost began to form around it, significantly slowing its movements. Wen Ning seized the opportunity, drew the bowstring, aimed, and shot. A lion fell to the ground. The mutated beasts affected by the critical damage quickly regained their composure, moving swiftly, while low growling to warn the nearby beasts to beware of Wen Ning's crossbow. However, the injured mutated beasts still moved sluggishly. Wen Ning immediately changed tactics, focusing on dealing with the mutated beasts at his feet. They huddled together, but as they could not climb onto Wen Ning's walls, they could only keep crashing against them. Signs of loosening began to appear on the stone walls beneath Wen Ning's feet. This compelled Wen Ning to hasten the elimination of the mutated beasts below. In the brief gaps he aimed and shot bolts into the wolf pack, seeking opportunities on the outskirts. Back and forth the number of mutated beasts Wen Ning killed increased. The outer wolf pack could no longer sit still. They spread out, although Wen Ning's hit rate with the crossbow was low. The critical hit rate was high. With a 30% crit chance and a bit of luck, 3 shots would yield a critical hit. Each critical hit would inflict shock damage within a 5-meter radius on the mutated beasts. Thus Wen Ning always managed to seize the opportunity to shoot down a mutated beast. After several attempts, he had eliminated more than half of the wolf pack, and the remaining ones were all injured. The mutated leopard expressed, "Don't come any closer. You've already scrambled my brains." Huff, huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing echoed as Wen Ning shook her numbed arms. With a glance, she stored the cumbersome crossbow into her backpack. The thick scent of blood filled her nostrils, and Wen Ning dared not breathe deeply. Her chest felt icy from the prolonged inhalation of cold air. Wen Ning felt her throat dry, yet she hesitated to take out her water. Below her the mutated sheep lay scattered. Instead of killing them, she found it easier and more energy efficient to simply break their legs. The spear with barbs pierced easily, but extracting it was a challenge, and a moment's carelessness could drag her down from the wall. The remaining beasts capable of fighting were a leopard on the periphery, 2 lions, and 5 wolves. The mutated wolves, acting as the brains of the operation, became agitated as they saw the bolt in Wen Ning's hand vanish into thin air. This unknown made them uneasy. Their low panting and crouched bodies indicated they were prepared to. Wen Ning realized the mutated beasts were ready to act together. Sure enough, in the next moment the remaining mutated beasts surged forward simultaneously. Wen Ning wasted no time as the crossbow appeared in her hands, already loaded. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth at the mutated lion leaping before her. Thud! The sound of the bolt piercing flesh echoed from dozens of meters away. Critical hit triggered. In the next heartbeat, Wen Ning retracted the bolt and drew out her dagger. As all the mutated beasts charged towards Wen Ning, the critical hit exploded at the center of the mutated lion's head. The area within 5 meters was frozen over. The nearby mutated beasts were rendered immobile in midair, crashing helplessly to the ground. Thud! The sound of sharp metal entering flesh rang out. 3 seconds was enough for Wen Ning to kill 2 mutated beasts. Come on! Wen Ning's right hand pinned a mutated wolf with her dagger, which struggled violently. Instead of throwing it away, she turned and pressed the wolf down beneath her foot. As she withdrew the dagger, it plunged back down mercilessly. The blade sank into flesh, making a grating sound. In a swift motion, Wen Ning severed the head of the mutated wolf. Using her spear, she tossed it in front of a one-eyed mutated wolf. Indeed, this wolf was the king of the entire pack. Even the mutated lions, mutated bears, and leopards acted under its command. Wen Ning's actions were a blatant provocation, showcasing her cruelty. The sharp roar seemed to issue a final ultimatum, and all the mutated beasts surged forth once more. They climbed onto the wall for a final The remaining wolves nearby began to show signs of retreat, but the lead wolf raised its head high, howling defiantly into the sky. There was no way out for them. The sharp roar seemed to issue a final ultimatum, and all the mutated beasts surged forth once more. They climbed onto the wall for a final confrontation with Wen Ning. Without time to react, her spear was already sent flying from her hand. The wall beneath her feet was her last line of defense. Behind her lay her sanctuary. One by one, the mutated beasts were knocked down, rolling and scrambling back up the wall. However, fighting on the wall favored Wen Ning, and with a combination of spear and dagger, the beasts could not approach her. The last mutated wolf let out a mournful cry as it fell from the top of the wall, its body turning to white light and vanishing. Wen Ning finally let out a sigh of relief. No time to rest, as there were still a dozen howling, incapacitated mutated beasts below the wall. Wen Ning jumped down from the wall, numbly dispatching the remaining mutated beasts. Congratulations, you have withstood the first wave of mutated beasts' attack. The current integrity of the sanctuary is 98, durability value 525. The next wave of mutated beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Basically, no mutated beasts had gotten close to Wen Ning. Aside from feeling tired, she had no injuries on her body. After a quick round, she only returned with the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a treasure chest, ICE 17. Only 17. There were at least 50 beasts in the first wave, and the system's drop rate remains as elusive as ever. Wen Ning grumbled a bit before returning to the sanctuary. The next batch was coming soon, and there was no time to ponder. She needed to check her equipment immediately. While moving around, some parts of her beast skin gear had loosened. Wen Ning took them off and retied them. She drank enough water to rehydrate and munched on a piece of bread to fill her stomach. Finally, she put on another mask. Just as she steadied herself on the rooftop, she heard faint noises above. It was snowing again. It had started to snow once more. As far as she could see, there were countless pairs of red eyes. This time, without waiting for the system's announcement, Wen Ning took the initiative to strike. As the bolts shot out, dozens of torches flew into the air. It had begun again. Wen Ning stood on the top of the reinforced iron wall. She focused on the mutated beasts that had surrounded her, and their numbers were clearly much greater than last time. The scene descended into chaos, and the second battle commenced amid Wen Ning's cunning tactics. The sharp roars, the gaping jaws of beasts scaling the walls, and the cries of various animals echoed through the sky. The snow fell heavier, and soon a layer of snow covered Wen Ning's canopy. The pure white was tinged with eerie black, then splattered with blood, unable to conceal the brutal battle occurring below. Bite, dodge. Shoot, kill. Throughout this melee, Wen Ning maintained her combat prowess. Due to the maze formation in Wen Ning's courtyard, the mutated beasts could not reach her sanctuary, so the hatred remained firmly directed towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning utilized the terrain advantage, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the mutated beasts. When the enemy advanced, she retreated. When they grew weary, she harassed them. If all else failed, she would lead them in circles until they were isolated, and then take their lives. After all, even if the mutated beasts climbed the wall, they wouldn't find their footing, and before they could reach Wen Ning, they would fall into the dead ends she had set up. The space was too small, making it impossible to gain speed, and attempting to climb over the wall became even more difficult. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, using her elusive movements, darted between the mutated beasts, claiming one life after another. Her crossbow never ceased firing, releasing a bolt roughly every 10 seconds. The last mutated beast charged towards the wall, jaws open wide, aiming for Wen Ning's throat. Wen Ning had her back turned as she dealt with the mutated beast in front of her. Without even turning around at the sound, her spear whistled past her ear and plunged directly into the beast's head. Whoa. With Wen Ning's turn, the spear impaled the mutated beast firmly against the wall. With a swift motion, her dagger plunged into the side of the beast's neck. The mutated beast unwillingly breathed its last. Congratulations, you have withstood the second wave of mutated beasts' attack. The current integrity of the sanctuary is 80, durability value 489. The next wave of mutated beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. The armor on her body was completely damaged in this battle. Just as the armor suddenly vanished, Wen Ning barely had time to change before a charging mutated beast bit down on her arm. Fortunately, the beast's skin padding inside held strong and did not break. Wen Ning's mask was almost soaked, clinging to her cheek with the blood of the mutated beast. A tingling itch had already begun to spread. Returning to the shelter, Wen Ning took out a piece of sambai grass and began to chew it. The next wave was about to come. There was no time for her to rest. The light-colored protective suit was stained with a significant amount of mutated beast blood, dark red, mixed with black. It looked toxic at a glance. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding stench of blood rushed into Wen Ning's nostrils. Occupying her entire chest cavity, Wen Ning nearly vomited. Despite appearing somewhat fatigued, her eyes remained resolute. The fighting spirit surged. She had figured out that the mutated beasts refreshed at 2 locations in front and behind the shelter, then encircled it from the left and right. Regardless of the order, they would ultimately converge before Wen Ning, as if her priority was greater than that of the shelter behind her. However, Wen Ning speculated that this was due to the distance of the courtyard wall from the shelter. She paid no mind to the piles of loot outside and instead made many torches from firewood. Using a 10-minute gap, she surrounded the positions of the mutated beasts from the front and back. A large circle with a diameter of 5 meters was formed. The bonfire and torches were all lit, and she added a considerable amount of wood. She nearly exhausted the remaining which she had. This was also a method for Wen Ning to delay the mutated beast's advance. When she threw the torches during the second round, the fleeing figures of the mutated beasts did not escape Wen Ning's gaze, especially those that were not very aggressive. These beasts only posed a threat to the shelter through their collisions. Although they could not harm, Wen Ning above the courtyard wall, piling up together, could serve as stepping stones for other mutated beasts. With the intelligence of the mutated beasts, their combat effectiveness had indeed increased significantly, but correspondingly, they also had weaknesses, restoring their instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Having completed all this, Wen Ning turned and jumped onto the courtyard wall. The stone wall before her had already been partially demolished, yet the iron wall beneath her feet remained sturdy. Estimating that there were still 2 minutes left, Wen Ning opened the trading channel to begin looting. Iron ingots, 100 units directly. Wood unlimited collection. The crossbow arrows had been used up in the last round, and it was undeniable that the crossbow was very effective against the mutated beasts. With strong penetrating power, often one arrow would hit twice or thrice. At close range, coupled with the crowding of the mutated beasts, there was no need to aim, just pull the trigger without overthinking. When triggering a critical hit, the attack range was considerable, directly freezing a large area. The impact damage could also take many mutated beasts' lives. It could even weaken other nearby mutated beasts. Wen Ning managed to get through the second round unscathed thanks to the invaluable crossbow. Her backpack was once again filled with crossbow arrows, deepening her sense of security. Fortunately, the supplies in the shelter could be traded directly without needing to be placed in the backpack. Thankfully, the crafting interface loaded quickly, continuously providing crossbow arrows. Roar! Just as she was getting ready, the mutated beasts let out their howls. Her back instantly straightened, a chilling and terrifying aura rushed towards her. The deep red pupils stared viciously at Wen Ning on the wall, their front claws constantly digging at the ground. The saliva dripping from their mouths corroded the surrounding grass. This batch of mutated beasts not only had a large number, but also appeared more dangerous. Wen Ning stared directly into pairs of eerie beast eyes, her expression unchanging. Raising her crossbow, she fired at the pairs of eyes flickering in the darkness. The first mutated beast that appeared saw Wen Ning's movement, agilely dodging to the side and evading her attack. The mutated beasts that came out afterward were in for a rough time. Just as they emerged, a 1-meter-high fire tongue awaited them, not to mention the searing flames roasting their skin. The sound of the air breaking in the darkness was barely audible. The mutated beast in front leaped away, instinctively its alarm bells ringing, but it was all too late. The freshly spawned mutated beasts hadn't even seen the enemy's appearance before being pierced through the skull by the cold arrow. Boom! The cold exploded from the center, mixing with the red and white brain matter of the mutated beasts, freezing the surrounding area. Many mutated beasts were flipped over on the spot, crashing heavily to the ground, simultaneously enduring the cold spikes and the scorching flames. In the subsequent short time, the sound of the air breaking rang out again. The beasts panicked, aimlessly dodged. Before they could even react to what had happened, several companions fell beside them. However, the mutated beasts were bound by system rules and could not launch attacks until the refresh was complete. During this time, Wen Ning seized the opportunity and caught the mutated beast horde off guard. By the time the system notification finally sounded, Wen Ning had already reaped the lives of dozens of mutated beasts. Roar! The third battle officially began. The mutated beasts in front charged through the fire circle, heading towards the wall where Wen Ning stood. More than half of the mutated beasts behind were hindered by the fire circle, hesitating to advance. The plan worked. Before Wen Ning could let her guard down, the mutated beast at the forefront was already within arm's reach. Wen Ning swiftly shoved the crossbow into the beast's gaping maw. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Pfft. The crossbow arrow pierced through the back of the mutated beast's head, and with undiminished force, it continued towards the next beast's body. At the same time, other mutated beasts rushed in, howling. Wen Ning focused entirely on dealing with the swarming beasts. From being able to deliver fatal strikes at the beginning to only inflicting heavy injuries, and finally just managing to knock the mutated beasts off the wall. Her stamina was continuously depleting. The mutated beasts from the first 2 rounds were clearly easier to deal with than those in the third round. The first wall beneath Wen Ning crumbled after holding for 10 minutes. She was forced to retreat to the top of the second wall for defense. Your shelter integrity has decreased to 75. Your shelter sturdiness has decreased to 465. The second wall held for about half an hour before it was breached, and under the intense assault, Wen Ning could only dodging the attacks of the mutated beasts. Trying to kill them had become very difficult. The wall beneath her feet shook and trembled again. Wen Ning barely steadied herself, using her spear to knock down the charging mutated beasts, performing a graceful backflip to evade the gaping jaws beside her. She landed steadily on the iron wall's plum blossom stakes behind her. It should be ending soon, and behind me is already the last wall. As it got later, Wen Ning felt utterly exhausted, yet her nerves remained tightly wound, and she refused to retreat easily until the last moment. Just when Wen Ning thought the attacks from the mutated beasts would be endless, the creatures charging the wall suddenly. The system announcement also rang out just in time. System announcement: congratulations player for successfully surviving the first disaster season. System announcement: the system will automatically update in half an hour and all game panel functions will be disabled. System announcement: this update will last for 8 hours. Please look forward to the content of the update. The system announcement disappeared only after repeating 3 times. Wen Ning in disarray slumped in the corner, gasping for breath. He hadn't noticed it during the battle, but now that he had relaxed, he suddenly realized how heavy his arm felt. Even moving a finger was exhausting, and breathing became painful in his throat and chest. The aftermath of the battle left only a ruined shelter, broken walls, and scattered orbs of light as evidence. The bloodstains on the ground had completely vanished. Most of Wen Ning's injuries were internal wounds from collisions with no visible Wen Ning took out some sambai grass and mixed it with mo hanyan, chewing on it. Brewing the herbs would be best, but Wen Ning lacked the means, so he could only chew them. Wen Ning did not forget the system's mention of an update in half an hour. This meant he had less than half an hour to clean the battlefield. With this thought, Wen Ning forced his extremely exhausted body to stand up and began to clean the battlefield. Though it was called cleaning the battlefield, he had no strength left for anything else. The only thing he could do was collect the scattered loot. Congratulations, you have obtained wolf meat toxic 4. Congratulations, you have obtained beast skin 15. Congratulations, you have obtained mutton toxic 2. Congratulations, you have obtained beast tendon 2. Congratulations, you have obtained treasure chest ice 3. Among the pile of light orbs, these were the only items Wen Ning could collect with the remaining space in his backpack. Wen Ning furrowed his brow as he looked at the records. Meat is toxic. Can it still be eaten? He took out a piece of mutton and examined it. The bright red meat oozed dark red blood, and the whole piece emitted an indescribable stench. Ugh. Wen Ning retched instinctively. This meat was definitely inedible. He had to throw it away. He discarded the meat outside the yard, and then picked up other usable items. Beast skin, beast tendons, as well as beast teeth and horns. Of course, the most important thing was the treasure chest. Wen Ning moved swiftly and finished collecting all the light orbs in 20 minutes. Congratulations, you have obtained beast skin 58. Congratulations, you have obtained beast tendon 24. Congratulations, you have obtained beast teeth 30. Congratulations, you have obtained beast horns 15. Congratulations, you have obtained treasure chest ice 158. Other than the toxic meat, this was all the supplies Wen Ning had obtained after 2 rounds. Oh, and the more than 1,000 crossbow bolts he collected. Along with the supplies from the first round, Wen Ning had obtained 173 treasure chests from the beast tide. Outside the yard, a large pile of spoiled toxic meat had formed a small mountain. In the darkening snow, Wen Ning threw in a few more ice bricks, for after the snow disaster it was likely to warm up at midnight. When that snow melts, it will no longer cover the stench. If it weren't for Wen Ning having just undergone an intense battle, he wouldn't have lacked the energy. If it weren't for the game's warning preventing Wen Ning from straying too far from the shelter, he wouldn't have allowed this toxic meat to pile up at the entrance. For now it had to be left like this. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wen Ning stumbled back into the house, closing the doors and windows tightly. He didn't even want to start a campfire. He stripped off his burdens and plopped down on the bed with a thud. At this moment there were about 10 minutes left until the system update. After the high-intensity battle, Wen Ning's body was utterly exhausted, yet his spirit was incredibly invigorated. Calculating, it had been more than a year since he had experienced such a thrilling battle. Master above, I have been neglecting my training lately, and I can't even last 4 hours. Muttering self-deprecatingly into the darkness, Wen Ning took advantage of the last moments to open the chat channel. 5,480. Before the beast tide arrived, he had noticed the number of people was 6,636. In just this short time, over 1,000 people had died in 4 hours. Only half of the survivors remained in the entire channel. The death rate was staggering. Area channel, damn. Why is all the meat I fought so hard for toxic? Area channel, I can tolerate toxic meat, but why is the collected snow water also toxic and stinking? Area channel, did it come up from the sewers? Area channel, those who said to collect snow water when the snow melts must be idiots, right? Ha ha. Area channel, in 4 hours at least 50 mutated beasts attacked me. My shelter has collapsed halfway. Area channel, didn't you all do anything during the prep time? Area channel, I built a wall around my shelter, but when the beast tide came, the mutated beasts only attacked me and completely ignored my shelter. Area channel, large purchases of treasure chests. Various supplies can be exchanged for treasure chest fragments. Interested parties can message privately. Area channel, treasure chests. Area channel, my shelter is half made of wood and half of thatch, and tonight only 20 mutated beasts attacked me, resulting in just 8 treasure chests. Area channel, you're lucky upstairs. Area channel, I faced 3 waves of mutated beasts tonight, and I stayed in my shelter to fight. They couldn't get in the end. Area channel, I've run out of wood. I can't light a campfire tomorrow. What should I do? Area channel, team up. I'm a survival expert. Let's form a team tomorrow. Limited spots, first come first serve. Area channel, can I join? Area channel, my shelter has collapsed, can I stay at your place? Various messages flooded the channel, but it seemed that those who survived possessed some survival skills. Many, like Wen Ning, reinforced their shelters and built walls. Wen Ning again strolled through the trading market and found that the trades for food and water had increased. Indeed, the temperature during the first day of the snow disaster was terrifyingly low, and the time to collect water was pitifully short. On the second day, Wen Ning managed to collect a large amount of snow water while killing monsters, but not everyone had the same capability and energy as he did. Indeed, the temperature during the first day of the snow disaster was terrifyingly low, and the time to collect water was pitifully short. On the second day, Wen Ning managed to collect a large amount of snow water while killing monsters. The little water obtained from the treasure chests was simply a drop in the bucket. Before the beast tide arrived, Wen Ning had spent a significant amount of supplies brought from the ruins to exchange for wood and iron ingots. Aside from the medicine, Wen Ning had spent nearly a third on those fruits and vegetables. Others, in order to protect themselves, naturally also spent a significant amount of supplies. After all, no one had experienced the beast tide and was unaware of its power. If one held onto these supplies without acting, even if they had resources later, they wouldn't live to enjoy them. Basically, an hour after the beast tide began, the market stone, wood, and iron ingots were sold out as if they were being frantically snatched. The base materials of wood and stone even reached 10 times their normal price. This was because many survivors not only struggled against mutated beasts, but found it difficult to even face them. On the second day, the mutated beasts had only a single mode of attack, which was manageable. Using positioning and the gaps in their attacks, one could kill them. However, tonight, everyone faced mutated beasts that possessed intelligence. The difficulty of combat increased significantly, and many survivors dared only to hide in their shelters, continuously repairing and reinforcing them. Struggling through these 4 hours on consumed supplies, the chat channel kept refreshing, and without realizing it, Wen Ning fell asleep. The first day after the novice period ended. Outside the window, a light rain began to fall, washing away the destruction brought by last night's fierce battle. The snow had disappeared overnight, along with the stench of mutated beast flesh. On a soft and warm bed, a young woman gradually opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings for a while. Wen Ning rolled out of bed and turned to look outside the window. Blue skies and white clouds, a green grassland. The disaster is over. Suddenly sitting up in bed, she couldn't help but grin. Finally, it's over. The gentle season has arrived. Humming a tune she couldn't understand, Wen Ning got out of bed. She first went to the bathroom to wash her face. Her cheeks were still quite itchy, but thankfully there were no broken skin. No scars. The internal injuries from yesterday's battle had mostly healed. Wen Ning took out the sambai herb used for detoxification, mashed it into juice, and applied it to her face with a wet tissue. The cool sensation felt very comfortable. Sitting quietly by the door, she seemed to sense something. The system chimed in, came online. Ding! The content of the Wasteland trial has officially opened. The first trial has ended with the total number of global survivor deaths exceeding 35 of the total number of participants as of today. The novice period has ended, and a new time system for the survival watch has been launched. The Wasteland time is in a 24-hour format, and today is the first day of the Wasteland calendar. The disaster period has ended and the gentle season has arrived. The duration of the gentle season is random. Random success. The duration of this gentle season is 5 days. 2 days later, the next disaster will be announced. The formal trial manual will be issued next, and the newly opened skills will be detailed in the manual. Survivors, please check. The system announcement rang 3 times in a row, and Wen Ning looked at the survival dial on her wrist, which was now flashing green. The official version. Is the novice period just a stripped-down version? Wen Ning opened the system with her mind, and a new icon appeared on the panel after to be continued. It read Survival Manual. Wen Ning clicked into it and found the rules from the novice period on the first page. After flipping the page, she found the new official rules. Trial Survival Rules. 1. The novice trial has ended, and the maps where the survivors are located will merge. Coordinates will have uniqueness. Currently, only maps within the same region will merge, so proceed with caution. The area map has merged, which means 100,000 people are on one map. 2. The official version leaderboard has opened partially. Icons can be quickly set to the system desktop, and players can also open it directly with their minds. The competitive relationship has been opened, but I wonder if this leaderboard is region-specific. 3. Survival points have been opened, and they can be obtained through survival actions. Perhaps the leaderboard will use this as a reference standard. 4. The live streaming function has been opened. The top 10 on each leaderboard can choose to start a live stream, and the duration and popularity of the stream can earn survival points. 5. The backpack system has been replaced with storage space, and survivors can expand it using survival points or items. Space. It doesn't seem like it will be very large, does it? What if I can't fit my items? 6. The chat system has been updated, removing the speaking restrictions in the world channel. Every 5 survival points can buy 1 message. 7. The trading market has been updated, modifying the rules for free transactions. A listing items requires a service fee which fluctuates based on the weight of the items. This means we can't exploit the trading market's bugs anymore. First, the backpack storage rules were changed. In the future, using plastic wrap to cover supplies will take up space instead of slots. Then the listing function on the trading market was changed, and some players' hopes of using high prices to list supplies. 8. The private message system has been updated. Before adding friends, strangers must pay 5 points to send a message, and becoming friends allows for unrestricted chatting. Is this forcing social interaction? Does the system want players to band together? 7. The area channel has been updated. After each trial task, regions with fewer than 100,000 people will automatically merge to 100,000. Wen Ning couldn't understand this. According to the system's explanation, there should only be one Wasteland planet, but it seems to be virtual. So are the merged players cut to the same location in the new area along with the maps they had explored? 8. The system has also launched some hidden features. Please explore them. 9. Survivors, keep up the hard work. In the next phase, the system will open more functions, so stay tuned. The content of the survival system stopped here. A single page had a tremendous impact on the entire player community. World channel, damn it costs 5 points for a message, and I only have 200. World channel, this is the real apocalypse. Here's a joke, survival games actually require spending. World channel, what the hell, I have to pay a fee for the items on the trading rack. A 5 kilograms item costs me 3 points. I'm not selling anymore, it costs 1 point to take it down. Why don't you go grab it? World channel, let's team up, focus our strength on big jobs. World channel, Axe Gang assemble. World channel, private chat from last night's team up, and also from Wong or Motzi, who was boasting earlier. Do you dare to report your coordinates? Grandpa can take care of you soon. World channel, the area map has merged. Everyone is anonymous now, haha. Are you afraid of being seen by others in the same area? World channel, damn me. A cubic meter of storage space costs 80 points. I can't afford it and my meat will spoil. World channel, alright, I know you have a lot of meat, share some with me, my space is still empty, I won't charge you rent. World channel, I opened a box and got a backpack expansion voucher. 3 of them can open 1 cubic meter of storage space. World channel, is anyone teaming up? Is anyone teaming up? Is anyone teaming up? If not, I'll come back to ask later. World channel, what's live streaming? Am I stripping in the wasteland? World channel, look at the leaderboard, so many stars. The world channel was clearly livelier than when it was just 1 message a day. The 1 message a day limit was lifted, and in anonymous mode others couldn't find your area. People were complaining that 5 points were expensive, but the messages were still coming in vigorously. In contrast, the area channel was quiet with no messages for a long time. When Ning sat on the bed, her expression serious, as she read through the updated content one by one. This update undoubtedly raised the difficulty of the game significantly. Speaking and trading require points. Without survival points, it's like being paralyzed. Half of the updated content is related to survival points. Although the system hasn't made survival points the currency for trading, Wen Ning felt that the system was trending in that direction. Wen Ning exited the survival manual and looked at the desktop, which showed new content. Under the gentle season icon, the survival days had disappeared, replaced by a calendar. Wasteland calendar, first month, first day, gentle season, clear 816, then in front of to be continued. A new icon for live stream and leaderboard appeared. When Ning first clicked into leaderboard. Leaderboard is open, it has detected that you are on the list. Do you wish to enable anonymous mode? Of course. When Ning confirmed the anonymity without hesitation. The leaderboard is organized by region. After opening the leaderboard, there were 2 more options. One is building score and the other is disaster score. When Ning clicked to view them separately. Building score, leaderboard 1. 800 points. 2. 338 points. 3. Hogbell 321 points. 4. Lena 267 points. 5. 189 points. Congratulations on achieving the first place in building rankings. You have received an extra reward of 100 survival points, which has been issued. First. When Ning was somewhat surprised her building actually ranked first. However, she quickly understood, after all, she had a golden finger. Be more confident, I want to take first place again next time. 100 survival points, that's quite nice. All of this is inseparable from her synthesis system. Wen Ning adjusted her mindset and looked forward to the second ranking. Disaster score leaderboard 1. 678 points. 2. 245 points. 3. 212 points. 4. Hogbell 191 points. 5. 178 points. Congratulations on achieving the first place in disaster score list. You have received an extra reward of 100 survival points, which has been issued. Double first place. 200 survival points added to her collection. Wen Ning happily exited the screen and found her survival points in the corner of the survival dial. 939. Just after the novice period, her survival points had reached nearly 1,000. This was simply a fortune. Wen Ning beamed with joy. That bell is quite bold, ranking on both lists and not even being anonymous. Wen Ning could only sigh, completely unable to understand. However, the surprises the system gave her did not stop there. After Wen Ning spent 80 points to open up 1 cubic meter of storage space. Detected. You have 6 backpack expansion vouchers. Do you wish to use them? Use. Success. Your storage space has expanded to 4 cubic meters. Initially, it was 1 cubic meter, and after spending 80 points for 1 more, the 6 backpack expansion vouchers added 2 more. This is great. Wen Ning tried to upgrade her backpack again. Increasing the backpack by 1 cubic meter requires 160 survival points. Are you sure? Cancel. It seems that the backpack expansion vouchers did not consume survival points. The World Channel mentioned that survival points for backpack expansion are doubled. I'm going to get rich. Wen Ning felt as if the backpack expansion vouchers were beckoning to her. Open. In an instant, Wen Ning found herself surrounded by a chaotic assortment of items. At the same time, the sound of notifications began to ring out. Congratulations. You have obtained fragment ice 73, weight 7300 g. Congratulations. You have obtained 9 yang black bean soy milk 2, weight 1 kilogram. Congratulations. You have obtained Ebo mineral water 10, weight 120 kilograms. Congratulations. You have obtained Nongfu Sanquan mineral water 10, weight 120 kilograms. Congratulations. You have obtained 4 boxes of 5L Nongfu Sanquan mineral water, 80 kilograms. There were still 5 or 6 varieties of mineral water such as Qianswishan and Rolu. It basically filled half of Wen Ning's storage space. She placed them directly in a corner of the warehouse and continued to organize. Among the food items were boxes of purple rice toast Oreo sandwich biscuits, rye bread large loaves, white grass flavored terrible bread, old lady cakes, and French orange soft bread from Dale Garden. Though the weight was not as much as the mineral water, they took up a lot of space. Wen Ning also emptied these out. In addition, there were various men's clothing. Yes, men's clothing. Wen Ning picked up a pair of beach shorts that could fit 2 of her eyelids twitching. Does the system have a misunderstanding of my gender? System, don't wrongfully accuse me. I didn't do it, it's not me. Wen Ning picked and chose, leaving only the clothes she could wear. Luckily, all of them were brand new. For those that she simply could not use, Wen Ning planned to sell them in the trading market. Selling anonymously was the best solution. Otherwise, it would expose her gender. Wen Ning clicked on the trading channel and chose to put items up for sale. Detected that you're about to list men's studded top 1, weight exceeds 1 kilogram. A processing fee of 1 point will be charged. Do you confirm? What? Just for a piece of torn clothing it costs me a point. Wen Ning immediately clicked cancel. Why don't you go steal it? This non-mainstream clothing might not even sell. Wen Ning tightened her small pocket, thinking that she couldn't let this 1 point go to waste. She would rather use these clothes as a foot trust. Finding an empty wooden box, Wen Ning dealt with the clothing. There were also some miscellaneous items like a rice cooker, a breakfast machine, and a large tube television. This thing has been extinct in Blue Star for decades, right? Holding this age-revealing device, Wen Ning found it difficult to throw it away or keep it. Forget it, what if it can still be powered on? There are also some blueprints. Sifting through, she found blueprints for a dustpan, scythe, bow and arrow, ceramics, and even a plow. Water wheels, windmills, ox carts, stone mills, and looms. A large stack of blueprints fell into Wen Ning's hands, having no weight and not occupying space in her bag. The rule for storage space is that items with 0 weight do not occupy bag space by default. Wen Ning rummaged for a long time and found that the blueprints inside were diverse and peculiar. Mainly agricultural and industrial. There were some weapons and armor as well, but the quantity was extremely scarce. Regular treasure chests could still yield corresponding weapons and armor, but the disaster season's chests surprisingly focused mainly on daily necessities. In addition to a stack of blueprints, Wen Ning also obtained a stack of backpack expansion tickets. Backpack expansion ticket 17. For every 3 use the backpack space increases by 1 cubic meter. Use 15 tickets. Usage successful backpack space increased to 8 cubic meters. Wen Ning didn't plan to count the seeds one by one anyway, she could just silently wish for whatever she wanted, and if it existed it would appear in her bag or warehouse. She spent most of the day organizing the open supplies. Wen Ning also remembered that she had not retrieved all the resources from her ruins. The cellar still had ventilation work to be completed. There was also the repair work for the shelter. The outer walls had been damaged, but fortunately the main body of the shelter was intact. Wen Ning decided to repair the walls first. Now with iron ingots and a workbench, the era of stone tools was over. Survival in the Wasteland was about to usher in a brand new beginning. On the first day, let's start with updating the tools. Manufacturing interface. Iron axe, iron ingots 121 wood 2145. Tip: the iron axe's blade is unmatched. It's essential for mountain cutting and bridge building. Is there only 145 wood left? I don't even know if the small forest has respawned during this disaster season. Wen Ning used her wood up completely for repairing the canopy and lighting fires. Manufacturing 2 iron axes. Wen Ning prepared to combine them. Detected iron axe 2. Do you wish to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained an excellent fine iron axe 1. Ding. Synthesis critical hit triggered. Your fine iron axe has gained the skill repel. A critical hit. Wen Ning quickly took out the fine iron axe to check. Fine iron axe excellent. Although it's only an excellent level iron axe, its ambition allowed it to break through the level limit and gain rare functional attributes. Repel: when used as a weapon there is a 50 chance to deal a critical hit and repel the enemy. But it's just an axe. What kind of critical hit and repelling effect is that? Wen Ning couldn't help but smile. That saying really holds true. A barber who can't drive a good car is not a good chef. Though its skill has nothing to do with its primary function, Wen Ning wouldn't despise it. As an iron axe, its durability is significantly higher than that of a stone axe, and without needing excessive effort its efficiency is also high. Holding the heavy fine iron axe, Wen Ning stepped outside. Outside, the snow from the 3-day snow disaster had completely vanished as if it had never existed. Only Wen Ning's dilapidated yard proved that misfortune had occurred here. Those players who didn't gather water resources during the snow disaster are surely in big trouble. Looking back now, the snow disaster turned out to be friendliest on the second day. The temperature was not horrific and the mutated beasts were quite manageable. Wen Ning entered the small forest, cutting down the entire area in half the usual time. She harvested about 30 more. A total of 65 units of wood, and she conveniently picked up 34 units of stone. After bringing them back, Wen Ning directly combined the stones from the warehouse. Detected ordinary stone 4. Do you wish to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained hard stone 2. Ding. Your synthesis count has reached 800. The synthesis system will undergo its 3rd upgrade. Synthesis system upgrading. Please wait. Randomizing upgrade direction. Random success. This time the synthesis system upgrade direction is non-single synthesis. Synthesis system upgrade successful. Wen Ning stood there in a daze, wondering how fixing her yard could upgrade the system. Non-single synthesis. System, can you speak human language? The synthesis result is uncontrollable. It is advised not to attempt lightly. Different items. Isn't this just a manufacturing system? With stone turns into a stone axe. For specific functionality details, please explore on your own. Let's explore then. Too much debt is not burdensome, and a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, the survival system has just been updated and Wen Ning still has a lot of knowledge points to digest. First, let's fix the courtyard wall. With effort, Wen Ning continued to synthesize a large batch of hard stones in the yard. Fortunately, the original function of the synthesis system was not affected. Otherwise, if stones combined to form a stone stool, she would be at a big loss. Next up is repairing the courtyard wall. Shelter unnamed, a shelter that has suffered extensive damage. Trust me, if it is not repaired soon, it surely won't withstand the next disaster. Integrity 70. Durability 350. Aesthetic degree 30. Facility 60. Since the main structure of the shelter was not damaged, the integrity only dropped by 30 points. The durability dropped quite a bit because Wen Ning removed the wooden canopy and the refined iron maze wall. She approached the damaged wall. Focusing on the damaged wall, it displayed the materials needed for repair. Wen Ning's courtyard wall had collapsed by more than half, except for the 2 walls at the joint that needed repair. The remaining walls had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, Wen Ning had enough materials. Would you like to build a hard wall 7? After completing all the walls, Wen Ning glanced at the durability, which rose to 420, and the aesthetic degree restored to 65. It seems this yard is too desolate with yellow mud and plastic garbage everywhere. When Ning went to the underground distiller she built during the mild season where the plastic garbage was abundant. The large pit from the snow disaster had been destroyed. She had retrieved the container when the snow disaster hit, resulting in minimal loss, which was nothing compared to the water resources it brought. It's just a pity about the broken plastic sheet, as Wen Ning originally planned to collect some water on the first day of the disaster. However, the heavy snow covered the distiller, and by the time she dug it out the plastic sheet was already crushed. After cleaning up the garbage in the yard, the shelter was restored to its former glory, and Wen Ning returned to the house with peace of mind. The problem with the cellar still needed to be addressed. Preserving her vegetables and fruits was a big issue. Taking out a new design plan for the shelter, Wen Ning tried to sketch. The cellar is underground, and the issues of ventilation and lighting must be resolved either through pipes or openings. An open structure does not fit Wen Ning's desire for a concealed warehouse, and the iron ingots required for the pipes are not few. Especially since the disaster season has just ended, survivors who made it through have at least some treasure chests and supplies. Many would come to exchange for iron ingots and other sturdy materials. After this incident, everyone understood the importance of a good shelter, not to mention that there was a ranking list. The higher the durability of the shelter, the greater the chance of being on the list. There might be some infrastructure experts who create astonishing buildings. Just like the block world Wen Ning played in the past. Therefore, among the basic supplies, the prices of water and food remain high, while the prices of stones and iron ingots have increased. The key is the ventilation issue. A lighting can be provided by torches. Wen Ning has experimented with this, and the torch does not affect the low temperature inside the cellar. Wen Ning thought for a moment and decided to create a periscope structure, directly installing the pipe on the ceiling of the cellar. This would minimize distance and save materials. In this way, Wen Ning came up with the idea of installing transparent glass on top of the pipe and making some small holes in the glass to ensure air circulation. Let's do it. Wen Ning opened a hole on the top of the cellar in the design plan, then installed a 10 cm diameter pipe, drawing glass at the end of the pipe with small holes. The system cannot recognize structures that the manufacturing system cannot create. Huh. Why can't it be recognized? System, are you playing charades? Such a simple and understandable ventilation and lighting system. Such an obvious hint, and you don't understand. Wen Ning helplessly rubbed her forehead. There was no blueprint for the periscope structure in the manufacturing system. What should I do now? The manufacturing system can only create an iron pipe. Is it really that difficult to synthesize a piece of glass? Wait, non-single synthesis. It can't be what she's thinking, right? Let's try. Wen Ning first used the manufacturing system to create a 10 cm diameter pipe. Then she took out a piece of glass. Would you like to synthesize glass iron pipe? Yes! Synthesis successful. Sure enough, Wen Ning now held an iron pipe with glass at one end. The rest is simple. With the rough materials, the shelter's design plan can resolve Wen Ning's drilling issue. The ground at the top of the cellar automatically produced a hollow space, and after the iron pipe was installed, it fit tightly. The remaining top of the pipe was filled with numerous tiny holes on the glass. Now there would be no problem with air circulation. Wen Ning went down to check the cellar, which maintained a temperature of around 1°C due to the energy core. Dim light streamed through the pipe, illuminating Wen Ning's shelter. Wen Ning lit a torch. The surrounding environment gradually became clear, and the torch burned steadily. Nodding in satisfaction at this moment, Wen Ning could only achieve this level. System announcement: players ranked in the top 10. Please note the first mandatory live broadcast of the Wasteland game will start in 10 minutes. Wen Ning immediately remembered that although her name was anonymized on the ranking list, the region was not. The game update mentioned that players' maps have already merged by region and the coordinates are unique. Although the live broadcast won't expose specific coordinates, the surrounding environment can definitely be seen. Those with intent might find her based on these details. Turning back to the living room, Wen Ning opened the live broadcast option. The interface was very simple with only two options: start live broadcast and live broadcast settings. In the live broadcast settings, one could set first-person or third-person views. There was also an option to blur characters. Wen Ning changed the perspective to third person and chose to blur characters. After finishing the selection, the mandatory live broadcast had not yet started, but there were already people sharing live broadcast rooms on the World Channel. Wen Ning found this inconspicuous passage. A large number of live broadcast room titles came into view, arranged in a very crude manner just based on the popularity of the live broadcast rooms. Preview. Master Zhang accurately predicts the next natural disaster. Ranked third live broadcast of building a shelter. First live broadcast witnessed the birth of the universe's first shelter. Chat for a while later. The live broadcast will give out free supplies. Global Live Wilderness Survival. The host teaches online, no tuition fees. Lone Wolf's Outdoor Survival Handbook. A district sheep village shelter welcoming every fated sheep. 2 ranking lists with a maximum of only 20 people having permission to broadcast without overlapping. Wen Ning did not expect these people to be so high-profile. Upon entering the most popular livestream room, the content before him instantly transformed. The game's holographic simulation technology was exceptionally advanced, making one feel as if they were truly present. On the first day of the mild season, the place where the other person was located was not as sunny as Wen Ning's. It was shrouded in a thick mist, as if it were about to rain. The camera zoomed in on a sturdy man dressed in wooden armor who was setting up a rainwater collector outside a stone refuge at the foot of the mountain. Various vessels were lined up, arranged in an irregular manner. Wen Ning observed, noting that some seemed to be handcrafted by this man. At the same time, a revolver was inadvertently revealed at the man's waist. The entire screen was filled with bullet comments. 666, 666, 6666, handgun, hot weapon. The host is really rich. The host is so professional. Did he really make that ceramic jar himself? The man stood up, ignoring the audience's curiosity about the revolver, instead smiling and pointing at the sky. He spoke endlessly about his situation. Welcome everyone to my livestream room. My refuge currently occupies an area of 60 square meters and can be expanded on both sides. Behind the refuge is a mountain rich in resources with a mineral vein inside. Before I crossed over, I was an outdoor survival expert proficient in various outdoor survival knowledge. I know professional knowledge about hiking, camping, cooking outdoors, rock climbing, meteorology, navigation, survival, rescue, and I have relevant professional certifications. For example, right now I'm sure everyone is curious about what I'm doing. Based on my observations, the current weather suggests it will rain in half an hour. This person appeared exceptionally strong and was eloquent. With his abundant resources, his equipment was also impressive. The refuge behind him further indicated his wealth. Wen Ning's keen eyes noticed some food peeking out from the door behind him, with cured meat hanging from the beams. Zhang Han. Could he be the same Zhang Han who taught how to collect water on the regional channel earlier? Wen Ning glanced a couple of times before exiting, looking at other streamers. Those who ranked in the top 10 were all excellent in survival skills. At present, Wen Ning did not see anyone in a harsh survival environment. Everyone seemed to be following the same route: build high walls and accumulate grain. During the live stream, they all showcased their refuges, turning the live stream room into a stage for flexing and forming groups. After a quick browse, Wen Ning's live stream room was forcibly opened. Although she was very low-key, being the top ranked in 2 categories naturally attracted a lot of attention. In no time, a large number of viewers flooded into Wen Ning's live stream room. She stared at the number of viewers in the upper right corner, counting tens, hundreds, thousands, and then tens of thousands. Why can't I see the host's face? It's one thing for the top rank to be anonymous, but why is there a mosaic? Network admin. The machine has a problem. Why isn't the host speaking? Are we just going to watch this campfire? System reminder: the host must not treat the live stream passively, or the qualification for the next entry into the rankings will be revoked. Wen Ning suddenly stood up, her eyes wide in disbelief. Stupid system, do you think I'm not a person? Her original plan was just to sit through these 10 minutes. To prevent others from realizing her gender, Wen Ning specifically wore oversized clothes and height-increasing insoles to appear taller. Wen Ning's sudden stand-up caught the attention of other players, who exclaimed in surprise. She moved. The top-ranked has resurrected. Damn me. You scared me. She moved. Where is she going? Why isn't she speaking? Jokingly, before the voice modulator provided by the system was ready, Wen Ning believed she had the right and necessity to remain silent. But what to do during the live stream? She couldn't move too much for fear of exposing herself, couldn't speak for fear of revealing herself, and definitely couldn't expose her location to avoid being found out. Wen Ning pondered how to pass the time without being considered inactive by the system. Thus the viewers watched as the top-ranked streamer awkwardly turned and entered a room. Damn, just from that turn I saw at least 3 rooms. Damn, what's that? Is it a bathroom? This refuge must be at least 100 square meters bigger than my house in reality. In the frame, Wen Ning stood at the kitchen door. Suddenly an idea struck her. Instead of sitting idly, why not cook a meal? In this small corner of the kitchen, she wouldn't expose any identifiable information and could show off a bit. It's not bragging among the players. Those who could afford vegetables and staple foods were few and far between. Wen Ning admired her own cleverness. She didn't believe anyone could deduce her location based on her cookware. Is she going to cook? By the way, it is indeed mealtime. I'm currently munching on the small bread I found in the treasure chest. The host is awesome. She's got all the cookware. What's that, a salt jar? And chicken essence. Dark soy sauce. Whoa, I've been gnawing on bread for days. When can I have a hot meal? The capacity must be large. And that knife, I opened a box and got a fruit knife, but it's too dull to cut meat. Wen Ning, this is too rich. I beg you to share the link for the washing water. I won't complain. Please host, share the link for the wooden barrel. It looks so useful. The capacity must be large. And that knife, I opened a box and got a fruit knife, but it's too dull to cut meat. Wen Ning hadn't even started cooking, and the viewers in the live stream were already drooling over her kitchen facilities. Until Wen Ning waved her hand and a green pepper and a piece of lean meat appeared on the cutting board before her. Green pepper. Green pepper. Green pepper stir-fried meat is the best. Oh my. What background does the host have to get vegetables? Wen Ning ignored the bullet comments, swiftly slicing the meat into shreds, separating the fatty parts to set aside. The green pepper was also sliced. Unfortunately, there was no ginger garlic or cooking wine. Feeling a bit regretful, Wen Ning turned and pulled out a handful of bok choy and some noodles. Tonight I'll have noodles with green pepper stir-fried meat. Woo, though green pepper stir-fried meat needs rice to have soul. My mom's cooking, I could eat 3 bowls in a row. Don't say anything more, my mouth is watering uncontrollably. Wen Ning methodically placed the green peppers in the empty pan and stir-fried them for half a minute before serving. She then added the fatty meat, allowing the grease to render out before adding the shredded meat. The camera remained fixed from above. Wen Ning's head focused on the pan. The viewers' hearts raced with excitement as the color of the shredded meat changed in the pan. It felt as if they could already smell the aroma wafting from the cooking. Once the meat was cooked, Wen Ning added water directly using the oil in the pan, spending 5 minutes to prepare a bowl of plain noodles. Sitting at the dining table with her bowl and chopsticks, Wen Ning finally diverted a sliver of attention to check the number of viewers. In just 8 or 9 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 10 million. The count continued to grow rapidly. The popularity of the live stream shot to first place, leaving second place far behind. The bullet comments in the live stream flew by so quickly that Wen Ning could hardly see what others were typing. The subtitles were flashing. This host is amazing. She has food to eat herself. She even has a dining table. What wealth. I'm so tired of saying how envious I am. Loki flaunting wealth is the most terrifying. Let's not forget this is the #1 in the rankings. The roasted meat in my mouth suddenly doesn't taste as good anymore. Wen Ning hadn't anticipated that her casual attempt to fill time during the live stream would unwittingly attract another wave of attention. Everyone racked their brains to seek clues, trying to gather even the slightest bit of information. However, due to the pitifully little information Wen Ning exposed, the viewers could only speculate and imagine about her refuge. They even began to argue directly in the bullet comments. Nevertheless, regardless of their discussions, Wen Ning showed no intention of speaking. After watching for a while, she suddenly realized that the system's enforced 10 minutes had passed and promptly closed the live stream. The live stream abruptly ended, and the viewers engaged in heated discussions were kicked out before they could react, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise. The next second, they all rushed into the chat channel. Discussions about Wen Ning reached a peak across various channels, especially in the regional channel where Wen Ning was located. Regional channel: how did the live stream cut off? Big shot: don't be greedy. Let me at least watch while I eat. Regional channel: don't say that the bread in my hand is already hard to swallow. Regional channel: isn't the big shot in this area? I was in another channel before. Give me your coordinates. I want to follow you. Regional channel: exactly, I don't eat much, just a bowl of plain noodles will do. Regional channel: the big shot will definitely recruit team members, they can't run away in the group. Regional channel: the top big shot is impressive, but I wonder if they will stream again. It's a pity. If only we had a rough location, we might be able to find them. Regional channel: this is the most cautious streamer I've ever seen, it's really unnecessary. In the face of disaster, we should unite as one. Regional channel: the person above is right, I don't think he deserves the top position. Everyone pay attention to Zhang Xin in 7th place. He is predicting the next disaster. Regional channel: you're right, he must have taken some shady paths, something Regional channel: following Zhang Xin will keep you from getting lost. Zhang Xin is the next top one. Regional channel: am I the only one who followed the big shot when they went offline? They must be enjoying a delicious bowl of plain noodles with shredded green pepper right now. Wen Ning was indeed eating while also keeping an eye on the messages in the regional channel. The various expressions of envy and jealousy in the group were all captured in her eyes. Now is not a good time for group gatherings. The survivors had just experienced a natural disaster. They were hurriedly gathering, likely aiming for the resources of others. Wen Ning wouldn't join this commotion. Unless absolutely necessary, she would stick to her lone wolf approach, quietly amassing her wealth. While other streamers were desperately trying to gain attention, Wen Ning was quietly filling her stomach in the sound of Wen Ning slurping noodles occasionally echoed in the shelter. After finishing a bowl of plain noodles, Wen Ning let out a contented burp. It's time to consider planting rice. After eating too many noodles, she longed for the fluffy white rice. However, there were more important tasks to complete, namely the defense project of the shelter. The moment she appeared in this live stream, many detail-oriented viewers would surely pick up on some clues from Wen Ning's stream. Thus, security was of utmost importance. The heat she gained from cooking was quickly seized by other streamers, which was very much in line with her expectations. On the first day of the long-awaited gentle season, after the disaster, many people wasted their time watching other streams. Meanwhile, Wen Ning spent the entire afternoon digging 10 large traps around the shelter. She also purchased large animal traps on the trading channel. One by one, they were set up around 200 meters from the shelter, not far apart and extremely concealed. The traps in the woods were camouflaged using dead wood and leaves. As for the traps on the grassland, Wen Ning carefully lifted the turf. After setting up the traps, she covered the thin layer of turf back over them. Finally, she marked the coordinates of these traps on the map provided by the system, labeling them as dangerous. The fog that enveloped this area completely dissipated. This way, even if she couldn't remember the positions of the traps, the system would automatically issue warnings. Once finished, Wen Ning returned to the shelter, took her tools, and headed to the cellar. After talking for so long about the tunnel project, it was time to start. It's said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wen Ning's shelter was quite suitable for defending against wild beasts, but it was somewhat inadequate against survivors who could use tools. In 2 hours, Wen Ning dug out a tunnel of about 20 meters from the cellar. She estimated that the tunnel would take another 2 days to complete, and tomorrow she would dig for another day, and the day after that would be for supporting and reinforcing the inside. Wen Ning's plan was to dig a tunnel about 500 meters long, extending all the way into the woods, and then camouflage the exit. When Wen Ning emerged from the cellar covered in dirt, it was already 8 p.m. Wasteland History, January 1st. Gentle Season 2000. Gentle Season night has fallen. Please do not step out of your shelter lightly. It seemed that 8 p.m. was a dividing line. In the Wasteland world, Wen Ning had observed that when night fell, the sky would darken within 10 minutes, and during the day the sky would brighten completely within the same time frame. Now it appeared that from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. was considered daytime by the system. 8:87 was the schedule. After a brief wash, Wen Ning took a box of milk and some bread for dinner. As she chewed, she recorded in her death notebook. The doors at both ends of the cellar need to be replaced with iron ones, as well as the tunnel exit. The shelves in the cellar have not yet been installed, and the supplies in the ruins are about to expire. Planting rice. From now on, be cautious of other survivors when going out. If going far, clean up your tracks. Quickly set up defensive measures, as stone ones are not very safe. After noting down most of the tasks that needed to be completed, Wen Ning opened the private chat channel. Private chat channel: how many iron ingots do you have on hand? Changdingkuan big shot: I still have 50 units. Private chat channel: I'll take them all. After trading for 50 units of iron ingots, Wen Ning combined them all into refined iron ingots. The next step was to start with the doors and gradually transform the entire shelter into a steel fortress. Wen Ning first installed a lift-style refined iron door at the entrance of the cellar, then laid a carpet made from stitched animal skins for camouflage. Next, she put all the supplies brought from the ruins into the cellar. Fresh strawberries, big and sweet strawberries originally from Blue Star's Dandong 999 strawberries, fragrant and delicious, with a shelf life of 60 days left. As soon as the supplies were taken out, Wen Ning noticed a change in the information. She looked at the other supplies and found that all the fruits, vegetables, and herbs had a shelf life of 2 months. Wen Ning glanced at an entire shelf of herbs and thought for a moment before putting them into her storage space. Upon checking, the shelf life of the herbs in her backpack had disappeared. Moreover, the herbs occupied less than 1/10 of Wen Ning's storage space. I'll temporarily keep them in my backpack. It's more convenient for access and can also extend their shelf life. The previous restrictions on the types of items in her backpack were now gone, but there was still a volume limit. Wen Ning put more than half of the fruits and vegetables from the cellar into her backpack, leaving about 1/3 of the space for flexible use. She would take them out only when the supplies in the cellar were exhausted. This way, she successfully exploited the system's bug. Looking at so many supplies, Wen Ning felt like she was definitely a fat sheep in the eyes of others. And a big fat sheep at that. However, it seemed she did not have enough ability to guard these supplies. Given Wen Ning's combat power, she might not even blink at dozens of mutated beasts. In this world, the most feared are not the beasts, but the people with beastly desires. After finishing all this, Wen Ning lay down on her bed. The night was dark and windy, a night for killing and looting. Ugh, wrong channel. On the grassland, a group of survivors was moving quickly. Lu Good, it's way too dark, we should find a shelter. Oh my, these eyes have been staring at me, shadowing me. The man known as Lu Gu held a torch burning with blue flames, fiercely shaking his bangs in front of him. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, or I'll kick you out. Lu Bo was surrounded by 5 ragged thin men, all huddled closely within the range of the torch. He held cautiously, watching the path ahead. Lu Bo gripped the blue torch tightly. The blue flame allowed them to traverse the night, a power Lu Bo had stumbled upon in the ruins. He had brought back an epic-level artifact from the ruins. It enabled the torch to emit blue flames, dispelling the unseen specters. At first, Lu Bo thought this item was merely a fire starter useful for filtering ordinary flames to drive away the strange entities around the shelter. When disaster struck, Lu Bo lit a circle of these torches around the shelter, surprisingly intimidating the mutated. Holding his weapon, Lu Bo was deeply shaken by all of this. He considered selling the lit torches, but found that the system forbade the sale of ignited torches. Lu Bo felt he had obtained a hidden opportunity in this world, his ambitions stirring. With the game just updated, he contacted his close friends. Under his persuasion, 4 out of 6 friends joined Lu Bo's team. The other 2 naturally bid farewell to this world. Unfortunately, killing those 2 did not yield any resources, as they had little of value. The 5 reached a consensus to form a raider team. Stock up on food, not weapons. My home is a granary. Stock up on weapons, not food. Everywhere is a granary. Several of them set out from the shelter towards a location they had reported in the regional channel. Meanwhile, they called for team formation in the regional channel, enticing others to report their coordinates. Within a day, Lu Bo's team indeed found a misfortunate shelter. When they arrived, they were overjoyed to find that this unfortunate shelter was made of wood surrounded by a small. It had a certain feel of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. However, the fence could not block their intrusion. Lu Bo circled the house and discovered a hole at the back of the shelter. The group quietly slipped inside, finding the resources of this misfortunate soul and dividing them cleanly. Lu Bo took the lion's share, and the others dared not protest due to his strength. After a hearty meal, they hid in the misfortunate storeroom. When the owner returned to collect resources, he was immediately pinned to the ground by 4 players. Lu Bo stepped forward, using force to subdue him, cutting his finger and letting blood drip onto a piece of. On the ground, Zhao Wu was horrified to find his game panel unresponsive, and he could not defy Lu Bo's commands. It suddenly dawned on him that he had become Lu Bo's slave, despair enveloping his heart. He could not resist nor seek death. Zhao Wu had completely become an object of servitude for the group. Along the way, whenever danger arose, Lu Bo instructed Zhao Wu to act, including acting as bait. Those cooperating with Lu Bo saw that they had truly found someone else's shelter, and that Lu Bo could recruit players, thus they fawned over him even more. With such a good opportunity to plunder others' resources, who would want to toil away mining or chopping wood? Lu Bo absorbed all of Zhao Wu's resources and ultimately deemed Zhao Wu's shelter insufficiently sturdy or impressive. With such a good opportunity to plunder others' resources, who would want to toil away mining or chopping wood? Lu Bo absorbed all of Zhao Wu's resources and ultimately deemed Zhao Wu's. Wasteland calendar, January 2nd, A00 AM, mild season, sunny. It was another sunny day, and Wen Ning rose early. As she washed up, she pondered her work for the day. The game had just updated yesterday, and many people had yet to realize it. Today was already the 2nd day. Tomorrow the next disaster would be announced. Many would likely exchange resources gathered from the snow disaster today. Wen Ning ate milk and bread while browsing the trading market. The most urgent and scarce resource was of course iron ingots. However, the price of iron ingots was quite high, significantly more than Chengdingkun's. Wen Ning thought for a moment and decided to buy from Chengdingkun. Private chat transactions incur a handling fee of half that of direct trading in the market. Wen Ning currently had 903 survival points. As Wen Ning continued scrolling, she suddenly spotted something that piqued her interest. Junior planting greenhouse design blueprint exchange for 10 fragments or any vegetable weighing 1 kilogram. 2 kilograms of vegetables. Wen Ning hadn't expected the purchasing power of vegetables to be so high now. Could it be the butterfly effect from her live stream yesterday? A greenhouse means she could plant even in harsh weather like a snow disaster. Wen Ning first clicked to view the details of the product. Junior planting greenhouse design blueprint. True to its name, it is merely a large greenhouse that can accommodate 12 square meters of planting fields, increasing growth speed by 10 and resisting harsh conditions to a certain extent. Comment: great. With a greenhouse you still need to buy soil, or with soil you need to buy seeds, or with seeds you need to buy water. Comment: players beware of impulse buying. This requires a workbench. Air. No wonder no one wanted it. Just the requirement for a workbench deterred 90 of survivors. I don't know who compiled this data, but even the furnace blueprint is held by only 10 of the players. However, Wen Ning felt her 2 kilograms of potatoes were quite worthwhile. It might not be very useful for others, even somewhat of a burden, but she had a synthesis system. Goldfinger, it's time to test how versatile you can be. Wen Ning learned this blueprint, and instantly one of the entries in the workbench section lit up. She checked and found the required materials to be quite simple. Junior planting greenhouse, wood 5525, plastic 315. Wen Ning directly exchanged the materials for hardwood and chose to craft. As the crafting completed, a shimmering orb of a planting greenhouse appeared in Wen Ning's backpack. She noticed that the wooden greenhouse had low durability and looked rather flimsy. Wen Ning crafted 2 planting greenhouses and placed them together in the synthesis section. Detected Junior planting greenhouse 2, do you want to synthesize? Yes. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Junior planting greenhouse 1. The name remained unchanged, but the durability of the greenhouse increased several times. Junior planting greenhouse, exquisite craftsmanship. A framework made of hardwood allows the greenhouse to stand firm even in harsh environments. The area and growth bonuses remained unchanged, but Wen Ning was already very satisfied. Upon exiting, she placed the greenhouse in a corner of the yard with the door facing the entrance of the shelter for easier access. She moved the junior planting field out. This item was scarce throughout the wasteland. After all, Wen Ning had not seen a second one. Perhaps that was the reason for the low price of the greenhouse. No fields for the greenhouse. I remember I opened up nutrient black soil last time. Nutrient black soil 2, used for planting fields, can increase the fertility of the fields, enhancing growth speed by 10. One was 10, and after synthesizing the 2 pieces it increased to 30. If she layered it with the planting greenhouse, it could rise to 40. Normally in a junior planting field, the germination period for seeds is 8 hours, the growth period is 60 hours, and the maturity period is 48 hours. After maturity, crops can stay in the planting field for 3 days. If not harvested, they will automatically wither. A greenhouse can hold 12 planting fields, but accounting for pathways, it can accommodate 9. That is 4 fields on each side and 1 in the middle at the end. After sowing rice seeds, Wen Ning covered them with black nutrient soil. Indeed, the seed status in the planting field changed instantly. Rice seed germination period 4 hours 47 minutes 59 seconds. Growth acceleration in progress. Having completed the greenhouse, Wen Ning quickly set about digging a tunnel. Connected to the cellar, the temperature in the tunnel was somewhat cold, but in order to ensure ventilation, Wen Ning had no choice but to work while wearing a military coat. The tunnel was designed to be 1 meter wide and 1.7 meters high. Wen Ning's net height was 1.65 meters, and the 1.7 meter tunnel was just enough for her to stand and pass through. For efficiency, Wen Ning synthesized an iron shovel and continued digging tirelessly. By the afternoon, after checking the system map and confirming her location, she chose to dig diagonally upwards. With the final shove of the shovel, sunlight filtered in, and this 500-meter-long tunnel was finally completed. Covered in dust, Wen Ning crawled out of the tunnel entrance and found herself in a small grove. In front of her was a pile of weeds visually obscuring the tunnel's exit. With less than half an hour before dark, Wen Ning, ignoring her fatigue, hurriedly camouflaged the tunnel's exit, placing steel columns and installing a sturdy iron door. With one design blueprint for the shelter remaining, Wen Ning planned to seal the entire tunnel with granite tonight. Timing her return to the shelter, she walked into the bathroom. After quickly rinsing with a basin of water, Wen Ning changed into her pajamas before putting on her rattan armor. Now that the map was merged, she was no longer in the novice phase of a lone wolf mode. Wen Ning did not dare to let her guard down, even keeping her weapons close while sleeping. The crossbow was fully loaded and kept in her backpack, ensuring she could retaliate at the first sign of danger. For some reason, the sense of crisis that had arisen in Wen Ning's heart since the game update persisted. Dinner consisted of grilled meat with steamed buns, and she stir-fried a simple dish to mix with the grilled meat, creating a simple version of a meat sandwich. After closing the door, Wen Ning sat by the campfire, enjoying the warmth. Tomorrow I should transform this campfire into a fireplace, she mused. Although the campfire was convenient, she felt it was somewhat unsightly and created a lot of dust. Above her, the cured meat was hanging. On the second day after the snow disaster, Wen Ning had harvested nearly a ton of various meats along with 800 gene of mutated beef from the mild season, making her quite wealthy. Wen Ning glanced at the leaderboard. Only a few streamers were left broadcasting, and the viewership was nowhere near yesterday's level. This was to be expected. After all, they were in the wasteland, and survival took precedence over streaming. The current difficulties were far more brutal than those presented on screen. After a quick glance, Wen Ning switched to a new regional channel. She was still in the S66 zone, which had filled to 100,000 people on the first day. But now only 9300 people remained. As she put the bun into her mouth, Wen Ning couldn't help but frown. This was no longer the first day in the Wasteland. How could so many people have disappeared so quickly? Regional channel coordinates 2346-0986. The Huaxia region shelter is waiting for everyone to join. We will not abandon any Huaxia citizen. Regional channel, the post above looks fake. If you have the guts, don't be anonymous. Regional channel, everyone, don't believe the post above, and don't expose your coordinates. Today a friend of mine told me he was going to meet someone online, and by the afternoon his avatar was grayed out. Regional channel today, so many people have dropped out, they must have been discovered or their coordinates exposed and taken out. Everyone hurry and upgrade your shelter. Regional channel S66 Zone Chuagua 2333, I am Major Chu Li from the Western Military District of Huaxia. I solemnly declare that there is no official shelter in this district. Everyone please do not believe. Regional channel Major. Then does Huaxia have any real shelters? Where are they? Regional channel S66 Zone Chu Li 2333, the official shelter is under construction and the coordinates are confidential. Please hold on to your best to survive and be cautious about forming groups. Regional channel, the post above seems reliable. After all, the map has just merged. How could it be established on the first day? That scammer, you better watch out. May your whole family meet a bad end. Regional channel, I now seriously suspect that these anonymous big talkers are from the island nation living quite comfortably. Everyone don't believe them. Regional channel Baka. Damn Huaxia person. Shuli right. You better hide well and don't let us find you. Regional channel Look. In a fit of rage exposed. Regional channel officially remember this coordinate, call me when attacking. Regional channel cunning Huaxia. Baka. Wen Ning pondered opening the system map to locate this coordinate. At a distance of 100,800 meters, a vast area of mist remained unlocked by Wen Ning in between. The two coordinates were placed on opposite sides of the map. When the map was zoomed in to include both coordinates, Wen Ning's location appeared as small as a grain of rice. The mist that had dispersed around her reconverged and a vast area shrank to the point of being unrecognizable. The same area map is surprisingly so large. Wen Ning looked at the regional channel, and the places everyone occupied were still bizarre and varied. This meant that within the same map all terrains were included. Grasslands, deserts, wastelands, mountains, swamps, mining areas, and more. Logically speaking, on such a large map people shouldn't be able to walk very far in a single day. Unless these people were already close to each other. Perhaps the distribution of survivors was not even. When Ning's inner alarm bells rang, it seemed that some had already died in conflicts among their kind. Moreover, group formations had already begun to appear. But is the official truly official? Although the players' names were all real apart from those familiar leaders, Wen Ning knew nothing about these so-called majors. Currently no national leaders had appeared to speak on the world channel. But surely many would believe it. After all, everyone wishes for the protection of their country. In this vast shelter apart from herself, there were no other members. Besides the traps outside and the escape tunnel, Wen Ning had no warning or means of retaliation. Her mind raced as Wen Ning began to carefully assess her existing supplies and facilities. Right. The pet egg. She still had a pet egg. Smacking her forehead, Wen Ning finally remembered the egg she had previously regarded as reserve food. With the last piece of meat stuffed into her mouth, Wen Ning dashed into the warehouse and pulled out the egg from the corner wooden crate. Having been alone for too long, perhaps having a living creature around could improve her situation. Beneath the flickering light of the torch, the surface of the pet egg shimmered with flowing light, its intricate patterns both smooth and mysterious. I am willing to exchange 10 years of my single life for you to be a fierce beast. Wen Ning suddenly felt superstitious as she blew off the dust that had settled on the pet egg. After thinking for a moment, she extravagantly used a new towel to wipe the pet egg clean. Muttering a few words, she took out her iron dagger. After sterilizing it over the flames, she rolled up her sleeves and made a small cut on her arm. Don't ask why not on her finger. She would need to do physical work tomorrow, and a finger injury would be too impactful. The iron dagger was extremely sharp, and despite Wen Ning controlling her strength, blood gushed out in an instant. Fortunately, the pain was not too significant, and Wen Ning held her arm over the pet egg. A few drops of blood fell onto the pet egg. As the blood made contact with the pet egg, it flowed along the intricate patterns on the eggshell, and the pet egg instantly emitted a bright white light. As the white light faded, Wen Ning's vision returned to normal. Awo Awo. Wen Ning had just heard the system's introduction and didn't catch the name, but she did hear the word tiger. Before she could feel happy, she stared blankly at the white tender creature before her. Although tigers belong to the feline family, this creature, which was no bigger than an adult ragdoll cat, was supposedly the legendary king of all beasts. Awo Awo. Little one, you're quite fierce. Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the little tiger baring its teeth on the ground. Forgive her for being unkind, its babyish voice was hardly imposing. But why was it being fierce after having sucked her blood? System bug. Note the pets hatched by players are advanced pets. Such pets are born with their own personalities, and if the player cannot tame them, the possibility of being counter-killed cannot be ruled out. This means if you don't win its favor, I won't take the blame. Taming beasts? This indeed touched upon Wen Ning's knowledge blind spot. As expected, the system was always causing trouble, never allowing players to have it easy. Wen Ning gazed at the fierce little beast before her, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Taming was far too boring. For her, the only path was to suppress with force. Fist the only truth. The wound on her arm had stopped bleeding, and Wen Ning leisurely lowered her sleeve. With a sharp look in her eyes, the little white tiger sensed a hint of danger and was lifted by Wen Ning. The fate of its nape was grasped by someone, and the little white tiger froze for a moment before starting to struggle. Awo. Wen Ning showed no mercy. This creature looked quite clever. Her thin lips parted and her words were colder than the chill of the cellar. Submit or die. The little white tiger felt the oppressive aura from Wen Ning, heavy like that of a king from its own kind. For a moment it forgot to struggle, its eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Wen Ning chuckled with satisfaction, seemingly mocking the little white tiger for being frightened. Awo. You're playing me. I'm worth a lot. After a moment of surprise, the little white tiger snapped back to reality and began to yell again. Wen Ning eerily understood the little white tiger's thoughts, perhaps because this little creature was born from her blood. Does this mean you refuse to submit? Awo Awo. I am a descendant of the king of all beasts. Who will I submit to? I hope you always have such a stubborn spirit. Wen Ning tightened her grip on the little white tiger's throat and walked into the warehouse of the shelter, pulling open the iron door of the cellar and tossing it effortlessly. Thud. The echo came from the bottom of the cellar as the little white tiger tumbled over, howling in distress. Wen Ning expressionlessly closed the cellar door. Clapping her hands, she returned to the bonfire with a relaxed demeanor. Good little cub, rebellion won't do. Reflect properly. Ignoring the faint beastly cries from the cellar, Wen Ning clicked on the pet encyclopedia icon on the system panel. The system had just notified her that the pet encyclopedia had been unlocked. Pet encyclopedia. This encyclopedia contains all types of pets in the Wasteland. Pets in the Wasteland are divided into 5 levels: common, rare, precious, elite, and legendary. Pets of precious level and above can advance with a maximum of 5 tiers. Each advancement has a chance of mutation. Advanced pets will enter a selection period after birth, generally lasting 3 hours. If players do not gain the pet submission during this time, they can choose to have the system retrieve the pet. If they insist on keeping it, they risk being counter-killed. There is no limit to the number of pets a player can personally raise, but if a pet's hunger value is too low, loyalty will decrease. The first page briefly introduced the rules of pets in the world. Wen Ning flipped to the second page, which displayed the information for her pet. Pet information: brilliant white tiger, selection period, pet level elite, pet hunger unlocked, pet loyalty unlocked, pet experience unlocked, pet skills unlocked. Is that all? Can't even see it if I haven't tamed it. Wen Ning pouted and closed the pet encyclopedia. She listened closely and heard the heartbreaking roars from the cellar, feeling a bit sorry, but also a bit amused. Elite. Rare and hard to find. If she could tame it, that would be best. If not, then let the encyclopedia reclaim it. She couldn't afford a ticking time bomb. Wen Ning listened to the high-pitched roars unimpressed. She even had the leisure to pull out the last design drawing of the shelter. Tonight she still needed to improve the tunnel of the cellar. Wen Ning didn't have that much spare time to waste on a baby beast. This beast, if it couldn't be tamed and couldn't quickly grow to fight, was of no use to her. In the tunnel, it was best to use iron columns as support for stability. Wen Ning had a lot left over from when she dismantled them during the snow disaster, but the wall was a problem. She had initially wanted to use iron walls directly, but after calculating she realized there weren't enough materials. The reserves of iron ingots on Chung Dingkun's side were also running low. Even if they were enough, Wen Ning couldn't consume them. The prices of iron ingots in the trading market were exorbitant, and Chung Dingkun must have made quite a profit from this opportunity. Wen Ning didn't see anything wrong, even though Chung Dingkun had always sold to her at a price that was a favor. She didn't believe such gratitude could last forever. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Even the most solid granite is sufficient. Wen Ning specifically tested the hardness of the granite walls, which proved to be very reliable. Thus the tunnel was reinforced with iron columns, and on all sides the walls of granite were sealed at a 10-centimeter distance from the ceiling. This created a seamless connection. Consequently, the height of the tunnel was reduced by 10 centimeters, and the width was decreased by 20 centimeters. There was more than enough space to pass through, and Wen Ning had already discovered that due to the existence of the tunnel, the area extending 550 meters around the shelter was entirely mapped into Wen Ning's shelter range. This meant that Wen Ning could leave the shelter up to 500 meters at night. This news made it hard for Wen Ning not to be excited, although she had always been curious about what lay outside the shelter. However, Wen Ning had never entertained the thought of stepping out of the shelter. Her master had once said, "If you don't court death, you won't die." Now that she had this range notification, perhaps one day she could really go out and see what kinds of monsters existed. Picking up the last design drawing of the shelter from the table, Wen Ning chose to use it. Having calculated the materials in advance, Wen Ning's design drawing was truly efficient. After usage, the shelter would display the required construction locations in a holographic game format. Wen Ning just needed to place the required materials in the appropriate spots according to the 3D blueprint. The rest of the tasks could be left to the powerful system. Wen Ning stood up and strolled to the cellar door, listening intently for a moment. Only faint whimpering sounds remained from below. Wasteland, Year 1, Month 2, Day 1, Mild, Season 200. It had been an hour and a half since it was thrown in. So that's it. You can't make a sound anymore. Wen Ning slowly opened the cellar door, and as expected saw the little white tiger curled up in the gap. Its light gray patterns rose and fell, and upon seeing the door finally open, the little white tiger struggled to lift its head to look at Wen Ning. "Ow, you have no heart, the adorable king of beasts." Wen Ning laughed, playfully bending down to scoop the little white tiger into her arms. "Ow, ow." Just as the little white tiger gathered a little strength to counterattack, its mouth was suddenly stuffed with a piece of beef, causing it to freeze in Wen Ning's embrace. "Eat your fill before you keep yelling." Without even looking at it, Wen Ning carried it down to the basement. The little white tiger stood there in a daze for a while, the scent of meat crazily drilling into its nostrils. "Oh, a good man does not fight with a woman, and a good beast cannot resist meat." Moreover, this woman, aside from being a bit fierce, harbored no other ill intentions. It was acceptable, at least. The little white tiger was carried into the cellar by Wen Ning, a chill creeping in. The familiar feeling made the little white tiger shudder, nearly dropping the meat from its mouth. Wen Ning seemingly casually reached out and patted the little white tiger's head, gently rubbing it to soothe it. Woo! After all, it was a feline still possessing some pride. At this moment, Wen Ning's unintentional gesture felt like a gentle caress upon the little white tiger's heart. Wen Ning glanced down and saw the meat in the little white tiger's mouth had been swallowed. She reached out to scratch its chin. The little white tiger comfortably squinted its eyes, its paws subtly blooming, nearly allowing a signature purr to escape its lips. Seeing this, Wen Ning took out another piece of raw meat and stuffed it into the little white tiger's mouth. Ding! The crystal white tiger has successfully chosen its master, current loyalty 100. Done. The white fluff in her arms was still a bit shy, yet its mouth was honestly devouring the food. Wen Ning smiled slightly, her cold aura melting a bit. In her mind, she clicked on the pet encyclopedia, and the pet information underwent noticeable changes. Pet information: crystal white tiger, juvenile, pet level premium, pet hunger level 70, pet loyalty 100, pet experience 102000, pet skills none. The hunger level was still decreasing. Overall, it seemed that this little white tiger consumed 100 g of meat, which reduced its hunger by 20 points. Would it need a kilogram of meat to be full? This was merely the juvenile stage, and its appetite would surely grow exponentially in the future. As for experience, at this rate it would need to eat 40 meals to level up. She wondered if it would eat 3 meals a day. Wen Ning suddenly felt conflicted. She wanted the little white tiger to level up quickly, but she also didn't want it to eat too much. Oh, you're hoping for the horse to run, but not letting it eat grass. Wen Ning roughly ruffled the little white tiger's head. A definitive decision. From now on you'll be called Kai Kai. Oh, is that even a name a human could come up with? This tiger is the king of all beasts. Or you can be named Tai Dan, it's one or the other. The naming challenged Wen Ning faced skepticism and was quite displeased. Oh, a threat. This is an outright threat. There's no way around it. Here I have the final say. Oh, then I guess I'll go with Kai Kai. Good. The little white tiger, or rather Kai Kai, gloomily gnawed on the meat that Wen Ning tossed over again. As for Wen Ning, she had already reached the end of the tunnel, placing materials in the designated spots per the system prompt. With the system support, Wen Ning could complete this task with just one hand. It was simple and straightforward. As she continued placing items by nearly 11 o'clock, Wen Ning returned to the warehouse of the shelter. The tunnel construction is complete. The system notification rang out just in time. Wen Ning opened the active door to the cellar again, and the stairs leading down and the walls and floor of the cellar were all wrapped in granite. The pillars of fine iron were concealed within, appearing completely natural. Oh whoa. Kai was perplexed, staring with wide tiger eyes at the place where it had just been astonished. How could it have changed so drastically in an instant? Calm down, haven't you seen the world? Oh whoa. Who says that? This tiger has seen the grand world. Wen Ning replied dismissively, and after confirming that the cellar and tunnel were entirely integrated, she returned to the shelter. Kai seemed to have an automatic cleaning function. Despite rolling around in the cellar, it showed no signs of dust on its body. What a convenient pet, truly a thoughtful companion. Kai tossed into the soft bedding, flipped onto its back, its soft pink paws reaching upward. Suddenly it flipped over, forcefully propping itself up on its tiger head to gaze in the direction of the bathroom. Oh whoa. Did someone just look at this tiger with commendatory eyes? In the bathroom, Wen Ning noticed the movement and felt satisfied. Quite perceptive. After washing up, it was already nearing 12 o'clock. Wen Ning lay down in bed, and Kai, feeling a bit shy, crawled out and curled up on Wen Ning's pillow. A night without dreams. Oh whoa. For the first time, Wen Ning was not awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. With a moment of alertness, she suddenly opened her eyes, her cold, murderous gaze instantly capturing Kai beside her. Woo. Oh whoa. This tiger didn't mean to. This tiger is just a bit hungry. Next time, don't come before 8 o'clock. I'll hold it in even if you're hungry. The murderous intent receded, and Wen Ning expressionlessly got out of bed, entering the bathroom to wash up before coming out. Kai jumped off the bed and in the blink of an eye dashed to the campfire, staring intently at Wen Ning's cured meat. Its front paws were eager to pounce, its eyes gleaming with desire. Noticing Wen Ning had come out, it quickly changed to a pitiful expression. Here. Wen Ning directly pulled out a piece of meat from her space and tossed it to Kai, not caring whether it could catch it. Fortunately, Kai did not embarrass the tiger, jumping up steadily to catch it. It was a stark contrast to the weak creature that needed Wen Ning to hold it last night. Wen Ning cast a glance at the ravenous Kai, coldly remarking, "Don't think about the cured meat, your teeth will break." The caught Kai blinked sheepishly, pretending to be innocent. When Wen Ning emerged with a bowl of plain noodles, it was just 8 o'clock. Wasteland calendar, January 3rd, A00 mild season clear system announcement, disaster season alert. Disaster season alert. This disaster season will arrive in 3 days. System announcement, this disaster theme, foggy wilderness disaster, duration 48 hours. System announcement, the leaderboard will be updated after the disaster season, so all players work hard and strive for the peak. The system announcement repeated 3 times before disappearing. Wen Ning stood there holding the plain noodles, her mind flashing through countless speculations. When she came back to her senses, Kai had already finished a piece of meat and was focused on squatting in front of her, looking up at her. After tossing another piece of meat, Wen Ning continued to eat her noodles with an unchanged expression. When she came back to her senses, Kai had already finished a piece of meat and was focused on squatting in front of her, looking up at her. After tossing another piece of meat, Wen Ning continued to eat her noodles with Regional Channel S666 Zone Zhong Lu. All I can say is that the rules of this world differ too much from Blue Star. Come to my live stream and I'll teach you how to counteract fog and haze. Fog and haze. Wen Ning frowned. Did they think this disaster was fog and haze? Regional Channel, what's there to counteract fog and haze? Isn't it just that there are a few more PM2.5 particles? Regional Channel, I see everyone is just overreacting. I boldly speak up. Last disaster nearly killed 4/10 of the survivors. I think this disaster will surely be a benefit to us, allowing us to better transition into the Wasteland world. Regional Channel, nevertheless, you make a good point. Regional Channel, I think regardless, stockpiling food and building a more advanced shelter can't be wrong. Regional Channel, yes, everyone, don't forget there are wanderers and raiders everywhere outside, and human disasters might be more terrifying than natural disasters. In a way, human disasters are far more terrifying than natural calamities. A person and a tiger spent 10 minutes finishing breakfast, and Wen Ning stepped out. First, she checked the rice in the greenhouse and watered it. When she came out, she found the little one following closely behind her. You can explore on your own and return in 2 hours. Oh whoa. The little tiger is going by itself. But it's still a child. Wen Ning remained unfazed, fiddling with a pile of materials. A real man must grow independently. Oh whoa, the little tiger felt there was some truth to that. Tentatively, it stepped out of the yard, sniffed the air, and then dashed away. Wen Ning didn't even raise her head, focused on the items in her hands. She was not worried about the little one's safety at all. To her, the white tiger was merely a pet, and the priority was to protect her and the safety of the shelter. Before she and the white tiger formed a deeper bond, Wen Ning would adopt the fastest training methods to accelerate the tiger's growth. To be honest, given the current state of the white tiger, Wen Ning was very concerned whether it could withstand the calamity that would come in 3 days. She opened the trading channel and quickly listed some items. Successfully listed peach 1, cost 1 survival point. Successfully listed potato 1, cost 1 After a series of operations, Wen Ning's points dropped to 880. No more than 10 minutes after listing, she received notifications of successful trades. Trade successful, received hand crossbow 6, trade successful, received bamboo bow 6, trade successful, received fishing line 1, trade successful, received nails 1, trade successful, received cat bell collar 1. A pile of miscellaneous items appeared before Wen Ning. Detected hand crossbow 4, would you like to combine? Combination successful, congratulations on obtaining short range crossbow 2. Detected bamboo bow 4, would you like to combine? Combination successful, congratulations on obtaining bamboo composite bow 2, the quantity of crossbows and bows is still insufficient. Wen Ning looked at the crafted weapons with a hint of regret. Let's install these first. That's right, Wen Ning planned to set traps in the yard of the shelter. The range of the shelter in the Wasteland game is defined by the shelter itself with reasonable facilities as support. For instance, Wen Ning's shelter as the main body with tunnels as support can all count within the recognized range of the shelter. However, facilities like tunnels cannot exceed 800 meters in length. The door of the shelter closes automatically and only the owner can open it freely. Others can only enter by breaking in. However, this does not include the yard's main gate. For example, if someone were to focus on Wen Ning's wall, they could simply use a ladder to get in without passing through the yard's main gate. Thus, Wen Ning set traps in the yard, primarily serving as a warning. Not to alert intruders, but to alert herself. It is crucial to react immediately to any intrusion and launch a counterattack. Wen Ning learned various skills while following her master as a child and never turned down a job when she grew up and became a bodyguard. She has been to jungles, rural areas, and impoverished regions. She knows a bit about setting traps. It's completely sufficient for her little yard. Even if someone invades when she is not present, this can significantly delay the intruder's progress, and with some luck, they could be severely injured. Wen Ning picked up the tools on the ground along with 4 crafted crossbows. She discreetly installed them in the 4 corners of the yard, connecting them with fishing lines. The principle is that with a single trigger, if someone climbs over the wall and touches the fishing line close to the top of the wall, all the crossbows will be activated simultaneously. Enemies on all 4 sides will be attacked instantaneously. Of course, this attack can only be used once. The key point is that the attack from the crossbows will activate the alarm set by Wen Ning with a transparent fishing line tied to the bows and a cat bell extending into the shelter. As long as the mechanism is triggered, the bells inside the house will ring, serving as an alarm. In addition, Wen Ning installed binding traps in various corners of the yard. Once triggered, special material ropes would instantly bind the intruder's legs. Of course, the indispensable item is the animal traps. Wen Ning invested significantly in this, with over 30 large and small traps in the entire yard, leaving no room for error. After completing all the traps, Wen Ning replaced all the doors with her crafted iron doors. In this way, if enemies come, attacking the door would be the last resort. The best option would be to scale the wall. At that time, now the sense of crisis has lessened considerably. Wen Ning looked at these traps and mechanisms that had not yet been disguised, thinking of going to the grassland to dig up some turf to decorate the bare yard. Digging up 4 evergreen trees from the corners and hiding the mechanisms within the branches would make it look natural. That's settled. The little tiger is back. All outsiders clear the way. The yard's main gate opened automatically, and Wen Ning turned around upon hearing the noise. In her line of sight, the little one ran in proudly, its demeanor commanding. Wen Ning's keen eyes immediately spotted the white animal in its mouth. It was actually a wild rabbit. Its size was about half that of the tiger. No wonder the white tiger was holding its head high. Unlike the clean white of the white tiger, the wild rabbit was muddy all over. It was evident that it had been rolling around in the mud. The little white tiger, unable to hide its pride, walked confidently in front of Wen Ning, did a couple of circles, and only then lowered its head to drop the wild rabbit on the ground. As soon as the wild rabbit hit the ground, it kicked its legs and darted away. In an instant, another white figure moved even faster, blocking the rabbit's escape route like a phantom. With its mouth wide open, the tiger accurately bit towards the rabbit's neck. The next second, your pet has killed a wild rabbit and gained 40 pet experience. Now Wen Ning was truly surprised. She fed a piece of meat for only 10 experience points, but a wild rabbit gave 40. A little wild rabbit gives 40, a big wild rabbit gives 80. Oh whoa. The little tiger is so amazing. Spitting out a mouthful of rabbit fur, the pride in the white tiger's eyes grew even greater. However, in the next second the corpse of the wild rabbit disappeared, transforming into a light orb. The cub curiously pawed at it, and Wen Ning stepped forward to collect it. Congratulations, you have obtained wild rabbit hind leg 1. Whoa. That was the little tiger's trophy. You give it back. Grabbing the protesting little one on the ground, Wen Ning left the yard. She glanced at its hunger level and took out the recently acquired rabbit leg from her backpack. Oh whoa. Don't think about keeping the meat for yourself. There's my saliva on it. Where did you catch the rabbit? Oh whoa. Oh whoa whoa. Over there to the north. I ran for 20 minutes to find it. There are so many wild rabbits there. So many. Wen Ning was taken aback for a moment, and a plan formed in her mind. This piece of meat is confiscated. Oh whoa. Why? Otherwise you have to return the meat you ate. The little one looked confused, a blend of innocence and charm. Wen Ning unceremoniously reached out and ruffled its fur. A tiger that can eat like you would be disliked if it were dumped out to wander, so from today onwards you have to earn your own food. A man should not live off others' right. Oh whoa, it seemed that made some sense, but it still felt a bit off. You bite the rabbit, and I'll pick up the meat behind you. Agreed. Oh whoa whoa. I will bite the rabbit, you can't bully me because I can't count. Wen Ning nearly burst into laughter. Little cub, if you don't say it, how would I know you can't count? However, Wen Ning seemed to already see a pile of experience points waving at her. Bang! The young man was knocked to the ground by several intruders, his face pale. Before he could react and look up, he was struck by a blunt object and fell unconscious. Boss? He's out cold. Damn it, he's been hiding for a day, and I thought this brat wouldn't come out. Lu Bo glanced at the young man lying motionless on the ground, a gloomy smile flashing across his face. Surveying the structure of the shelter, he waved his hand casually. Hang him up. Got it. This shelter is so big there must be plenty of supplies. It's pay dirt, ha ha ha. Sticking with Boss Lu means there's meat to eat. A few sycophants smiled obsequiously while Zhao Wu looked on with a grim expression, unable to bear watching the young man being hung upside down. Zhao Wu, go to the storeroom and gather supplies. Lu Boss' voice rang out and Zhao Wu turned numbly, walking toward the storeroom of the shelter. No matter what expression he wore, no matter how much he resisted inwardly, his body seemed no longer his own, mechanically obeying Lu Bo's orders. The thugs binding the young man smirked derisively when Lu Bo was out of sight, their earlier flattery replaced by a hint of malice, though it vanished quickly. Lu Bo squinted as two thugs respectfully brought chairs and water from the shelter, placing them in front of him. Zhao Wu filled his backpack, carrying the remaining supplies in his arms toward Lu Bo. The three thugs who had tied up the young man watched Zhao Wu's actions, greed evident in their eyes, yet they dared not make a move. The others were not under Lu Bo's control, but they also did not dare to defy his orders. With Lu Bo's powerful equipment, they knew they couldn't win a fight against him. Most importantly, Lu Bo possessed a blue flame torch that could illuminate the night. If they angered him, they would only be able to walk at the very edge of its light. Having experienced that feeling once, they had no desire to try it a second time. Lu Bo looked with satisfaction at the supplies Zhao Wu brought out, flipping through them, and knowing that the valuable items had already been packed. He waved his hand generously. You guys can split these supplies. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thanks, boss. I told you sticking with the boss is always the right choice. Lu Bo tilted his head, brushing aside his bangs that obscured his vision, glancing back at the man hanging upside down. This shelter is pretty good. Well, stay here for now. Tonight we'll extract this bastard supplies. Tomorrow Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, you two go out and scout around to see if there are any other shelters nearby. The two named nodded repeatedly, their faces full of smiles. Lu Bo felt good seeing their submissive demeanor and casually reminded them, come back early if you return late. The few people dividing the supplies paused, their bodies trembling slightly. In the blue sky, wow. Got it. Your pet has successfully killed a wild rabbit, gaining 40 experience points. Wen Ning smiled as he wielded his torch and a branch, pushing it into a rabbit hole. Soon a rustling sound came from below. Not far away, a wild rabbit that couldn't bear the smoke rushed out, only to have its neck bitten off by the tiger cub. It tragically transformed into a light orb. Wow! This tiger already has 10 pieces of meat. Wen Ning calmly walked over and picked up the light orb. Congratulations, you have obtained a hind leg of a wild rabbit one. This cub, covered in white fur, had a genuinely dark face. You clearly only have 9 pieces of meat. Huh. The tiger cub did not believe it. Wen Ning once thought that the wild rabbits dropped only hind legs. He secretly killed another one and not only got a rabbit leg but also a wooden box. You clearly only have 9 pieces of meat. Huh. The tiger cub did not believe it. Do you not know how to count? Wen Ning squatted down, laid out the meat the cub had obtained, and earnestly counted. Look, I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9, any problem? Wow. I've said before that this tiger doesn't know how to count. So remember, the tiger's meteor math is better than the tiger's. Okay. Watching the cub run off joyfully, Wen Ning felt much more relaxed. With such a little creature, life seemed to gain a bit of interest. While the cub chased the rabbit, Wen Ning entered a nearby grove and dug up 4 evergreen trees about 2.5 meters tall to put in his backpack. He had already collected quite a bit of grass, filling his backpack nearly to capacity. Your pet has successfully killed a wild rabbit, gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Pet experience is full. Your pet will automatically level up, taking 30 minutes. It's done. Wen Ning was overjoyed. Wow, I'm tired, I want to sleep. The cub stumbled over and rushed into Wen Ning's arms, falling asleep in the next moment. Wen Ning looked down and saw a countdown above the cub's head. Upgrading countdown, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Checking the time, it was almost right, so Wen Ning turned back to the shelter. He settled the cub on the bed and stepped outside. He planted the 4 evergreen trees, perfectly concealing the locations of the 4 traps. Wen Ning tidied up the branches and leaves, ensuring they wouldn't obstruct the firing of the crossbow. He then carefully laid out the grass. I'll have to bring the cub here for a walk later so it doesn't step on them itself. Wen Ning marked all the coordinates where he had placed the animal traps with crosses, creating a sea of red crosses around the shelter on the system map. Having laid only half of the grass, the system notification sounded. Your pet has successfully leveled up and will awaken soon. Is it done? Wen Ning quickly wiped his hands and walked inside. As soon as he entered the room, a big white fluff ball leaped up to him. Wow, how did you grow so big? The cub had grown a full size larger. If one had to compare, it was about the size of a small husky. Standing on the ground, its height was roughly at Wen Ning's knees. At this moment, it was eagerly tugging at Wen Ning's pants leg, exuding warmth. Wow! Give me meat. This tiger is about to starve to death. Here. Wen Ning directly pulled out a 1-pound piece of meat and tossed it over. While the cub was devouring it, Wen Ning finally had time to properly check its attributes. Pet information: Snow Crystal Tiger Tier 1. Pet level exceptional, pet hunger level 90, pet loyalty level 100, pet experience 205000, pet skill level 1, basic skill bite, powerful teeth capable of penetrating high quality armor. Level 1 random skill crisis warning. Crisis warning: this skill has both active and passive components. The active skill detects danger within a 1 kilometer radius centered on itself, usable 3 times a day. Crisis warning: passive skill for automatic detection of danger within a 1 kilometer radius centered on itself and issuing warnings, usable once a day. Note: the active and passive states of crisis warning cannot stack. Only one can trigger each day, resetting the next day. This skill sounds incredibly powerful. Wen Ning's murmur drifted into the cub's ears, misinterpreting her words as dismissal. The eager tiger cub, Huzi, immediately fixed his gaze on the cured meat hanging before the campfire. Huzi crouched low, leapt backward 2 paces, then launched himself skyward in a fierce tiger pounce, landing atop the roof. Wen Ning caught only a flash of white, a giant rat-like blur. Before refocusing, there stood Huzi, landed gracefully, jaws clamped around something. She blinked and realized it was precisely the cured meat she had painstakingly smoked herself. Explain yourself. Ow. Explain what? He, a tiger of such extraordinary prowess, required no justification. Wen Ning's lips twitched, an exasperated eye roll arced heavenward. Explain why you suddenly lost your mind. Fragrant steam rose from the meat in his mouth, drool streamed freely down Huzi's whiskered cheeks. Wen Ning suddenly she felt far less inclined to claim that piece of meat. Fine, go ahead and eat it. No sooner had the words left her lips than crunching and swallowing echoed beside her. 3 seconds later. Ow. Gone. His meat vanished before he'd even tasted its essence. TSK. How does your random skill actually work? Ow. You asked, I acted. This is innate talent. Innate talent. Yes, tigers, sovereigns of all beasts, roam alone. Their territory brooks no intrusion. An acute sense of danger is etched deep into their bloodline. Watching Wen Ning ponder, the cub mistook her silence for bewilderment, and his eyes darted shrewdly. Ow. Very well, I'll deign to explain. Ordinarily, my ability remains passive by default, granting 1 warning per day, but listen carefully. Ow. If you actively command me to scout the surroundings, the passive state lifts instantly. Wen Ning now understood it was essentially a surveillance system. 1 kilometer. Can you truly perceive that far? Wen Ning regarded him skeptically. Ow. I told you, it's innate talent. Do you even comprehend what that means? I don't. I possess no such gift. Wen Ning turned and stepped out of the shelter, the cub trailing faithfully behind. Come here, memorize the locations of these animal traps and the fishing lines strung along the wall top. You must never touch them, understood? Ow. Understood. Wen Ning made no attempt to question where the cub had learned English. She simply knelt and resumed her work. He hopped and darted about, disrupting her efforts, yet after glancing at him 2 or 3 times, she saw no sign of restraint. Her thoughts shifted, old grievances resurfaced. You just devoured my dinner, so tonight you dine on nothing. Ow. Protest is invalid. Crushed Huzi instantly deemed the woman unlovable. Head bowed low, he slunk back inside. Seizing the quiet, Wen Ning swiftly laid the remaining sod, then straightened, surveying the transformed courtyard with quiet satisfaction. She nodded approvingly. Acceptable. Excellent. Utterly natural. Wasteland calendar day 3, 1930, clear skies. A pleasant day concluded. Dinner hour arrived once more. Wen Ning retrieved a fresh cut of meat from the cellar, replacing the portion the cub had devoured. She shot a warning glance at Huzi, who stood beside her, head tilted up, drool cascading unchecked. Should even a single slice go missing, you'll regret it. Momwa, disaster. Her arithmetic far surpassed his own. She'd detect any shortfall instantly. Whoa, his precious meat. Wen Ning kept her word. No meal was prepared for the cub, even though his hunger gauge read 50. The system warned that excessive hunger would erode loyalty. Yet Wen Ning believed discipline must be established, and established early. This tiger cub matured at an astonishing pace. Perhaps one more level up would render him fully grown, massive, and untamable. And then, enforcing rules would prove infinitely harder. Dejected, Huzi watched helplessly as Wen Ning finished her meal, washed up, and climbed into bed. After lingering uncertainly in the corner, he finally crept close and nestled beside her. Though this woman withheld his dinner, he had erred first. So long as he erred, no more meat would surely return. Human and tiger passed the night in silent companionship. At dawn, Wen Ning rose and fed the cub, whose belly was nearly hollow, before roasting a rabbit leg for herself, drawing his disapproving gaze. Wen Ning merely glanced upward, toward the strip of meat whose hue differed subtly from the rest, and Huzi instantly ducked his head, guilt-stricken. Today's tasks were simple: gather supplies and train the cub's combat instincts. Yesterday, watching Huzi stalk and strike rabbits, Wen Ning had realized system-summoned pets differed profoundly from earth-bred domestic animals. Born restless and energetic, the cub instinctively wove tactics into every skirmish, as if battle itself were encoded in his nature. Perhaps this was the innate talent Huzi so proudly claimed. His intellect remained rudimentary, but with disciplined training his combat awareness could indeed be honed. In her spare moments, Wen Ning also tuned into Zheng Han's livestream, where he proposed numerous theories regarding the catastrophe. She adopted his most plausible insights, compiling a targeted supply list, and refreshed the trading platform relentlessly. Leading Huzi outside, Wen Ning decided to explore the far edge of the small forest, the very side where she had first spawned. Since crossing it on day 1, she had never returned to investigate. Across the vast grassland, 2 fellow survivors trudged side by side, clad in tattered beginner's gear riddled with holes. They wore mismatched garments, scavenged from unknown sources, haphazardly layered loose and sagging upon their frames. As they walked, both craned their necks, scanning the horizon. Brotherly, we've been walking nearly all morning, and still haven't found Brotherly's shelter. When we return empty-handed, there'll be no dinner again. Did you even eat yesterday? Brotherly sighed. Wang Lang pinched his hollow stomach and tightened his belt. Li Wen understood without a word. Silence settled between them as they pressed onward. Suddenly Wang Lang stammered. Brotherly, what if we just stay at the shelter once we find it? Li Wen slammed a heavy palm onto Wang Lang's back, so hard he nearly dropped to his knees. Fool! Don't drag me to your death. In our current state, do you truly believe we could seize a shelter? Without Brotherly's torch, nightfall will claim us both. Even if we found it, do you imagine you could defeat its occupants? Have you forgotten how those 2 ended? Wang Lang recoiled mentally, vividly recalling the brutal torture and execution Lu Bo had inflicted upon those 2 men. 3. I'm just starving, Brotherly, I'm sorry. Li Wen's face darkened, his expression cruel and chilling, making Wang Lang flinch. Hurry, we're already at noon. If we don't locate the shelter soon, we must turn back. Wang Lang nodded, frantically enduring gnawing hunger while scouring the land, desperate for any sign of a shelter so he might race back and deliver news. Lu Bo, delighted, would surely reward him with food. Brotherly, does the grassland end here? Ahead. Looks like a forest. Wang Lang stared, disbelieving, at the shelter nestled where grassland met forest, rubbing his eyes fiercely. Brotherly, look. A shelter. A massive one. There at the grassland's edge, fused seamlessly with the woodland, loomed a colossal shelter. Wang Lang swallowed hard, stunned beyond speech. Good heavens, this place could comfortably house 10 people. Such an expansive yard and 4 trees. Its inhabitants would surely be formidable. Wen Ning withdrew his covetous gaze and hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Li Wen behind him. Brother Li, this shelter we likely. Li Wen's eyes gleamed with calculation. Turning, he said to Wang Lang, Afraid. You may falter, but Brother Lu won't. Nor will his slaves. On January 6th in the Wasteland at A00 AM, Wang and Li quickly noted down the coordinates and turned back on the path they came from. Their steps felt much lighter along the way, and Wang Lang in his excitement forgot his hunger and began to hum a little tune. This was the largest shelter they had seen in the past few days. Liga, hurry up. Li Wen looked at the excited Wang Lang ahead, feeling a bit more relaxed himself. However, recalling the shelter they had just seen, a strong sense of greed surged in his heart, and a malicious smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, who had entered the secret realm with the cub, was completely unaware that her shelter had caught someone's attention. Time rewound to 9 AM. A person and a tiger passed through the woods and saw the mist. Ruins. Wen Ning instantly reacted. However, looking at the impenetrable mist, Wen Ning recalled the forecast for the next disaster. Misty wilderness. When that mist arrives, it won't be so thick, right? Ow. What is this? It's a place filled with both danger and opportunity. Once we go, and be careful, losing your life inside would be the end. Ow. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty just because I'm not showing my power? Then let's go. After a few encounters, Wen Ning reached down and scooped the cub into her arms. A long spear appeared at her side. Wen Ning held the tiger cub in one hand and the spear in the other. With a serious expression, she stepped inside. Player discovered ruins. Note: exploration within the ruins is not time-limited and players can choose their exit time freely. A dying inside the ruins will be considered as game death. Detection of a player carrying a pet. Note: if a pet dies in the ruins, it will fall into a sleep state. Special items can revive it. If the pet is not revived within 7 days, it will be considered permanently dead. If the player dies, the pet will die along with them. Detection of the player entering the ruins. A chat and trading channels closed. A map switched. A exit of the ruins marked. The internal backpack limit of the ruins is open to unlimited. Wen Ning was still pondering over the information regarding pets when the cub, waiting for the mist to clear, eagerly jumped out of her arms. It didn't frolic around, but cautiously sniffed east and west. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, but still reminded, be careful with your little life. I don't have any special items. The cub turned around, tilting its head to look at Wen Ning, who held a fist to her lips. She coughed a couple of times to cover her embarrassment, thinking to herself that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't hurt to look for that item. Ow. This tiger knows its limits, don't worry. The brief banter helped Wen Ning calm her thoughts significantly. Opening the map of the ruins switched by the system, Wen Ning discovered that this time the ruins were much larger than the previous time-limited ones. There were 3 exits. One above and one below, with one in the middle. Apart from that, all other areas were covered by dense mist. Wen Ning was currently about 100 meters from the exit above. This meant that anyone entering the ruins would at least need to explore the direct line distance from the spawn point to the exit. Wen Ning cautiously chose to go to the exit above first, then explore around the exit as the center. This time the ruins did not have the beautiful environment encountered last time. Looking around, all she could see were withered trees, their rough black bark cracked and exposing the inner trunk. The soil appeared an unhealthy black, distinctly different from the black nutrient soil Wen Ning had cultivated. The scent of damp mud lingered in the air, reminiscent of slime. In this environment, the white cub stood out like a peacock among chickens. However, its bouncy movements were light, skillfully avoiding all the puddles and marshes in its path. Wen Ning held her long spear with an iron dagger at her right rear waist, while her backpack was fully loaded with crossbow bolts. Ready to strike. The thousands of crossbow bolts Wen Ning had collected during the disaster were all piled up in the warehouse. When she set out, she took 100 for self-defense. As she walked, Wen Ning noticed something was off. This forest seemed endless. On the map, the mist would clear from the places Wen Ning passed, and the terrain after the mist cleared appeared black and marshy. In reality, Wen Ning's field of vision was only about 30 meters. The visibility was terrifyingly. The leaves along the path were odd, not to mention that Wen Ning did not see a single tree with leaves, just the bizarre shapes of these trees and their exaggerated, chaotic branches. They looked bare, resembling the witch's forest from a fairy tale. Some tree trunks even bore charred gray marks, evidence of being chopped and hacked. Some trees were severed in half, while others had deep cuts along their trunks. She successfully reached the exit, which bore a yellowish round pattern similar to the time-limited ruins. It looked like some kind of formation. As long as one thought of exiting after entering, they would return to the wasteland in 3 seconds. Alright, remember when I say retreat, this will be our destination to retreat to. The cub nodded seriously, and inside the ruins it seemed to intentionally control its voice. The little furry face was filled with a solemn expression. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the cub was a bit more reliable. Retracting her gaze, Wen Ning conducted a brief exploration of the surroundings. Let's explore around this exit as the center and be careful not to touch anything we shouldn't. Does this tiger look stupid? Those trees look very strange. Let's go. A person and a tiger began to slowly explore the surroundings. Wen Ning chose the direction opposite to the one she had come from and ventured 50 meters inward where a different color appeared before her. Under a withered tree less than 10 meters ahead, a small grass glowed with a blue sheen appeared. The cub noticed it too and excitedly ran over. Wen Ning took a glance and found the grass strange, as it chose to grow beneath the roots of a withered tree in this barren area. However, she was very interested in the things within the ruins and moved directly forward. As she approached, the dense mist before her pushed away, revealing several more blue glowing plants within her line of sight. It seemed that this entire area was filled with this grass. Woo! The cub was too afraid to howl loudly and could only whimper softly. Wait a moment, don't be impulsive. Calming the cub's restless heart, Wen Ning crouched down and examined the grass, confirming that it was too close to the tree, and it was obviously impossible to dig it up without touching the tree. Looking up, all the glowing grass within her sight was growing beneath the withered wood. Wen Ning focused on this grass, and unexpectedly information floated into view. Flycatcher grass, excellent, a single-use burning item. Adding it to a torch will produce mosquito-repelling, smoke-killing, and dispersing flying insects within a 5-meter radius for 8 hours. Ow! The tiger felt that this was a good item. Wen Ning certainly knew it was a good item, but often the more beautiful things are the more dangerous they become. In the distance, mist appeared hazy, and upon closer observation a faint blue light could be seen deep within the withered woods. It seemed that this forest produced the coveted, fly-repelling grass. Since he had come, there was no reason to return empty-handed. Wen Ning took a hoe out of his backpack, found the right angle, and prepared to dig out the fly-repelling grass in front of him. Before making a move, Wen Ning glanced at the cub beside him and instructed, "You keep watch." The originally carefree cub immediately restrained its playful demeanor. Looking around, he raised the hoe in hand. Thud! He swung down fiercely, and the roots of the withered tree in front of Wen Ning were directly severed. Unfortunately, the fly-repelling grass was completely obstructed by the roots. Gurgle, gurgle! A strange sound echoed from the base of the withered tree roots. A foul stench wafted from where the roots were cut. Wen Ning's expression stiffened, and he stopped his movements as the crossbow arrows in his backpack were already prepared. It appeared very restless. Wen Ning was certain something was there. He held his breath and focused, waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It seemed like a delusion, as the area was eerily quiet except for the foul smell from the roots. However, Wen Ning did not dare to let his guard down. The cub was showing intense focus, a hunting instinct that surely wouldn't fail. But why was that thing not making a move? Could it be that this creature feared the strength of Wen Ning and the tiger cub? Wen Ning pondered this while keeping his gaze fixed on the fly-repelling grass he was on the verge of excavating. As if to validate some suspicion, without hesitation Wen Ning switched to the hoe and raised it above his head to swing down. Gurgle. Wen Ning continued his actions, forcefully pulling the fly-repelling grass out. Ow! Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. As Wen Ning unearthed the fly-repelling grass, a pitch-black creature flew out alongside it. It landed with a thud right in front of Wen Ning and the tiger. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Wen Ning's mind. Discovered muddy salamander monster encyclopedia updated. Salamander. Wen Ning carefully examined the crawling creature on the ground, its body enveloped in foul stagnant muck, making it impossible to discern its classification. Monster name: muddy salamander. Type: marsh creature, a mutated salamander that lives in muddy pits, known for stealing nutrients from surrounding trees and infamous for its unique foul odor. Danger level 60. Drops foul sludge. Can have unexpected effects when thrown at people. Weakness: thin skin. Hint: some muddy salamanders can spit bubbles. Believe me, you definitely don't want to get hit. Ranged attack. Just as Wen Ning finished reading, a strong sense of danger approached him. Get back. Looking up, he saw that indeed the muddy salamander had spit a bubble directly at Wen Ning. Wen Ning quickly reminded the dazed cub on the ground and sidestepped, dodging the bubble attack. The salamander on the ground immediately launched an attack at Wen Ning. On the muddy ground, it slithered like a snake, reaching Wen Ning's feet in just 2 seconds. With the spear ineffective at close range, Wen Ning reached for the iron dagger at his lower back. His small face was calm as he calculated the salamander's speed, noting that he had a 3-second window. Just then, the monster encyclopedia had reminded Wen Ning that the salamander had thin skin. Hence a sharp weapon would be the best tool to kill it. As Wen Ning reached for his weapon, the salamander rapidly closed in, but something white moved even faster. Wen Ning felt a gust of wind blow past him, and the white cub appeared right in front of him. The tiger's claws swung down with a flourish swish. GG. A wretched scream echoed, and the muddy salamander in front of Wen Ning flipped over, lying in a pool of blood. Its blood mixed with the muck as the injured salamander rolled on the ground, emitting a series of pitiful cries. Meanwhile, Wen Ning could only feel the foul odor in the air growing stronger. Unperturbed, he waved his hand through the air before him. He watched as the cub fiercely charged forward and slapped the salamander dead. As the salamander breathed its last, the system notification finally came through. Your pet successfully killed Muddy Salamander 1, gained 100 pet experience. Wen Ning gave a thumbs up in approval. The cub proudly flicked its head. Ow. You can just stay behind me. The feeling of being protected was quite novel, and Wen Ning nodded in agreement, realizing that this experience was indeed much more worthwhile for the tiger. With the muddy salamander dead, the fly-repelling grass was no longer obstructed, and Wen Ning picked it up smoothly. The following matters became significantly easier. All fear stemmed from the unknown. After understanding the hidden dangers behind the fly-repelling grass, Wen Ning began to lead the tiger cub in conquering the area, continuing forward towards the next fly-repelling grass. Fly-repelling grass, excellent, a one-time combustion item. Adding it to a torch will make the flame emit a mosquito-repelling smoke, killing and dispersing flying insects within a 5-meter radius for 4 hours. Excellent is half as effective as fine, and the triggered muddy salamander was also significantly weaker than the previous one. As it jumped out, the cub soared into the air, sending it away with a single claw. Unlike the last one, the cub did not need to deliver a finishing blow. Your pet successfully killed Muddy Salamander 1, gained 50 pet experience. Even the experience was only half, which was disappointing. Over the next few hours, the duo explored the nearby withered woods thoroughly. The encountered fly-repelling grass was unsurprisingly all collected. Wen Ning began to speculate about the marks on the withered trees. It seems this ruin has been visited by others before us. Those marks from blades might have been left by those individuals. It's just unknown if it's possible for 2 or more people to concurrently enter a ruin from different locations. Suppressing his doubts, Wen Ning tallied his gains. He acquired 20 pieces of fine fly-repelling grass, 15 pieces of excellent fly-repelling grass, and 8 clumps of foul sludge. In total, this added 2,650 experience points to the cub, leaving less than half of the experience bar until it levels up. Seeing that the cub also appeared a bit dispirited, Wen Ning decided to return. Well done, I'll add a meal for you when we get back. Ow. Ow. Can I order? I want to eat that black meat, it smells delicious. No. Successfully exited. Wasteland Day 1 Month 4, Gentle Season 1600 Sunny. Sure enough, it was still 4 p.m., with no surprising changes. Carrying the tired cub back to the shelter, Wen Ning indulged himself in a bath, though he had been very careful and didn't get too much muck on him. However, there was always a lingering foul smell. If the next disaster's fog also stank, it would be terrible. No, I should stock up on gas masks, they'll come in handy for the next time I enter this ruin. Wen Ning opened Death Note and solemnly wrote gas mask. After finishing his bath, Wen Ning prepared dinner generously, offering the cub a 2 kilograms piece of meat. He marveled at how the cub's appetite had tripled after leveling up, being able to consume up to 4 pounds of meat in one meal. Truly, it could eat a lot. What would happen when it reaches level 5? As time approached 8 p.m., the only sounds in the shelter were the two eating heartily, an exceptionally harmonious scene. The tiger cub was deeply engrossed in gnawing on the meat when it suddenly raised its head. Dropping the meat from its mouth, it growled low towards the east side of the shelter. Aowa, someone. Wen Ning's spine instantly tensed up. Pet passive skill activated, detected that a player is quickly approaching from 1 kilometer east of the shelter. Expected arrival time is in 15 minutes. Six. This clearly constitutes a small team. Frowning, Wen Ning's expression darkened, sensing the difficulty of the situation. Suppressing the unease within her heart, in extreme disaster, everyone was on edge, and there would always be some who would take desperate measures. With the rule of law crumbling, it was only natural for people to go mad for resources. Thinking quickly in her mind for a strategy, she waved her hand. Kid, come here. Wen Ning picked up the cub and quietly relayed the arrangements. The cub stared with wide eyes, its tiger face very serious. I'm quite curious, how did these people come out at night? 15 minutes isn't long, nor is it short. By the time Wen Ning arranged everything, the sky gradually darkened. This was the prelude to nightfall as the light outside the house disappeared inch by inch. Wen Ning also heard several heavy breaths. Picking up the tiger cub, she decisively descended into the cellar. Until she understood the opponent's strength, Wen Ning would not reveal herself for a direct confrontation. Her refuge was a stone cage as solid as a fortress, the sturdiness of which had been tested during the snow disaster. If they wanted to find a weakness to break in, I'm afraid the refuge had no blind spots and no weaknesses. So if they were to dig, it would probably take until tomorrow morning. Wen Ning's tactics were simple and brutal: to strike unexpectedly, employing guerrilla warfare. Focusing on consumption, she would only confront them directly when she was confident. Thus, the longer she could delay, the more beneficial it would be for Wen Ning. Moreover, what she had at her disposal for surprise attacks included the tiger cub and a crossbow. There were also weapons she had recently acquired that had yet to be put to use in her backpack. Under the cover of darkness, 6 figures stealthily approached the walls of Wen Ning's refuge. Lu Ba's greedy gaze was constantly sizing up this refuge. If he hadn't misjudged, there was a huge greenhouse in this yard. Hee, this looks quite decently when I'll remember your contribution. Wang Ling excitedly whispered, Lu Ge Lu Da, and I discovered this together with Li Ge. Lu Bo impatiently waved his hand. Got it, with such a large refuge your supplies must be plentiful. The remaining flunkies muttered curses softly. We've been roughing it, and this guy is so lucky, he got such a big refuge to enjoy a lavish life. Keep your voice down, be careful not to get discovered. Dammy. With so many people, what are you afraid of? If there were people inside, they would have already come out to deal with us. It's just luck. Wait, Grandpa is coming to deliver warmth to the community. Several flunkies revealed their greedy intentions, practically drooling at the sight of the yard's stone wall. How many resources must it take to be so extravagant? You guys each take a torch. Look for weaknesses in this yard. Damn it, this wall is at least 2 meters high. Lu Bo, rarely generous, actually distributed a blue torch to one person. Li Wen took it and turned around, curling his lips. What a stingy guy, clearly having torches, yet he made them huddle around him when they arrived. The remaining flunkies had no other thoughts, happily taking it. Lu Bo distributed them one by one, not forgetting to remind, you have to return this torch after using it. Yes, Luda. The flunkies chuckled awkwardly, pulling weapons from their backpacks, and began to spread out around the yard. Dammy. Boss, this door is made of iron. Lu Bo frowned. Was this refuge really too secure? This was enough to indicate that the people inside were incredibly wealthy. After thinking for a moment, Lu Bo flicked his fringe angrily, and this was enough to indicate that the people inside were incredibly wealthy. After thinking for a moment, Lu Bo flicked his fringe angrily and kicked the courtyard wall. Climb the wall. Come here and form a human ladder. Luda, why don't we knock on the door and ask for some supplies? Everyone's having a tough time. Seeing the iron door, one survivor felt fear and began to reconsider. Lu Ba's face darkened, but before he could speak, Li Wen interjected from the side. Hee, Zhang Tian, you didn't blink an eye when you were abusing that survivor in the last refuge. What are you backing down for now? Although Zhang Tian was scared, he cared more about his face. Provoked by Li Wen, his expression immediately turned ugly. Just as he wanted to retort, he caught Lu Ba's distrustful gaze, immediately expressing his stance. Luda. Who is afraid? Come on, form a human ladder, I'll go in first. As he spoke, he pulled out his watermelon knife, the blade gleaming, still stained with unclean blood, indicating that many lives had been taken by it. Lu Ba's expression softened, calling 2 flunkies to form a base below. Zhang Tian, having some skills, stepped up onto the shoulders of the people beneath him in just a few steps. Peeking over the courtyard wall, he cautiously observed the situation inside. Luda. The refuge has lights on. Upon hearing this, the people below immediately laughed. If the lights were on, the people inside must know they were here. They knew but dared not make a sound. They were nothing but cowards. What a hassle! That coward might already be trembling inside. Inside, coward. If you're sensible, open the door to the refuge, then Grandpa can be gentle when he makes his move. Otherwise, Grandpa has 100 ways to make you regret coming to this world. Ha ha ha! Zhang Tian heard the wild laughter of the crowd behind him, and the sense of crisis in his heart gradually faded. The light from the refuge's windows was visible, but there was no movement from within. Cowards. What a shame to waste such a good refuge, a lacking strength, but having luck they could only become someone else's lamb. If that's the case, then they shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. The fate of lambs is singular, to be torn apart by a pack of wolves. Zhang Tian felt a sense of certainty in his heart. Bracing himself against the wall, he prepared to climb over. Pfft. Schwa. The time was very brief, about 3 seconds, just as Zhang Tian leaned forward against the wall. The fishing line at the top was pulled, the surrounding leaves rustled, and then, below the wall, Lu Bo and the others only heard Zhang Tian's short piercing scream, and then he fell headlong into the courtyard lifeless. Zhang Tian. Luda. There's a trap. There's a trap at the top of the wall. The panicked flunkies instinctively crouched down. Damn, Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. The inside of the courtyard was silent and Zhang Tian did not respond. Everyone present knew that Zhang Tian was dead. Lu Ba's face grew even more severe. This was the first time he had suffered a loss after being out for so long. They had come out and lost a person right away. The remaining ones gradually began to reconsider. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, walking in the tunnel, had already sensed what was happening in the yard through the real-time feedback from the tiger. There was another hidden point to her passive skill, which was skill duration. It could last for an hour, during which the tiger was equivalent to a moving surveillance. Well done, 5 left. After thinking for a while, Wen Ning opened the live broadcast panel in her mind. After adjusting the mosaic, she chose to go live without any title. After the last live broadcast, many people had set Wen Ning to follow, and at this moment Wen Ning suddenly started a live broadcast without warning, instantly attracting a large number of viewers into the stream. Wen Ning took a deep breath and opened the door to the tunnel, revealing an inky darkness outside. She stood still, waiting as the live stream began. In the last live stream, Wen Ning had chosen to start from inside the shelter, but this time she directly opted for a view from above the main entrance. Thus, after the live stream began, the camera would remain fixed on her chosen position for about 10 seconds, allowing Wen Ning to confirm the approximate locations of the people. She blurred her and the cubs' faces, hiding their identities. Another reason Wen Ning started the live stream was to issue a warning. If the people outside were indeed from the island nation, Wen Ning would have even more justification, as historical issues have led to conflicts between Huagua and the island nation. During a street interview on Blue Star, a respondent candidly stated that if Huagua and the island nation were to go to war one day, he would be proud to fight in the front lines. For players from Huagua, retaliating against the invaders from the island nation is seen as a responsibility and duty. The islanders are so restless that they even attempt to deceive survivors into their demise under such circumstances. Wen Ning had already thought it through. If they were islanders, this battle would be a righteous cause. If they were her own people, it would be a matter of clearing the ranks. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning opened her eyes. The scene gradually became clear as the system's unknown technology allowed the night scene to be visible without affecting the audience's viewing experience. Just as she was about to eat, she noticed that the top player had actually started a live stream. The viewers in Zhang Han's live stream had scattered by a third of what had happened. Why is it so dark? Is this the top player shelter? It's so large. And there's greenery. Wow! The greenhouse was indeed bought by a big shot. Did you not see? There are people outside the top player shelter. Not just one. Are these people attacking the top player shelter? Wen Ning frowned as she observed the 10 seconds of surveillance-like footage, sharper than the viewers in the live stream, and she quickly identified the configuration of the few individuals. They were Huagua people, fierce and menacing, surrounding the walls of the shelter. 5 men, 4 of them peering around with their hands on their heads, while one stood upright, glaring angrily at the courtyard wall. The fantasy in her heart was shattered, yet Wen Ning did not intend to let them off easily. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will surely kill them. Wen Ning carefully observed, not missing any details. Each of them was holding a torch emitting a strange blue flame. Is this torch the reason they dare to go out at night? Wen Ning murmured. Oh my, the top player is a girl. Wait, I just realized how these people were able to go out at night. Did you not hear the goddess say, blue torches? I just thought it was strange. The screen flipped, and in the last second, Wen Ning saw the body of the last person collapsed in her courtyard, triggering several traps. At that moment, she realized she had already exposed her voice. Why did the scene change? It's pitch black. The goddess can't be going out to fight, right? Haha, I know why she started the live stream. It's a cry for help. Little girl, even the blur doesn't help. You might as well show your face and give a coordinate. If your pretty grandpa will come to avenge you tomorrow. Wen Ning frowned slightly and turned off the bullet comments. The 10 seconds she needed had already passed. If it weren't for the system's requirement that every live stream must last at least 10 minutes, she would have exited long ago. These people are still living too well, too happily, to the point of losing their minds while seeking survival. The live stream began from Wen Ning's perspective, suspended behind her, broadcasting her movements, and my goodness, it seems she is preparing to go out. Isn't that a death wish? Within a 500-meter radius, everything belongs to me. Wen Ning silently recited as she stepped out of the tunnel. At the same time, a white ball of fluff darted out from beside Wen Ning's feet, executing her plan. It seemed unaffected by the surroundings of the shelter, bouncing through the woods with vigor. Wen Ning sighed in relief. In the next moment, the dark environment gave her immense pressure. She felt as if she were in an endless deep sea, the overwhelming sense of oppression flooding in from all directions. A chill pierced her face. Wen Ning seemed to see a colossal whale before her slowly opening its abyssal mouth. Wen Ning stood right in the center of this giant mouth, suspended and unable to move, helplessly being devoured by this silent monstrous maw. The feeling of powerlessness flooded over her, overwhelming her and making her acutely aware of her own insignificance. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Wen Ning retracted her steps and turned to head back towards the shelter. That was close. Just a little bit. Wen Ning's previous steps had been right on the edge of the system's designated 500-meter boundary. Unable to help herself, she glanced back, but there was nothing. However, the mental pressure had indeed been real. Wen Ning turned back, silently reciting a calming mantra, and finally managed to calm herself down. Then a faint smile crept onto her lips. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, seeing Wen Ning step outside, all thought the top player was going to live stream her own suicide. But the next second, the entire live stream fell into silence. The screen was filled with darkness, accompanied by her warm and thin silhouette, but in that instant the silent fear seemed to penetrate the screen, reaching everyone. Wen Ning was drenched in cold sweat, ignoring the pain in his body as he desperately crawled towards the corner of the wall. His shrill screams sent chills down the spines of the few people outside. Lu Bo could barely stand, having lost a third of his fighting power before even entering was a huge challenge to his authority. Outside were Lu Bo, his slave Zhao Wu, the calmly one, and another thin boy wearing glasses. Damn, you have plenty of tricks, Zhao Wu, follow me. Regardless of Zhao Wu's expression, he climbed the human ladder without hesitation, while Lu Bo maintained a calm demeanor, directly tossing down a dozen wooden planks without even glancing at the courtyard. The sound of planks hitting the ground mixed with the sound of traps being triggered as Lu Bo flicked his bangs. He jumped down first, with Zhao Wu closely following. As a slave, his body followed Lu Bo uncontrollably, even stepping in front to block blades at critical moments. Now we've entered. Li Wen, you two just need to leave one outside. Lu boss. Save. Save. Wen Ning was on the verge of passing out from the pain, struggling to seek help from Lu Bo. Lu Bo, not even looking at him, simply silenced him with a knife to the throat. He stepped onto the wooden plank and into Wen Ning's courtyard, cursing as he walked into the shelter. Through the window he saw that meat was still hanging in Wen Ning's shelter. All kinds of furniture were present. A greedy light shone in his eyes. Outside the courtyard wall, Wen Ning hid in the grass, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the last two players who had yet to enter the courtyard. She silently lifted the crossbow in her hand, aiming at the two who were forming a human ladder, calculating the timing before gently pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Li Wen, sitting on the wall, felt a dangerous chill from behind and instinctively rolled in. He narrowly avoided the bolt shot by Wen Ning. However, Wen Ning's target was not Li Wen on the wall, but rather the stepping stone, the four-eyed guy below. Thud! The bolt pierced through the side of the four-eyed guy's neck, embedding deeply into the courtyard wall, and he collapsed without even having time to scream. Now none of you can escape. Only then did Wen Ning calmly walk out of the grass, with her cub following from the corner, both heading towards the shelter. As for the three who had entered the shelter, they had truly fallen into Wen Ning's hunting trap now. Wen Ning's earlier actions were clearly displayed before the eyes of the live stream audience. Wow, that was shocking. The streamer's bolt shot was like 100-step penetration. Getting closer. Can anyone see what kind of crossbow that is? The bolt head is embedded in the wall. What is that white thing? Why is there a mosaic? Am I the only one who finds this terrifying? This is clearly a heartless demon. Indeed, we should unite in the face of disaster. These people probably mean no harm. What's wrong with sharing a bit of your wealth for resources? To the one upstairs, next time I go to your house for warmth, I hope you can be as generous as you say. To be fair, there are still 3 capable ones left on the opposite side. She has only relied on sneak attacks. I don't think she has a chance in a frontal battle. I suggest the one upstairs to hit 100 shots from 100 meters away before saying that. TCH, she just shot 1 arrow. Even mindless praise should have its limits. I'm placing my bet here, she won't survive the night. The live stream chat was buzzing fiercely, but Wen Ning in reality remained unaffected. In battle, one must be fully focused. One cannot let their guard down while the opponents still have a chance to counterattack. Ow. Ben, who just kicked in, and he's done for. Ow, ow. They saw Ben Huss meet. Wen Ning smiled and pushed open the heavy door of the courtyard. It's fine, I'll do it, I'll kill them. After falling from the wall, Li Wen quickly rolled to Lu Ba's side. Right now he was genuinely a bit flustered. From the moment he saw the shelter, Li Wen couldn't help but start calculating. In his mind, the 6 of them couldn't possibly lose to the opponents. His plan was simple: wait for Lu Bo and the opponents to fight until they were locked in a stalemate, and then backstab Lu Bo, taking advantage of the conflict. And he would be the one to benefit. Having followed Lu Bo for so long, Li Wen had long noticed the beads on Lu Bo. He had seen them while Lu Bo was making torches. When igniting the torch, putting the beads in would cause the flame to turn blue, and once extinguished, reigniting it would result in a blue flame torch. Li Wen had coveted Lu Ba's beads for a long time, but had always been unable to find an opportunity. Now that the opportunity lay before him, Li Wen had already lost confidence in obtaining it. Because this shelter was simply too sturdy, this was the first time they hadn't breached it, and half of their people had already died without even seeing the owner of the shelter. Li Wen was now engulfed in deep regret, realizing that there were always greater talents and higher realms. As Wen Ning pushed open the gate of the courtyard, her shelter was fully exposed to everyone's gaze in the live stream. Heavens, it looks to be 120 square meters and has an enormous courtyard. Is this the strength of the top-ranked shelter? I'm shivering in my 30 square meter wooden house. The solid stone walls and intricate wall surfaces subtly revealed their extraordinary nature. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly different from ordinary stone walls. But that wasn't the key issue. The key issue was that Wen Ning's shelter even had a stone roof, let alone the imposing iron gate radiating a chilling aura. The door was engraved with exquisite patterns, exuding a sense of security. The heavy creaking of the courtyard's iron gate startled the three inside, and they turned to see Wen Ning walking in. A woman. Seeing such a slender woman like Wen Ning in this situation made both Lu Bo and Li Wen feel a chill run down their spines. Lu Bo stared in disbelief at Wen Ning's pale face, her frozen expression bearing the look of a corpse. Wen Ning retracted the crossbow, pulled out her spear, and charged forward. Li Wen, realizing too late, tried to dodge to the side. Wen Ning's primary target was not him, but rather Zhao Wu. Completely lost his breath. Lu Bo, regaining his composure, hurriedly discarded Zhao Wu's corpse. Meanwhile, Li Wen stood aside, already petrified with fear. Wen Ning retracted the crossbow, pulled out her spear, and charged forward. Li Wen, realizing too late, tried to dodge to the side. Wen Ning's primary target was not him, but rather Lu Bo, who was using the fallen Zhao Wu as a shield. Lu Bo's pupils contracted slightly. After so long in the apocalypse, it was the first time someone had attacked him heathen. Moreover, the opponent clearly did not belong to the category of those who were merely dying in resistance. From Wen Ning's eyes, he clearly saw the disdain she held for him. It was a kind of contempt from a strong person towards a weaker one. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. Lu Bo was certain that this woman was aiming for his life. Despite wearing high-quality armor, Lu Bo still felt an immense threat. His weapon instinctively extended to block Wen Ning's attack. From Lu Bo's perspective, the woman in front of him approached with a ghostly swiftness, her spear thrusting directly towards his face. Lu Bo was very confident in his armor and was preparing to withstand Wen Ning's strike. Then he reached out to grab the spear, and the woman opposite him effectively lost her weapon. Thus it was Lu Bo's turn to counterattack. However, just as Lu Bo grasped Wen Ning's spear, her figure bizarrely vanished from the spot. Immediately, Lu Bo felt a sharp pain in his ankles. A scream erupted, and Lu Bo instinctively looked down. The tendons on both sides of his heels had been severed by Wen Ning wielding a dagger. His body lost support and fell heavily to the ground, landing in a position reminiscent of a dog eating feces. Li Wen, what the hell are you doing standing there? Lu Bo looked at the stunned Li Wen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why wasn't he rushing in? Could they not handle this woman with 2 against 1? Lu Bo thought that Wen Ning must have some special equipment, never considering that a mere dagger in her hands could break through his defenses. Having dealt with Lu Bo, Wen Ning turned to face the dazed Li Wen, who trembled as he pointed his knife at her, his eyes filled with terror. Wen Ning remained silent, her emotionless gaze chilling, making Li Wen feel as if he were staring at a corpse. Gulp. Li Wen swallowed hard, his expression gradually turning fierce, realizing that the woman before him would not let him go easily. This woman was a killing god. They had picked the wrong person to mess with. Li Wen glanced behind Wen Ning. The door she had entered through was now wide open. His mind racing, his gaze turned sinister. Li Wen shouted intentionally, "I'll fight you to the end." Wen Ning stood still, reaching out to grab Li Wen's wrist as he charged at her with his knife. Tilting her head slightly, the blade passed just millimeters from her cheek. Then, with a powerful twist, Li Wen's arm was met with excruciating pain. His entire arm bent backward under Wen Ning's grip as if made of cotton, folding a full 180 degrees. The intense pain drove Li Wen to the brink of madness, his mouth open in a scream. His hand was actually broken by this woman. Wen Ning frowned, looking at Li Wen's eyes filled with resentment, her killing intent palpable. You probably don't know this, but I absolutely detest when others point a knife at me. Li Wen's resentful gaze was locked on Wen Ning, but in the next moment his eyes widened in horror. Then his pupils instantly dilated. From a distance, Lu Bo froze in place in fear as warm blood gushed from Li Wen's slit throat, splattering all over Lu Bo's face. The smell of blood filled the air. Ugh. Cough. Li Wen trembled violently, blood pouring from his mouth. The scene turned exceedingly bloody, causing the viewers in the live stream to cover their eyes, manually applying mosaics. Devil. This woman. She's a murderer. Is there really someone who can strike at a living person? I suspect this isn't her first time. Dammy. That's a fellow human. A butcher. What is the official doing about this? The one lying on the ground, hurry up and give coordinates. What are you standing there for? Lubo didn't want to report coordinates, but the system kept prompting. Detected that you are in an environment where the chat channel cannot be opened. Why can't I? It worked back at Zhao Wu's place. Is it because he made Zhao Wu his slave? Lubo was now in a complete panic, blood flowing down his face, the world before him a shade of red, and he noticed the female killing god approaching with a dagger. Lubo was so frightened that his hands and feet turned soft, unable to utter a complete sentence. Wen Ning's hands were stained with blood, and behind her lay Li when his carotid artery sliced open, his head tilted to one side, his pupils fixed on Lubo. This dagger is indeed sharp, Wen Ning murmured to herself. Dammy. Is this still human? That person's throat is already cut halfway through. Is this a matter of sharpness? Wow. So cool. I declare from now on I am a die-hard fan of the goddess. Dagger, please send me the link. This shatters my worldview. How can there be fans of someone like her? The one above, let's be rational. If you were on site, you would probably have been ravaged by these invaders hundreds of times by now. Exactly, this is a wasteland. The rule of law has long collapsed. The invaders are the real beasts. Is self-defense a problem? The comments flooded in, but Wen Ning paid no attention to how others viewed her. In a primitive society, the weak were preyed upon by the strong. What wrong had she committed? However, considering that the psychological endurance of the live stream audience was too weak, Wen Ning decided to turn off the stream. Because the scenes to come might be even more bloody and shocking. Turning off the live stream, Wen Ning played with her dagger, keenly observing the last remaining Lubo. Wen Ning's hands were stained with blood, yet not a single drop marred her clothes. She looked as if she had stepped out from hell, instilling fear in all. Lubo's heart was in his throat. Today he would surely die. It was just a matter of how he would die, depending on Wen Ning's patience. Huzi sniffed the scent of blood in the air, and for the first time sensed the aura of slaughter from Wen Ning. Impatiently scratching at the wooden boards in front of him, he looked at Wen Ning with unfamiliarity. Just now Wen Ning had instructed him to stay far away and not to join the battlefield. Now it seemed that she was afraid he lacked combat experience and might be captured to become a tiger pet. A hindrance. You. Don't come any closer. I really don't want to do anything to you. Look, my brothers are all dead. I have never killed anyone. PCH. The dagger fell and Lubo's right arm vanished without a trace. The severed end was cleanly cut. Bang. The severed arm landed precisely between the two of them, and Wen Ning flipped the dagger around, revealing a sharp spike in her palm. Never killed anyone. Her tone was mocking, causing Lubo, drenched in cold sweat from pain, to feel a twinge of embarrassment. The dagger approached, lifting Lubo's chin. Wen Ning got straight to the point. Have you heard of Lingqi? Lubo was taken aback, and in the next moment he heard Wen Ning continue. A kind of cruel punishment from hundreds of years ago on Blue Star, specifically for dealing with your kind. Beasts. I heard it can cut up to 3,600 times. This dagger is about this sharp. I estimate that cutting you 1,000 times is more than sufficient. Lubo's terrified gaze nearly caused him to faint. This woman was definitely not joking. Next, let's do some subtraction. The number of cuts will determine your worth. Wen Ning threw out the first question. Can't you open the chat channel? She knows. Lubo felt increasingly terrified of the woman before him. How could she know that he couldn't open the chat channel? In fact, Wen Ning had specially observed the live broadcast comments and chat channel during the battle. Although there were people asking about coordinates in the live room, no one had revealed anything in the world channel or regional channel. Thus Wen Ning speculated that he was unable to open the chat channel. Forgetting to open it would be too foolish. My system prompts that the current environment cannot be opened. Her speculation was validated, and Wen Ning let out a discreet sigh of relief. The master said that under any circumstances one must ensure their own safety first. If Lubo truly had forgotten to open it, she would kill him immediately. Then she would figure out a way to escape. She had no confidence in being able to contend against the entire region's people. But the reason for not killing Lubo was even simpler. Because she wanted the supplies on Lubo. That blue torch was distributed by Lubo. Good things naturally. Very well, I'll reduce it by 1, leaving 999 left. Heroine, please spare me. I truly mean no harm. Lubo's attempts to argue were insincere. Wen Ning's action of cutting once made him feel hopeless. With his arm severed from the shoulder, the flowing blood showed no signs of stopping. Lubo felt that if this continued, he would soon bleed to death. How about this? Just throw me out. I won't survive in the wild. Please don't let this beast dirty your ground. Wen Ning ignored him even when facing death. He was still so slick-tongued. Swish. I was wrong. Help. After cutting off Lu Ba's 2 ears, Wen Ning's expression remained unchanged. This was just a warning. Still 997 cuts left. Where did the blue torch come from? Her tone was as casual as commenting on the nice moonlight tonight. Yet to Lu Ba's ears it sounded like a death sentence. I. Think carefully before you speak. Lu Ba was now utterly desperate. Seeing Wen Ning's dagger approaching again, he hurriedly raised his left hand, revealing the blue bead amidst the blood. This bead can create blue torches. Lu Ba didn't explain the function of the blue torch, partly because the excruciating pain made it hard to speak more. Secondly, Wen Ning had already mentioned the key term, so there was no need for him to elaborate. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow and reached out to take it. Lu Ba in his current state couldn't pull any tricks. However, Wen Ning did not let down her guard. After taking the bead, she put it away without showing too much interest. Lu Ba lowered his head. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed his eyes. He couldn't understand why Wen Ning showed no interest in this bead. He still had weapons in his backpack, and as long as Wen Ning focused on examining the attributes of this bead, he could attack her when she was off guard, likely achieving a counter kill. But Wen Ning did not act according to common sense. After taking the bead, she calmly said, still 996 left. You really? I'm going to cry. Such a valuable bead is worth only 1 cut to you. Lu Ba felt powerless to resist and thought it might be better to just bleed to death. How frustrating. Next question. Who was that person blocking the knife for you? It wasn't that Wen Ning was bragging at such a close distance. If the person in front hadn't actively blocked the knife, she wouldn't have missed her strike. The terrified and trembling pupils of that person before his death indicated that this action wasn't voluntary. Thus there was an explanation. Lu Ba had controlled him through unconventional means. Lu Ba's pupils shook. Did this woman really not have any cheats? Zhao Wu had barely had a face-to-face with her before he was taken down. Among so many little brothers, she had specifically identified that Zhao Wu's relationship with him was abnormal. Could it be that she also had a slave scroll? Lu Ba forced a smile. He is my slave. I controlled him with a slave scroll. As he spoke, he took out the last remaining slave scroll contract and handed it to Wen Ning. Wen Ning was shocked. In this world such things actually existed. On the surface, she remained expressionless, even taking it without looking and tossing it into her backpack. Lu Ba was even more convinced that Wen Ning definitely had such a scroll. These days he had endured a group of greedy little brothers, but had not turned them into slaves simply because he didn't have many slave scrolls left. Initially he chose Zhao Wu to give the remaining few a warning. Moreover, these few had no supplies on them, so there was no need to waste. 995. Great God. Big shot. Heroine. Please spare me. Or just turn me into your slave. You see, in dangerous situations, regardless of whether the slave is willing or not, they will block knives for you. Wen Ning looked at Lu Ba as if he were an idiot. You tell me now that you're crippled and you still want to be my slave. Shouldn't I be the one serving you then? Scheming dogman, do you even deserve it? Wen Ning almost laughed in anger. How could this person say such shameless things with his non-mainstream side bangs? That last cut doesn't count, and now it's 996. Lu Ba was left dumbfounded on the spot. His disability was due to this woman, okay? At the brink of death, his words should be sincere. How could she be so unreasonable? Wen Ning had finished asking the important questions, and was now irritated by Lu Ba's face, calculating that the time was almost up. Furrowing her brows, she said, now you show me your supplies. Whatever I like, I'll reduce it by 1 cut. Lu Ba trembled and began to pull out supplies, not daring to leave anything behind, fearing that if Wen Ning grew impatient she would act. 990. 888. 887. 886. Tisk, your robbery skills aren't impressive. Of what use is this pile of junk? Lu Ba was already running out of strength, his lips beginning to turn pale and slightly purple. He lay in a pool of sticky blood, trying to explain. My supplies. Got it, then there are still 886 cuts left. I'll hurry, aiming to let you survive long enough to take these 886 cuts. Wen Ning approached with a kind and gentle expression, her refined iron dagger gleaming in the firelight. No. You. Please. Swish. Wen Ning ruthlessly sliced his throat. Lu Ba's remaining words were stuck in his throat. In the moment he fell, he heard Wen Ning's last words. In the next life, be a good person. In the pool of blood, Lu Ba didn't even have the strength to struggle, only weakly waiting for his life to fade away. The system detects that your life is at 1. The system detects that your life signs have disappeared. Game over. All traces of you on Blue Star will be erased. Thank you for your efforts. Goodbye. After cleanly slicing Lu Ba's throat, Wen Ning stood up and looked at the bodies sprawled in the courtyard. Do I have to deal with the bodies myself? Wen Ning gazed at the 6 corpses scattered in the yard, which showed no sign of vanishing. A sudden cry escaped. It's over. Battle. You were excellent today. Go home. Wen Ning did not stint in her praise for Hu Zai. Though she later hinted he was a bit cumbersome, the cub's performance in combat was undeniably notable. Order without hesitation. This is a soldier's most fundamental discipline. Sometimes restraint is harder to achieve than indulgence, because Hu Zai could master his belligerent impulses when Ning would thereafter dare to entrust her back to him. As for the corpses, when Ning tossed them one by one out of the yard, if they had not disappeared by morning, she would dig a pit and bury them. Of course, she salvaged the armor weapons and the scattered blue torches from the bodies. Aside from the fine-grade soft armor on Lu Bo, Wen Ning intended to sell everything else. Every scrap of loot counts. Replacing basic materials would also be most welcome. It was impossible not to feel some stir of emotion in her first fight against her own kind. Yet Wen Ning told herself she had adapted well, cold, detached, and merciless. Back at the refuge, she washed the blood from her skin and lay down. With a thought, 2 items manifested in her hand: a parchment scroll and a blue bead. Wen Ning concentrated on the blue bead. Demon Pearl Epic, a permanent artifact. Its fathomless blue grants it a unique function. When used to ignite a torch, it can dispel darkness within a 50-meter radius, reducing its intensity by 80%. However, the torch's burn time is halved. This pearl can dispel darkness. Wen Ning understood it to mean it could drive away the things in the dark that make one's blood run cold. She then produced a scavenged torch. Demon torch, remaining burn time 1 hour 48 minutes. With it you may explore the poetry and distant horizons of the night. What rotten luck had smiled on Lu Bo to yield such items? Wen Ning had never seen anything like it. Had much to do with where she lived. Wen Ning's grassland, though accompanied by a small grove, was desperately short of supplies. Ores were a thing she had never even seen. Besides the lone grassland hare Hu Zai had spotted, there were almost no animals. Even if she had luck with crates, basic materials were truly scarce. If only she could move somewhere else, Wen Ning thought. Once signed, the signee becomes the owner's slave. Slave contract, a one-time contract item. Once signed, the signee becomes the owner's slave. The game interface is locked except for inventory. The slave retains consciousness, but loses autonomous agency. The contract is undone only upon the death of either party. The slave's refuge becomes a subordinate refuge of the owner. If the slave dies, the refuge will not disappear. Wen Ning frowned as she examined the item. One can control thoughts yet not actions. Wouldn't that be watching oneself perform deeds that violate one's truth? No wonder the person had stood before Lu Bo in terror. And the ability to command others' refuges, good heavens, if one possessed 100 of these refuges, would be spread across the world. After reading those 2 items, Wen Ning lost interest in the rest. She stowed food and necessities in storage, and listed the remainder on the trading market. Wasteland, January 4th, 223 Deep Night. Tomorrow would be the 5th day, the last day of the mild season. The trading market was liveliest at this hour. Everyone rushed to swap supplies now, for once the disaster began, prices would change. The heavy metallic scent of blood still clung to the yard, keeping Wen Ning's heart from settling. The world channel was flooded with voices. She glanced at it twice, and then closed it. She muttered the calming chant several times. She felt like a lone wolf in the wilderness, unsocial, unwilling to blend in. That loneliness and the ensuing abuse would only come in waves, overwhelming as the tide. Hu Zai sensed Wen Ning's unrest, quietly finished the remaining half-piece of meat, then nestled against the side of her neck. World Channel, does Huagua's official refuge have no administrator? World Channel, that rank 1 player today is clearly trying to split our nation. World Channel, I watched the livestream. She may be ruthless, but her stance wasn't wrong. If people leave me alone, I leave them alone. World Channel, why worry about this now? Aren't you more concerned about the disaster the day after tomorrow? World Channel, because of people like rank 1 our launching population keeps dwindling. World Channel, up there, how many saint points do you have? I'm nearly broke. You're so generous, won't you? Even with a 5-point World Channel message, things had become like this. The free area channels were even more chaotic. Especially the area channel Wen Ning used even had an official spokesman. Many self-styled saints and benefactors kept tagging that major, hoping the official would step in to punish Wen Ning. Amid the abuse, most inquiries were about the coordinates of Wen Ning's refuge and how much loot she had taken in the fight. Bye. Night deepened as survivors gradually settled down to sleep. In a corner of the wasteland, a dozen refuges clustered together like a small village. It formed something like a basin. To the east of the cluster lay a vast lake, to the west a stand of bamboo. In the largest refuge at the center, a group sat properly around a long table. Seated at the head was a square-jawed man. Delegates on either side voiced their opinions and argued fiercely. A recorder watched anxiously as the notebook in his hand filled with dense notes. The square-jawed man rose and the room fell silent. No more arguing. That girl is not the problem in this matter. Chief. But don't call me Chief. Here we are equals. We are all players survivors. Although the Huaguo Refuge Network has been established, cooperation against the disaster is voluntary. Stop fixating on punishing someone. In chaotic times, heroes rise and fall, only the strong win the right to speak. And you speak for justice. You're after that girl's supplies. I couldn't care less what you say. At least so far we haven't made the leaderboard. Even if you take 10 steps back, can you find her? A hush fell over the room. The square-jawed man drew a deep breath. Our urgent task is to discover how to overcome the next calamity as soon as possible to allow as many survivors as possible to get through it. Tick, tick. Wen Ning lay on her bed and tilted her head. Is it raining? 10 minutes later the rain began in earnest. It was really rain. Area channel, it's raining. Area channel, oh my, there's water at last. Area channel, finally some water. Area channel, they're raining at night just to stop us from collecting it. Area channel, me again. I reserved a rain collection spout in my refuge ages ago. The Wasteland's first rain fell in a heady tumultuous downpour. When Ning listened, a thunder rolled. Her room had a thermal stone that regulated temperature automatically. Even with the rain, she felt no chill. Boom! The thunder cracked across the sky and the curtain of rain thickened and intensified. Area channel, help. My refuge is flooding. Area channel, mine too. It's almost up to the bed. What do we do, eh? Area channel, upstairs is lucky. Just live in the lake pavilion in future. In the pitch-dark night, the blood scent in the yard was slowly washed away by the rain, and the sound of raindrops became the only noise. Wen Ning drifted off into a drowsy sleep. On January 5th of the Wasteland at 8:00 am, rain poured down. Many survivors were caught off guard by the sudden rain last night. The drainage system of the shelter was inadequate, leading to initial joy at the arrival of rain turning into suffering. Not to mention scooping water in the middle of the night, some survivor shelters were completely submerged. Those fortunate enough to survive hurriedly escaped the shelter early in the morning in search of another way out. Wen Ning woke up early and checked the regional channel 8600. After experiencing a disaster, the number of deaths during the gentle season had decreased even further. Wen Ning speculated that most of these people had died at the hands of their own kind. After all, the desire for self-destruction among survivors had significantly diminished. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. Wen Ning had not much to do today: tidy up the yard, collect the refreshed wood and stones, and bury the dead. After spending half an hour preparing a delicious breakfast and feeding the tiger cub, Wen Ning took out 2 raincoats. They were among the supplies seized yesterday. Detected breathable raincoats too. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding, synthesis successful. The synthesized raincoat felt much thicker. Wen Ning's outfit consisted of a separate jacket and rain pants, making it more convenient for movement. Breathable waterproof raincoat. The inner layer of the fabric is coated with a special windproof and moisture-permeable coating containing 1 billion micropores per square inch, allowing gas molecules to pass in one direction while preventing water molecules from passing through. In simple terms, you now have a multifunctional raincoat that is waterproof, fogproof, and gasproof. Fogproof. Could it be just an illusion? Wen Ning felt that the system was reminding her of something. Listening to advice leads to fullness. Wen Ning decided to quickly arrange the gas mask, just in case. After some selection, Wen Ning listed a batch of items. Seller trading item: machete, excellent, a good knife that can cut watermelons. Required item: gas mask. Remarks: none. Seller trading item: fresh apples 2. Required item: gas mask. Remarks: none. Seller trading item: Kong Shifu, old soup, sauerkraut, lamb noodles 1. Required item: gas mask. Remarks: none. Seller trading item: rattan armor, excellent, a rattan armor with a defense of 30, crafted in a way that can withstand stronger attacks. Required item: gas mask. Remarks: none. She spent 30 points in one breath. Now she just had to wait for a fateful person. Perhaps everyone guessed that the thick fog was not simple and no one was selling gas masks. So Wen Ning was not relying solely on this avenue. She planned to go out to see if there were any mutated beasts, hoping to find some boxes. Owo. Where to go? The cub followed Wen Ning closely, ready to go out. However, looking at the heavy rain outside, Wen Ning decided to let the cub stay home to guard. "You stay here and wait for me to come back." Wen Ning opened the door and glanced back at the cub. "A piece of meat is missing. You know." The tiger cub immediately drooped its head, responding less. Wen Ning stepped out in her raincoat. In the yard, the greenhouse was unharmed. The fierce battle yesterday had not damaged it. Wen Ning took a quick glance and moved on, deciding to harvest the rice when it matured. Now she needed to rearrange the traps in the yard. After picking up the wooden boards used by Lu Bo and others to destroy the traps, Wen Ning realized that the rain was too heavy to reset them. The yard was filled with ponds of varying depths. The soil was so wet it was like mush, making it impossible to conceal the traps. The grass was all turned up, scattered here and there. Wen Ning had no choice but to bring out all her containers. With such heavy rain, it would be a waste not to collect some rainwater. Her large red wine barrel still had about half of it unfilled. After setting up the containers to collect rainwater, Wen Ning left the yard. Sure enough, several corpses were still there, glimmering with a bluish-white light under the rain's impact. Limbs and scattered bodies were carelessly piled together. Wen Ning wrapped several of them in plastic and stuffed them into her backpack. Then she took her axe and shovel into the small woods. She began to dig a pit. Burying the dead on a rainy day made Wen Ning feel like a psychopathic killer from a horror movie. But what was up with this game? Don't player corpses get resolved at all? Does that mean the corpses of players who died before still exist in this world? The soil in the woods was much softer than that of the grassland. Wen Ning spent more than half an hour digging a 2-meter deep pit. She tossed the bodies in along with the plastic and began to fill the pit with soil. After filling it, she didn't forget to pound it down tightly with her shovel. After finishing, Wen Ning took out her axe and began her journey of wealth on the last day of the gentle season. If anyone claims that resources are abundant on the grassland, Wen Ning would definitely get anxious. Aside from this small forest, what else does she have? She couldn't even pick up 2 stones. Most of the supplies brought out from the ruins had been traded away. Life was tight, and now she also had an edible tiger. The rain was incredibly heavy. The strands of hair on Wen Ning's forehead were practically soaked through. 2 hours later, Wen Ning had chopped down all the trees. On the other side of the woods, due to the rainwater washing, a small stream had formed, continuously flowing with water. Given her limited backpack space, Wen Ning synthesized 2 red wine barrels and filled them before returning to the shelter. This rain came unexpectedly, bringing a large amount of fresh water to many survivors who had no water resources stored. The once high-priced water resources in the trading market had now become dirt cheap. On her way back, Wen Ning received 3 notifications of successful trades. They were for her rattan armor, machete, and fresh apples, which brought her 3 gas masks. These 3 gas masks seemed to have all come from boxes identical in size, shape, and color. A slight smile crept onto Wen Ning's lips, and now even if there was something in the thick fog, she wouldn't be afraid. Looking at the huge amount of survival points she had left, Wen Ning decided to acquire some more items, such as although her shelter was already made of stone, this time was different from the last. The merging of maps brought more opportunities for collaboration. Moreover, Wen Ning had seen Lu Bo and others relying on robbing other shelters for a living with all sorts of strange tools in hand. Wen Ning felt that if she wanted to hold a place on the next disaster leaderboard, she had to upgrade her shelter to iron as soon as possible. In addition, this defense made Wen Ning have new ideas about the design of the shelter. It's often said that wealth should not be flaunted. If Wen Ning wanted to walk the lone wolf path to the end, the concealment and defense of the shelter had to be enhanced. Thus, upon returning to the shelter, Wen Ning began frantically trading for supplies. The only target was iron ingots. Chung Dingkuan contributed nearly 500 units of iron ingots to her. She also purchased another 500 from the trading platform. As a result, Wen Ning's vegetables and fruits were nearly depleted, with only 50 of each remaining. Her survival points had also dropped to 400. As night fell, Wen Ning turned all the iron ingots she had collected into walls and ceilings. She even replaced the foundation. The cellar and tunnel were not replaced, as she considered the concealment of the cellar. For now, she set aside the renovation. She also purchased another 500 from the trading platform. As a result, Wen Ning's vegetables and fruits were nearly depleted, with only 50 of each remaining. Her survival points had also dropped to 400. System prompt: the second global disaster fog wilderness has officially arrived. This disaster will last for 48 hours. On January 6th in the Wasteland at 8:00 a.m. the disaster season has begun. The system announcement declares that the first round of airdrops has been randomly delivered near the shelters. Wen Ning paused while preparing breakfast, raising her eyes to glance out the window. The rain had stopped as she got out of bed, and she had planned to go outside after breakfast to store the collected rainwater in a wine barrel. However, now less than half an hour had passed. Outside, a thick fog enveloped everything, making it impossible to see the gate of her shelter. Airdrop. For some reason Wen Ning felt that the system wouldn't be that kind-hearted. However, judging by the previous round of natural disasters, even when they began there was a certain harm to the human body. The harm wouldn't be too severe. Therefore Wen Ning decided to go and scavenge the airdrop. After all, one might strike it rich. Wen Ning finished preparing the plain noodles and served them to have breakfast with Huzi. Currently Huzi needed over 2,000 experience points to level up. 3 meals a day would consume about 10 pounds of meat. By this calculation Wen Ning's few tons of meat would probably not be enough for Huzi to reach maturity. The two of them ate quietly, seemingly uninterested in the system's alert about the treasure chest. Regional channel, haha. I said this is a welfare disaster. Did you hear? Airdrop. Regional channel, is this airdrop based on headcount or by shelter? We have several players in our shelter. Regional channel, they won't make us fight each other, right? Regional channel, does anyone really dare to go out? Wen Ning saw this and immediately clicked on Zheng Han's live stream. Surprisingly, more than a dozen streams on the leaderboard were all broadcasting today's disaster. The most popular one was Zheng Han, who enjoyed predicting disasters. In his live stream he was preparing. In Zheng Han's frame he wasn't alone, there was also a man and a woman with him. Hello everyone. I am Zheng Han, welcome to my live stream. The man and woman beside me are new members of my team, and we are getting ready to go out and scavenge for the airdrop. This disaster is just as I predicted. After the rain there will definitely be thick fog. Given the nature of the Wasteland game, there might be something in this fog, so we will be wearing masks and gas masks when we go out. Bullet Screen Junction 666, 6666, I want to know how to join your team. Bullet Screen, this fog looks normal except for being a bit thick. Is it a conspiracy theory? Bullet Screen, stop talking nonsense. You up. Zheng Han automatically filtered out the negative comments, only responding to the key points. Currently our team is not accepting new members. After this disaster those fated to meet can help each other. The Bullet Screen praised Zheng Han's generosity, and he continued preparing briskly. He and his two teammates put on masks and a gas mask before heading out. The camera fixed on the three from behind. At first their figures were distinguishable, but after walking about 50 meters they gradually faded from view on the live stream. The distance between the three was about 5 meters and their shapes were becoming hard to distinguish. Don't stray too far from each other, be careful of mutated beasts in the fog. Zheng Han held a crossbow and behind him was the revolver commonly seen by the live stream viewers. Bullet Screen, to be honest, isn't a gun more effective? The crossbow takes too long to reload. Bullet Screen, have you considered that his gun might be out of bullets? Bullet Screen. Zheng Han glanced at the Bullet Screen, his mouth twitching slightly. He had to admit that these players were sharpy to his gun, indeed only had one bullet. He didn't plan to use it unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the threat of firearms was even more terrifying against similar beings. The man and woman ahead were a couple Zheng Han had known since the beginning of the Wasteland. The two had real-life CS club experience and were quite fit. After joining Zheng Han, they built a wooden shelter in just 2 days. The three formed a survival team with Zheng Han as the leader, naturally becoming the captain after he provided some resources and intelligence. Zheng Han's goal was simple: to continue climbing the rankings. Mutual benefit was not a bad thing. Hangu, how about we split up to search? The young man Shinfeng said that the fog seemed nothing special, just thicker, without any odd colors or strange smells. However, Shinfeng felt something was off. His plan was to find the airdrop quickly and return to the shelter. Zheng Han also sensed that their efficiency was too low. Together nodded and agreed to the plan. However, he added, let's open the airdrop together when we bring it back. The man and woman exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Thus the three separated in front of the shelter. Zheng Han chose a direction to head out. After taking a couple of steps, he instinctively opened the system panel to take a look. The next second, Shinfeng, Lin Na, come back. He turned around in a hurry, but there were no signs of the two behind him. Zheng Han's face visibly showed panic, cold sweat streaming down. He turned to the live stream camera, his terrified expression sending chills down everyone's spine. Bullet Screen, what the hell? What happened? Is Zhang Xin possessed? Bullet Screen, there are indeed dirty things in the thick fog. Everyone don't go out. Bullet Screen, so anxious. Are you still alive? What happened? Tell us. Zheng Han finally reacted, swallowing hard. Then he spoke, everyone, my system panel shows that the coordinates are missing. Are you still alive? What happened? Tell us. Zheng Han finally reacted, swallowing hard. Then he spoke, everyone, the visibility in this thick fog kept shrinking, now down to 1 or 2 meters. He was extremely fearful, realizing he might not find his way back to the shelter, because now all around was a white mist, making it impossible to discern directions. The bullet screen fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then countless comments began to flood in like a tide. Some sympathized with Zhang Han while others were relieved they hadn't gone out. The majority urged Zhang Han to return the way he came. Zhang Han, awakening from his daze, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began to recall how he had exited. We turned right when we went out, then walked straight for about 80 meters. Bullet screen anchor, the visibility is less than 2 meters now. You can't afford to make a mistake or you might miss your shelter. Bullet screen, the most distant distance in the world is not between life and death, but when my shelter is clearly within my line of sight yet I cannot see it. Bullet screen, I have plenty of plant fibers here. I've crafted several hemp ropes that are ready for use. If anyone needs them, just message me. I don't have many survival points left. Bullet screen, hemp rope. Hemp rope? Bro, save me a piece. Wen Ning immediately thought of tying a hemp rope around herself before heading out to prevent getting lost. She still had some in her warehouse and would try it soon. Meanwhile, Zhang Han on camera also began his journey back home. The fog in front of him was getting thicker, and it had reached a point where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He felt like a blind person, head down, groping for the way. He just needed a walking stick. At the same time, the bullet screen was filled with comments. Bullet screen, be careful, anchor. There are mutated beasts in this thick fog. Bullet screen, it's true. I just saw a streamer from the beautiful country who got lost in the fog and suddenly shouted, fuck. Suddenly a dark shadow pounced and he screamed before disappearing. Dark shadows, mutated beasts, thick fog, disappearing coordinates. This disaster seems to be much more severe than people realize. Wen Ning thought for a moment and her plan gradually took shape. Zhang Han was still groping around and the viewers in the live stream were becoming increasingly anxious. Wen Ning exited the live stream and took a look at the regional channel. Number of people 8,256. Half an hour into the disaster season, over 300 people had already died. The number of people in the area channel drops by one roughly every 10 seconds. These individuals are likely those who impulsively ventured out to collect airdrops only to get lost and be dealt with by mutated beasts. Area channel, everyone please do not go outside. I just tied myself with a rope and went out. After only 50 meters my rope broke. Area channel, I retraced my steps and nearly missed my shelter. Fortunately, I didn't venture too far. Area channel, I told you pies don't fall from the sky. To the one upstairs, how did your rope break? Area channel, it seems something bit through it. The break is jagged, but I didn't encounter it on my way back. How lucky. Area channel, has anyone successfully picked up an airdrop so far? Area channel, is this natural disaster just the system luring us out to collect airdrops only for us to get lost and be harvested by mutated beasts? Area channel, so we just won't go outside, right? Is it that simple? Wen Ning didn't believe it. This first airdrop is certainly the easiest to obtain. Given the current situation, it will only become more difficult from here on. Wen Ning was reluctant to give up on this airdrop. However, how could she go outside? If only there were a GPS. Lost in thought, she didn't notice Huzi, who was excitedly looking in a direction through the dense fog. After circling the door twice, she turned back to see Wen Ning in a daze. Owo. There are good things, let's go collect them. Huh. Owo. I can see it. It's over there. See it. Can you see through? What do you mean, huh? Huzi didn't understand what Wen Ning was saying, tilting his head to look up at her. A flash of suspicion crossed Wen Ning's eyes. This Huzi was likely acting on his innate instinct to seek advantages and avoid danger. It's very dangerous outside, once you go out you might not come back. Wen Ning explained in a way Huzi could understand. He seemed to grasp it, and after glancing at the pure white fog outside, he turned around as if enlightened. Owo. Are you blind? I can see. I'll bring you back. Owo. Today, I'll reluctantly act as your guide, tiger. It seemed impossible to refute. In that case, Wen Ning decided to venture out and meet the mutated beasts inside. However, she never forgot the theme of this disaster. Even Zhang Han wore a gas mask, so Wen Ning certainly wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. She needed to show the greatest respect to the Wasteland world. So far, no one had mentioned the fog being toxic in the World Channel. Donning the raincoat she crafted, Wen Ning took out 3 gas masks. She tried to put one on Huzi, but he swatted it away disdainfully. Owo. No way. This tiger is immune to all poisons. Fine, you're the big brother now, you decide. Wen Ning directly synthesized the remaining 2. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a self-circulating gas mask 1. Self-circulating gas mask with excellent craftsmanship. It possesses magical abilities. It can not only filter toxic gas, but also generate oxygen and energy. It surprisingly only requires a bottle of mineral water. While this gas mask is quite excessive. However, Wen Ning liked this feature. It meant she wouldn't feel suffocated when wearing it. After some research, she found that 1 bottle of mineral water was enough for the gas mask to function for 8 hours. Delighted, she put it on and followed Huzi out the door. Despite Wen Ning's cautious nature, she didn't dare to relax even with Huzi leading the way. She secured the rope and made a mark on the ground with each step. Huzi was shaking his head and leading the way while Wen Ning followed carefully. The visibility in the fog was less than 50 meters and Wen Ning was practically glued to Huzi. It had rained the night before, leaving the ground wet, and at some point a lot of chaotic footprints had appeared. Wen Ning wore the gas mask dressed in a raincoat and had soft armor underneath, making her movements somewhat clumsy. Huzi would take a few steps and then stop to wait for her. He showed no impatience, but rather maintained a guarding posture facing away from Wen Ning. Although she couldn't see where he was, Huzi kept calling out to guide her. The little owl gave Wen Ning a tremendous sense of security. Cubs, use your active skill. Owl, no need, this tiger will remind you when I see it. Using it now wouldn't disperse the fog. Surprised that Huzi had seen through her thoughts, Wen Ning frowned at the disappearing coordinates on the system panel. Only the coordinates had vanished, everything else was functioning normally. She glanced at the time. It was now 9 a.m. and the visibility in the fog had dropped to less than 10 centimeters. As Wen Ning walked inside, she was essentially blind. Bending down, she scooped Huzi into her arms. He lazily pointed the way for Wen Ning like a living compass. You aren't a system-created cheat, are you? Wen Ning knew deeply that this was a Wasteland game, so it was normal for there to be a few cheats in the game. Just like her, she had a cheat, although she hadn't used it much lately. Owo. This tiger is exceptional. Exceptional. Huzi emphasized his lineage with pride. Yes, exceptional. How far is the airdrop? Owo, 10 steps to the right. Although Huzi didn't understand what Wen Ning meant by airdrop, he knew that this box was the best thing in this grassland, so it must be right. So close. Wen Ning hurriedly walked 10 steps to the right. Everything around her was white and hazy. Unless she accidentally kicked something underfoot, even if the airdrop was right in front of her, she wouldn't be able to see it. Found it. Wen Ning crouched down, casually placing Huzi on the airdrop box and leaned in to examine it. The box was small but exquisite. The texture beneath her hands resembled some kind of luxurious decoration. Wen Ning felt like a blind person trying to feel an elephant. According to the World Channel, it was at least a diamond-level treasure chest. Good things must be snatched into her own bowl first for safety. With a thought, Wen Ning stored the box in her backpack. Cubs, let's go back. Thud. After a nimble backflip landing, Wen Ning's wide-open eyes instantly brimmed with killing intent. However, despite her efforts to focus, she still saw nothing in front of her. Owo. There's something dirty. It's dark and ugly. Where is it? Wen Ning couldn't see Huzi's location, but she could hear the sounds and feel the wind generated as something flew past her cheek. She could sense it. Wen Ning stood still, afraid to act rashly. She couldn't figure out the other party's moves, but Huzi was very important. Without him, she might not be able to find her way back. Cubs, come to me. Owo. It ran away, disappearing in an instant. A fluffy figure approached her feet. Wen Ning scooped up Huzi and placed him on her shoulder. Then let's... Before she could finish her sentence, a huge sense of crisis surged from behind. Wen Ning reflexively rolled forward, dodging the attack. Huzi on her shoulder immediately retaliated, and for a moment all Wen Ning could hear was the sound of the two beasts wrestling together. It seemed that Huzi had the upper hand. The opponent gradually exhausted its strength and ultimately abandoned Huzi to turn and attack Wen Ning. Owo. Dodge. The intent to kill surged toward her, but this time Wen Ning did not evade. Her ears twitched, her right hand extended backward, and she leaned back to brush past the mutated beast that lunged at her. Puff. The knife that suddenly appeared in her right hand precisely stabbed into the neck of the mutated beast above her head, and she quickly pressed it to the ground while drawing out a long gun with her other hand. The force of struggle beneath her hand suddenly increased to the utmost limit, then quickly dissipated. You have successfully killed a fog-wild mutant leopard. Do you wish to collect the loot? Since she couldn't see the system, kindly reminded Wen Ning. Warm blood still lingered on her hands, but she certainly wouldn't refuse the materials. Congratulations on obtaining mutated beast meat 5, 10 kilograms each. Congratulations on obtaining treasure chest fog 1. World Channel, I found an airdrop, hahaha, there are indeed good things. Where are the people upstairs? World Channel, didn't you see that their names have turned gray? Say, are there mutated beasts next to the airdrop? World Channel, I knew the system wouldn't be this kind. Damn. As Wen Ning was walking back, people on the World Channel were gradually announcing that they found an airdrop. However, no one had disclosed what they opened inside the airdrop yet. It was likely that there wasn't even a chance to open it. Wen Ning's journey back to the shelter was very calm, and she didn't encounter any mutated beasts again. She thought it was just her good luck. In fact, the tiger cub deliberately led Wen Ning on a detour away from the attack range of the mutated beasts in the thick fog. The reason was simple: there were several mutated beasts that it couldn't defeat. She definitely couldn't lose face in front of this woman. So the tiger avoided danger and directly took Wen Ning back to the shelter. Next time we go out we won't need to bring a rope anymore. After entering, Wen Ning put the hemp rope back in storage. The Hoo brand GPS was very reliable, capable of both defense and offense. Why didn't we encounter any mutated beasts on our way back? Ow. The tiger didn't know, maybe it was scared away by its own pressure. The cub held its head high with seriousness, while Wen Ning was half convinced. Combining the tiger's usual arrogant personality, she guessed a rough idea. She didn't expose the tiger; after all, they would need the tiger's extraordinary guidance ability on their next outing. Ow. Look good stuff. Since the people on the World Channel are hiding what they have, let's open it ourselves. Wen Ning laid out 2 boxes, one big and one small. Only then did she clearly see the airdrop treasure chest. Exquisitely designed, the blue shell was intricately engraved with complex patterns. Let's open this one with a lower surprise level first. Successfully opened treasure chest fog. Congratulations, you have obtained hot spring water 4. The only difference was that the color had turned light blue. Wen Ning could roughly guess what might be inside. Referring to the treasure chest device, it should contain some food and water along with special fragments. Let's open this one with a lower surprise level first. Successfully opened treasure chest fog. Congratulations, you have obtained hot spring water 4. Congratulations, you have obtained fragment electricity 1. Fragment. Electricity. Wen Ning had been considering the energy issue while building the shelter, as future shelters would only become larger. After all, she couldn't rely entirely on torches for lighting, right? Indeed, they had obtained fragment electricity. Workbench. Wen Ning immediately flipped to the page about the energy core of the workbench. Having obtained fragment electricity, the corresponding energy core lit up. A light blue snowflake-shaped energy core. Lightning energy core, fragment electricity 51. Hint: power supply. Although she had suspected it for a long time, Wen Ning was still shocked. It should be noted that crossing from primitive society to the electrical era took the ancestors of Blue Star thousands of years. Wen Ning understood all too well the importance of electricity in the Wasteland world. Her mind was flooded with countless ideas in an instant. 2 simple and crude words contained too much information. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Wen Ning was itching to rush out and battle the mutated beasts outside another 800 rounds. But reason prevailed over impulse, and she carefully stored away this fragment. Then she looked at the other treasure chest. This was an airdrop. Surely it contained more than the disaster treasure chest. Under everyone's gaze, Wen Ning opened the airdrop treasure chest. A flash of white light passed, and the system prompt sounded appropriately. Successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained Safe House Core 1. Safe House Core can completely store the shelter within it, and can be placed out again, and note that one Safe House Core can only be used once. So that means I have a chance to move. Wen Ning was immediately excited after seeing the attributes, and didn't even complain that the airdrop only yielded 1 item. This Safe House Core was immensely practical for Wen Ning. Next time I encounter someone raiding homes, if I can't defeat them, I can just run away. Ow. Run away. Don't worry, I'll take you with me. Calming the restless tiger beside her, Wen Ning glanced at Zhang Han's live stream. It was already 11 a.m., and Zhang Han still hadn't returned to his shelter. Knowing that he hadn't gone too far, Zhang Han was now crouching on the ground, feeling around carefully. He couldn't afford to miss a single detail. The visibility outside was essentially zero due to thick fog, but thanks to the system's supernatural abilities, everyone could see Zhang Han's clear outline in the live stream. It was already 11 a.m., and Zhang Han still hadn't returned to his shelter. Knowing that he hadn't gone, Zhang Han originally wanted to report safely and casually opened the private chat channel for his 2 teammates in his mind, only to have his expression suddenly freeze. Because Shenfeng's avatar had dimmed. Lin Na was still there, but Zhang Han felt pessimistic. In the vast white fog, he couldn't discern the direction at all. Clearly he was blind after opening his eyes. If it weren't for the barrage in the live stream, Zhang Han would have collapsed long ago. Barrage, looking at this, the teammates have probably GD. Zhang Han forced a bitter smile, not refuting it. He was relatively lucky he hadn't encountered any mutated beast attacks along the way. It was just that the mental stress was quite substantial. Barrage, why does Zhang Shen's expression look so off? Barrage, he must have been blind for too long in the thick fog, which is tormenting, but he can't do anything about it and doesn't dare to wander. Barrage, this is the system's conspiracy. Even if we aren't attacked by mutated beasts, we can't find our way back. When night falls, there's only a dead end. Cold sweat kept dripping down Zhang Han's face. The phrase "only a dead end" in the barrage deeply stimulated his nerves, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Before his crossing, he was just an outdoor blogger with a few thousand followers. His educational videos never broke 3 digits in views. In the Wasteland, he had accidentally gained attention through his abilities, which made him think he could run rampant in the Wasteland. But reality taught him a harsh lesson. Struggling and feeling his way forward a few steps, Zhang Han suddenly turned his head sharply. His unfocused gaze fixated on a particular spot, and he reached out with trembling hands, touching that strongly intuitive place in front of him. It was real. Zhang Han was overjoyed and quickly stood up. The audience in the live stream also became excited. Barrage, wow. 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 Zhang Shen is indeed a man who understands feng shui. Barrage, amazing. You are the first person I've seen who could find their way back after getting lost. Zhang Han couldn't care less about the barrage. Like a desperate person who had finally found rain after a long drought, he fumbled along the outer wall. After finding the main door, he suddenly collapsed inside. It was his own shelter. Crouching on the threshold, Zhang Han smiled with tears in his eyes, feeling a bit crazed. He wanted to howl, "I Hu Hanjing have finally returned." After calming down for a long time, Zhang Han raised his face and addressed the viewers in the live stream. Today's adventure was very exciting. I am Zhang Han, bringing you the most accurate disaster predictions. See you next time. January 6th in the Wasteland 1400 disaster season. System announcement: the second round of airdrops has been randomly released near the shelters. 6 hours later, during the third hour after Zhang Han returned to his shelter, the second round of airdrops was delivered. Wen Ning, after making preparations, stepped out with Huzi. Ow. Are we really going? The monsters outside have become much stronger. Last round, only a few Huzi couldn't handle it, but now all the mutated beasts can match them evenly. Stronger. Is the dense fog the source of these mutated beasts' power? After pondering for a moment, Wen Ning confirmed the combat strategy. If we can hide, we hide. If we can't, we fight. If we can't fight, we run. Ow, that's what Huzi is best at. The man and the tiger, fully equipped, stepped out again. At that moment in the World Channel, this airdrop isn't worth picking up. I opened a pet egg, and after the blood drop hatching, it turned out to be a pig. Pet. I opened something that looks like a safe house core. It seems very useful. Ha. I opened a backpack expansion coupon. Storage space directly doubled. Has everyone found the airdrop? Our shelters, dozen or so people, are now lost and can't get back. Just now 4 of them have already died. Moreover, from our 3 shelters, we only got 1 airdrop. Upstairs, could it be that you guys only... I'm not lucky enough to receive the second one. The fog is too dense. I'm now face to face with a mutated beast, and I might not even be able to see it. Everyone don't go. I just took 3 steps outside and a mutated beast rushed at me. I hurried back to the shelter. Focus. Mutated beasts won't attack people inside the shelter. This thick fog appears harmless, but the system first lures survivors out with airdrops and silently erases their coordinates. Now the items opened from the airdrops are all strange, but relatively rare, so survivors who missed the first round of airdrops are beginning to stir for the second round. However, no one knows that the strength of the mutated beasts in the dense fog has increased several times. To obtain the second round of airdrops, one not only needs luck but also strength. In a group of shelters in the wilderness, the square-faced Li Wei watched the action team in front of him. Suo Luo, you lead this time. Make sure to bring back this airdrop. The man in camouflage mountaineering gear stood straight, his eyes resolute. Behind him were 5 young men dressed in the same mountaineering gear, each exceptional. Before the crossing, Suo Luo was the captain of the Special Forces action team. After crossing, he and one of his teammates were lucky to land in the same area. After confirming their superior was in this region, the 2 actively made contact. And they found the main force the day after the first disaster. The remaining 4 team members also came from various top forces of Blue Star. During the first round of airdrops, Li Wei also sent this team out to explore. Suo Luo led the search within a kilometer radius, bringing back 1 airdrop and defeating quite a few mutated beasts, gaining many disaster treasure chests. The system is indeed cunning, using such opportunities to divide and conquer the survivors. This second round, Suo Luo is still leading. When stepping out, the inspector tied a fishing line to the position at Suo Luo's heel. As Suo Luo walked, the fishing line would move along the ground, preventing it from being bitten off by a mutated beast. This fishing line is 1,000 meters long, enough for Suo Luo and the others to explore far. Suo Luo saluted Li Wei, and the group then one by one with their packs stepped out. They plunged into the thick fog and almost instantly disappeared from sight. This fog had condensed as if it were tangible. The color of the fog had also turned milky white, which was very unusual. The team walked carefully, step by step. The team members had all undergone brutal elimination training, each strong in their own right. They were like the sharp blades of the military. Before Suo Luo was a vast expanse of white. Apart from the ground beneath his feet, there were only the comrades beneath his palm. The breathing of a few was clearly audible. Having walked less than 500 meters, the leading team member kicked something underfoot. Thump. Suo Luo's back stiffened with vigilance. Although he couldn't see, he instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. The front team member slowly crouched down, first touching the box with his fingers, then exclaimed in surprise, "Captain Suo. Found it." Suo Luo's expression eased momentarily, but immediately became serious again. Having walked less than 500 meters, the leading team member kicked something underfoot. Thump. Suo Luo's back stiffened with vigilance. Although he couldn't see, he instinctively, but in the last round it was only after he picked up the airdrop treasure chest that the mutated beasts refreshed. If it weren't for their good cooperation, they would have been lightly injured at best, or worse. Caution brings longevity, especially now when they were in the state of 6 blind men. Pick up. The team members formed a back-to-back battle formation, and only then did Suo Luo pick up the box. The vigilant team members waited a full 10 seconds, and when no threats emerged from around, they finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Captain Suo, it seems this box isn't guarded by mutated beasts. Why don't we?" The team member rubbed his fists, the warrior spirit within him stirring. Everything was going too smoothly this time. Going back like this would feel too unaccomplished. However, the composed Suo Luo did not agree to his request. As commander, the primary task was this box. Even if they were to kill mutated beasts, it had to wait until after the mission was completed. "First, let's return the box," Suo Luo ordered calmly. The team members couldn't see his expression, but no one dared to defy. The standard for entering this team is to withstand 3 moves under Suo Luo. Therefore, everyone present has experienced Suo Luo's terrifying strength. Yes. After answering in unison, the team returned along the same route, quickly getting back to the shelter. On the other side, Awo. Die. The mutated animal under Wen Ning's command struggled futilely, ultimately unwillingly gasping its last. Under Hughes's precise guidance and Wen Ning's keen perception, the two took down the mutated beast guarding the airdrop. When human vision is obstructed, the senses of smell and hearing become more acute. Just like now, even though Wen Ning wore a gas mask, the heavy stench of blood still fiercely stimulated her nostrils. Without needing to see, she knew she must be covered in blood. Wen Ning felt a sharp pain on her back. During the battle just now, she had been slapped several times. She was almost bitten. Thankfully, Huzi held its ground at a crucial moment. This box is really hard to get. Huzi, you were even knocked away just now. Awo. Who said that? It was a sneak attack. This tiger didn't even react. The mutated beast did not drop the box, and the system did not provide Wen Ning with any kill information. From start to finish, she didn't even know what it looked like. Wen Ning, still feeling apprehensive, decided to quickly return after picking up this box. The strength of this mutated beast has increased exponentially. Moreover, it seems that there are more things in this fog. Wen Ning had heard several times already. Subtle sounds like flying insects. Although they seem insignificant, they give Wen Ning a very bad feeling. It's better to hurry back to the shelter. Perhaps these mutated beasts that absorb the fog will eventually attack the shelter. A thick fog enveloped everything as Wen Ning moved nimbly, cradling the little one in her arms. She could not see beyond the gas mask, yet an uneasy impression nagged at her. For instance, her raincoat felt damp, as if it had been splashed, and her steps grew considerably heavier. When her boots pressed into the grass, she felt the faint wetness beneath. It was not rain, and the air itself had become moist. With a self-recycling gas mask, Wen Ning abandoned the idea of breathing the outside air altogether. She switched to one-way ventilation. Moving with careful caution, Wen Ning kept an eye on the chat channel. Unlike a live stream, the chat behaved more like a live situation report. Most streamers were trapped in the fog now. The leaderboard showed only a handful of lone wolf players remaining. Zhang Han was one of them, but after the first blow, he resolutely refused to venture out again. Even his broadcast had gone silent. Wen Ning did not know that Zhang Han had given up going out only after seeing another companion, Lin Na, die. World Channel, has the fog become damp? My clothes are soaked through. World Channel, you went out without a raincoat. And without a mask. World Channel, incredible. Someone brave enough to go maskless. I haven't taken my gas mask off even in the shelter. World Channel, it's just thicker fog, why wear a gas mask? Fog is supposed to be moist, right? World Channel, it's not just moisture. Has anyone else smelled something strange? Something strange. Wen Ning could not smell it, yet she still held an unprotected little one against her chest. Little one, do you smell anything? Ow. It reeked, not pleasant. The little creature was not the same species as Wen Ning, so its answer was unintelligible to her. She could confirm only that the odor had not been there before. It likely appeared during the second wave. Then we'd better go back. Wen Ning prudently closed the chat and focused intently on her surroundings. Try to avoid mutated beasts. I'm injured, a fight would be bad for us. Ow. Huzi agreed wholeheartedly. Despite Hughes's caution, the pair still ran into a mutated beast not far from the shelter. Aowu. Something is here. Huzi issued a warning from its throat, and Wen Ning immediately tensed. The good news was there was only a single mutated beast. The bad news was that this creature was formidable and grotesque in appearance. When Huzi described it as a mess from his perspective, it truly was the shame of the beast realm, one eye larger than the other, one eye bulging outward. A pair of long, sharp goat-like horns crowned its head. Its fangs resembled those of a feline, and each of its 4 hooves was different, utterly mismatched. It looked as though several animals had been stitched together, a malformed chimera. The mutated beast had clearly detected Wen Ning. It crouched low on its forepaws, coiling itself to strike. Danger. A wound across her back from an earlier beast still throbbed at every deep breath, sent a stab of pain through her chest. If she had not been wearing soft armor, she might already have sustained severe danger. A wound across her back from an earlier beast still throbbed at every deep breath, sent a stab of pain through her chest. If she had not been wearing soft armor, she might already have sustained severe internal injuries. Ugh. The thing smelled horribly foul. The little one couldn't help but grumble. Foul. Wen Ning hesitated. In combat, she could sometimes locate an enemy by scent, which might improve. After all, Hughes's alerts lagged a little. It was that information gap that had cost her several slaps earlier. Thinking of that, she no longer worried about what lurked in the fog. She reached out and twisted a valve beside her gas mask. The mask instantly switched to ventilation mode, and a thick stench of rot washed into the air. The odor was strongest to her right front. Wen Ning frowned. The mutated beast had plainly lost patience. It flailed its paws twice and charged straight at them. Wen Ning knew a fierce battle was inevitable, or perhaps she would even pay with her life this time. In an instant, the fetid scent assaulted her face. A spear appeared in Wen Ning's hand and pierced the beast. The surprise strike left the mutant off guard. Given its massive bulk, its weight and inertia played into Wen Ning's favor. Her spear drove forward like a wedge. It sank in halfway. Roar. An angry howl rose up, and amid the stench another wave of putrid odor unfurled into the air. Wen Ning retreated swiftly. Huzi warned her to watch for obstacles beneath them as it darted out with astonishing speed to harry the mutated beast. Ow. Use an active skill. But it lasts only a moment. Wen Ning, reaching for a crossbow bolt, froze at the notion of an active skill. Then use it. Pet active skill engaged, or remaining uses today 23. A system chime sounded, and the map unfurled in Wen Ning's mind. To her astonishment, 2 markers had appeared on the map. One large, one small, their silhouettes even drawn roughly to scale. Wen Ning knew Hughes's size intimately. What startled her was the mutated beast. How could it be this huge? Its mass was at least 5 or 6 times hers. And truly it was a monstrous patchwork. What on earth was that thing? Muttering to herself, Wen Ning leveled the crossbow bolt. Huzi had warned the skill's duration was short. Wen Ning saw the countdown in the map's upper right corner, 30 seconds. With 30 seconds, disregarding accuracy, Wen Ning could at most loose 10 bolts, not counting the time needed to. The arrow's flight was barely audible. Though Huzi could not match the beast in a frontal brawl, its agility outpaced the monster's, making its harassment valuable. Thud. The bolt struck the mutant's foreleg joint. It lunged forward, and Huzi seized the moment, slapping the creature's skull with a tiger paw. The mutated beast toppled and lay dazed for a long while, perhaps bewildered that such insignificant creatures had wounded it so gravely. Wen Ning reloaded her crossbow with machine-like speed. Swoosh! 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 3 bolts found their marks in the beast's body, yet it gave no pain cry. Only an angry low roar issued from its throat. It rolled twice in fury and rose. Huzi kept dancing around it to buy Wen Ning more openings. Wen Ning seized a moment to fire the final bolt, and the 30 seconds expired. Ow! A miserable scream burst from the little one. Wen Ning heard the sound of claws striking, followed by something heavy hitting the ground beside her. Little one. The stench suddenly closed in. Wen Ning instinctively slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the mutated beast's gaping maw. Calculating the position where the tiger cub had just landed in her mind, Wen Ning moved swiftly, snatching up the cub from the ground before the mutated beast could turn around. Cub. The cub in her arms stirred, but did not respond. Warmth flowed onto Wen Ning's hand. The cub was severely injured. The mutated beast across from her emitted a mocking sound, seemingly ridiculing Wen Ning's helplessness. Do you still have the strength to use skills? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wen Ning's eyes as she gazed into the thick fog where the enemy was obscured. She retrieved a stone chest from her backpack and placed the tiger cub inside to prevent any accidental harm. With that, Wen Ning was left with only her dagger as a weapon. The cub let out rapid breaths, but no coherent words came out, seemingly trying to stop Wen. Wen Ning gently patted its head, speaking softly, "Use your skills, wait for me to take you home." The tiger cub opened its eyes with difficulty, only able to see Wen Ning's resolute silhouette. With its head drooping in weakness, it blamed itself for being so powerless, needing her to protect it. Pet's active skill activated, remaining uses today 13. It seems there's only one way to get out of this fog today. Wen Ning took a step back and then charged towards the mutated beast. With a surge of murderous intent in her eyes, she quickly maneuvered in front of the mutated beast. Despite the significant size difference, Wen Ning continuously dodged and weaved for the limited 30 seconds. She moved quickly, prioritizing evasion over attack, testing the weaknesses of the mutated beast. In the blink of an eye, the 30 seconds passed, and as her vision blurred, Wen Ning climbed onto the beast's back. One hand grasped the long spear lodged in the mutated beast's right shoulder, while the other wielded a fine iron dagger, attacking furiously. All she could see was a sea of white, yet she managed to strike precisely at the beast's soft underbelly. The mutated beast's soft side was fiercely attacked by Wen Ning, blood gushing forth, and its body thrashed around like a crazed bull. Hanging on with just one hand clutching the spear, Wen Ning soon found herself swaying precariously, unable to focus on attacking, and just barely managing to maintain her balance. At this moment, falling could mean landing beneath the mutated beast's iron hooves. Cub. Again. Pet's active skill activated, remaining uses today 03. When Wen Ning could no longer hold on, she chose to activate her skill, quickly distancing herself from the mutated beast. Inevitably, she incurred injuries. Her cheek felt as if it had been slapped hard, and she sensed swelling on one side of her face. Her raincoat was torn on her arm, blood flowing. The 30 seconds felt like a halftime break for Wen Ning as she distanced herself from the mutated beast, using the evasive moments to recover her stamina. In the end, after exhausting all her tricks, Wen Ning stopped evading as she braced herself against the impact of the mutated beast and dodged its bites, only thrusting and retracting her dagger. Its limbs were unsteady as it staggered towards Wen Ning. The stench surrounded her, and Wen Ning struggled to hold herself up. The mutated beast had at least 100 wounds from her attacks, but was also showing signs of fatigue. Its limbs were unsteady as it staggered towards Wen Ning. The stench surrounded her, and she could barely stand. Dazed, she stood there, seemingly unaware of the mutated beast's attack. The tiger cub in the stone chest struggled to rise, letting out low whimpers. Yet, it could only watch helplessly as the mutated beast collided with Wen Ning. Crash. After the collision, Wen Ning's figure vanished from sight, and the cub called out anxiously, but its hind legs lacked strength, leaving it unable to rise or reach the edge of the stone chest. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the disaster boss, Mist Stitching Beast. Congratulations, you have obtained a chest boss 1. Congratulations, you have obtained a chest mist 100. Congratulations, you have obtained an extraordinary detox potion 1. Congratulations, you have obtained a physique enhancement potion 1 system. Announcement: Global announcement: player has successfully defeated disaster boss. Disaster points 100. System announcement: Global announcement: player has received a physique potion. The game will update after this disaster. 2 consecutive system announcements went unheard by the collapsed Wen Ning, yet they ignited the entire world channel. World channel: damn me. Which mighty fairy defeated the boss? World channel: this is ridiculously absurd. There was a boss in this disaster. World channel: this must have been a team effort. Surely it was from our Fusong Nation's team. World channel: show some face. This must have been our great Steel Nation's warrior. World channel: hilarious. It seems the number 1 on the list is from our Huagua, and she's a girl too. World channel: are you saying she single-handedly took down the disaster boss? Laughing out loud, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. In the wilderness within the fog, Wen Ning's body vanished, and she suddenly gasped for breath. The weight of 1,000 pounds nearly crushed her. In the final second of the battle, when the mutated beast charged at her, Wen Ning lay down directly, using her fine iron dagger to slash open the beast's belly. A heap of entrails instantly spilled out, cascading down upon Wen Ning. The earlier wear and tear on the mutated beast was now paying off. Wen Ning had initially thought the mutated beast would fall directly onto her body, but wouldn't die instantly. Then she could rely on the cell-circulating function of her gas mask to endure and, from the inside, destroy the mutated beast's core and kill it. However, such a plan likely would have left her with broken bones. Thankfully, it seemed heaven didn't want her dead. The mutated beast unexpectedly reared back. She was pinned for about 3 seconds before her body vanished. Cub, are you trying to get me killed by bringing me in front of the boss? Wen Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly. Her chest ached, likely several ribs had been fractured. Struggling to stand, she fumbled to gather all her belongings into her backpack. Wen Ning first checked the detox potion prompted by the system. Extraordinary Detox Potion, a detoxification agent for boss-level creatures. The saliva, fur, blood, and claws of disaster bosses contain potent toxins. If poisoned, one would depart from this beautiful world within half an hour. The key is that this world isn't beautiful at all. Still in the mood to complain, Wen Ning tilted her head back and drank the detox potion. She realized too late that encountering a disaster boss meant it had to be slain, otherwise even if she managed to escape after being injured it would just be a fleeting existence. However, there was one question: is the drop rate of this detox potion 100? After drinking the detox potion, Wen Ning felt much better, but the potion couldn't heal her external wounds, so she had to endure for now. Cub, make a sound. I don't know where you are. Behind you. The injured beast guided her injured mother, and they finally reunited. Wen Ning bent down with great difficulty, carefully pulling the cub into her embrace, then stowing away the stone box. This is the true Wasteland apocalypse. I can be injured, I can feel pain, and I can die. Wen Ning limped towards the path. The cub indicated blood flowing from the jagged wound on her shoulder as she stroked the tiger cub's damp fur. But what are you afraid of? I promised I would take you home. On January 6th, 1645 of the disaster season in the Wasteland, the miserable mother and cub finally returned to the shelter. The poison in Wen Ning's body was finally resolved, but her bones ached all over, and she couldn't tell if her ribs were broken, as she only knew that it hurt intensely when she breathed. Her right leg was confirmed to be fractured. The gaping wound on her left shoulder was bleeding profusely, though it wasn't deep enough to reach the underlying fascia or bone. After taking the antidote, the dark purple wound began to redden. Seizing the moment before the blood coagulated, Wen Ning quickly stripped off her clothing, which was almost soaked in blood. The drinking water wasn't sterile, and it would be troublesome if it infected the wound. Without alcohol, I can't disinfect it, Wen Ning said, turning her head in frustration to look at who lay on the table, gasping for breath. How are you, cub? Considering he lacked the strength to express himself, Wen Ning simply opened the pet name Jiaojing by Hu, Tier 1, a pet level, premium pet, hunger 60, pet loyalty 100, pet experience 34005000, pet skills NA. Pet is currently injured, please treat it as soon as possible. There was nothing at hand, and she felt like a cripple. Wen Ning had never felt so hopeless before. She realized for the first time that she wasn't as strong as she had imagined, and survival in this wasteland was not as easy as she thought. Wait, I seem to have 100 treasure chests. Suddenly an idea struck Wen Ning as she remembered her loot. A full 100 treasure chests, even a little bandage or alcohol would be helpful. System, open all treasure chests. Wen Ning hoped to obtain something related to medicine, and she was already seeking medicine in the trading channel. Successfully opened treasure chest, missed 100, congratulations. You have obtained Waisher lemon chicken feet 10 bags, congratulations. You have obtained Ruya cocktail 10 bottles. Alcohol, not cocktails. Congratulations. You have obtained Davi toilet paper 2 boxes, congratulations. You have obtained sauce duck 3, congratulations. You have obtained 1981 red wine 1, congratulations. You have obtained writing pad 3, congratulations. You have obtained Bluetooth headphones 2, congratulations. You have obtained nail clipper 1, congratulations. You have obtained small first aid kits 3. Wen Ning didn't pay attention to the rest. Upon hearing small first aid kit, she immediately took it out. First aid kit. There is hope. In the wasteland, being injured was almost equivalent to death. Even a simple stomach ache could fell a strong man, let alone infections from external injuries or fractures. With cold sweat on her forehead, Wen Ning opened the first aid kit with a trembling hand. Thankfully, it contained disinfectant gauze, antiseptic solution, waterproof bandages, cotton balls, cotton pads, and bandages. There were even a pair of splints for stabilizing fractures. Additionally, there were medicines, adrenaline, dopamine, alarmin, coramin, lobeline, dexamethasone, and more. There were many types, but the quantities were limited. Wen Ning first disinfected her larger shoulder wound and her calf. Biting the bandage, she groaned softly, nearly fainting from the simple disinfection. The method was very crude and simple, directly pouring 100 milliliters of medical alcohol disinfectant onto the wound. She couldn't be stingy with the amount. If the disinfection was incomplete and led to infection, it would be a great loss. There were no sutures or surgical threads in the first aid kit. After disinfecting, Wen Ning could only temporarily bandage it with gauze, then took out herbs from the ruins, chopped them up, and applied them to the surface to stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation. With a layer of fine gauze, it could block the drug residue while allowing the medicinal juice to seep in and take effect. Finally, she secured it with a waterproof bandage. Having struggled to address the shoulder wound, she still had the calf to deal with. When Ning endured the pain, touched the fractured area, and found no extra fragments, the angle from the mutant beast's impact should have resulted in a clean break. Recalling the steps taught by her master, she wedged her leg in a fixed corner and then pulled hard. As the ends aligned, Wen Ning couldn't help but cry out. Cough. The veins on her forehead bulged and the cotton cloth in her mouth soaked in red. It took her a long time to recover. Today's battle was quite rare in Wen Ning's career. Fortunately, her skill in realigning bones hadn't faded. After securing her calf with a splint and bandaging it, Wen Ning held the cub in her arms. Is there any bone damage? While carefully feeling around, Wen Ning softly asked, and upon reaching the abdomen, Hu Zi clearly voiced his pain. Hang in there. Wen Ning managed to check Hu Zi's ribs. Thankfully, there were no fractures, just internal injuries. Let me see if there are any medicines you can use. Wen Ning unearthed some herbs she had found in the ruins and selected the appropriate ones to put in a pot to boil. Decoction was the best method. With the simple actions, Wen Ning paused a couple of times. Only after the system's metallic sounds finished did she have time to check what she had obtained. The items obtained from the system were recorded. Congratulations. You have obtained fragments electricity 16. Congratulations. You have obtained canned chicken 2. Congratulations. You have obtained tin ore 10. Congratulations. You have obtained fiberglass 10. Congratulations. You have obtained woolen fabric 10. Congratulations. You have obtained empty boxes 100. Successfully opened treasure chest boss. Congratulations. You have obtained physique enhancement potion 1. Congratulations. You have obtained personal refining furnace blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have obtained pet healing potion 2. Congratulations. You have obtained serrated blade 1. Pet healing potion. Wen Ning, forgetting her pain, immediately took out the potion. Cub, drink the medicine. The cub was lifted by Wen Ning and directly forced to drink the potion. Wen Ning then realized she should check the description first. A test tube the size of a thumb appeared in her palm. Pet healing potion, a universal potion that cures all ailments. In Wen Ning's understanding, the simpler the explanation, the more incredible the medicinal effect. Sure enough, just 3 minutes after Hu Zi drank the potion, he regained enough strength to stand up from Wen Ning's arms. Ow! This tiger no longer felt pain. The effect was astonishing. Wen Ning's entire worldview was shaken. This potion truly worked wonders, just as the word suggested. Ow! This tiger still lacked strength, that perhaps he was hungry. Injured, Hu Zi clung to Wen Ning more than usual, remaining close to her after losing the meat. With Hu Zi fine, Wen Ning let out a long sigh of relief. She then began to examine the supplies she had opened. This boss treasure chest looked incredibly valuable, and the items obtained were all unfamiliar to Wen Ning. Physique enhancement potion. Defeated bosses in various disaster zones may yield this potion. Drinking it will enhance human physique. Congratulations. Obtaining the physique potion signifies that the game is about to enter its second phase. Strive to enhance your strength and build a strong shelter to face even more brutal disasters. Is there only one boss in each zone? It shouldn't be. This boss appeared silently, and even Hu Zi didn't notice. Wen Ning thought it might spawn randomly. And this physique potion, can it really enhance human physique? This doesn't sound like a good thing, as the only reason the game would alter human physique is because humanity itself cannot cope with the forthcoming disasters. I seem to have 2 potions. With a thought, another physique potion appeared in Wen Ning's hand. Wen Ning had developed a reflexive action towards paired items, which was to synthesize. Detected physique potion 2. Would you like to synthesize? Tip: the results of this synthesis are uncontrollable. Synthesize. Wen Ning did not overlook the game's issue about updates. This potion might be the key to the solution. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Advanced Physique Enhancement Potion 1. Advanced Physique Enhancement Potion. This potion has undergone special processing, granting a self-healing ability. Drinking it will cause the body to automatically heal wounds or ailments slowly, and it also has a fatigue-eliminating function. What a timely reign. Winning the lottery. Wen Ning's eyes lit up the moment she saw the attributes. Wasn't this the very attribute she needed right now? Moreover, this attribute is permanent. The system is amazing. Wen Ning cheered, inwardly struggling to maintain her surface calm. Her chest shook, and she breathed in frantically. It hurt so much she gritted her teeth. Gulp gulp. She tilted her head back and drank it down, waiting for the miraculous effect to occur. Successfully used the Advanced Physique Potion. Your constitution has received a slight enhancement. The specific values will be announced after the game panel updates. Please continue to strive for survival. A warm current flowed into Wen Ning's body along the path of the potion. In the next moment, Wen Ning felt her entire body becoming cozy. The wound, which had originally stopped bleeding due to the application of medicine, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The ghastly wound transformed into a crooked scar within 30 seconds. After another minute, the wound on her calf had faded to a faint scar. Meanwhile, Wen Ning felt a reduction in pain. Her left hand, which had just been immobile, was now able to rise slowly. The sensation in her chest was even more noticeable. Breathing became much lighter. After 5 minutes, Wen Ning stood up, shook her arms, and the slight pain did not hinder her movements. Taking 2 steps with her right leg, the pain was hardly noticeable. My goodness, the effect of this physique potion is remarkably significant. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the whole situation had turned fantastical. However, with so many bizarre occurrences in this wasteland, Wen Ning quickly adapted. With a thought, a new weapon appeared in her hand. Sawtooth Blade, a weapon designed based on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, capable of cutting wood and slaying monsters. You deserve to have it. Sawtooth Blade, durability 200, attack 100. Tip: the new weapon provides a 24-hour usage duration. Once the usage time resets, a new power source is needed. The energy core. Wen Ning opened the box and obtained a total of 17 energy cores, and now spent 5 to synthesize an electric energy core. The energy core was entirely ice blue with purple currents surging inside. It matched perfectly with the red Sawtooth Blade. However, Wen Ning searched for a long time, but could not find the installation spot for the energy core. After thinking for a while, she attempted to use the synthesis system to combine the two. Detected 1 electric energy core and 1 Sawtooth Blade. Proceed with synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Electric Sawtooth Blade. Triggering skill: Thunder Strike. Electric Sawtooth Blade, a perfect combination of the electric energy core and the Sawtooth Blade, directly enhancing the energy duration of the Sawtooth Blade. Remaining usage time 9,999 days. Thunder Strike, an active skill that when activated will deal damage to enemies within range lasting 10 seconds with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Wen Ning's hand flashed with red light, and the new electric Sawtooth Blade appeared in her grasp, featuring a long handle with 2 buttons. One is the power button and the other is the skill button. The operation is simple. Pressing the power button causes the teeth of the Sawtooth Blade to roll back and forth at high speed, allowing for cutting. The skill button is for releasing skills. Interestingly, the material of this Sawtooth Blade is metal and quite heavy, yet it does not deliver an electric shock when activated. What surprised Wen Ning even more was that this electric energy core provided nearly 10,000 days of usage time for the Sawtooth Blade. It is important to note that this usage time is solely for combat. When not in use, the electric power can be turned off and the sawtooth will not rotate or discharge. Thus, this usage time effectively equates to permanence. Furthermore, the triggered skill is actually an area effect skill and is also active. Wen Ning's crossbow's knockback skill is passive with only a 30% trigger probability. This comparison highlights the superiority of the Sawtooth Blade. Had she not been injured, Wen Ning would have definitely gone out to test the Sawtooth Blade. After securing her weapon, Wen Ning checked the new blueprints. Personal Refining Furnace, as the name suggests, a more advanced furnace than the regular one, capable of reprocessing items produced by the furnace. Reprocessing. That means she needs to first purchase items made by the furnace before she can perform reprocessing. But that's fine. Buying raw materials is certainly much cheaper than finished products. These are all the items dropped from the boss chest. The disaster chest also yielded some rare materials: tin, ore, wool, fabric, and fiberglass. Wen Ning collected everything for later study. After battling all day, her stomach could barely hold on. Seeing that it was nearly dark outside, Wen Ning decided to first address her dinner. Preserving energy is the most crucial, as the nights during the disaster season are unpredictable. Having just recovered from serious injuries, she needed to quickly replenish her energy. Wen Ning entered the kitchen with Huzi, who stayed close by her side. The thick fog outside the wasteland had still not dispersed and had become increasingly tangible. Many survivors were desperately rushing towards the shelter, some losing their way and frantically running around, ultimately falling prey to mutated beasts. In a certain area, Li Wei gazed solemnly at the quivering fishing line held by the lure operator. The expressions of those present were tense. The significant movement of the fishing line could only mean one thing. The Su Luo team had encountered mutated beasts. Based on the trembling of the fishing line, the mutated beasts were not easy to deal with. Many people on the World Channel claimed that the strength of this round's mutated beasts had increased by more than double. The Su Luo team had encountered mutated beasts. Based on the trembling of the fishing line, the mutated beasts were not easy to deal with. Many people on the World Channel claimed that the strength of this round's mutated. Some of them had even opened electronic devices. If they could solve the power issue, it would undoubtedly be a significant step forward in exploring the wasteland. Thus, in the second round, Li Wei issued orders to ensure the retrieval of the second chest. But now, he could only pray for the safe return of the Su Luo team. The mission was no longer important. Suddenly, the fishing line in the lure operator's hand became completely still. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the motionless fishing line. The stillness of the fishing line signified that the Su Luo team had finished their battle, but it could also mean that the team had been completely defeated. It was also possible that the fishing line had broken and the team had lost their way back home. Li Weigua clenched his hands tightly, even forgetting to breathe. The adjutant beside him seemed to suddenly remember something, hurriedly opening the chat channel to find the friend list. Instantly stunned, he looked up, wanting to say something but hesitating. Just then, from the thick fog ahead, came the sound of heavy breathing and voices. "Hang in there, we are almost." "Commander." Four figures appeared in sight, looking disheveled. "Commander, the mission is complete," Su Luo managed to say before collapsing. "Su Luo. Medical team. Quick. Li Weigua, unable to take the supply chests offered by the team, anxiously followed the medics as they hurried 4 wounded into a makeshift treatment room. Why are there only 4? They are so badly hurt. The adjutant behind him stepped forward and whispered, "Commander, there are 2 more. The adjutant had seen 2 teammates' avatars grayed out in his friends list and was stunned. Li Weiguo's face was stricken with grief as he looked at the returning operatives. One had a broken arm, another a shattered leg. Su Luo was bruised and battered all over. Their wounds were dark and mottled, emitting a rancid stench, clearly the work of a powerful toxin. The medical staff were at a loss. Li Weigua paced like an ant on a hot pan. What are we to do? Quick, buy antidotes at any cost. Calm. Commander. Su Luo. You're awake. A scar ran across Su Luo's cheek, likely clawed by some beast. The chests. Li Weigua suddenly remembered the boxes they had brought back, dozens upon dozens. A less injured teammate had stacked all the chests by the door. Li Weigua immediately spotted an exquisitely antique small box among them. It was about the size of an airdrop crate, yet it felt different. Given how savage the squad's battle had been, Li Weigua suddenly recalled the system announcement about a boss chest. He hurriedly opened it. A system message confirmed the boss chest had been unlocked. He received a Constitution-boosting potion 1, weapon components 2, and special antidote potions 4. Special antidote: an antidote formulated for boss-tier toxins of the disaster boss. Saliva for blood and claws carry a lethal poison. Left untreated, one will be gone from this beautiful world within half an hour. Lethal toxin. Adjutant. Give these potions to Su Luo and the others immediately. Yes. 2 minutes later, a miraculous change came over the wounded. The signs of poisoning vanished and their wounds flushed fresh and red. Aside from the 2 with severed limbs, one remaining unconscious, Su Luo and another teammate were already able to sit up. Only then did Li Weigua ask, "What on earth happened?" Cough. "The disaster boss. We encountered the disaster boss." Su Luo's face darkened. He clearly did not wish to recall that battle. Although it was a fight he could not see, its terror and bloodiness were no less real. The wound on his face was slowly knitting closed, the new flesh itching as it grew. Su Luo bore the discomfort and continued, "On our way back we met a trio of mutated beasts. We killed one of them. Xiao Wu was injured and the remaining 2 beasts were enraged," he said. "While we were engaged with them, the disaster boss spawned nearby. We did not notice until the boss pulled aggro and attacked us. Lin and Lao Gu, to ensure the mutated beast was slain, stepped forward as bait, and in the end..." Su Luo's voice choked. One mission had left teammates dead, wounded, and broken. Even the iron-willed soldiers accustomed to death could not keep their eyes dry. "At the last moment, I shot the boss. It dropped a boss chest and 50 other chests," Li Weigua said with a heavy face, unable to speak further as moisture welled at his eyes. He stared at the injured on the beds for a long time. "Rest well." Then he left, quietly instructing the medics to take good care of them. His gait was unsteady as he left, as if steeped in despair. Night fell. Wen Ning sipped slowly at the pork rib soup she had simmered with white radish added. The stew was sweet and savory. Most of her wounds had healed, yet the lingering pain remained. Wen Ning was no miracle. The speed of her recovery left her strangely uneasy. Just as she and the tiger were settling into a quiet companionship, the World Channel erupted with alarming reports. "World Channel, oh my god. Help. My companion has gone mad. He's trying to eat me." World Channel: starvation doesn't excuse cannibalism, does it? A madman's wild diary. World Channel: parasites. It's parasitic. Long tentacles are sprouting from his mouth, lined with sharp fangs, and he's already ensnared another person. Help. World Channel: players who went out today, check yourselves for parasites. Ugh, can't post pictures. It's so disgusting. World Channel: those who left without gas masks today, good luck to you. World Channel: parasites. Parasites. They're damned parasites. World Channel: this is a biochemical catastrophe. World Channel: crowded shelters are vulnerable. The parasite devours its host and then wears its skin to hunt the next victim. World Channel: so this is the true Foglands. World Channel: my last 5 points. Farewell. When Wen Ning read those messages, she felt as if insects crawled over her skin. A chill ran through her. Instinctively, she began inspecting the places where the boss had clawed her. She checked her wounds up and down dozens of times, still uneasy. Her eyes stayed fixed on her calves, afraid something might suddenly crawl out. World Channel, someone is live streaming how to kill parasites. Go watch. A tutorial. Wen Ning hurriedly opened the live stream link. In a stream titled Island Nation On-Site Tutorial for Removing Parasites, Follow for Updates, Wen Ning saw a group of people sitting together in a circle. The streamer seemed to guide the camera. The feed showed a panorama of the shelter complex in a mining area, a jumble of shelters of various sizes, at least 20 or 30 structures. The main refuge looked formidable, built mostly of stone with wooden window frames, while the other crooked shelters were largely wooden. Only one or two of their walls had been reinforced with stone. The streamer appeared intent on flaunting his strength. The camera zoomed to the center of the main refuge, where a vast bonfire burned and survivors clustered in groups listening to a man speaking. As the shot tightened, the man's voice became clear. A real-time translation system rendered whatever language he spoke into one the viewers could understand. As the shot tightened, the man's voice became clear. A real-time translation system rendered whatever language he spoke into one. This is the most secure refuge in the world. We have ample provisions and sufficient manpower. Join us, and you will be treated like family. Of course, there are conditions for joining. First, Huaguan nationals are prohibited from joining. The barrage of comments mercilessly criticized the streamer from the island nation. Meanwhile, the islanders felt a sense of secret satisfaction, asking what good it would do to boast when they would ultimately have to wait for the disclosure of the parasite situation. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase the formidable strength of my great island empire would be a tragic waste. Thus, the streamer continued to boast about his shelter, entirely disregarding the issue presented in the live stream title. Originally, he had managed to scrape into the bottom of the leaderboard last time, and his live stream had garnered little attention. Now, thanks to clickbait and disparaging comments about Hua country, he had ascended to the top of the live stream popularity charts. A large influx of oblivious viewers continuously poured into the live stream. After 10 minutes, he still hadn't mentioned anything about the parasites and appeared to be intent on riding the wave of negative fame. Viewers exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that this was merely a clickbait scheme. The barrage, read the streamer from the neighboring White Bear country, has begun his broadcast. He is explaining how to deal with parasites. Barrage, let's go, you think you're special, huh? Barrage, you're living well, just wait after the disaster season, I'll pay. People from Hua country gradually exited the island nation's live stream, and within an instant nearly half the viewers had left, causing the popularity to plummet to the bottom. Many other survivors also followed suit. Compared to the island nation's pettiness, the second-ranked White Bear country seemed much more amiable. Wearing a half-shirt made of self-stitched animal hide, one shoulder was completely exposed. A scar on his upper arm seemed fresh, as if it had just stopped bleeding, looking terrifyingly gruesome. However, it was clean, without any signs of black or purple. As the camera casually swept across the scene, Wen Ning's keen eyes caught sight of the supply room behind the bearded streamer. Several tons of various mutant beast meats had been processed and stacked on the shelves. The heavy stone door was covered in frost, likely insulated with an ice-type energy core. There were also dozens of large plastic barrels filled with abundant water resources. It was clear that this was a well-off family. Like the island nation, all survivors gathered around a large bonfire at night. On the other side, several survivors with abnormal complexions were isolated, visibly suffering and enduring some kind of pain. The streamer wasted no time and walked right in. The camera zoomed in directly on those individuals. Wen Ning could now clearly see the people infested with parasites. Their faces were pale and weak, their figures abnormally emaciated, with skin that appeared waxy yellow and wrinkled like dried bark. Their blood vessels were bulging, as if all the nutrients were flowing to a single point. As the camera drew closer, the form of the parasite was revealed. Drawing a sharp breath, Wen Ning almost vomited, and the food in his bowl suddenly became difficult to swallow. In the footage, a huge round-head worm was being pulled out of the back of a gaunt middle-aged man by a pair of tongs. It was at least as thick as Wen Ning's wrist, and as long as his forearm. Its body was covered in a mix of bodily fluids and blood, plump and whelped, and Wen Ning's sharp eyes noticed several blood vessels embedded in its body. It was hard to imagine how these parasites silently infested human bodies. The bearded man began to explain. Our shelter has a total of 119 people. Today, 80 went out in teams to search for airdrops, of which 60 only went out for the first round and 20 went out for 2 rounds. According to statistics, the chance of survivors infected with parasites in the first round is very low. Only 35 people from our shelter who did not wear gas masks got infected, and the symptoms were mild with only 1 or 2 parasites present. For those who went out for both rounds, even with gas masks, they were still easily infected, and our shelter's detection rate is 100%. Now what I'm about to say is crucial. The final outbreak of the parasites comes without warning. However, there are traces to follow. Immature parasites will wander in the shallow layers of the skin. You can determine whether you have parasites by observation. At this time, they are about the width of a finger. When the parasites grow to the thickness of a wrist, they are close to maturity and will start to gnaw from the inside out. This is the best time to catch them. Because they will draw blood from all the blood vessels, the nutrient consumption of the human body becomes enormous. Some people may have already noticed a sudden increase in their appetite. At this point, once humanity disappears, they will clearly protrude, marking the last chance to catch them. If they are not caught by then, the consequences will be dire. The bearded man did not continue, as the worm in the footage had already been extracted. Everyone look, this survivor's parasite has been removed. Now we need to deactivate it. The method of deactivation is very simple, just soak it in carbonated drinks. As he spoke, the streamer directed others to toss the freshly caught parasite into a large basin of cola. Upon entering, the wriggling parasite seemed to go wild, as if it had been electrocuted, thrashing about frantically. Covered in white bubbles, the bubbling sounds made everyone cover their noses. The smell was certainly unpleasant. The thrashing parasite gradually lost strength and finally floated on the surface of the cola. At this point, the parasite is already dead. To prevent it from having a chance to revive, we will throw it into the bonfire, and soon it will turn to charcoal. Barrage, hooray! Amazing. This worm is truly disgusting. Barrage, am a lone wolf. I went out of curiosity during the first round without any protection, and now I've really discovered something wriggling on my arm. What should I do? Barrage, it's not a conspiracy theory. How do you know this information, streamer? The streamer noticed this comment, smiled slightly, and showed a scar on his arm. I was the first experimental subject in our shelter. We have top parasitologists from White Bear Country and a premier medical team from Blue Star. Furthermore, you can choose not to believe me, as I am not profiting from this information. At most, I am just seeking a bit of attention and popularity. As for those who have discovered parasites, there is no other way. You can only find a way to trap them, such as using a needle to stab them, then cutting your skin open to extract them. Of course, it's best to have 2 people helping each other. If it's just one person, it can be quite challenging. You can wait until it crawls to your foot before proceeding. This system announcement caused an uproar. 80%. That's not even worth a boast. My teammates and I are saved. I already tried the host's method and caught a parasite the length of a chopstick. It's just like a roundworm, so don't be afraid. Catch it early to reduce the suffering. Exactly. The host just said that only those without protection are likely to get infected, so don't panic or spread despair. That's right, we can all survive. The host can explain the system announcement again. I didn't hear it just now. Of course, of course. What shocked Wen Ning was not that the White Bear Nation received this disaster point, but rather that he discovered the method to save people from this disaster, and the points received were the same as when he defeated the disaster boss. This game system is quite contradictory. On one hand, it sets up extreme difficulties that seem intent on exterminating all Blue Star inhabitants, yet it rewards the actions of the White Bear Nation, bringing hope amidst despair. Under the enthusiastic explanation of the White Bear Nation's host, the bullet comments were harmonious, showing unprecedented unity among survivors in the Wasteland. Life is not a spectacle or a feast, but a predicament. Is the ultimate goal of this survival game truly the extinction of Blue Star people? Wen Ning muttered to herself, burying her doubts deep within. For now, the priority is to enhance her strength and wait for the right moment. She believes that the conspiracy behind it all will eventually be revealed. The announcement of the White Bear Nation's reward was received globally, and although it was anonymous, the live stream's popularity was already high. With the bullet comments spreading the news in the World Channel, nearly everyone flocked to the White Bear Nation. The host was even more encouraged, eagerly explaining the method over and over. In contrast, the island nation had just lost half of its viewers due to offending Huagua, and now with the global announcement from the White Bear Nation, they lost the remaining half. The few hundred viewers left in the live stream were all there to mock them. The host of the island nation was furious, while the team behind him looked listless. They looked completely malnourished, with occasional bulges appearing on their bodies, only to vanish moments later. Although the island nation's resources were abundant, upon entering the shelter, they were required to surrender all food and water for communal distribution. If caught hoarding or sneaking food, they would face the extreme penalty of iron pot stew. Thus the shelter's leader often referred to them as reserve geese. Now the infected were all pushed aside to fend for themselves, while the survivors of the island nation were just saving their own. Moreover, the host of the island nation was shouting hoarsely, claiming that the White Bear Nation had stolen their intelligence, asserting that this method was discovered by them first. They were cursing in the bullet comments, completely losing their composure. The host ranting endlessly, and the person focused on helping survivors didn't notice that someone behind the camera had already stumbled to their feet. Stumbling, the target was right in front of them. This survivor had deeply sunken eyes and bulging eyeballs filled with red veins. Their gaze was dull, devoid of any spirit, just staggering towards the delicious sight before them. The host of the island nation saw the unusual sight behind them through the live stream camera. Furiously standing up, they felt that these survivors were simply asking for death. They even dared to stand up and approach them. These lowly people should be kneeling at their feet, begging for the little sympathy they had. Baka, are you even alive? The host's voice abruptly cut off, and the medic beside them screamed in fright, abandoning the injured to flee. It was 10 p.m. on the first day of the catastrophe season. According to the White Bear Nation's warning, the incubation period lasted only 8 hours. By 10 p.m., even the latest stage parasites from the second wave of infection would inevitably erupt. It seems I haven't been infected. Wen Ning exhaled in relief, confirming she remained parasite-free. Her heart finally settled into calm certainty. Roar. Benhu had fully recovered. The tiger pressed his massive head close to Wen Ning's face. After the battle, he had grown markedly more affectionate and clingy. Wen Ning understood his unspoken longing. She knelt down and vigorously ruffled his thick fur twice. She spoke softly, "For now I protect you, but when you grow strong you'll owe me that debt in return." One day it would be Benha shielding her. So why indulge in sentimentality now? What Wen Ning left unsaid hung silently between them, and Benhu understood perfectly. He instinctively turned his head aside, an uncharacteristic flush of shyness coloring his muzzle. Yet Wen Ning offered no mockery. Instead, she scooped him up in one smooth motion and carried him toward the bedroom. "Perhaps you should eat a little less. I'm nearly too weak to lift you." Roar. Benhu is still growing. Amid the desolate wasteland, human and tiger leaned upon each other, bound by mutual reliance and quiet devotion. Wen Ning's gains on her first day in the wasteland were substantial, yet they came at a steep, undeniable. Fortunately, every peril had been narrowly averted. Meanwhile, in another corner of the wasteland, Su Luo's facial wounds still bled freely. The antitoxin serum could neutralize poison's effects, but it could not mend physical trauma. The official base of the Huagwan nation developed comparatively slowly. The root cause lay in the extreme dispersion of its survivors. In Su Luo's district, for instance, Lieutenant General Li Weigua held ultimate authority, and had done so consistently. But recently another lieutenant general arrived at the base. Their divergent philosophies on governance prevented unity. Instead, their rivalry stalled the base's progress significantly. Su Luo succeeded in returning with the chests. Though casualties ran heavy, the mission at least stabilized the base against imminent fracture. At this very moment, Li Weigua was overseeing full-body medical screenings for every survivor in the base. Ruins stretched endlessly, corpses littered the earth. A parasite gnawing upon a survivor suddenly whirled around. A single gunshot exploded its skull. It staggered and collapsed. "Quick, hit it. Move in." Yeah. The remaining defenders of the island nation base launched a desperate counteroffensive, finally crippling every parasite. Carbonated drinks, Coke and others acquired from the trade platform, were poured recklessly over the central parasite as if costless. Horrific shrieks erupted, human skin ruptured, grotesque mouthparts and writhing tendrils thrashed violently. The scene resembled a maelstrom of demonic chaos. Only after one grueling hour, and the expenditure of over half the base's reserves, was the uprising finally suppressed. Yeah. Damned White Bear Nation. Sir, we've lost 80 survivors. Only 35 remain alive. The officer known as Commander raged uncontrollably. Once the island nation base had boasted more survivors than the White Bear Nation, yet now. Silence fell. The commander stared with venomous intensity at the parasite squirming futilely before him, a cruel calculating scheme blooming in his mind. "You fetch a glass vessel." "Commander, this." "Yes, sir." The survivor dared not meet his gaze directly, trembling under that mad glare. He spun and hurried into the warehouse. Moments later, 2 survivors hauled in a glass container taller than a man. Heh. You will pay, absolutely. Wasteland calendar day 7800 Catastrophe season. Third-round airdrop deployed near shelter. On the second day of the catastrophe season, Wen Ning rose early. The familiar system alert chimed. She rolled her eyes. Today she would absolutely not step outside. This haze could no longer be called mist. Standing in her courtyard, Wen Ning observed an invisible translucent membrane seeming to coat the outer walls of her shelter. Beyond lay only dense, swirling white fog, thick as smoke, completely enveloping the shelter. Upon closer inspection, it even appeared to seep inward, creeping like a slow, suffocating tide. It looked profoundly dangerous. "Benhe, today we stay indoors." Roar. Exactly. This door must not open. Oh. Roar. Everything out there is just like yesterday's monster. We'd lose, Benhu admitted. Yesterday's battle had taught Benhu wisdom. Pride had no place where strength failed. Now he acknowledged his limits openly and without shame. Bosses everywhere. No, that couldn't be right. An entire landscape teeming with bosses defied logic. When Ning paused, then, suddenly, her thoughts crystallized. It's the mutated beasts. Their power has surged. If so, what unspeakable might did these bosses wield? Moreover, the dense fog enhanced mutant beasts' abilities, and inevitably amplified parasitic potency as well. Even wearing gas masks, today's infection rate would almost certainly surpass yesterday's. Last night before sleep, when Ning had checked the regional channel, nearly 2,000 survivors vanished within 24 hours. That alone told the tale. Clearly today forbids venturing out. Yet beneath great rewards lie reckless souls, and yesterday's global broadcast of Wen Ning's bounty guaranteed many would defy caution. Undoubtedly challengers would flood the wasteland again today. Yet, astonishingly, the catastrophe season's 2-day pattern repeated identically. Not a single variation. Wen Ning refused to believe it. A quiet premonition stirred within her. The system was surely preparing something monumental. Thus staying indoors was imperative, and fortifying the shelter urgent. Resolute, Wen Ning returned inside and prepared breakfast. Today's labor is heavy. I'll cook rice. Her greenhouse yielded 10 jin of harvested rice. Immediately after reaping, she replanted exactly 10 portions, each precisely 1 jin. The system automatically handled hulling and sifting. Thus Wen Ning received 10 jin of pure polished rice. She withdrew 1 portion, her appetite modest, and decided to cook the entire serving, eating it across 2 meals. After all, her backpack preserved temperature and freshness. She filled the pot with water, washed her hands thoroughly, added the rice, and finally dipped 1 finger vertically into the pot to gauge the water level. The water reached exactly 1 phalanx high, a method taught to her long ago by her master. Later she learned it was common among Huagua households to measure rice-to-water ratios this way. Once the rice simmered, Wen Ning retrieved a slab of cured pork, slicing off a portion suited to her own meal. She intended to hang the rest, but Benhu sat nearby, gazing up with such wistful longing that her resolve melted. She handed him the whole slab without hesitation. Benhu's appetite had grown yet again. The cured pork alone proved insufficient. Wen Ning tossed him a lamb chop to gnaw on, only for him to seize it midair, crunch it whole, and swallow it in 3 rapid chews. Wen Ning's features twisted in horrified disbelief. "Little one, won't that scratch your throat?" Huzi quickly finished his breakfast, and Wen Ning exclaimed that she could hardly afford to feed him. As she heated the pan and added oil and meat, her movements became increasingly proficient. 10 minutes later, a plate of savory stir-fried potatoes with cured meat was ready. The quality of the mutated meat was far superior to that of ordinary meat. It was clearly from a disciplined beast. Breakfast was devoured like a storm sweeping away the clouds. Wen Ning tidied the table and took out paper and pen from the storage. Although she had never used a notebook before in the Wasteland, paper was paper and a pen was a pen. Who cares about the purpose? Since there had been no design blueprints for shelters recently, Wen Ning had to draw the renovation plan by herself, which likely meant she would have to implement the modifications herself as well. Wen Ning planned to widen the courtyard wall and raise it to 3 meters. Additionally, she intended to construct an electric network on top. Implementing the height and width increase of the wall was not difficult. The challenge lay in the electric network. With the core of electric energy, Wen Ning had a rough plan in mind. The energy source could utilize the electric energy core. Wen Ning used up 1 piece of her weapon, leaving enough materials to synthesize 2 more. She reviewed her materials, planning to make iron wire 1 millimeter thick from fine iron ingots, and then create a few iron rods. Both the iron wire and the iron rods could be made at the workbench. After securing the iron rods at the top of the wall, she would wrap the iron wire around them and finally connect it to the power. However, how to convert the electric energy depended on whether the system's power could achieve it. While sorting through materials, Wen Ning first made 10 1-meter-long iron rods. Then, while attempting to make iron wire, she suddenly spotted fiberglass in the corner of the storage. Curiously, she took it out. Fiberglass, a high-grade material as fine as silk and as hard as steel, can be added to armor to enhance defense, and it is conductive. This stuff actually conducts electricity. Wen Ning looked at a handful of materials in her palm. Pure white and almost transparent, this handful contained nearly 100 strands. Wen Ning had heard of fiberglass on Blue Star, but those were produced from stone, very brittle, as fine as a needle, and difficult to remove once embedded in the body, causing persistent pain. It seems like the fiberglass in the Wasteland is not much like its name. Its other properties are quite different. Wen Ning muttered to herself, testing its strength by tugging on it. It was remarkably sturdy. It could achieve both softness and hardness, as well as being fine and long. Each strand was nearly transparent under the sun, barely visible unless one looked closely. So, could this fiberglass replace the iron wire? Wen Ning checked the length and found that a single strand of fiberglass was just slightly longer than the length of one side of the courtyard wall. Perfect fit. With this material, Wen Ning only needed 4 iron rods. Looking at the fiberglass in her hand, she proceeded to assemble it in the yard, inserting the 4 iron rods into the soil. Each side was tied with 20 strands of fiberglass spaced 5 centimeters apart, and once all 4 sides were assembled, a shape was formed. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Wen Ning summoned the super synthesis system, aiming at the makeshift electric network on the ground. Then she inserted an electric energy core. Detected electric energy core 1 and makeshift electric network 1. Proceed with synthesis. It's promising. The system acknowledged that it was creating an electric network. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wen Ning's eyes as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring 1 super high-pressure electric network. A glowing orb appeared in her backpack space containing the complete electric network. Wen Ning examined the information. Super high-pressure electric network, exquisite craftsmanship, perfectly combines the energy core and rare materials with a staggering 600 kV of high-voltage alternating current constantly flowing through the fiberglass, ensuring that those who touch it have no return. Note: 1 electric core can be used for 180 days. This duration was the same as that of the ice energy core. Wen Ning nodded in satisfaction. 180 days was sufficient for her to complete the more ambitious construction of the shelter. At the very least, she believed she would be able to acquire more electric energy cores after that. With the electric network sorted out, the subsequent tasks became very simple. Wen Ning exhausted all the stones in the storage, converting them into solid materials. This work was incredibly tedious, but Wen Ning was very enthusiastic. In her mind, it felt as if there was a small progress bar, and what she was doing now was accumulating experience. Once the experience bar filled up, her synthesis system would upgrade once more. However, that would not happen today. Wen Ning worked until 10 o'clock to finish synthesizing all the stones. During this time, the synthesis system did not issue any upgrade commands, and even critical hits were rare. In the end, Wen Ning harvested a yard full of solid stones and 21 warming stones. Just like the main structure of Wen Ning's shelter, the solid iron sheeting on the outside did not affect the internal structure, ensuring that the interior area remained unchanged while the iron wall automatically became much thinner. However, the defensive function remained completely unchanged. Wen Ning stood atop the original wall, temporarily dismantling the surrounding mechanisms, and then raised the courtyard wall. The mist was dangerously close, and facing it, Huzi looked at Wen Ning on the wall with some concern. However, Wen Ning maintained a strong and calm demeanor, completing her task without changing her expression. The time reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wasteland calendar, January 7th, 1400. Disaster season. The 4th round of airdrops for the disaster season has been dropped around the shelter. The system announcement sounded unexpectedly while Wen Ning was completing the last step of the courtyard wall renovation, installing the electric network. Hearing the announcement, she glanced at the area channel, noting that the number of people had dropped by another 700. Huzi, how's it outside? The little tiger playing in the yard heard Wen Ning's call and ran to the base of the wall. Ow. The system announcement sounded unexpectedly while Wen Ning was completing the last step of the courtyard wall renovation, installing the electric network. In the future one. Where does your kind live? Wen Ning asked casually, as it was the first time she heard Huzi mention his kind. Ow. Where? I don't know, I just remember a huge forest in my dreams where my kind plays hunts and defends against outsiders. Wen Ning furrowed her brows slightly at this answer. It seemed that Huzi was also unclear about where he came from, but it appeared he had not lost any of the innate traits he was supposed to inherit. If you have the chance, would you like to look for your home? Wen Ning thought that perhaps Hughes's home was in some corner of this wasteland planet. Ow, is that possible? Wen Ning seriously considered this question, and then gave an affirmative answer. Yes, when we move we will look for the forest you mentioned. Hughesy jumped 3 meters high in place, joyfully running around several times. Wen Ning's mood relaxed as well, and her hands were at the final step. Wen Ning confirmed the installation in her mind. Done. Successfully installed. The super high-pressure electric network now under the shelter's management can be turned on and off at will. Note this electric network is ineffective against shelter members, including pets. This function is so considerate. Wen Ning was somewhat amazed. The electric network installed was simply her ideal mesh. Due to the properties of the fiberglass, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, with a sturdy material that could withstand wind and rain without fear. This concealment effect is absolutely incredible. After all, Wen Ning was aiming to take lives. If it were too obvious, others would be wary and not dare to approach, undermining its effectiveness. Moreover, who would scale a wall with ill intentions? Clapping his hands, the task was accomplished. Wen Ning jumped down from the wall and then activated the electric fence. Now we can sleep soundly, right? Looking at the battered courtyard, Wen Ning felt a bit weary. Once the disaster season is over, I must find a time to move. After finishing the courtyard, Wen Ning went to the warehouse to organize the supplies and shelves collected over the past few days. The 2 buckets of water brought back from outside on the rainy day had nowhere to be placed for now, so Wen Ning dumped them directly into the warehouse. Now it needs to be organized properly. Wen Ning's current supplies, apart from the herbs that weren't sold, only had a dozen or so vegetables and fruits left. There were a lot of miscellaneous items, and to prevent losing track, Wen Ning deliberately sorted them. The supplies confiscated from Lu Bo and his group were basically sold out. Everything was exchanged by Wen Ning for iron ingots and stones. The shelves in the warehouse were insufficient, so Wen Ning set up 2 more and categorized items in treasure chests. The seeds were placed in a box, and now there were already about half a box. Wen Ning kept the seeds from the fruits he ate as a form of storage. Some skincare products were also available, including face cream and facial cleanser. He used a bit from time to time, after all, who isn't a delicate girl these days? Clothes and miscellaneous items were separated into 2 boxes. The food was mostly in the backpack, which helped extend its shelf life. The ice blocks were tossed into the cellar, which always maintained sub-zero temperatures. Wen Ning's dozen buckets of water had frozen, but fortunately the quality of the wine barrel was good, and it didn't crack. Various meats were all stored in the cellar, as they took up a lot of space due to their weight. The backpack had unique properties with both space and weight limits, meaning exceeding either was not allowed. After organizing for an entire afternoon, looking at the mountain of bottled water in the corner of the warehouse, along with boxes of labeled miscellaneous items, Wen Ning felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In the wasteland there was a strong and sturdy shelter with enough food and water resources. It provided a tremendous sense of security. Organizing supplies brought Wen Ning the thrill of hoarding like a hamster, and he lost track of time until it was already 5 p.m. World Channel, is anyone noticing? Is the fog dissipating? World Channel, I noticed. The fog is really dissipating, but my companions are almost eaten. World Channel, everyone upstairs run. The fog is clearing and we can see the road. Maybe we can find other survivors before dark. World Channel, I've already run, everyone. The fog is truly clearing and my vision is becoming clearer. A mutated beast. Just as he finished speaking, his avatar turned gray. Half an hour later, the dense fog in the wasteland had cleared by about a third. However, visibility was only 30 meters at this time. It was still very dangerous, because 30 meters of visibility was merely a second's distance for a mutated beast. Wen Ning, after finishing organizing the supplies, came out to drink water and saw the messages. At the same time, he noticed that the dense fog outside the courtyard seemed to have indeed dissipated quite a bit. The World Channel was speculating whether the disaster would end early. Some even said that once the fog completely cleared, they could go out and pick up the 3rd and 4th rounds of airdrops. Wen Ning quietly watched, having no plans to go out. Firstly, because Tiger reminded him that the danger outside still existed. Secondly, she simply didn't believe the claim that the disaster would end early. The system was eerily quiet, definitely up to no good. Tonight perhaps the system would pull a big stunt. Wen Ning had almost figured out the system's nature regarding this disaster. That is, it would drop airdrops and tell you not to pick them up, and it would disperse the fog and tell you not to go out. With a rebellious spirit, whatever it tells you to do, you mustn't do. Time ticked on, and the survivors were all thinking of making a haul before nightfall. Furthermore, some naively believed that the power of the mutated beasts came from the fog, and now that the fog was dissipating, they would likely weaken. So they grouped up to go out and hunt monsters. World Channel, everyone go hunt monsters. I'm not bragging, yesterday I couldn't beat it because I couldn't see, but today I'm sure I can bring back 2 boxes. World Channel airdrop boxes are great. I opened the blueprint for a workbench. And a compound bow. Absolutely amazing. World Channel group up, seriously, I'm in Area A18. World Channel tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Whether or not it would be sleepless is uncertain, but the slaughter in the Wasteland never ceased. After the parasitic event that erupted last night, the survivors in a certain shelter were devoured completely. The army of parasites then marched into the fog, heading towards the nearest mutated beast. In a matter of moments they were slaughtered on the ground, and then a swarm rushed in to feast. After a whole day of burning, killing, and looting, the mutated beasts that had respawned in the wilderness could no longer satisfy their hunger. One by one they headed towards the survivors' refuge. The parasitic tentacles burst forth from the mouths of the infected, retracting when not in combat. Once the human skin was torn apart, the head would break away from the skin of the neck. The parasites resembled reptiles, standing upright like serpents and using their tentacles to fight. Thus groups of parasites draped in loose torn human skin crawled on the ground in a bizarre posture. Their speed was not slow, and they never took a detour. It was as if they had GPS, able to locate mutated beasts and human refuges. Wherever they went there were no survivors. The time was now 7 in the afternoon. With just 1 hour left before nightfall, the thick fog had mostly dissipated, and the mutated beasts in the mist began to stir. Like they had been injected with a stimulant, they frantically attacked all creatures within their sight, even turning on one. I just saw 2 mutated beasts fighting, and with 2 quick strikes I directly harvested them, picking up 2 boxes for free along with a large pile of meat. I'm envious of the one above. I arrived late and only killed 1, but got lucky and found a box. These mutated beasts must be going insane. How could they turn on each other? Unusual events always indicate danger. The bold may get lucky, but the timid will starve. A people like you deserve to go without boxes. Survivors were divided into the aggressive and the cautious factions, arguing in the channel for over half an hour. Wen Ning remained calm, not planning to venture outside. The outside world was fascinating, but her own life was more important. The reason she stayed inside was simple. Tiger had warned that the outside was not safe for scavenging. She felt it was dangerous. Thus Wen Ning ignored the comments in the World Channel, focusing intently on the environment outside the refuge. From time to time she checked the World Channel. The sky gradually darkened, and about 10 minutes before complete darkness, an unknown number of insectoids were rapidly approaching, with about 10 minutes left before they reached the refuge. What the hell? What the hell? This is... Unusual events always indicate danger. I was wrong. Next life I will definitely behave and survive. Survivors in the World Channel were cut off one after another, after only saying half a sentence, their icons turning gray. After the initial shock, Wen Ning immediately opened the system map. Within the visible range of the refuge, a dark mass was rapidly advancing towards it. Wen Ning keenly heard a faint buzzing sound. Like flying insects. Ow! The mutated beasts were charging in as well. In a matter of seconds, Wen Ning quickly devised a response. First she sealed all the windows with iron plates. Then she cleared out all the wood and stone from the trading platform. She had a premonition that tonight might be a pure defensive battle. System announcement, global announcement. This disaster. The last 4 hours of misty wilderness, the insect tide is approaching. This time without the system's reminder, Wen Ning already knew that the insect tribe would attack the shelter for... I feel the same way. Can someone give me some stones? The trading platform is so expensive. Everyone quickly reinforced the shelter. I think the wooden walls will only last for 10 minutes at most. I held a torch, trembling in the shelter. The number of people in the regional channel was rapidly decreasing. It seems that the survivors who hadn't returned to the shelter were devoured by the insect tribe like a whirlwind. My shelter should be fine. Wen Ning was confident all the walls had been reinforced by her using the synthesis system. If even her shelter couldn't hold. However, Wen Ning was quite worried about the wandering insect tribe and mutated beasts. According to the report from Huzi, it seemed they were rushing over as well. It was time to test the results of her labor from the afternoon. Super energy net. The buzzing sound was approaching, and at the same time the ground rumbled. Wen Ning accurately caught the slight tremor. They're coming. Sure enough, the next second darkness enveloped Wen Ning's shelter. If she had visibility, Wen Ning would see that the area within a kilometer of her shelter was filled with various insect tribes crawling and flying. Like a tide they surged towards Wen Ning's shelter, determined to destroy everything in their path with overwhelming crackling. In the yard, electric sparks erupted, illuminating Wen Ning's shelter. The flying insects flew at a height of 3 to 5 meters, with some crashing into Wen Ning's electric net, instantly turning to charred remains. Their bodies fell to the ground while the remaining flying insects continued to swarm forward. Crawling insects climbing the walls would be electrocuted by the lowest glass fiber wire. However, the number of insects leaping into Wen Ning's yard was still considerable. The sound of crawling insects came from the door and Huzi was growling at the doorboard, but clearly the royal pressure was ineffective against these insects. Fortunately, I retrieved the greenhouse. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Now the yard was bare with only the 4 corners of trees left, which she wouldn't mind losing. These insects were probably looking for a place to burrow in. Who knows if they would gnaw at the shelter. Wen Ning kept a close eye on the durability of the surrounding walls, her expression grave. Your electric net successfully killed 2 mutated beasts. The moment the system notification sounded, Wen Ning felt the heavy footsteps, and the next second a huge explosion echoed from the electric net, followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Your electric net successfully killed 1 mutated beast. Your electric net successfully killed 2 parasitic beasts. Goodness, this electric net is really powerful. The mutated beasts and parasitic beasts arrived a bit slower, but after the insect tribe came, they ceased to fight among themselves and instead directed their attack towards Wen Ning's shelter. It was as if they received some sort of guidance. Fortunately, Wen Ning's electric net was strong enough that she didn't need to fight it could handle 100 foes. Mad with rage, the mutated beasts and parasitic beasts lost all rationality, only thinking about rushing in to tear apart the delicious humans inside, completely ignoring the electric net before them. One by one they rushed to their deaths. But at the same time, Wen Ning also sensed that a swarm of insects was crawling onto or landing on her roof and walls. They were gnawing at her walls. 10 minutes later, Wen Ning looked at the durability of her walls. Composite iron wall durability value 99. This means that it can't be gnawed through even after an eternity, right? Her mood relaxed immediately. Wen Ning leisurely opened the chat channel. World channel help. My wooden wall was bitten through in 10 minutes. I can't afford to repair it. World channel, it's not the biting of the wall that's most important, and my stone wall's durability only dropped by 8 in 10 minutes, but there are still mutated beasts outside crashing into my shelter. World channel, torches are useless. What can drive these insects away? World channel help. The insects are in. Don't bite me. Drive away insects. That's right. The fly-repelling grass. How could I forget about this? Wen Ning suddenly remembered that she still had 35 stalks of fly-repelling grass. After obtaining them, she had encountered the robbery group led by Lu Bo. She had forgotten all about the fly-repelling grass afterward. I almost missed a business opportunity. Wen Ning picked up an excellent grade stalk and crafted a torch from her backpack. After igniting it, she tossed the fly-repelling grass inside. Then she approached the door, grasped the torch, took a deep breath, and quickly opened the door just enough to throw the torch outside. Smack! The torch was thrown not far from the doorway, and according to the properties of the fly-repelling grass, all flying insects within a 5-meter radius would be dispersed and killed. The fly-repelling grass has taken effect, lasting for 4 hours. It's working. Wen Ning felt confident now, pulling Huzi into her arms and slowly opening the door. On the ground at the entrance, a pile of corpses was already stacked. As soon as she opened the door, Wen Ning smelled an unpleasant odor. She quickly turned around and closed the door, pulling out a gas mask to wear. I didn't notice how bad it smelled when I was holding my breath. The outside smell was a combination of the insect's natural scent, the charred odor from the electric net, the slime from the mutated and parasitic beasts, and the smoke from the torch burning the fly-repelling grass. In short, these smells mixed together almost made Wen Ning faint. Who's you? The tiger's head in her arms hung limply, completely resistant. Owo. Does this door have to be open today? You should wear one too, or maybe you shouldn't go out. After placing Huzi down, Wen Ning opened the door herself. Sure enough, within the 5-meter range of the fly-repelling grass, all the insect tribe had been eliminated. Those that had flown in fell straight down without exception. Wen Ning's shelter was only about 5 meters high. One stalk of fly-repelling grass could serve as a barrier, completely isolating the insect tribe's attack. It truly is a good thing. Wen Ning stood in the center of the swirling insects, but these insects couldn't get close to her. Amidst the dense swarm of flying insects, a circle of electric nets surged wildly, meticulously fulfilling the system's promise of no return. However, her shelter was still being gnawed at, and the sound of crawling was chilling. But between enduring this noise and making money, Wen Ning decisively chose the latter. Upon returning to the shelter, Wen Ning began editing the product listings. While everyone was trembling in the shelter, and while scanning for wood and stone in the market, Wen Ning's trading information was quietly released. Seller trading information: fly-repelling grass, excellent, 7 pieces for 5 fragments of electric. Comments: tested and effective. Check attributes for details. Limited quantity, first come first served. Wen Ning had just used one of the excellent grade items, leaving her with 14. She planned to exchange half for 7 energy cores, bringing her total to 8. She intended to use the remaining half to exchange for a backpack expansion scroll. Wen Ning had considered this carefully as she calculated her supplies in the afternoon, realizing her storage space couldn't accommodate all her resources. Given the uncertainty of whether the supplies in the warehouse would count as part of the shelter, Wen Ning had to prepare for the worst. If she had to move and couldn't take the supplies from the warehouse, it would be a huge loss. Given the uncertainty of whether the supplies in the warehouse would count as part of the shelter, Wen Ning had to prepare for the worst. If she had to move and couldn't take the supplies from the warehouse, it would be a huge loss. After all the trading rights were in her hands, Wen Ning had considered synthesizing a hard wall to sell, but the system indicated that buildings couldn't be traded, only blueprints and byproducts could. Since she lacked the basic materials herself, selling them was out of the question, so she gave up on that idea. Wen Ning's trading information had been posted for 5 minutes without much response, as most people browsing the trading platform had filtered out wood and stone. Then came a thunderous announcement in the World Channel: someone is selling fly-swatting grass. It can eliminate the... This person had bought a portion, and their shelter was only 5 square meters. Once ignited, the insects that were devouring the shelter immediately dissipated. Excited, he posted the attributes in the World Channel. At this point, the World Channel was in an uproar. Wen Ning's clearly marked fly-swatting grass was sold out within 3 minutes. Congratulations, you have obtained 35 fragments of electricity and 210 backpack expansion scrolls. There's none left. What about the expensive ones? I can't afford it. Can the big shot post more? I have 6 fragments. What's wrong with this person? Can't they just release the remaining 15 portions for a rush? Greedy, just wanting someone else's good stuff. I won't buy anything. I'd rather wait in the shelter to die than buy anything from him. Big shot, I made a bid, please check quickly. I can't hold on much longer. From the first private message Wen Ning had been evaluating. After filtering, there was a lot less junk information. Wen Ning knew these people didn't have much time to wait. It was already 9 o'clock. If she took an hour to pick and choose, they might not buy any more and just trade some wood and stone to get by. So it was unlikely she would obtain anything extraordinary. Primarily, she aimed to collect some rare materials from the disaster season like fiberglass. After a while, Wen Ning indeed found quite a few. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 titanium alloys, 10 weapon parts, 10 mutated beast skins, 1 household cooking machine blueprint, 10 carbon steel, 1 armor sewing machine blueprint, and 2 intermediate planting fields. Indeed, there are quite a few good items, most of which I've never heard of. Wen Ning looked at the table full of materials and blueprints with shining eyes. Especially 2 blueprints, one for cooking and the other for armor. They were exactly what Wen Ning needed right now, prompting her to learn them immediately. The crafting interface lit up. Wen Ning examined each blueprint. Household cooking machine, one-time blueprint, can cook various cuisines at home, can record and save the menu after crafting. Household cooking machine, 30 iron ingots, 156, 10 tin ingots, 0, 5 gold ingots, 0, 3 coal crystals, 0. This meant she would have hot meals in the future. Although she had never heard of these materials with the blueprints in hand, how far could the materials be? Wen Ning was very satisfied with this blueprint, and then looked at the other one. Armor sewing machine blueprint, one-time blueprint, can manufacture armor, requires armor blueprints can be reused after input. Armor sewing machine blueprint, 30 iron ingots, 156, 10 tin ingots, 0, 5 gold ingots, 0, 3 molecular films, 0. Another one-time blueprint. She accepted it with great satisfaction. The next step was to survive this disaster and then move. After reviewing all the blueprints, Wen Ning began browsing the chat channel, realizing there were 2 hours left until the disaster ended. However, Wen Ning decided to wait until the last moment to prevent any unexpected changes. Shelter, unnamed a shelter with simple self-defense. Under the disaster, the sparks made it the most dazzling existence in the Wasteland world. Congratulations, you have found the correct development direction. Completeness 99. Solidarity 780. Aesthetic level 70. Facilities 70. The shelter is under attack. Please pay attention to the solidity and completeness. 2 hours later, Wen Ning's shelter remained sturdy, having only lost a little completeness. The facility score had significantly increased due to the power grid. Moreover, the system's suggestion about the correct development direction inspired Wen Ning greatly. It seemed that having a solid shelter wasn't enough, it also needed to be both offensive and defensive with sufficient striking power. Thinking of this, Wen Ning felt her future development direction should focus on becoming a fortified military stronghold. Returning to a technologically backward era, much like the military in Blue Star. Truth was everywhere within range. In her mind, the renovation plan for the shelter gradually took shape. Time flew by, and in the second before dawn arrived, Wen Ning used materials to repair the areas of the shelter that had been gnawed away. System announcement, global announcement: this disaster, fog wilderness, officially ends. Tomorrow Game 3.0 will be launched, stay tuned. The Wasteland trial has reopened with new features. The second trial disaster has ended with a death toll of 30 among participants. During the disaster, a total of 134 disaster bosses were defeated and the game has officially entered the second stage. The disaster period has ended and the gentle season has arrived, lasting for a random duration. Random success. This gentle season will last for 9 days. An announcement will be made about the next disaster in 7 days. Next, the official trial manual will be distributed with detailed descriptions of the newly opened features for survivors to check. Last night I stayed up late and today Wen Ning woke up to the system's notification sound. Her eyes, still closed, her mind swiftly opened the survival manual. The content on the third page has been unlocked. Wen Ning examined it carefully. 1. The leaderboard will add a kill leaderboard and a popularity leaderboard, still based on 2. The types of relic maps will increase, please explore on your own. 3. The character attribute panel is now open, allowing for a more intuitive assessment of each survivor's survival capabilities. 4. The duration of dropped items has been extended to 24 hours. Players will drop all items in their current backpack upon death. 5. System update. The base system is now open, capable of accommodating multiple shelters. You can spend survival points to apply for creation, and upon successful assessment, the corresponding survival points and materials will be deducted for successful construction. 6. The personal system store feature is now open. Players can pay a certain amount of survival points to set up a shop, and items listed in the shop do not require additional survival points. Shop popularity will merge into the overall popularity leaderboard. 7. To prevent survivors from getting stuck in the crafting section, manufacturing items now requires a handling fee which is paid in survival points. 8. The regional channel has been updated. After this disaster, the regional map has automatically merged. 9. The system has opened more hidden features. Triggering them will speed up the game to the next stage. 10. Survivors should continue to strive. More features will be opened in the next stage. Wen Ning glanced at the newly opened content, not fully digesting it, as she heard a soft sound nearby. The little one was crouching quietly beside Wen Ning's head, afraid to make any loud noises. However, it was clear that Wen Ning was already awake, puzzled as to why she hadn't opened her eyes. Recalling the painful lesson from last time, did he dare to ask if he felt moved now? Certainly not. Good morning, little one. Wen Ning stretched comfortably, having already heard that this gentle season lasts for 9 days. Wonderful. As usual, she rubbed the little tiger's head a couple of times. Wen Ning held the little one, examining it for a moment. Have you gained weight again? It's not good to just grow meat without gaining experience. Ow! It has grown up. This is growth. All right, time to get up. Wen Ning remembered that she had opened a can of chicken which looked like it was meant for felines. She went to the cellar to fetch a piece of mutated deer meat, a lamb chop, and 2 cans of chicken. She had a full basin weighing almost 10 pounds. Fortunately, the little one is a boy, so it doesn't matter if he eats a bit rough. Wen Ning placed the large porcelain basin next to the dining table and turned to wash up. A new stage has begun, Tiger. You need to have a balanced diet and grow some meat. Behind her, she could hear Tiger gobbling down the food while Wen Ning washed up and opened the system messages to read them one by one. First was the personal interface, which indicated that a personal panel had been activated. Wen Ning clicked on her avatar to take a look. Name: Wen Ning. Constitution 123, average 10. Note: initial value is 12. High-grade Constitution potion permanently increases Constitution by 3 potions of the same grade cannot stack. Energy 100. A note: daily initial value is set based on the previous night's status. Low energy will prevent engagement in combat and labor activities. Equipment: serrated blade, composite crossbow, iron, soft armor. Only the top 3 attributes are displayed. Pet: glowing white tiger. Survival points 300757. Note: 300 is the balance from the last disaster. 757 is the survival points gained during this disaster season. Backpack 8 cubic meters. Once again, first place. At this moment, Wen Ning's confusion reached its peak, but she decided to continue watching. S666 zone 900 points. 2. K77 zone 543 points. 3. David from N01 zone 328 points. A brief summary. Congratulations on obtaining first place on the personal kill leaderboard with an extra reward of 100 survival points, which has been distributed. Notice, it has been detected that during the disaster season you killed the first disaster boss, and an extra reward of 100 survival points has been issued. Popularity leaderboard 1. Ivana from S03 zone 800 points. 2. Lena from Q28 zone 564 points. 10. S66 zone 135 points. Congratulations on obtaining 10th place on the popularity leaderboard, with an extra reward of 10 survival points, which has been distributed. Wen Ning was utterly astonished of 4 leaderboards, 3 first places, and the last one was barely World Channel Black Curtain. A blatant black curtain. How can this first place in the shelter be number 1 when our 50-person base can't compete with her? World Channel, calm down everyone. Refer to the 3rd leaderboard. These rankings should all be calculated individually. Just because there are dozens of shelters grouped together doesn't mean any single one is superior. World Channel agreed with the previous comment of the system didn't recognize you as a base before the update. World Channel, first place sister, take a look at me. I'm willing to join your base. Just give me a menial job. I can be a mascot in battles. World Channel, what are you thinking? Building a base costs 1000 points. Can she just accept people casually? World Channel, don't even mention the kill leaderboard. Didn't everyone see her brief live stream last time? She's someone who isn't afraid of the night. World Channel, yes, you just reminded me. So, is there no saint jumping around saying it shouldn't? World Channel is the great god building a base. No other intention, just want to see how your shelter's built. World Channel, thanks for the invite. Him in Q09 zone, just established a base. Let me clarify. World Channel, a base can initially accommodate 10 shelters, which means 10 members, and the administrator, who is the base leader, has the right to manage and collect taxes. World Channel, in simple terms, you can live in the base area by paying rent. Your own shelter has complete autonomy, but some public buildings can be used together, such as base shops where you can purchase workbench blueprints once you have enough contribution points, and using survival points along with materials allows free use. World Channel, individuals can also sell excess resources in the system shop without a fee in survival point. World Channel, some defensive structures can also be unlocked through contribution, and when the next disaster or zombie tide comes, everyone can work together to fend off the enemies. World Channel, after all this talk, the Oasis base is recruiting. Physique above 12, others please refrain, interested parties can PM. World Channel, workbench. This means my fragments can be synthesized. I'm so happy, this is a really good feature, but my physique is only 8. World Channel, what's disgusting about it? The system has been updated. Even crafting requires points. I just crafted a torch and lost 1 point. World Channel, oh my. In that case my points are only enough for 800 torches. World Channel, it seems you're bragging. I have evidence. After this statement you can only craft 795 torches. As soon as this was said, the World Channel fell silent, as if everyone began to realize that survival points were not just used for chatting and selling things anymore, they were essential in many areas. The World Channel remained silent for several seconds before a message popped up. World Channel, to be honest, what's the use of joining a base? Our zones are different, and the maps aren't the same. How do we get there? World Channel, since the system has already added this feature, there must be a solution to this problem. World Channel, is everyone really so wealthy? 1000 points can be taken at will. After experiencing 2 rounds of eliminations, the remaining survivors are all intelligent individuals, at least not fools. Among them are quite a few former gaming experts. The system's mode is somewhat similar to the open-world sandbox games of Blue Star. Moreover, everyone adapted to the game settings faster than Wen Ning had imagined. At least no one was asking what physique meant anymore. The updated content is roughly these. With a total of 410 survival points obtained from the 4 leaderboards, Wen Ning's current balance is 667 survival points. Fortunately, the trading market can be accessed without spending points now. Are you done eating? There are still many boxes outside the yard. Yes! The boxes from last night's electric net kill of the mutated beasts. I got so engrossed in studying the game that I completely forgot about this. Fortunately, they haven't respawned. Wen Ning quickly stuffed a sandwich into her mouth, hurriedly opened the door, and ran outside. Outside the yard, rows of treasure boxes floated on the ground near the wall. Congratulations on obtaining treasure chest missed 1. Congratulations on obtaining disaster boss treasure chest 1. Wen Ning circled around the yard collecting the boxes, with Tiger bouncing behind her chasing the light. In the end, Wen Ning collected a total of 5 disaster boss treasure chests and 45 treasure chests missed. This electric net is really great, not only undamaged, but all the boxes are outside, not a single one fell into the walls. Wen Ning immediately decided that more of such defensive devices would be better. Let's go home to open the boxes. After we finish we can move. Woo! Are we going to the big forest? Wen Ning nodded slightly. It was time to leave. Successfully opened treasure chest missed 45. Successfully opened disaster boss treasure chest 5. Congratulations on obtaining stainless steel thermos 2. Congratulations on obtaining dried tangerine peel chrysanthemum T1 20 packs. Congratulations on obtaining shelter blueprint 3. Congratulations on obtaining tin ore 5. Congratulations on obtaining fragment electric 9. Congratulations on obtaining backpack expansion scroll 6. Congratulations on obtaining nut gift pack 2. Congratulations on obtaining Wahixi mineral water 1. Congratulations on obtaining mountaineering backpack 1. Congratulations on obtaining toothbrush 2. Congratulations on obtaining empty box 45. Congratulations on obtaining safe house core 3. Congratulations on obtaining pet healing potion 6. Congratulations on obtaining special detoxification potion 5. Congratulations on obtaining physique enhancement potion 3. Congratulations on obtaining energy recovery potion 6. Congratulations on obtaining PX model pistol 1. Quite a lot of good stuff. There's even a pistol. Wen Ning was surprised to pick up this firearm, as she had come into contact with firearms while working as a bodyguard, so she knew how to use them. PX model pistol excellent, a compact firearm designed with ergonomics in mind, featuring a tactical rail under the muzzle, equipped with a cold light scope, tactical flashlight, and laser sight. Magazine capacity 1714. Goodness, this pistol has a total of 31 bullets. Enough for a rather large-scale battle. When Ning put the pistol away, based on the shooting accuracy of her crossbow, the pistol would be no problem at all.